This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: A Cheating Time Travel. Leo was lying on the computer table in a pair of shorts. Motionless. Only his eyes staring at the computer screen in front of him. A boss battle is in full swing on the computer screen. You're cheating? What kind of team is this? You dare to start a gold group if you're not strong enough. I've already destroyed it 5 times. If it weren't for the lack of progress, I would have withdrawn long ago. After thinking weakly, Leo pulled away. There was a can of Coke that was still steaming with white gas not long after I took it out of the refrigerator. On this hot day, the temperature outside was probably not even 40 degrees Celsius. As soon as I stepped outside, I felt a heat wave that made my hair curl. Leo didn't want to go anywhere except staying inside. After all, there is air conditioning in the house, so it won't make you sweaty because of the heat. Right? I took a look at the boss's health bar on the screen, and saw that there was still about half of the health bar left. This was quite a fight. Tell down the Lich King. I don't know if the leader's hands are red or not, and whether he can open the door to get what I want. I have enough gold coins in my pocket, but I don't know if you cheaters have the luck to make money. The game Leo plays is the very famous World of Warcraft. Although World of Warcraft now seems very boring compared to when it first started. Leo, who has become accustomed to playing it, is not like many of the friends he has made in the game. Choose to leave. But he didn't leave. But Leo wasn't as desperate as before to open up land for DKP. In a world where noobs and gold players are now popular, as long as you are willing to spend money, what kind of equipment can't you buy? As for money, Leo has no shortage of money on hand. Or to be precise, investing 1 or 2,000 spare cash in the game will not put Leo's finances in crisis. Taking a nice sip of the Coke with ice cubes in it, Leo let the coolness slide from his mouth to his throat, then invaded his heart, and finally reached his stomach. Leo exhaled with satisfaction. Wow! So cool! Just then, the phone rang. Leo looked at it and thought, oh! It's a call from a best friend. This kid also opened the Diablo Battle Network. At his instigation, he even asked for an administrator's account and modified a set of looks for himself. Extremely cheating equipment. Leo picked up the phone calmly and answered, God of Wealth. What are you doing? Don't think about going out on a hot day. There is no need for me to lose weight. Let me go. If you lose your skinny figure anymore, something will happen. I want to ask you, did you create a Necromancer with an administrator account and modify a set of equipment? Yes, that's the case. Leo, your uncle. You said you just modified it and appreciated it. So why are you using him to find people to hack with? Look at the forums. I can't even delete the posts scolding you. Alas. Leo blinked. No problem. Didn't I just use that number to torture a few unlucky children? The impact was so great. Without waiting for the other party to say more, Leo quickly opened the web page and entered the forum's URL. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. Oh, what a guy! The entire home page is criticizing the appearance of a necromancer in the PvP room on battle.net, who has obviously modified his equipment. Needless to say, this necromancer is no one else except Leo himself. TSK. 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 People nowadays are so restless. Don't they just add a few skills to their equipment, and then use these skills to torture a few small dishes? Look at how excited they are. Leo, my back hurts when I stand talking. This guy's face is definitely as thick as a city wall. How many side dishes? Leo, your uncles. How many people do you have there? Okay, I admit, there should be dozens or hundreds of people. There was silence on the other end of the phone. There were not many people playing Diablo Battle Network in China these days. These dozens or hundreds of people almost included more than 90% of the players on the Battle Network where Leo was. Battle.net, which was originally developing well, will definitely suffer a huge loss of personnel due to his actions. Leo, if you don't delete your Necromancer account, I will come to your house and fight with you. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously very angry. The Battle.net that he had worked so hard to manage for nearly 2 years was in such a state of affairs, just because he was obsessed with dragging this deceitful best friend over. No one could stand it. Ah. Calm down. Be calm. Look at you. Why are you so excited? Isn't it just an account? I'll just delete it. Leo, I curse you. While Leo was teasing his best friend on the other end of the phone, he quickly clicked on the Diablo game icon to delete the character. But at this moment, there was a violent shaking. What's going on? Leo was confused for a while, And then, he was shocked. Oh my god! There's an earthquake! Leo, who was in panic, was about to stand up and run out. At this time, he did not realize that the Coke can that he had placed on the computer table while answering the phone had fallen to the ground. The Coke in the can flowed all over the floor, including part of it just soaked the power supply. As soon as Leo opened his legs, he found that he seemed to have stepped on something wet under his feet. Then a sharp pain hit him, and his vision went dark. And he knew nothing. When Leo regained his vision, he didn't know how much time had passed. Of course, the issue of time is not yet in Leo's mind. What he is concerned about is his current situation. Opening his eyes, what caught Leo's eyes was a lush, dense forest. There were many plants growing in this dense forest that Leo could not recognize at all. Looking at the big trees that needed to be hugged by several people, Leo was speechless. Nima, are you dreaming? Or have you accomplished such an illusory feat of crossing through? Why does this place look more and more like a primeval forest? Woolen cloth? Just when Leo was still wondering if he was dreaming, a wolf howl reached his ears. There are wolves! Leo's hair stood on end. There were actually wolves in this stupid forest. Regardless of whether he was dreaming or not, Leo decided to leave this place immediately. Wanting to leave here, Leo thought of a very crucial question. Which direction to go in? He had no ability to discern direction in this primeval forest environment. This way. Leo looked to his left hand. Or was it facing this way? Leo looked to his right again. He couldn't make up his mind. At this time, another wolf howl came, and the sound was closer to Leo's position. Now Leo didn't have to worry about the direction. He moved his legs and ran in the direction away from the howling of the wolf. An experienced person would never make too much noise when walking in the forest. But the problem was that Leo had no experience at all. And the noise he made while running was quite big. The howling sound of the wolf, which was not coming towards him, suddenly changed direction and chased towards Leo's location. Mamma mia! Something is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Listening to the howling of the wolf, getting closer and closer behind him, Leo felt worried. Damn it. This beast is really coming for him. Sensing the crisis, Leo immediately ran as fast as he could. It's not that he hasn't thought about finding something to fight bravely. The key problem is that he can't find any weapons that he thinks are lethal. Because he is naked at this time, and is only wearing a pair of large pants that cost tens of dollars. What do you tell him to do? Dude, I'm less than 1.8 meters tall, with no flesh on my body, and thin arms and legs. Do you think I can defeat a wild wolf with my bare hands? Not to mention wild wolves. Even wild dogs are no match for me. What else can you do if you don't run for your life? If it's a dream, then let me wake up quickly. If it's time travel, damn it. Why do other people travel through time with heaven-defying artifacts, and come with cute little Lolita and other beauties, while I have traveled to a primitive forest? What's even more tragic is that he only has a pair of big pants bought for tens of dollars. Ouch. This is such a stupid thing. While running in a panic, Leo's body was occasionally scratched with 1 or 2 blood stains by some thorns and branches blocking the road. It seemed that he was stimulated by the smell of blood, and the howling of the wolf chasing behind him became louder and louder. And it is approaching more and more quickly. Just when Leo was running desperately with a grimace, but was still being chased closer and closer by the monster behind him, he suddenly stepped on the ground and fell to the ground hard, and couldn't get up for a long time. It's over. It's over. This is really a leaky house. But it rains all night, and a broken boat encounters a strong wind. Leo originally wanted to struggle to get up, but during the action, he found that his foot was in terrible pain. It looked like the injury was serious. How can I run if my foot is injured? At this time, Leo could only pray that he was dreaming and not really experiencing time travel. In this place without a village or shop, I am really helpless every day. If I really encountered time travel, wouldn't I become an extremely miserable member of the army of time travelers? Just after completing the feat of time travel, becomes food for a wild beast. No. No. I need to be calm. I need to be calm. If this is not a dream, but a time travel, then as a time traveler, there should be something special about me. Others travel with artifacts, brains, and a series of other heaven-defying gadgets. I wonder what I, who is also a member of the army of time travelers, have in store? Does such and such a great god exist? Damn. No response. Beautiful assistant. Are you there? No one answered. So what about the legendary skills? Are there any? Rub. There is no reaction. The powerful body that was transformed by inexplicable energy during time travel. Forget it. Does my current physical condition seem to have been transformed? After trying all the methods mentioned in the time-traveling articles on the internet, Leo finally sadly accepted the reality that he, a seemingly miserable time-traveling person, didn't have any golden fingers. There is no possessor of a certain great god. No legendary beautiful assistant who exists in the consciousness. No cheating skills. And even the body is still the same weak little body. Oh god. It's not powerful. You have it. Do you have any? Do you have any? Do you have any? You let me travel through time without giving you any benefits. I can't afford to be hurt. Can't afford to be hurt. Looking at a wild wolf appearing in his field of vision, Leo was scared. Brother, do I want to taste the legendary wolf kiss today? No. I don't want it. Have any beauties heard this? There is a hero here who needs to be rescued. Come quickly. Someone is about to die. Help. Chapter 2 Elwyn Forest. The wild wolf as big as a calf slowly approached. And Leo was completely frightened after shouting, but not receiving any response. Why is this wild wolf from another world so nutritious? You said that if you were thinner, I would still have hope of killing you. But you are so strong. Are you deliberately pushing me to a dead end? Brother wolf, don't act like this. I'm telling you, I haven't showered in a few days, and the meat on my body doesn't taste good. I'm going to choke you. Why are you so close? Keep your distance. Keep your distance. Don't you know that distance creates beauty? Are you still coming? I told you. I have body odor on my body. So be careful if it stinks your nose. Oh shit. Don't come over here. I'm going to scream if you come over again. After confirming that the prey in front of him was not in any danger to him, the beast showed its ferocity and pounced towards Leo. Help. Even if there is no beautiful woman, a tough man will do. Come quickly. Someone is really going to die. Looking at the smelly big mouth and the sharp teeth hanging with the body parts of an unknown animal, Leo was so scared that he peed. As a young man who has been living in the city since he was a child, when has he ever seen this kind of behavior? Fortunately, he used a unique escape technique at the critical moment, the lazy donkey rolling, and successfully escaped from the wolf's mouth temporarily with his life. Speaking of which, the lazy donkey's rolling was indeed worthy of its name as a unique escape skill. The wild wolf pounced so fiercely and quickly, but it failed to hit the target. The wild wolf missed Leo and took the opportunity to shout for help again, no matter whether the shout had any effect in the dense forest where there was no ghost. Leo opened his throat anyway. You said that I was about to be kissed by a wolf, so I couldn't do nothing. I probably wouldn't be able to kill this wild wolf as strong as a calf with my bare hands, but I could just call for help. While shouting, Leo discovered something strange. The wild wolf that missed him suddenly turned around and bared its teeth in the other direction. By the way, aren't you? Do you despise me so much? Even if my performance is terrible, there's no need for you to point your butt at me. Aren't you afraid that my brother will blow your asshole? Leo still kept shouting for help, but his mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to think. At #and a sound of words that Leo couldn't understand came from the direction where the wild wolf was facing at this time. The appearance of these words made Leo overjoyed. Although he couldn't understand it, Leo was sure that it was human speech. And it was definitely what a human said. If there is someone, doesn't that mean that I am saved? Well, even if someone comes, they are no match for this wild wolf. But there is always a companion on the road to HL. Right? Maybe the wild wolf would let him go after he was full. I have to say that sometimes someone's ideas really deserve a beating. 3 figures walked out of the dense forest, and Leo felt relieved when he saw these 3 people. It seems that when encountering danger in the future, it will be more effective to yell for help. You see, no one paid any attention to the beautiful woman who had been calling for help for a long time. But now someone came as soon as she called for help from a macho man. This is indeed true knowledge born from practice. In times of crisis, a strong man can still be relied upon. Good guy. The height of these 3 people is not 2 meters, but about 1.9 meters. TSK. Look at the iron armor on his body. Look at the big sword and axe as tall as a person in his hand. And look at his bulging muscles. These are 3 Schwarzenegger-style macho men. These 3 tough men should have no problem dealing with a wild wolf. I am saved. My life is saved. Long live the game. The one in the middle of the 3 tough men who were walking towards him changed his face when he saw Leo, who was in a state of embarrassment under the threat of the wild wolf. He only heard him say a word that Leo didn't understand. And then he said, holding a big sword, He rushed towards the wild wolf. This. Leo opened his mouth and saw a scene that shocked him greatly. He saw that the strong man wearing iron armor and holding a big sword had crossed the 100 or 200 meters distance between him and the wild wolf in a few steps. Then he slashed down with his sword, hitting the target before the wild wolf had time to dodge. When the sword fell, the wild wolf that had almost killed Leo just now was dead. At this time, Leo's next words had just come out. "Brother, I don't understand what you said." Leo was stunned. Although the bloody wolf corpse made him feel sick, the discomfort was overshadowed by the shock in his heart. "Damn it. Did you just see the magic horse?" A strong man wearing hundreds of kilograms of iron armor crossed a distance of 100 or 200 meters in a few steps at a speed that was much faster than Bolt. Then he raised his sword and chopped down a wild wolf. This is too exaggerated. Even if you are a tough guy, don't be so unreasonable. Well, at this point Leo had to admit the fact that he couldn't possibly be on Earth now. There were no such unreasonable people on Earth. "It seems like I'm wearing it. I'm really wearing it. You're cheating your dad. You're cheating your bloody dad. My house on Earth. My deposits in the bank. My future wife on Earth. I don't know where she is. I don't know which bastard I'm going to take advantage of. Woo woo woo. I don't accept it." Ah! Seeing the miserable expression on Leo's face, the macho man who had just chopped down the wild wolf felt strange. Isn't this guy mentally ill? Why did he look like this after his life was saved? At asterisk and hashtag. Another voice sounded in a language that Leo couldn't understand. It was the strong man who had just saved Leo asking him. Leo is very helpless. He doesn't understand the language. What should you do if you call him brother? If it doesn't make sense, should we use body language to express it? But I have never learned sign language. New language type found. Accepting, new language type accepted. When Leo was depressed, a mechanically synthesized sound sounded in his head. This voice suddenly appeared in his head, and Leo almost jumped up in shock. Someone was ecstatic. Could that voice just now be the golden finger of the legendary time traveler? Brother is going to be prosperous. My lord. I am Duhan, the sheriff of Goldhire. What can I do for you? Leo suddenly found that he could understand the other person's words, which made him sigh in relief. Fortunately, the golden finger is indeed a golden finger. Knowing that I have no language talent, I translated it directly for me. It would be really sad if I couldn't communicate with the other party due to language problems. But why does this tough guy call me sir? Can you not call me sir? Although Leo was in a miserable state, Duhan asked himself that there would be absolutely nothing wrong with his eyes. Looking at Leo's look, he knew that he had never done any physical work at all. In this world, it was possible not to do any physical work. But he is still alive and well, and his body's skin is so well maintained. Who else would be there besides the nobles of the kingdom? The nobles of the kingdom were not something he, the small town policeman, could offend. If the other party made any demands, it would be best for him to try his best to satisfy them. Golden Town. Goldshed Town. Why is this name so familiar? Leo murmured. He didn't realize that the language he used had naturally changed from Chinese to the same language as Duhan. It is the human lingua franca of this world. Sir, Goldsmith is a small town that must be passed through on the way to Stormwind City, Duhan added in a low voice. Although Leo was so weak that he couldn't even defeat a wild wolf, Duhan believed that he was a noble. This status is enough for Duhan to maintain a respectful attitude. The strength of the nobles is complex. Who knows what kind of power the person in front of him will have? As a noble of the kingdom's ruling class, he, a small town sheriff, cannot offend. If Leo's memory in Goldhire is still vague, then Stormwind City is like thunder. Golden Town. Stormwind City. Damn. This is Elwyn Forest? I actually traveled to World of Warcraft. Chapter 3 Early Cash Finger. Duhan was very surprised. The little nobleman he saved from the wolf didn't know what was going on. He looked strange. What's surprising about you being in Elwyn Forest? Little noble? Yes, that's the little noble. After asking Leo's name, the guy only answered with the word Leo. And then Duhan classified him into the ranks of small nobles with few assets, which is very common in the kingdom. There is not even a family name, only a personal name. What is such a nobleman other than a minor nobleman? Not long ago, many thieves from the Defias Thieves group sneaked into Elwyn Forest without concealing the garrison of Western Springs Fortress. Many nobles were attacked to varying degrees by these thieves who hated the nobles, especially among them. Why are the little nobles with little strength? In this period of time, Goldsmith Town has seen many bankrupt nobles who have been looted by thieves. This Leo should be one of these unlucky ones. Thinking of this, Du-Han couldn't help but sympathize with Leo. From a little nobleman who lived a carefree life to being impoverished now. This boy's life will probably be difficult in the future. What Du-Han didn't know was that when he looked at Leo with sympathetic eyes, the guy was thinking that he would be furious if he knew about it. Leo suddenly felt a tight feeling in his anus when Du-Han stared at him. I said, "Brother Macho, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you are carrying it on your back?" "What? Bro, don't take this seriously. Don't look at me with that weird look. By the way, there is no one around here. If the other party uses force, won't my brother's little anus be saved?" Someone glanced around guiltily, and then thought of the strength Du-Han showed when he killed the wild wolf just now, and suddenly felt like he was sweating. No, those who carry the gods on their backs are the most annoying. Leo, if you have nowhere to go, just follow us back to Gold Flash Town. After knowing that Leo was just a small noble who had been looted, Du-Han's attitude was not so respectful. If these small nobles were in normally, he would respect them a bit or two. But after seeing these desperate guys during this time, Du-Han no longer had any respect in his heart. After all his property was looted by the Defias thieves, Du-Han, a young nobleman who was living in poverty and no one's home, had seen a lot of them and had no favorable impression of these guys. Leo, who followed Du-Han's words and admitted his status as a poor little noble, clearly felt the change in the other party's attitude, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is really a cold and warm world. Look at the person in front of you. Just now, he was talking like an adult. Now that he knows that he is nothing, his attitude has become cold. Hee. This face has changed really fast. By the way, is it really not the fate of pig's feet? Thinking about the time-traveling articles I read on the internet, some of those time travelers were not among the first group of people they met after time traveling. They fell in love with this 1,000-mile horse at a glance, and their warm-hearted attitude made them approach each other more than they were older. Are you still warmer? It is not uncommon to say that such a person must have extraordinary achievements. Even among the first group of people I met, there were quite a lot of people who had an eye-catching girl who had a story with a pig's trotter that must be told. They are also members of the army of time travelers. Why are Mao and the others so lucky? And why are they so miserable when it is my turn? I didn't meet Mei Mei, nor did I meet Bull, but I met 3 Philistine macho men? Damn it. What on earth do you want to do? I really can't afford to hurt the time-traveling brother who has no benefits. That's not right. Speaking of benefits, it seems that there are none. Leo, who was feeling depressed after comparing himself with other time travelers, suddenly thought of the voice that appeared in his mind before. As a time traveler, he seemed to have his own golden finger. It's just that he doesn't know the specific situation of this golden finger yet. Let's not talk about this for now. It's better to follow the 3 tough men out of this dangerous forest. Leo didn't have time to check the situation of his golden finger at this time, because after finishing speaking, Du-Han and his 2 men turned around and walked in the direction they came from, without waiting for Leo at all. Answer. In Du-Han's opinion, it would be a good idea to bring this man back to Gold Hire. If he doesn't want to come, then let him go. He doesn't have any good impressions of such a small nobleman, who can't even support himself. Brothers, wait. I have an injury on my foot, and I can't walk past you. Can you please slow down? For Leo, these 3 are his life-saving straws. Without them, he would have to die in this forest. So what if you have a colder attitude? Before traveling through time, I had encountered such situations many times. Besides, what is this compared to a small life? When Leo said this, Du-Han's pace slowed down a lot, and Leo's posture was lowered. Du-Han didn't have to embarrass him. But during this period, he encountered a lot of disgusting faces from the down-and-out little nobles. It's just that you're not happy, and you're still like that. But you still dare to yell at Du-Han and the others. Who are you talking about? This little nobleman named Leo was different. He had a very upright attitude. He knew what his situation was, and didn't pretend to be a nobleman. For such a person, Du-Han didn't mind helping him. He limped behind Du-Han. When he passed the wild wolf's body, Leo couldn't help but kick it hard when he thought that this beast almost killed him. You beast! Don't you want to eat my brother? Why? Brother is right in front of you now. You should get up. You should get up and eat me. If you don't get up, I'll leave. It didn't matter if Leo didn't kick him. But if he did, things would change. I found a wolf's soul and a broken corpse that could be used. Do you want to accept it? That cold voice sounded in Leo's mind again. Wolf's soul? Broken corpses? What's this? Leo was in a daze, but subconsciously he chose to accept it. Then something unexpected happened to him. A shadow on the wolf's corpse suddenly disappeared into his body. And then, the wolf's corpse also instantly decayed into fine particles. Mamma mia. What's going on? Leo was dumbfounded. What happened to the wolf's corpse was so supernatural that he couldn't accept it for a while. But if you think about how you could encounter something like time travel, what happened now doesn't seem to be a big deal. And now is not the time to be surprised by this. 3 eldest brothers? 3 eldest brothers? Hey, don't go so fast. Wait for me. It turned out that while Leo was in a daze at the body of the wild wolf, the 3 of Du-Han had already walked away. Leo didn't dare to delay and hurriedly chased after him. He wouldn't dare to stay in the forest without these 3 tough men. At this time, even Leo himself didn't notice that his foot, which was in excruciating pain just now, was completely healed. As the 4 people gradually moved away, the forest returned to silence. Only some inconspicuous particles scattered somewhere on the ground silently tell that something happened here. Soon a breeze came and scattered the particles, erasing the last traces. Chapter 4 Helpless Level 0. In a simple cabin in Gold Hire, Leo lay motionless on the bed like a dead dog. It is said that this wooden house is simple because there is nothing else in the whole house except a so-called bed made of a few wooden boards, a wooden table, and a few stone pier-like stools. But even these migrant workers on Earth might not be satisfied with the treatment, which Leo had to get with great difficulty, since he is not a noble in this world as Du-Han thinks. Leo does not have those aristocratic habits that make Du-Han disgusted. In addition, this kid has always picked nice words along the way and used the same tricks that he usually uses to praise his boss in the company. When he talked to Du-Han, he naturally made the other party very happy. Even the 2 men behind Du-Han seemed to feel a lot lighter due to his words. Of course, if that's all, that's not enough. The most important reason why he was able to be allocated a house and 2 sets of coarse cloth clothes was that Leo showed his value and gave Du-Han real benefits. He followed Du-Han back to Gold Town. I found a lot of herbs on the way, and picked them intact with skillful movements that seemed to have been practiced thousands of times. Before entering the town, I gave half of them to the 3 people who looked a little jealous. This was not because Leo was being generous, but because the situation at that time made the kid very uneasy. Do you think that with Leo's small body, he could not panic under the gaze of 3 jealous tough men? Didn't you just pick some flowers and plants in a daze according to the voice that sounded in your mind? As for you, you are jealous and breathless? As the saying goes, you get half of it when you meet. I'm not the kind of person who only knows how to eat alone. Come on. Come on. Tough guy. Take it and take it. By the way, if I hadn't asked for help from you, if I hadn't been a match for the 3 of you, I would have met you and split half of it. The 3 Du-Hans who had received the benefits were naturally very happy, although they were not as miserable as Leo thought. The reason why they were jealous was because Leo just ran a few steps behind them and bent down a few times to get enough income for them to work hard for more than half a year. Who could be balanced in their hearts by such a comparison? This little nobleman easily obtained nearly 10 gold coins worth of herbs. Who wouldn't be jealous? Du-Han was a little depressed. He had made a mistake. He had made a mistake. Unexpectedly, this little nobleman named Leo was actually a herbalist. Apart from anything else, it would not be that difficult for him to make a comeback and earn a new share of the family business based on his ability to collect herbs. You must know that although the flowers and plants growing in the forest are inconspicuous, their value is not small. Take these Ningxian flowers in my hand as an example. Even if they are sold to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce at a low price, they can still get nearly 1 gold coin. As the chief security officer of a town, his income is only 20 silver coins a month. Du-Han was surprised, but Leo was very happy. Originally, Leo was still worried about his future livelihood. He was still thinking about how he could make a living in this world without computers and the internet, as he could only play computer games. He didn't expect that he could actually collect medicine. This sounded very interesting. Qian Tu's ability. This is good. Even if I have trouble filling my stomach, there will be no problem. With the problem of food and clothing solved, Leo felt much more at ease, lying on the bed. Although Leo was very tired, he didn't feel sleepy at all. TSK. What I encountered today was really exciting. First, I encountered an earthquake while playing a game. And then I found out that I had traveled through time inexplicably. Then I acted in a scene of escaping from a wolf's mouth that was very thrilling. Wait. Speaking of that wolf. What? I still haven't figured out what happened to the wolf soul and broken corpse. Where did that voice that appeared in my head come from? Could this be his own golden finger, as a member of the army of time travelers? No. I have to find out. Previously, it was because he had to follow Duhan and had no time to stop and rest. And secondly, he was afraid that he would cause something special that he couldn't explain. So Leo didn't go into details. Now, Leo had no worries in this cabin where he was the only one. Not to mention, after all the hard work, he actually got some results. A character attribute panel that looked the same as the one he often saw when playing games appeared in Leo's mind. Leo, Necromancer. Level 0. Skills are not activated. Talent trees are not activated. Equipment skills have been activated. It was a very simple introduction. But he made Leo's eyes suddenly light up. To be honest, after seeing the strength shown by Duhan when he instantly killed the wild wolf, it was impossible for Leo not to be jealous or to have any ideas. As a man, Leo naturally has his own dream of being strong. But dreams are beautiful. But reality is cruel. After figuring out his situation along the way, Leo felt that the road to becoming a strong man was a bit far away from him. It wasn't that he didn't have a chance, but because of Leo's current situation, he couldn't embark on that strong road for the time being. The path of the seeker. In this world called Azera, if you want to become a strong person, talent, financial resources, and hard work are all indispensable. Talent. There's nothing to explain about this. It's just that if you want to become a mage or something, then you must have the ability to mobilize elements. And this ability is generally innate. If you can't, then you just have to have the ability to mobilize elements. You can say goodbye to your dream of being a mage. Financial resources. Naturally, everyone can understand this better. If you want to go faster and further on the road to becoming a strong person, you need a lot of things. You need a lot of common medicinal materials, and even many priceless rare materials. It is really difficult without a lot of money. Go down. As for hard work, this needs no explanation. Leo didn't know if he had talent or not. With hard work, Leo asked himself that he should be able to do this. But financial resources. Considering Leo's current situation, what financial resources did he have? Okay, Leo protested weakly. After all, I am a homeowner in another world. Compared with the poor people on Earth who are still struggling with high housing prices and just want to buy a house so they can get married, they are already better. There are many. You can't just look down on people like this. Judging from the situation shown in his mind, he has the talent of a necromancer. Although he is at level 0 now. As long as he works hard to upgrade, it will only be a matter of time before he becomes stronger. As for the problem of financial resources, Leo has not been able to solve it for the time being. Although the herbalist is not too short of money, that means that under normal circumstances, if you want to be promoted to a very powerful person, you will be exhausted just relying on the little money you collect. Not enough. But I think the necromancer, who can summon enough thugs as long as there are enough corpses, doesn't need much money. By the way, Mao is a 0-level necromancer. Aren't the characters in the Diablo game a level 1? What do you think is going on with this 0-level character now? The talent tree doesn't even mention a single skill. How do you want me to upgrade? Isn't this intentional to embarrass me? Fortunately, if there are any activated equipment skills, let me take a look first. You don't know this, but Leo was stunned when he saw it. Crow. Summons a crow to attack the enemy's eyes. Activated equipment skill. Level 1 is required to cast this skill. Poisonous flower vine. Summons a poisonous vine to fight for you. Activated equipment skill. Level 1 is required to cast this skill. Leo was speechless. Leo wanted to kill someone. Leo wanted to hit a wall. You've cheated your father. You've cheated your bloody father. You said that after your crow and poisonous flower vine are activated, you still need to reach level 1 before you can use them? Don't you know that brother is at level 0 now? Who can understand the feeling of clearly seeing something, but not being able to use it? Aren't you obviously trying to tease me? Level 0. Level 0. Greetings to your uncle. Level 0. Why didn't Mao just give me a level 1? What on earth is this level 0? And how do I upgrade? Leo was angry. Leo cursed. Leo was helpless. Okay. Even though it's level 0, there's always the thought of being able to upgrade. Right? As for how to upgrade myself, let's figure it out tomorrow. After a tiring day, Leo couldn't resist the increasingly intense feeling of fatigue and finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. In his sleep, the time traveler Leo spent his first day in another world like this. Chapter 5 hit it off. Brother Duhan. Good morning. In the early morning, Leo's smiling face greeted Duhan, who came to the cabin. Duhan was a little surprised to see Leo looking like he had been waiting for a long time. In his memory, no nobleman he met had ever gotten up so early. Which of these nobles didn't sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning? This little nobleman named Leo is really special. In fact, Leo was still feeling depressed. He also wanted to have a nice sleep. But how could he sleep peacefully when there was something on his mind? Leo woke up early this morning and continued to think about his golden finger. The attributes he discovered last night did not include the introduction of wolf souls and broken corpses. Leo naturally wanted to dig out other information. After another hard time, Leo finally saw what he wanted to know. 1/100 of the wolf soul. 1/1 of the broken corpse. Upgrade energy 1/100. The wolf souls and broken corpses that were there now were obtained from the wild wolf that wanted to eat him yesterday. Leo didn't think much about it. From the looks of it, if he didn't collect 100 wolf souls, he probably wouldn't be able to see them. What changes had occurred? And the number of broken corpses was obscured by the mist. So Leo also temporarily threw them aside. But the upgrade energy surprised Leo. Does this 1% upgrade energy mean that he can upgrade when he gets 100% of the upgrade energy? Being able to upgrade and having a way to upgrade is definitely great news for Leo. After a burst of ecstasy, the question came again. How did I get the upgraded energy? Based on what happened yesterday, Leo targeted the killed wild wolf and the herbs he collected. Did Duhan obtain this upgraded energy when he killed the wild wolf? Or did he obtain it when he kicked the wild wolf's corpse and absorbed the wolf's soul and broken corpse? Or did he follow the instructions of the voice in his head? What do you get when you pick herbs? Although he was very partial to getting upgraded energy when killing wild wolves, Leo did not dare to be careless about such a major matter that was related to his future. He would not jump to conclusions without experimenting. But if you want to experiment, a problem arises. Picking herbs is easy to do. Anyway, the road from Goldsmith Town to Stormwind City is safe. There are not many herbs along the road. You can verify it by just going around for a while. But what about killing wild wolves? I don't have the ability to kill the wild wolf now. And yesterday I heard Duhan mentioning that there are not only wolves in Elwyn Forest, but also more ferocious predators such as blind bear. I want to test whether I can get upgrade energy by killing wild wolves. Unless someone helps me. Let Duhan take action again. Leo shook his head. Although he didn't have much contact yesterday, Leo could tell that people like Duhan were not something he could command. He would not do anything that was not beneficial. How can I get Duhan to help me? What benefit does it give him? Leo touched his chin and thought for a while, and finally came up with a solution. Judging from the joyful look in Duhan's eyes, when he accepted the herbs he gave him yesterday. If he, a herbalist, could provide him with some herbs, he should be able to achieve his goal. Therefore, Leo, who had an idea after seeing Duhan come to him, began to persuade the small town sheriff after a few polite words. Brother Duhan, you have also seen my little brother's situation. I am completely destitute now. If I can't still make a living by collecting herbs, I really don't know what I would do. But with my ability, going to the forest to collect herbs is no different from dying. Brother Duhan, can we discuss it? Duhan frowned slightly when he heard Leo's words. Maybe Leo wanted to protect him when he went to the forest to collect medicine. Although it is worth making friends with a herbalist. As a town sheriff, I have a lot of things to do. Once or twice is okay. But if it is done too many times, it will not be okay. If I agree to his request this time, it will be inconvenient for him to refuse it the next time he makes such a request. And if things happen 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, or 4 times, then naturally there will be more times. Wouldn't it be very annoying in the future? This kind of thing cannot be promised. But I had just accepted his favor yesterday, and I was short-handed in taking advantage of him. If I didn't agree today, wouldn't I look very classless? Duhan was embarrassed for a moment. Why did Leo make such a request? It seemed that these nobles were really troublesome. It would be better for him to have less dealings with them in the future. Duhan didn't say anything. Leo couldn't let the room be silent, so he went on to say what he thought of. Brother Duhan, if this happens, wouldn't there be guards patrolling Goldsmith Town every day? It means that when the guards patrol, they take care of me and let me follow them to pick herbs. Of course, I will feel sorry if I don't get anything in return for all the hard work I do. 10% of it is for everyone's hard work. Brother Duhan, what do you think? 10% every time? Leo's words made Duhan's eyes light up. thinking of the value of the herbs he got yesterday that would last him a month or two of hard work. Du-Han was tempted. Although Leo only expressed his position and took out 10% later. This was a long-term transaction. And it was not a laborious matter. Isn't it just to ask the guards to pay a little attention to protecting Leo when they are patrolling every day? This is too simple. Not delaying my own affairs. But also getting extra money. Where can I find such a good thing? At this time, Du-Han had already thrown out of his mind the idea that he would have less to do with Leo. Who is Leo? He was a guy who had worked hard in a highly competitive workplace on Earth. Observing words and emotions was an important skill in the workplace. Du-Han was noticed the moment his heart beat. Before Du-Han could speak, Leo was the first to speak. This guy also said very nicely, "Brother Du-Han, you must not refuse. Although this money is not much, it is still my heartfelt wish. If you refuse, I will have no shame in asking everyone to help me in vain. I have no choice but to find a way to make a living. Reject? How could I say no? Wouldn't it be a fool to refuse such a good thing?" Du-Han, who originally wanted to pretend to be polite, was really afraid that Leo would regret it when he saw the look he made. So he quickly patted his chest and agreed. Leo wanted to test his idea and at the same time collect some herbs to fill his stomach. Du-Han wanted to increase his income. The two really hit it off. In fact, this is a matter of both sides getting what they need. After finalizing the cooperation, Du-Han didn't waste any time. He gave Leo a few pieces of black bread that he had brought for breakfast and then said, "Brother Leo, the eldest brother will still lead the team today. Let's have something to eat before we hit the road." Hit the road. Leo almost choked on Du-Han's word. By the way, this word is unlucky. Bah. Bah. What are you thinking about? Chapter 6. Brother firmly supports you. In Elwyn Forest, Leo was squatting under a big tree and carefully picking herbs. Beside him, Du-Han and two guards were guarding him against possible dangers. From the time he followed Du-Han out of town in the morning until now, in just over an hour, Leo had collected more than 50 herbs. This efficiency surprised Du-Han. As far as Du-Han knows, although Elwyn Forest is rich in products and has many medicinal herbs, a herbalist can collect 50 herbs in a day, which is considered too much, because it is not that easy to bury herbs among the weeds. They can be found, and only very experienced herbal masters can find them accurately. But Leo broke his common sense today. This little nobleman seemed to have an innate ability to know where herbs grew. No matter how hidden the place where these herbs grew, Leo could always find them wherever they passed. Come out. This guy is really born to be a herbalist. At this rate, it won't be difficult for him to become a master herbalist as long as he has more experience. Du-Han thought about it in his mind. If he, a small town policeman, could maintain a good relationship with a master herb collector, it would be of great benefit. At this time, Du-Han really started to think about making friends with Leo. On the surface it seemed that Leo was very careful when picking herbs. But in fact, he was just pretending. He could easily pick these medicinal materials just by following the inexplicable feeling. After more than 50 experiments, Leo finally determined one thing. That is, the acquisition of his upgrade energy has nothing to do with picking herbs. Because after picking more than 50 herbs, the upgrade energy is still 1/100. It seems that if I want to level up, I have to find trouble with predators like wild wolves. That's what I thought. But carnivores like wild wolves were not something you could easily encounter. This made Leo very angry. Because Mao was so unlucky yesterday and encountered a deadly wolf as soon as he traveled through time. Now he wanted to find a wild wolf to verify, but he hadn't encountered one for so long. Could it be that the wild wolf was so scared when he saw the 3 tough men behind him that he didn't dare to come out? It seems that this wolf also knows how to bully the weak. Bah! Doesn't this mean that I am a soft persimmon? Damn! Don't look down on people like this. Just when Leo was aggrieved that he had become a soft persimmon in the eyes of wild wolves, a wolf howl came from afar. Wow! There is a wolf! Uh-huh. That's great. To Leo's ears, the howl of the wolf was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday it was a sound like a reminder. But this time it was like the sound of nature. Du-Han and the 2 guards looked at Leo, who was laughing and puzzled. Maybe this kid was crazy. Why would he react like this when he heard the howl of a wolf? Could it be that my brain went crazy because I was chased by a wild wolf yesterday? Thinking of this, the 3 people couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy in their eyes when they looked at Leo. Emotionally, Du-Han and the other 3 regarded Leo as a patient with some kind of disease. They wondered if someone who knew their thoughts would still be able to laugh. As if in response to the previous wolf howls, While Leo laughed, several more wolf howls came from the other two directions, which made Duhan slightly puzzled. Judging from the scale of the howls, the wild wolves they encountered this time were not the usual lone wolves that acted alone. They seemed to have encountered a small wolf pack. However, although there are many wolves in Elwyn Forest, they will not easily approach the roads opened by humans. He has never encountered such a situation after serving as the sheriff of Goldsmith Town for several years. Leo stopped laughing at this time. Even a fool could hear the howls of wolves. Although Duhan once killed a wild wolf with one sword, it was in a one-on-one situation. Who could are you sure that these three tough men will be so powerful when they encounter a pack of wolves? Leo, climb up the tree. There are a lot of wolves here this time. I may not be able to care about you when we fight later. As Duhan spoke, dozens of wild wolves appeared in his sight. Without saying a word, Leo hugged the big tree in front of him and climbed up. Who doesn't know how to climb a tree? Even if you don't have to do it for your own life, you have to do it. Isn't there a famous saying? Whether you know it or not. I know it anyway. Well, Brother Duhan, I support you mentally. After Leo said this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. His current position fits the sentence. When you climb high, you can see far. You didn't notice it when you were on the ground. It was only after you climbed up the big tree that Leo noticed this time. There are quite a lot of wild wolves. The number of gray canines in sight was probably not more than 200. With so many wolves in Duhan, can the three of them handle it? Leo felt really unsure. By the way, I'm not a beauty. So why are I so destined to be a wolf? Yesterday I met a wild wolf when I was barehanded. Today I finally found 3 tough men as bodyguards, but met a pack of wolves again. Why do you think I'm so bad? Could it be that the wolves from another world have different tastes and prefer handsome men to beautiful women? No. Seeing Leo climb up the tree and temporarily reach a safe place, Duhan, who had no worries about his future, immediately showed his mighty side. The small town sheriff actually yelled and rushed towards the wolves. To Leo's surprise, Duhan actually took the initiative to attack the wolves. Battle roar. Leo, who was hiding in the tree, could clearly see that after Duhan roared, the muscles on him and the other 2 guards suddenly became much stronger. For some reason, Leo suddenly remembered that he had played a skill for warriors in the game World of Warcraft. This world is called Azera, and in World of Warcraft it's called Azeroth. It's just a word difference. Could it be that this different world is really a replica of World of Warcraft? If that's the case, I might be able to do well in the future with my familiarity with World of Warcraft. While Leo was thinking wildly, Duhan, who was rushing towards the wolves, had already fought with these wild wolves. He quickly rushed forward and swept across with his sword. With 2 puffs, he killed 2 wild wolves on the spot. Then he turned around again, and after dodging the attack of one wild wolf, he slashed with his sword vertically. The 3 wild wolves then spun around to kill the 4th wild wolf. Leo was stunned to see the scene where Duhan chopped down the wild wolves to the ground one by one with his sword. Darling, this tough guy is really capable. He's not killing a wolf. He's clearly killing a chicken. It seems that it is not too difficult for Duhan to deal with this group of wild wolves. While Leo was glad that he had found this macho man as his bodyguard, he also felt a desire in his heart. A desire for strong strength. When facing the wolves, Duhan showed ease and ease, killing wolves like chickens. But he could only hide in a tree to save his life. Leo felt really uncomfortable in comparison. But I don't have the strength, and I don't want to become a delicious meal in the mouth of wild wolves. What else can I do if I don't pretend to be a grandson and hide in a tree? Speaking of getting stronger, Leo immediately called up the attribute panel in his mind, and the sight of it made him dance with joy. It turns out that the upgrade energy in the attribute panel has changed from 1/100 to 8/100 at this time. If Leo counted correctly, the 7 points of upgrade energy added are exactly the same as the number of 7 wild wolves that were chopped down by Duhan just now. Matching, the 8 points of upgraded energy in Leo's inspection room turned into 10 again, and Duhan below killed 2 more wild wolves. A wild wolf gives a little upgrade energy. If the current upgrade energy bar is full, it will be enough to kill 100 wild wolves. There are at least 200 wild wolves down here. Duhan does not need to kill them all. He only needs to kill some of them. You could upgrade half of it yourself. Leo's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Upgrade? A bright future is waiting for him. Brother Macho. Come on. I support you. I will support you firmly. Chapter 7 Defias appears unexpectedly. Duhan, work harder. I'm optimistic about you. Leo, who stayed in the tree, looked happily at the upgrading energy that was rising little by little. The number of wild wolves that fell under Du-Han's sword in a dozen breaths was already 32. And Leo's upgrading energy also increased. The initial 1/100 increased to 33 out of 100. At this rate, it won't take long for him to save up to 100 points of upgrade energy to reach level 1. Humph. If I reach level 1, I won't be as helpless as I am now. Putting aside the unknown benefits that the Necromancer profession will get when it reaches level 1. The two already known equipment skills of summoning crows and poisonous flower vines already make Leo envious. Just as he was looking forward to the bright future after breaking the duck egg from level 0 to level 1. Leo happily discovered that his upgrade energy had exceeded 40, and was heading towards the 50 mark. I'm still smart, but I just used some readily available herbs in exchange for a powerful thug like Du-Han. The deal was worth it. If Du-Han hadn't been with me today, I would have been in trouble. I found that I was so wise that even I admired myself. Du-Han. This tough guy. Oh, no. Why did I only see Du-Han fighting with the wolves? And the two guards who were following him before? Leo's body trembled violently. Yes. Where were the two patrolling guards who came out with Du-Han? Leo, who was nestled in the tree, looked around hurriedly, and his heart sank at this glance. Where are the two guards? Why are they missing? Leo sensed something was wrong. It was impossible for two guards, who were no less inferior to Du-Han in terms of size, to be killed by the wolves without making any noise. Right? Besides, even if they died, there would still be some things left behind, such as the armor they were wearing and the weapons they were holding. There was no way there would be no traces at all. Two guards who had disappeared for no reason. And Du-Han, who was fighting fiercely with the wolves and didn't know what was going on behind them, suddenly smelled a conspiracy. His mouth opened but finally closed slowly. Leo was very frustrated. Even if I noticed there was some conspiracy in this. So what? What can I do? Give Du-Han a heads up? But what's the use? Not to mention that Du-Han might not be able to hear what he said amidst the howls of wolves. Even if he heard it. Du-Han, who was surrounded by wolves and tried his best to deal with it, probably wouldn't have the extra strength to take care of the others. Thinking of this, Leo felt depressed. Just like when he was a bastard on Earth when he traveled back in time. What else could he do in the face of all kinds of injustices besides venting a few words on the internet? This venting needs to be done anonymously. Otherwise it would be terrible if Auntie River Crab comes to your door and wants to play hide and seek and drink boiled water with you. Aren't the time travelers supposed to kill everyone? Why is Brother Mouse still so aggrieved? Is my brother really that miserable? Even though the upgrade energy had exceeded 60, Leo felt no joy at all. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of strength. If my strength is enough, I will not nest in a tree. If my strength is enough, I will not be helpless after discovering a conspiracy. If my strength is enough. Damn. If I had strong strength, I would just slap them to pieces regardless of your plots. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is just a paper tiger. Du-Han, who was fighting with the wolves, also discovered something unusual about the situation. While dealing with the wolves' attack, he took the time to look in the direction he came from, but did not find his two men. Du-Han's face suddenly turned gloomy. Come down. These two guards were said to be his subordinates, but their strength was no worse than his own. Now they disappeared quietly. Coupled with the fact that they suddenly encountered a pack of wolves that rarely approached the road today, Du-Han felt uneasy. Wonderful feeling. Leo, who was nestling on a branch, suddenly saw Du-Han quietly glancing at him. This glance gave Leo a bad premonition. Could this guy Du-Han be trying to? Du-Han, who was fighting with the wolves, knocked down the two wild wolves in front of him with a sweeping sweep, then spread his legs and rushed towards the forest. It was clear that he was about to drop Leo from the tree, regardless of running away for your life. Really? Du-Han is so unloyal. No. Macho brother. Don't leave. What will I do if you leave? The bad premonition in his heart became a reality. Looking at the dozen wild wolves under the tree staring at him with greedy eyes, Leo suddenly felt that the life in front of him was gloomy. Du-Han, you have such a weak soul. After all, you are also a town police officer. On Earth, you are equivalent to the role of the public security chief. You actually said that you left your brother behind. Do you still have professional ethics? Do you still have any sense of shame? Are you still shameless? You, Leo, who was scolding the other party, suddenly saw Du-Han, who had broken out of the encirclement, suddenly turned back. He was overjoyed, and he immediately changed his words, Brother Duhan. You are a good man. I know you will never abandon me. The friendship between us is unspoken. Tears are flowing. Let me choke you. I thought you came back because of your conscience. Save me. It turns out you were driven back. What a waste of expression. In the direction Duhan retreated, there were about a dozen figures slowly approaching him, which made Leo feel a chill in his heart. He knew that he must not have encountered anything good. Duhan, who was forced to turn back, immediately fell into the crazy siege of the wolves. The human wolves would not let him go if his body was stained with the blood of his companions. Your Excellency, Sheriff Duhan, where do you want to go? A suspicious voice sounded. Leo followed the sound and saw that the two guards, who originally came out with Duhan, were leading a group of people to attack him from another direction. Come! This was clearly a conspiracy against Duhan, and he was just an innocent victim who happened to meet it. Leo screamed in his heart, damn. There are so many shameful things in this other world. I just want to pick grass, make money, kill monsters, and level up. Why do I encounter this kind of thing? What happened? Garrick, Ellen, who are you? With Duhan's strength, it was not difficult to deal with the siege of wild wolves. He could still find time to speak under the crazy attack of the wolves. Duhan, can't you imagine who we are? Don't try to delay time. No one here will come to save you. It was Erlen who still had a sinister voice speaking. Leo was a little confused. Why did this guy named Erlen Dudmore look so powerful and use a manly two-handed axe? Why did he always speak in a sinister way? Brother Erlen, if you have any grudges, just settle them yourself. Can you please not involve me? I'm just a bystander, Leo said weakly. At this time, he found that people coming from all directions, as many as hundreds of figures, appeared on the ground and formed a circle to surround the place. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo's heart suddenly trembled. He shrank subconsciously, and something sharp and cold almost passed by his scalp. If Leo's movements were just a little slower, there will definitely be an extra hole in my head now. Under attack by Ellen Dudmore. The Defias Thieves group was confirmed to be a hostile force. Killing members of this force can obtain upgrade energy. Chapter 8. The situation is not good. Defias Thieves group. Leo was suddenly startled by the sudden voice in his head. Why did the Defias Thieves in Westfall come to Gold's Hire? It was a bit surprising that Leo Erlen was not killed by a flying knife. But he didn't pay much attention to a guy like Leo, who had no strength at all. He just warned Leo with a voice that would make people's skin crawl after hearing it. Boy, stay here for a while. With lingering fear, Leo huddled up and hugged the tree trunk, recalling the scene where the cold flying knife stabbed his scalp just now. Leo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Erlen, this sinister person, is just showing that he is a spectator. Why are you so excited? Forget it. A good man doesn't suffer the immediate consequences. And it's never too late for a gentleman to seek revenge after 10 years. I don't want to be the unlucky guy who was killed just after time travel. Silence is golden. Silence is golden. But the Defias Thieves should be in the West Wilds. Right? How did they come to Elwyn Forest? Is this world different from the game on Earth called World of Warcraft? Or maybe Elwyn Forest actually has traces of Defias' rogue activities. But I don't know since I haven't practiced human characters? Leo lamented in his heart. If he had known that he would encounter such a magical thing as time travel, he should have practiced a human trumpet instead of always practicing a race like Tauren, orcs, etc. This time his eyesight was really darkened. Ellen, don't scare him. Garrick, who was standing next to Ellen, actually defended Leo, which moved someone lying on the branch. Brother Garrick, you are indeed a good person. Although you are in the band of thieves, you can survive the mud. Look at your strong body. Look at your mighty beard. And look at you, with a long sword in your hand. You are like a big rooster standing among a group of chickens. You are so unique, so powerful, and so admirable. Brother Garrick, I saw you in me. You know, there are still many good people in this world. Someone climbing on the tree said a series of disgusting words. Ha ha ha. Good guy? Garrick laughed as if he heard some funny joke. Leo, just stay there. I will let you know who I am after I take care of Duhan. What's good about it? A strong body? Hey, I'll show you how strong I am. Leo felt a sudden shock in his heart. Why did Garrick look at him so strangely and familiarly? By the way, isn't this the way I usually look at beautiful women? No. This beard actually looks so good? Leoton felt his chrysanthemums getting cold. Could it be that he would experience the essence of a chrysanthemum with a broken butt and a bruised buttocks today on Garrick? A bearded man? Damn, You don't play like this. Just as Leo was mourning for himself, Duhan had already killed every one of the wolves. There were not only 19, but 17 wolf corpses lying on the ground. The blood flowing everywhere filled the air with a sense of misery. The smell of blood. Duhan killed so many wild wolves. Why haven't I upgraded yet? At this time, Leo could only place his hope on his own upgrade. But when he called out the attribute panel, he desperately found that his upgrade energy only stayed at the number 63. Motionless. 63/100. It was already this number when Duhan left him and ran away. Why has it not increased at all now that almost 100 wild wolves have died? Could it be caused by Duhan's behavior of abandoning him just now? This is like teaming up to kill monsters in the game. Duhan leaving himself to run away alone just now is equivalent to disbanding the team. He can't get upgrade energy from the wild wolves he killed? If my guess is correct, wouldn't I be really miserable? The only hope was shattered just like that. God, please stop playing with me like that. Brother, this little cup can't stand your old man playing like this. Brothers, come on. Seeing that the wolves were about to be killed by Duhan, Garrick and Erlen immediately led the other thieves and slowly pushed towards the center. Duhan, don't blame us for being cruel. Who allowed so much gold to be stored in Flash Gold Town? Money is so touching. Speaking of which, we would also like to thank you. If you hadn't led the team to eliminate those kobolds, we really have to work hard to get that batch of gold. Erlen said proudly, as he cautiously approached Duhan. This opportunity was what he and Garrick had waited for after working as undercover agents in Gold Hire for the past 2 years. The reason why Goldsmith Town is named Goldsmith instead of anything else is because there is a huge gold mine nearby. The quality of the gold produced by this gold mine is recognized by the entire Stormwind Kingdom. The rulers of Stormwind City naturally attach great importance to this gold mine. And there is usually an entire brigade of elite soldiers stationed outside the mine. If it weren't for the extremely serious assassination of a high-ranking noble that occurred in Stormwind City a month ago, and the assassin fled into Elwyn Forest after the failed assassination, the powerful figure in the kingdom, Grand Duke Bolvar, was furious and transferred the people guarding the gold mine. Soldier, let a group of kobolds take the opportunity to rob the mines in Goldsmith Town. How can this gold have anything to do with the Defias thieves? You must know that the kobolds who robbed the gold mine were defeated by Duhan and the guards of Goldsmith Town before they ran very far. Duhan, who defeated the kobolds, took the boxes of gold into Goldsmith Town, while waiting for someone to come from Stormwind City to deal with it. It was no surprise that Garrick and Ellen, who had already been lurking among the guards and became his right-hand men, found out. With the way the Defias thieves behave, how could they miss such a good opportunity? If they can't find a way to grab this batch of gold, can they still pat their chests and say that they are the #1 group of thieves in the Kingdom of Stormwind? The only person with any strength in the small town of Goldsmith is Sheriff Duhan. As long as he is dealt with, the next actions will undoubtedly go much smoother. That's why the thieves plan to ambush Duhan today. And Leo is really the unlucky guy who happens to meet him at the right time. You bold thieves. The kingdom will not let you go. Duhan breathed heavily. Even though he was a warrior with a rank, his body couldn't help but feel a little tired after killing nearly 200 wild wolves. You won't let us go? My ears are ringing with your words. Every noble lackey I kill will say this before they die. After Garrick and Erlen finished speaking, they suddenly increased their speed and rushed to Duhan's side in the blink of an eye. They slashed hard at Duhan with their swords and axes. Clang! Sparks flew and Duhan's sword collided with Garrick's sword. Duhan was a little weak at this time. He could not choose to fight with Erlen's axe when he could only dodge the attack of one of them. Catching Garrick's long sword was harder than blocking Erlen's. The axe takes less effort. But soon Duhan discovered that he was wrong. The strong force from where the two swords collided almost made Duhan unable to hold the weapon in his hand. Garrick, who was not known for his strength in his impression, actually burst out with a powerful sword. When he is at his peak, he will be even more powerful. Duhan, you idiot. Since I am an undercover agent, I cannot let you know the real details. Garrick's advantage was unforgiving, and he slashed out with his long sword again, combined with Erlen's axe. Duhan was unable to parry for a moment. Within a few rounds of the fight between the three of them, Duhan had a deep wound on his hand, the blood dripping from the wound. The rolled flesh and the vaguely visible bones all indicated that Duhan's situation was not good. Chapter 9. There's no need to be so cruel. Right? Duhan's strength was originally higher than Garrick and Erlen. But firstly, the two men are now joining forces. Secondly, Duhan spent a lot of energy fighting the wild wolves before. And thirdly, he was defeated as soon as they fought. Garrick was tricked. These three factors, plus the surrounding thieves group members who attacked him from time to time, put Du-Han in a completely unfavorable situation of being passively beaten. After trying several times to break through but being intercepted, Du-Han's situation became increasingly worse. In particular, the wound left on his arm when Garrick successfully plotted against him damaged Du-Han's strength a lot. Since he had been in the battle, Du-Han was not able to deal with this bone-deep wound in time, which caused the wound to never heal. Every time Du-Han swung his sword, a lot of blood would come out, and a person's body would be filled with blood. How much blood can flow? If this continues, I will have to die here. Du-Han understood in his heart, but he really couldn't come up with any good solution. He never thought that Garrick and Erlin, the two men he regarded as his right-hand men, were actually undercover agents of the Defias Thieves group. In the past 2 years of getting along with him, he had been impressed by them both in terms of fighting habits and fighting skills. After getting through it, I was too passive when fighting them. Whether I wanted to fight back or break through, they would stop me. If I had known better, I would have been more cautious when exchanging combat skills with them. Du-Han felt extremely regretful. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Who knew that 2 small town guards were actually undercover agents of the thieves group? Looking at Du-Han below, who was lying on the tree as he became weaker and weaker as he fought, Leo's heart became heavier and heavier. If Du-Han could break through, then he still had a glimmer of hope. These Defias thieves might give him a chance to escape by chasing Du-Han. Unfortunately, things didn't develop like that at all. Du-Han broke through several times, but all failed. Judging from his increasingly weak resistance, it was only a matter of time before the sheriff was killed. After Du-Han was killed, it was his turn next. Leo's heart froze when he thought of this. Brother Du-Han, Brother Macho, do you dare to show your strength at this critical moment? Your behavior now makes my heart feel so cold. Leo, who was lying on a branch, felt that it was really ridiculous. His fate actually depended on whether a person he had known for less than 2 days could break through. Why was this so ridiculous? Why does this feel so sad? In a society where money was paramount before time travel, I was just a white-collar worker. And in the eyes of powerful people, I was nothing but a commoner. Now I have traveled to this different world of swords and magic. In this world where strength is paramount, even though he is too weak to kill a wild wolf, he is still an ant-like existence in the eyes of others. For example, these Defias thieves are nothing in the eyes of the powerful people of Stormwind Kingdom. But they can control their own life and death. Without power, even survival is a problem. Even life and death must be decided by others. Power. I want power. I want strong power. Leo roared silently in his heart. I am definitely not what I want to live in fear. With a smiling face, and at the mercy of others. As more and more blood was lost from his body, Du-Han, whose body movements could no longer keep up with his reactions, was finally spotted by Erlin and fell to the ground with a heavy chop on his vest. When Du-Han fell to the ground, Garrick immediately seized the opportunity. With the sword swung, the sheriff of Goldhire was immediately dismembered. Du-Han is finished. Having a clear view of the whole process, Leo was extremely horrified. It was the first time that he saw a person being hacked to death alive. And he died so miserably that his head was missing. Is it going to be my turn next? The way Garrick smiled at him scared Leo to the point of confusion. Is my brother really going to be blown away by this beard? No! Garrick, call Swalina and the others over first. Business is more important. Erlin rubbed the axe on Du-Han's body to wipe off the blood. Garrick curled his lips and took out something from his arms, then crushed it hard. It seems that the thing that was crushed was a prop similar to a communication charm. Judging from this situation, the Defias thieves were well prepared. Even if Du-Han could rush out from the siege of Garrick and the others, there would still be people waiting for him outside. The manpower mobilized by these thieves is by no means a small number. With the help of undercover agents and the help of mental calculations, Jin Town is really in danger now. By this time Leo had calmed down. Could the current situation get any worse? Even if I panic in my heart, it will be of no use. Garrick, you did a clean job. However, a masked woman wearing a white cloth robe with busted breasts came over from a distance with a group of people. It seemed that they were the thieves setting up an ambush outside. The masked female thief first looked at the situation and then pointed at Leo and asked, "Who is this person?" The appearance of this masked female thief made Leo's thoughts come alive. He remembered that in the time-traveling stories he had read online, Pig's feet would always encounter 1 or 2 beauties when they fell into the hands of evil forces. These beauties were in this world. Time has always become a life-saving straw for pigs trotters. And there are not a few pigs trotters who ended up being included in the family income. Although the female thief was covered up, looking at her exposed fair skin, her proud figure that could not be concealed by a robe, and her pair of large breasts that attracted people's attention, Leo thought, do it as a time traveler. I would not suffer any loss if I had a story with her that must be told. By the way, someone is very addicted to YY novels. An unlucky little nobleman. For some reason, Leo always felt that after he was noticed by the masked female thief, the looks Garrick and others looked at him actually contained an emotion called pity. Oh, little noble? The masked female thief's eyes lit up, and Leo suddenly felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. TSK. TSK. His neck is so delicate. If you cut it open, the inside will flow out. His blood must be delicious. Go catch him. I can't wait to taste the noble's fresh blood. The masked female thief's words scared Leo half to death. Did I hear you correctly? What did this woman just say? She said she wanted to cut my brother's neck and drink his blood? No way. This is inconsistent with the plot of YY's time travel story. Did the guy who was careful about the gun go off make a mistake? There's no need for the abuser to be so cruel. Right. My brother has been tortured to the point of trembling. And you're still here? I want to protest. Object to the scenes of bloody violence. And summon Anti-Hexion. Chapter 10. Anyone who writes time travel stories is a big liar. Several Defias thieves quickly climbed up the tree and threw Leo down. As soon as Leo looked up, he saw a gleaming dagger. The owner of this dagger was none other than that person. A female thief who wants to slit Leo's neck and bleed it. Serena reached out with one hand, grabbed Leo's hair, and pulled hard. Leo's head was immediately raised high, and the vital parts of his neck were completely exposed to the opponent's dagger. The cold dagger on his neck immediately frightened Leo out of his wits. This heroin. This heroin. This ant. I don't care about hygiene. And I don't like to exercise. I have high blood fat. High blood sugar. And my blood doesn't taste good. Drinking my blood will cause. I don't want it to dirty your mouth. I really don't want it. The female thief blew lightly into Leo's ear and said softly, struggle. I like to watch you nobles struggling in fear. Don't worry. I won't kill you at once. I will kill you gently. Slit your neck gently. Slowly suck your blood. And let you gradually experience the taste of death. After time travel, shouldn't it be normal to kill gods and demons? And just take it easy? But brother met Shinma after traveling through time? A sinister Erland Dunmore. A gay Garrick Pat Ford. A human blood-sucking female pervert Serena. Liars. And those who write time travel stories are all great liars. Why do other people meet the best ladies and Lolita after time travel? But how come it's my turn to meet a pervert who drinks human blood? Is he really a bad boy? Why is this life so bumpy? Huh? Selena really meant what she said. Leo felt that his skin was being cut open bit by the sharp dagger. And he knew that he might really be miserable now. Although life is like a coffee table. And the coffee table is full of cups. But this is too much cups. Brother, how can I save this miserable young man's life with some magic horse? He gently pulled off the mask, revealing a face that was comparable to that of a film and television star. Those red lips would definitely make Leo move his index finger in normal times. But now seeing this pair of red lips, Leo felt as if he had seen she screamed like a ghost. This girl's red lips must have been dyed like this after absorbing too much human blood. Her warm red lips were pressed against her neck, and a wet and greasy thing was swimming gently on her neck. If this fragrant scene happened at other times, it would definitely make Leo excited. But in this case, it frightened Leo so much that 3 souls disappeared. 2 souls disappeared. 7 souls flew away, and 6 souls flew away. Because he clearly felt that Serena was sucking his blood through the wound cut by the dagger. Heroin! Heroin! Spare your life! You nobles who only exploit the common people will only waste food if you stay here. Why should I keep you alive? Serena's words gave Leo a glimmer of hope. And he couldn't help shouting, yes! I can! Heroin! I am a master of herbal medicine. I can identify various herbs. Seriously? Don't doubt it. Look at me with eyes. I am really a master of herbal medicine. There was undisguised sarcasm in Serena's voice. Grand Master of Herbal Medicine? Just you? Ha. It really made me laugh. You nobles. You really dared to say anything in order to survive. Leo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. And this girl actually bit him fiercely. The severe pain mixed with the fear of death made Leo feel like he was dead. Is he going to be the first time traveler to die after his throat is bitten by a pervert? I'm really a great master of herbal medicine. I can identify all kinds of things like Ningxian flower, thorn algae, living root grass, flame mushroom, ice-cap grass, and so on. Can you really identify the ice-cap grass? A cold voice came clearly into Leo's ears. And at the same time, Suretta's biting stopped. Yes. Yes. Of course. As soon as Leo finished speaking, a large handful of randomly mixed herbs appeared in front of him. And at the same time, the cold voice sounded in his ears again. Pick out the ice-cap grass here. Leo stretched out his hand and separated 2 of the herbs according to the inexplicable feeling. How could he know anything about herbalism? He said he was a master of herbalism only based on the skill level of his main account built in World of Warcraft. Now Leo could only pray that that inexplicable feeling would not let him down at the critical moment. Otherwise your life will be in danger. But the hand holding the medicinal materials was really hot. If I accidentally touched it, it would be like touching hot coals. There are only these 2 ice-cap grasses inside. Leo stuttered a bit because he was so worried. He felt really confused because his fate was pinned on that inexplicable feeling. After a few seconds that felt longer than a century to Leo, the cold voice came again. Human, you helped me identify the urgently needed herbs. It's only fair that I save your life. It seems that I was right. It's really suspenseful to follow my feelings. Leo breathed a sigh of relief, but then became curious. What does saving my life mean? It would be more appropriate for these Defias thieves to spare my life. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard the thud of something falling to the ground. Leo saw the Defias thieves falling straight to the ground one by one. And at the same time, Suretta's fiery lips pressed against him, cooling down quickly. Could it be? Leo suddenly thought of a possibility. He gently touched Suretta with his arm. And the vampire woman, who almost made him wet his pants, fell on her back. Died. Suretta is dead. Garrick is dead. Erlin is dead too. Without a sound, all the Defias thieves died. Leo was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. In the blink of an eye, all the vicious Defias thieves turned into cold corpses. This is 200 to 300 lives. Just gone. After turning his body, Leo suddenly froze again. He saw a person. A female elf to be precise. Because the person had a pair of pointed ears. Her long pale golden hair was casually coiled on her head. Her crimson eyes had a chill that chilled people to the core. And her face was like the most exquisite porcelain. Unfortunately, the only flaw in the woman was that there was an unfinished line on the left side of her face, with scar wounds. I don't know who is so cruel that he is willing to do it. Did she save me? For some reason, Leo didn't make the exaggerated move of hugging the opponent's legs, crying, and shouting my benefactor. He just stood there and watched quietly, as if admiring a beautiful painting of artwork. The female elf, who was being stared at, didn't even give Leo a glance. She frowned and whispered, "The haunting MI7. Then she disappeared out of thin air. Just like what Leo had just seen. It's just an illusion. If it were normal times, when Leo saw this scene, he would definitely make an O shape with his mouth, yell ghost, and then run away in a mess. But now he stood there blankly. His mind seemed to be thinking about everything, but it seemed to be completely blank. After a long time, Leo sighed softly and showed a silly smile. The way she frowns is so beautiful. Chapter 11 Men. You should be tougher on yourself. We found that wolf souls can be absorbed and broken corpses can be used. Do you accept it? The voice in his head sounded again. And this time, the cold voice felt extremely friendly to Leo. Accept it. Of course you have to accept it. Leo's hope of improving his strength lies in this. How could he not accept it? Although it was technically less than a day since he traveled to this world. This experience made Leo understand the law of survival in this world. The strong are respected. In this world where strength speaks entirely. In this world where the legal system is obviously imperfect. Even surviving without strong enough strength is a luxury. In the world before time travel, where money was paramount, the poor were synonymous with the weak. With them here, the country's various indicators will be lowered. With them here, the so-called Life Happiness Index survey results will be reviled by countless people. With them here, a harmonious society will always be disharmonious. The poor is sinful in a society where money is paramount. In this world where strength is paramount, those without strength are weak. If you are weak, you should be bullied by others. If you are weak, you should be dealt with at will by the strong. If you are weak, it is not up to you whether you survive or not. If you are weak, You cannot even decide how you want to die. Weak. It is sinful in this world, where the strong are respected. The weak are guilty. Finger-sized shadows rushed out from the corpses of the wild wolves, and merged into Leo's body as quickly as swimming fish. At the same time, the corpses of more than 200 wild wolves on the ground were instantly reduced to fine particles. The number of wolf souls obtained is 100/100. Since the host level is insufficient, and the advancement triggering conditions have not been met, please confirm whether to convert the remaining wolf souls into host upgrade energy. Note: the efficiency of converting wolf souls into host upgrade energy is extremely low. The number of broken corpses met the conditions. Due to the insufficient level of the host, the advancement triggering conditions have not been met. Please upgrade the host as soon as possible. The wolf soul can be converted into upgrade energy, which made Leo overjoyed. He originally thought that he could only obtain upgrade energy by killing creatures that were hostile to him. But he didn't expect an unexpected surprise. Even if the wolf soul is not very efficient when converted into upgraded energy, mosquito legs are still meat no matter how small they are. Confirm receipt. The conversion begins. The host level reaches level 1. New attributes are opened. At this moment, Leo's face was filled with beef. He was at level 1. And he was finally at level 1. After going through many tests like keen people, gay men, and vampire women, I finally upgraded. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Is there any time traveler who is as miserable as me? It's so difficult to get to the next level. I really have such a miserable life. He was crying out for his misfortune in his heart. But the attribute panel had already been summoned in his mind. Leo wanted to know what he had gained after rising to the first level. The host successfully becomes a Necromancer, and obtains the initial abilities of a Necromancer. All attributes of the host are increased by 20 points. Activate the attribute panel. Raise the host to level 1. And open the Necromancer talent tree. At this time, Leo felt something different about himself. He found that his mind was clearer. His thinking was faster. His perception was sharper. And his body was stronger than he could believe. The body that still looked thin seemed to have infinite power. After checking his current attributes, Leo discovered depressingly that before upgrading, his highest level of physical fitness, intelligence, and spirit was only 5 points of intelligence. And the lowest level of physical fitness was only 2 points. Now all attributes have been improved by 20 points. And the physical strength has been increased by more than 10 times. It would be weird to say that I don't feel strong all over. Just by reaching level 1. His physical attributes have improved so much. No wonder Duhan can deal with a group of wild wolves by himself. If he breaks through level 10 and becomes a level Necromancer like Duhan, then he can easily kill the wild wolf even if he doesn't use spells and only relies on physical strength. This attribute panel is completely different from World of Warcraft and Diablo. It combines the strength and agility of the 5 major attributes of the character into the physical constitution. I don't know what kind of changes this will cause, Leo thought while clicking on the newly appeared Necromancer talent tree. Just as Leo imagined, this talent tree layout is copied from the talent tree of the Necromancer in Diablo. Summon, Curse, Poison and Bone. All the skills on the talent tree are inactive. Fortunately, there is one among the available skill points. Otherwise, even if the talent tree is activated, Leo can only stare. Which skill should be activated with this skill point? Leo was a little undecided. The increased damage of the curse system must be eliminated first. Leo didn't have any attack methods. And he didn't feel that his physical fitness had improved and he would rush forward to fight the enemy. The 2 level 1 poison and bone systems, it is very practical to use Spell Fawn and White Bone Armor. The former allows him to attack while the latter can better protect himself when encountering sudden danger. As for the summoning system Skeleton Resuscitation, this is what makes Leo's heart beat the most. If a Necromancer can't summon a few skeletons to kill him, is he still a Necromancer? This is a signature skill. The other one controls the skeleton. Damn it. It's useless to control it without even summoning the skeleton. After much deliberation, Leo still used this skill point to activate Skeleton Resuscitation. Because while thinking, he suddenly thought of the usable broken corpses he had absorbed before. He felt that there must be some connection between these broken corpses that had been absorbed and the resurrection of skeletons. The Skeleton Resuscitation skill is activated, and the broken corpse meets the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Sure enough, Leo was not mistaken. After activating Skeleton Resurrection on the talent tree, the voice sounded again. Confirm upgrade. The broken corpses are upgraded. 100 broken corpses are consumed, and the host obtains a skeleton warrior that can be summoned. The remaining broken corpses are not enough and cannot be upgraded. The skeleton warrior has certain combat capabilities, no skills, a single attack method, and an unlimited number of summons. Each summon requires an interval of 30 seconds. The abilities of the skeleton warrior are related to the host. Skeleton warrior. This sounds much better than a simple skeleton. It also has the word warrior in it. Right? Then again, these 100 broken corpses can be upgraded to a skeleton warrior. What about the wolf soul? What can be upgraded from 100 wolf souls? Leo was looking forward to it. But after working on it for a long time, the wolf soul didn't care about him. And it didn't change at all. It seems that the upgrade of this wolf soul will have to wait until later. In the end, Leo had to give up. After playing with his attribute panel, Leo turned his attention to equipment skills. The skills to summon crows and poisonous vines now meet the conditions for use. Summoning crows. The skill has met the conditions for use. Each summoned crow consumes 6 magic points. The number and strength of summoned crows are related to the host. Poisonous vines. The skill has met the conditions for use. It costs 8 magic points to cast this skill, and can only be cast once within 10 minutes. Poisonous vines can travel underground. These two skills are relatively familiar to Leo. Summoning crows and poisonous vines are both skills inherited from the druid in Diablo. Leo used the administrator account to modify the equipment of the Necromancer on Battle.net. The added skills include the summoning skills of these two druids. The so-called equipment skills should refer to the skills that I added to the Necromancer. This is wrong. Leo discovered another problem. He modified more than 2 skills. Thinking of this, Leo looked carefully again. And a new discovery came at this glance. Oak Wise Man. Equipment skill. Has been activated. And the conditions for use are, level 6. Summon the wolf spirit. Equip the skill. And activate it. The conditions for use are, level 6. The corpse-eating vine. Equipment skill. Has been activated. The conditions for use are, level 10. It turns out that these skills that have been modified on the equipment must be unlocked at the previous level before they can appear again. When he thought that the skills he added would appear one by one, Leo was not surprised at all, but felt extremely regretful. If he had known this, he should have stuffed all the skills in Diablo into it. Now, okay, only extremely the lack of some skills is really a loss. It seems that I was really too pure and soft-hearted before. As the saying goes, men should be cruel to themselves. Chapter 12. Isn't this too evil? After some joy, Leo calmed down again, looking at the corpses on the ground in a daze. The corpses of the wild wolves were absorbed as broken corpses, leaving only fine particles on the ground. But not the Defias thieves. The 200 to 300 corpses on the ground were lying crookedly and upside down. If this scene had happened before, it would have definitely made Leo tremble with fear. But after experiencing a series of things today, he faced so many the corpse, Leo no longer felt any fear. The ability to absorb seemed to only work on wild wolves, and had no reaction at all on these human corpses. What should I do? Just leave them here and ignore them? Or help dig a hole and bury them? It stands to reason that these Defias thieves want his life. Leo should not care about what will happen to the bodies of these guys. But as a Chinese, the idea of death is the most important. And the idea of burying him in peace makes Leo hesitate. It is absolutely foreseeable that the corpses of these Defias thieves will end up being bitten by wild beasts in the forest and become their delicious meal. If Leo didn't have the ability, forget it. But now that he has the ability, he feels that he should dig a big hole and bury them. Anyway, with his current ability, this beast in the forest is no threat to him. By the way, does Leo's current thinking sound a bit like the Chinese people's? If you are poor, you will be alone. And if you are rich, you will benefit the world? Am I being idle now? Or am I digging holes to trick people? Leo said, preparing to find a slightly more open area to dig holes. But when he turned around, he was so frightened by what he saw that he broke into a cold sweat. Less than a meter behind him were 2 people, a man and a woman. What makes Leo feel strange is that even though the distance between the 2 parties is so close, he can't see the other party's face clearly. Who are these 2 people? Thinking of what the female elf said before disappearing, Leo had already guessed most of it. Duhan was a warrior who had reached level 10 and gained a rank. He died at the hands of the Defias thief. The Defias thief was all killed silently by the female elf. Leo couldn't think of anything at all. How did the female elf kill 200 to 300 thieves in just a few breaths? The female elf first had to help identify the herbs. What did the herbs do? They were naturally used to treat diseases and injuries. It reminded me of the wounds on the female thieves' faces. It was clear that this belonged to the latter. The words the female elf said when she left clearly told Leo that she was being hunted by an organization called MI7. This man and woman appeared shortly after, and their identities were still used. Say, Leo's current strength is far inferior to even two hands. So how can he compare with these two people? In the blink of an eye, Leo had already understood the current situation. Even though he had risen to the first level and became a necromancer, he was still as weak as an ant in front of the strong men in this world. Even the female elf could chase him. Killing characters crushing Leo to death is no more difficult than squeezing an ant to death. Many times, reason tells people that they should do this. But inexplicable emotions make people choose another approach. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Leo's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Ghost!" and then ran away. As soon as he took 2 steps to run, Leo put a hand on his shoulder. "Isn't it too late to leave now? Your acting skills are too bad. Why is this man so strong?" Leo felt the hand on his shoulder weighing down like a mountain, making every bone in his body groan. "Boy, don't you have anything to say?" The man who pressed Leo down with one hand until he broke out in cold sweat spoke in a gloomy tone, making Leo feel like he would be killed immediately if he said something wrong. "Ah, hero!" Leo suddenly shouted loudly. I said. As for what Leo wants to say, to borrow a line from a certain movie, this is exactly what it is. The villain lives in the south of Elwyn Forest, with a house and fields at home, and a life of endless happiness. Who would have thought that Defias was so arrogant and merciless that he burned down my big house and destroyed my fields? Bastard. Leo was talking enthusiastically, but the hand on his shoulder suddenly tightened, and a sharp pain made him shut his mouth immediately. Why is my brother so unlucky? I just got a level up, and I haven't had time to be happy. I originally thought that a life of abuse was coming soon, but in the blink of an eye, I was abused again. How could there be such a place on the coffee table of life? Many cups? Brother, what do you want me to say? The cold aura of that powerful man made Leo feel as if the pores all over his body were shrinking rapidly. This man was definitely a ruthless character. Huh? Natural awakening? The woman next to her seemed to notice something. She squatted down and twirled the fine particles on the ground with her fingers, looking at Leo with a somewhat surprised look. Leo felt guilty. The fine particles that the woman noticed were left behind by the absorbed wolves. What is natural awakening? Didn't this girl see something? Natural awakening. The gloomy man let go of his hand and looked Leo up and down with the eyes of a cherished animal. The gloomy man looked at Leo obviously differently. What is the concept of natural awakening? That is the mark of genius. And it is the genius among geniuses. As long as any genius who can awaken naturally continues to practice and does not fall halfway, he will become the top powerhouse in the continent. Although the top powerhouse does not necessarily require a naturally awakened genius, such a person is undoubtedly much higher than others at the starting point. Even I couldn't awaken naturally, but this kid in front of me did it, which is really enviable. Let me tell you, what is natural awakening? Hey, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy? Leo rubbed his shoulders and muttered. I don't know what the strength of the two women is, but the man, he was so strong that I had no ability to resist him when I met him. You don't know about natural awakening? The woman looked at Leo and found that he didn't look like he was lying. Then she reached out strangely and grabbed his arm before Leo could even react. Beauty, what do you want to do? I'm a serious person. Don't mess around. Leo looked weak. By the way, this woman is also very strong. With my now strengthened body, her actions, I could only see an afterimage. Damn. Why are there so many strong people in this world? Hiss. Leo clearly heard the gloomy man and the woman holding his arm take a breath, and the two showed unconcealable shock. You haven't used the talent stone before. A person who has never used a talent stone can actually awaken naturally. How is this possible? Talent stone? What the H.L.? Leo listened in a daze, but he felt the two men's hands holding him tighter. Brother and sister. Be gentle. Be gentle. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It didn't matter if the two of them exerted force. Lyoko suffered. He felt as if his bones were crushed by the two men and women. Brothers and sisters. Don't be so excited. Stay calm. Stay calm. This kid's talent is incredible. I'm even a little jealous. Leo was startled by the gloomy man's words. Big brother. Are you going to kill me out of envy and jealousy? Although I am a little handsome, I am not too handsome. The woman nodded and said, this kid is really amazing. after using the talent stone. If he receives good guidance and development, his future is limitless. It would be a pity to let him wander outside. Why not bring him back and let me train him? Training? Leo admitted that he was shocked. By the way, she's training. And she's a woman. And she doesn't sound too old by the sound of her voice. Are there any whips, candles, or tying up magic horses? Ugh. This is so evil. Chapter 13 MI7. The Stormwind City Assassin Group is one of the oldest organizations in the world of Azeroth. Its members are elite assassins, who are willing to devote themselves to the kingdom. Its duties make all nobles fear it, and execute all those who are not responsible in their own way. A traitor loyal to the kingdom is what most people call an assassin. Of course, the Stormwind Assassins are just a popular name, and the official name of the kingdom is MI7. But such an organization that was originally shunned by others is yearned for by countless people throughout the kingdom of Stormwind. Because the public institutions of the kingdom have promoted its reputation to the extreme, a group of elegant warriors, whose talents are too different to be suitable as members. Ordinary warriors join the army. They are mysterious figures who operate at night, surrounded by mystery and legend. Noble, mysterious, and powerful. All three in one. This is the impression of the Stormwind City Assassins in the minds of the people of the kingdom. Almost all citizens believe that this assassin group is an indispensable part of the kingdom, and that their work is necessary and worthy of respect. Under its influence, many young people with dreams made the decision to embark on the path of being a stalker at the most important moment in their lives. Among them, there was no shortage of children from wealthy families and noble families. Although most of them are destined to have no chance with the assassin group, this still cannot change the decision of the young people. Awire and Passonia are the current leaders of MI7. They have powerful strength that countless stalkers yearn for. Due to their existence, many foreign stalkers come to the kingdom because they admire them, and many are willing to join MI7. 7 places. The female high elf Fizzle Denev is one of them. However, only a limited number of people know the true identity of the female elf. In the eyes of outsiders, she is just a trainee paladin who is working hard to become a paladin. It is absolutely impossible for a trainee paladin to be related to MI7 in the eyes of outsiders. After all, although the Holy Light Cathedral has remained silent, this is only because the priests understand that the existence of the assassin group is beneficial to the entire kingdom. They do not will condone assassinations like those of the assassin group. At this time, Fuzel, the female trainee paladin, looked expressionlessly at the human man lying in front of him, out of breath, as if he might not be able to catch his next breath at any moment. This human man has the same black hair as Fuzel, but Fuzel's eyes are green, while this man's eyes are black. Leo, stop playing those little tricks of yours. Sister Denev, just be okay. I'm a warlock. This kind of training standard isn't suitable for me. The man lying on the ground was Leo. On the 3rd day after being brought to Stormwind City by the 2 thieves, a male and a female, he was handed over to the female elf with the same hair color as himself to receive rigorous training. Before that, Leo was reinforced with talent stones by the man named Wolson and the woman Passonia. I don't know if it is because the power of death studied by the Necromancer is very similar to the power of darkness. Leo was confirmed to have the talent to become a shadow priest and warlock. In the end, Leo became a warlock. As for why he was not a shadow priest, well, do you think that the priests of the Holy Light Cathedral are dissatisfied with the assassins? And the assassins with their own arrogance will be dissatisfied with them? Would Watson and Passonia push a person with such great talent to the Cathedral of the Holy Light if they had a choice? Talent stone enhancement in this world is a way for rich people to increase their strength. In this world, a person has the opportunity to use the talent stone once in his life. After using it, more than 90% of people can awaken and have their own fighting profession. This is what Leo understands as choosing his own role and becoming a warrior mage. In order to obtain powerful abilities, they can break away from the ranks of ordinary people. This kind of awakening with the help of external objects is of course not as good as Leo's natural awakening. However, there may not be one person who naturally awakens in the entire world in 100 years. Awakening using talent stones has of course become the most important method of awakening. However, the quantity of such good things is naturally not too large. So the price of gifted stones is very expensive, and people with insufficient wealth simply cannot afford it. The high price alone has almost cut off the path for civilians to become warriors. In fact, whether it is the strengthening of talent stones or the training he is currently receiving, the ultimate beneficiary is Leo. After the natural awakening, there is still a chance to strengthen the talent stone. In that strengthening, Leo gained the benefit of increasing all attributes by 10 points, compared to a person who simply relies on talent stones to awaken and only has a 10-point increase in all attributes at level 1. Leo, a time traveler who has a total of 30-point increases in all attributes at this level, naturally has many disadvantages. The difference in starting point will also have a huge impact on the future, because the attribute point bonus obtained at each level is related to the initial value at level 1. For example, a person with an initial attribute of 10 points will only get 1 to 2 points of attribute improvement for each level he upgrades, while a person like Leo with 30 or so attributes will get a bonus of 3 to 4 points for each level. A level 1 improvement is better than someone else's level 2 or 3 improvement. When it comes to the latter, the gap is really not small. If you can't train before sunset, just wait for 3 times the amount of training in the evening. After speaking, Fusel left without looking back, leaving behind a depressed Leo. Aww. Why do others meet cute Lolita when they travel through time? But I meet a crazy female who torments people. Leo was about to burst into tears. What's the point of training like this? Why am I a warlock? You want to be trained as a thief because you, Fizzle, are a 3 professor who is a rogue, a warlock, and a mage? Sister, you are a genius among geniuses. You can't hold me to your standards. I am just a little cup who has traveled through time. You know, cup. It's the kind that breaks into pieces when thrown hard. My bones can't withstand such torture. In Leo's impression, as a magician, a warlock's training should rely on meditation and other methods, like a mage. Even if he has to accept the so-called training, he shouldn't be too sad. Unfortunately, reality is always cruel. Only after falling into the hands of Fusel did he realize how difficult it was to become a powerful warlock. During the day, you have to undergo a variety of physical training to increase your physical strength, resistance to blows, explosive strength, physical agility, reaction speed, etc. In Leo's opinion, training should only be received by warriors and thieves. You can't rest at night. You have to spend the whole night communicating with the elements. This communication is very similar to the form of meditation that Leo knows. In Leo's opinion, its function is not only to the biggest benefit besides increasing your control over the elements is that it replaces sleep. Naturally, this is also a rare moment of rest for Leo in the day, because the communication element seems too simple to him. Well, I don't have to sleep anymore. And it has been like this for more than a year. If I can still be active every day without sleeping for more than a year, I am afraid it would have been taken away to be sliced and studied on the earth. Chapter 14 Pig's feet are all bitches. A stone bed, a stone table, and 2 stone benches. This is the living environment of Fusel. And it is also where Leo stayed for more than a year. 1 room, 1 bed. Leo and Fusel lived here for more than a year. Well, it seems difficult to talk about this without arousing the why of the experts. A lonely man and a widow, living together. 1 room, dry wood and fire. But is this really the case? Leo could only cry about this. It is true that a man and a woman are alone. And it is true that they live together in the same room. But there is really no such thing as firewood and fire. Over the past year, Leo has been training more and more during the day, and meditating all night at night. The female elf Fusel was basically just like the legendary ascetic, drinking some water and eating 1 or 2 pieces of black bread every day, and sitting motionless on the stone stool like a pillar at night. If she hadn't been breathing, Leo would have thought the person in front of him was a statue. In this situation, who the elf thinks that I and this female elf are nothing but a raging fire, facing the statue like Fizzle. You have nowhere to vent your anger. Right? What? Take the initiative. You say? I'll give it a try. If you have the guts, give it a try. Faced with such a woman who is a thief, mage, and warlock, take the initiative and take a look. What's even more depressing is that she is actually a trainee paladin. Which means that it's possible for Sissel to become a paladin. Damn it. This female elf is basically a top-level boss template NPC in the game. If you have the ability, go and touch her. At least the day's training ended before sunset. Leo thought that he finally got through it again. In other words, the increasingly heavy training made me breathless. It seemed that I was stuck at my limit every time, and I would never give up until I squeezed out the last drop of my energy. As for why Leo didn't goof off when Fusel didn't see it, apart from being spotted by the female elf every time he cheated, there was also Leo's own reason. If Leo hadn't encountered the defiant thieves who set up Duhan in Elwyn Forest after traveling through time, Leo would never be as self-conscious as he is now. That day in the forest, the powerless feeling of being ignored and being slaughtered was like a big invisible hand tightly grasping Leo's heart. If I hadn't happened to say the word ice-covered grass at that time, if I hadn't met a female elf who needed ice-covered grass, what would have happened to me? He was absolutely watching his own life being drained of blood by Serena and dying in pain. But he had no power to resist it all. Perhaps it was that experience that gave me a thorough understanding of the 4 words respect the strong. Leo does not deny that he is very eager for strong strength now, because he doesn't want to be a weakling whose right to survive will be vetoed by others. Even if he is not at the top of the world's food chain, he still has to be a person who can fight when others erase his right to exist. Leo never wants to become the kind of weak person who doesn't even have the power to resist. No wonder there are so many waste materials on the internet. No wonder so many YY articles want to abuse the host first. It turns out that the root cause is here. Think about it. If you don't torture the pig's feet first, and torture them until their livers tremble, by God, an ordinary person after time travel will think about how to fight for hegemony, and how to work hard to become stronger. I have never experienced this. When some things happen in time travel, people say they want to fight for hegemony, and go through hardships of life and death to become the strongest. Isn't this nonsense? If the pig's feet are not brutally tortured, even if a modern person has a golden finger after time travel, he will probably not have any thoughts of seeking hegemony. Have you not seen so many leisure time travel and farming articles on the internet? By the way, these pig trotters are really cheap. If you don't torture them, you won't know how to make progress. People are forced out. And this seems to make sense, both from a psychological and physiological perspective. Dragging heavy steps back to the stone house. The most relaxing moment of the day was about to come. Meditation at night was a rest for Leo. But when he saw the situation in the stone house clearly, this relaxed mood disappeared instantly. At this time, there was not only Fusel alone in the stone house, but there was another person who was also an old acquaintance of Leo. She was Passonia, who made Leo hate her when he mentioned her. But she was like a mouse meeting a cat when they met her. Leo turned green with fright when he saw Passonia appearing in the stone house. Over the past year, every time Passonia appeared in front of him, his training volume would increase a lot. What do you think of Leo? Aoning is not afraid. This woman has just increased her training volume a lot since she came here 2 days ago. Now she comes again today. You are really afraid that you will not be able to kill me. Sister, why are you here again? I haven't adapted to the current amount of training. Do you want to increase the amount again? We don't do this. Leo really doesn't give in to Passonia. This girl's strength is not on the same level as him. And she has so many vicious tricks in her mind that you can't even give in. What is this? What kind of character? This is the queen. Faisal, the royal sister type Leo, dared to show off his cleverness. But when faced with Passonia, the scheming queen, Leo was as obedient as anything. Even though he didn't know how many times he had sex in his heart. The situation of pushing the other party. Seeing Leo, Passonia's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation that no one else could notice. This kid not only has great talent, but also has a good willpower, and works hard enough. He seems to be cheating. But in fact, he can achieve every training goal. The speed of his strength improvement over the past year is not unsatisfactory. If he can persevere and become a strong man, it will not be a problem at all. Appreciation is appreciation. But Passonia would not show any emotion. She said in her usual calm tone, Earl Presto wants to see you. Come with me. Count Presto? Is she the countess who was assassinated? It seems that the female elf who assassinated her was chased by Passonia and Watson because of her own reasons. Why is this woman seeing me? Is she here to accuse me? However, Passonia, who has the personality of a queen, is not the kind of person who would just hand over her subordinates to others when they ask questions. Leo was confused, but he didn't dare to delay and quickly followed Passonia. It is said that Passonia included him in the MI7 list a year ago, although Leo, who was the person involved, had no idea at all at the time. Leo was the first person to join MI7 in such a confused way. I wonder what those stalkers who couldn't work in MI7 would think about it. Even if Leo knew about it, he wouldn't dare to object. How could Leo, who had suffered a lot at the hands of the scheming Queen Passonia, show any hope? Oh, if you want to join MI7, just join it. Before the time travel, this place was like a genie way. After traveling through time, I became a majestic genie way. What else could I be dissatisfied about? Is this a great spiritual victory method? Be careful when you see the Count later. That woman is not simple. Fusel reminded Leo before he left. This time, MI7 spent a lot of effort to protect Leo. The twists and turns were obvious just because it took MI7's energy for more than a year to calm down the incident. Chapter 15, Taking Advantage of the Countess. The Stormwind City assassins are like a hand holding a dagger. The entire organization is composed of 5 parts. Leaders like Awire and Passonia are the thumbs, responsible for leadership and management. There are 30 people in the entire leadership. These people are senior people who have a good understanding of the development direction of the entire assassin group and can guide the assassin group on the right path. Assassin. The other 4 fingers are responsible for training, recording, and even managing accounting books and confirming whether wages are fully paid to each member. The high salary of the assassin group is also an important reason that attracts many stalkers. Take Passonia, for example. Before joining the assassins, she was a notorious thief among the nobles. She was arrested and imprisoned for many high-profile crimes. But because the crimes she committed were all extremely minor, therefore, he would be released after being locked up for a short period of time. This made the nobles extremely angry. But due to the laws of the kingdom and Passonia's great strength, they did not dare to take drastic actions. And when Awire came to her and promised that she would join the assassin group and be responsible for solving the shady work in the kingdom in her own way, she immediately agreed. There are many stalkers in the kingdom like Passonia who commit crimes just to seek excitement. Although they commit crimes repeatedly, it does not mean that they are evil. As long as they are allowed to do what they like and have a lot of money, wages, they will become loyal warriors of the kingdom. Such people are also the main source of members of the assassin corps. Passonia is the leader of the thumb scale, below which are the index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger. On the surface, Fusel is just a ring finger level member of the assassin group. Not to mention that compared to a leader like Passonia, even the ordinary members of the middle finger and index finger are not as good as him. But he has been with her for a year. Leo, who knew more, understood that the strength of the female high elf was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Not to mention the ordinary members of the middle finger and the index finger. Even the leader of the index finger is no match for her. Even if the strength of the female high elf is not as good as Passonia, it will not be much different. She is such a person. Now she tells Leo that the countess named Presto is not simple. If Leo doesn't pay attention to her, he will really be hopeless. It seemed like I had to be very alert for this meeting. People who made Fusel feel that they were not simple were a fatal threat to me. When I saw the countess named Presto, I had better behave in a well-behaved manner, so as not to let the mistress seize the opportunity to get angry. That's what he thought. But when Leo actually saw the female mistress he talked about, this kid still did something that gave Passonia a headache. Fellow? Compatriots? Leo blinked. The countess named Presto actually had black hair and black eyes. She had a soft and beautiful face, a small nose and a small mouth. She had obvious similarities with the Caucasian appearance of the kingdom of Stormwind. The difference is that this is completely a Chinese beauty. It is said that this countess is not a native of the kingdom of Stormwind, but a human noble who migrated here. The article here is huge. Who knows her background? Could it be that she is also a time traveler? Leo couldn't control his emotions. Time travel seemed to be a very desirable thing. But who could understand the loneliness of a time traveler? Traveling to a world with different languages, different characters, and different cultures. So what if you dominate the world? Are you truly alone? In another world? It might be better if the soul traveled through it. But it would be miserable for someone like Leo to travel through the body. No father. No mother. No relatives. This is Leo's true situation in another world. When Leo was looking at Presto, the countess was also looking at Leo carefully. He had the same black hair and black eyes as himself. If it was just black hair or black eyes, it wouldn't be a big deal. But it would be strange if both of them appeared in one person. Could this person named Leo be a member of his own race? Could it be that he was sent by his annoying big brother? Otherwise, how could he prevent MI7 from hunting down his assassin? With a tentative mind, Presto gently stretched out his hand, while Leo suppressed the emotions in his heart and held the countess's hand according to the etiquette he learned from Fusel. Kiss the hand. TSK TSK. These little hands are so slippery. Okay. Leo is evil. When he held Countess Presto's little hand, he subconsciously squeezed it slightly hard and said, okay. According to legend, it makes people envious. Hateful behavior. Leo thought he was being secretive. But who was Passonia next to him? How could she not tell? This boy is so lawless. He dares to provoke this woman Presto. He is really desperate. No. I have to find a way to get him to leave Stormwind City temporarily. I may not be able to save him from Presto's revenge. Anyway, his body has been basically strengthened now. And his basic training has long exceeded the standards of a warlock. It's just right to let this kid go out for training. What Leo didn't know was that it was his own behavior that allowed him to finally get out of the boring sea of training every day. If this kid knew, he might be successful. So, this moping has its benefits. Presto smiled softly at Leo's mooching behavior, and a cold glint unknown to others flashed across the Countess's eyes. This boy is so bold. He dares to be rude to me. However, he does have a faint aura of his own race. Although it seems that the aura is very thin after many generations of blood, the Countess can still detect it. Although this aura is from the same race, I don't feel any closeness to him at all. Instead, I feel a vague fear. Such a person is not something my elder brother can control, because the blood inherited in the other person's body is definitely better than my own. The elder brother comes more noble. In other words, the ancestors of this human boy named Leo are nobler than his father. How can this be? Presto was extremely shocked. His father was a powerful man at the level of a Grand Duke, even nobler than him. Could it be that this boy inherited the blood of the royal family? Leo, I accept the explanation handed over by MI7. Today I formally pardon you. You are not guilty. After speaking, Presto turned and left, as if she didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Her actions were seen as Pasonia's eyes just confirmed the Countess's idea that she was angry because of being taken advantage of by Leo. And it also strengthened her determination to let Leo temporarily leave Stormwind City. But what Passonia didn't see was a meaningful smile on the corner of Presto's mouth as he left. A human who may have the blood of our royal family. Haha. This Kingdom of Storm is really interesting. If my annoying big brother knew about it, the Storm Kingdom would definitely become lively. Hey, why are you leaving? I haven't tested you to see if you are my fellow countrymen. Leo's face was filled with regret. And this boy didn't even think about how bad his previous behavior of taking advantage of others was. Even a fellow countryman would be angered by this boy. By the way, moochers are just as annoying as the wretched uncles on the bus. Chapter 16 Inexperience. Stormwind City. A brief conversation in the stone house of Fizzle. Passonia. Are you just going to let that kid go? What can we do if we don't let him go? That kid got into a lot of trouble this time. Presto is also very powerful. Although she pardoned Leo's sins, her performance at that time made Leo it brings more trouble. You mean those nobles who have nothing to do? That woman deliberately looked angry when she left. Those nobles who wanted to show off in front of her would miss such a good opportunity. Leo's current identity is just a commoner. No. But aren't they good at bullying civilians? It's better to let him avoid the limelight. So you gave him this mission? Although that kid is very weak. He is better than his brain. He has a brain no less than a middle finger level assassin in the group. Passonia. How long do you think it will take Leo to complete the task? At least half a year. No. I think at least a year. Haha. Fuzel. You do have confidence in him. Fukasil and Passonia were talking about Leo. So where is this kid now? Is this Stormwind City? The construction is really majestic. The main road of the city can accommodate at least 10 carriages traveling at the same time. It seems that the big city built by the magic civilization is not worse than the technological civilization. In Stormwind City, a man with black hair and black eyes was slowly walking out of the city with a flow of people. Looking very inconspicuous in the huge flow of people. No need to ask. This man is Leo. He finally escaped from the clutches of those two women. Although it was only temporary. At this time, Leo's heart was filled with joy. He really didn't expect that Passonia would actually give him a task to get him out of Stormwind City. You must know that he is the criminal who prevented MI7 from hunting down the assassin who killed Countess Presto. Although Leo explained to them that he did not know that it was the assassin, but because the other party saved him from the Defias thief. They wanted to repay the favor. So it delayed Passonia and Watson. But the key question is, who cares about his explanation? Thinking about it, if he had not proved that he was a master of herbal medicine by accurately identifying various herbal medicines dozens of times, and coupled with the full protection of MI7, I am afraid that he would have been on the guillotine, and become the one who calmed the anger of some powerful people. What a pitiful creature. This is the first time for me to visit Stormwind City in such a relaxed way. Speaking of which, I'm really not used to the absence of Fuzel, the royal sister. staring at me from the side. Let me stop you. Is it possible that I am really a bitch? I feel comfortable if I have someone to control me. Right? I remember that I don't seem to be a masochist. Get away! You untouchables! Go away! Didn't you see Lord Greg's car? Get out of here! You untouchables! Just when Leo was still wondering whether he had developed a masochistic tendency over the past year or so, an arrogant voice came into his ears. Looking around, he saw a horse-drawn carriage traveling rapidly through the city. The road the horse-drawn carriage was traveling on was specially reserved for nobles, and there were no idlers blocking the way. But even so, the driver on the carriage still waved his whip and cursed, as if he couldn't show his difference otherwise. Oh, this bitch is really cheating. Leo rolled his eyes in silent contempt for the coachman. Leo was not the kind of boring pig's trotter who would jump out to show how capable he was when he saw some people being arrogant. Leo had seen a lot of people like the coachman before traveling through time. Before time travel, in the company, I acted like a submissive person in front of the leaders, and acted like a boss in front of my subordinates. This kind of guy who thinks he is superior to others because he is attached to certain people exists no matter which world he is in. And the quantity is quite large. Can you handle it? Besides, there are privileged classes everywhere. The only difference is in the form of expression. In this world, the nobility are the privileged class, and they are unabashedly privileged class. Since they are a privileged class, they must have something different from the common people. For example, in the same city and going to the same place, the nobles take different paths from the common people. In fact, even in the society before time travel that called for equality for all, there were differences between people. Otherwise, why would there be various rules that restrict the public, such as the so-called non-members not allowed to enter in some places? And why are there so-called special offers that separate certain people from the general public in certain aspects, such as cooking oil? Don't talk about fighting against injustice if you don't like it. Even if you do good deeds to help an old lady, you have to consider whether your financial strength is sufficient. If you encounter a thief at home and you dare to hurt him, you will be sentenced. Let me ask, is there anyone else who doesn't like it? How dare you look down upon Shinma? If you are not so powerful that you can make the whole world revolve around you, and make the whole world change because of you, then you have to adapt to this world. If you want to move forward, how can you do it without paying the price? Leo smiled self-deprecatingly, and looked away from the arrogant coachman. But if even a coachman is so arrogant, it seems that the master must be even less of a thing. Guh. Count Rig? I remember you. After this episode, Leo's original good mood suddenly disappeared. He walked out of Stormwind City quickly, like an ordinary person in a hurry, without attracting anyone's attention. However, this was just what Leo thought he did without attracting anyone's attention. Soon after he walked out of the city gate, a group of people dressed as adventurers followed him out of Stormwind City and chased him straight in the direction Leo was walking. It seemed that Leo was careless after all. He had black hair and black eyes. Apart from Countess Presto, only Leo had this in Stormwind City. It would not be difficult for someone with such obvious characteristics to find him. And even if Leo didn't have any obvious features, he couldn't hide it from everyone's eyes. This kid was full of flaws in front of experienced trackers. This kid is still inexperienced after all. After more than 10 groups of adventurers left the city following Leo's traces, a guard at the city gate muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Leo would be absolutely shocked if he saw the true face of this guard, because this was the powerful male thief Wilson Flymore, who hunted down the female elf assassin with Passonia that day. So many people are looking for trouble for you. Boy, it seems that you will have a pleasant journey. But there are really enough boring nobles in Stormwind City. This woman, Presto, has already had such a great influence on Stormwind City. The situation? This may not be a good thing for the kingdom. Chapter 17. This is indeed not a misunderstanding. Dalvos is a very inconspicuous and small character in the Adventurers Guild of the Kingdom of Stormwind. But his inconspicuousness and small role are compared to the huge Adventurers Guild that is spread throughout the kingdom. In fact, as a mid-level warrior, Darworth still has quite a reputation in some circles. Ha. Amuda, you can't even hit a bird. There were playful sounds behind Darworth. Normally, he might have said a few words. But now that he was in a good mood, he just allowed his men to make a fuss. This mission seemed too easy to Darworth, and he didn't know which hot-headed nobleman had issued it. He actually paid a high price of 200 gold coins for the head of the boy named Leo, a rookie whose strength has not even reached the rank. His head is actually worth 200 gold coins. TSK. This is really like buying cabbage as gold. Although he has infinite contempt for the noble who issued this task. Darworth hopes that there are more such tasks as possible. It can make a lot of money, and be easy at the same time. Who wouldn't? In Darworth's mind. The nobleman who issued this task was a typical example of people who are stupid and have too much money. Amuda was very depressed now. He was just unhappy with the black bird that had been following the team since they entered the forest. So he gave it an arrow. Unexpectedly, the black bird actually dodged his shot and even flapped. The wings flew away with a strange squeak, causing him to be laughed at by his teammates for a while. Amuda, who was feeling ashamed amidst the laughter of his companions, soon found the target of his anger. A white wolf. At the same time, Darworth also saw the white wolf peering at his adventure team from a distance. The wolf's fur was snow white, which was extremely rare in Elwyn Forest. If its wolf skin was exposed to the storm, you can definitely sell it for a big price in the city. And those rich ladies are very willing to spend money. Amuda, be careful. The fur of this beast can be sold for at least 50 gold coins. Fearing that his men would shoot arrows randomly and damage the white wolf's fur, Darworth hurriedly reminded him. 50 gold coins. The eyes of the adventurers lit up. For a team of adventurers, like them, who live in low-level areas, it is considered good to have an average income of 5 gold coins a month after excluding various expenses. The fur of a wild wolf is worth 10 gold coins were worth their hard work for a year. I didn't expect that I would have such good luck this time. Amuda's hands were trembling a little. He didn't expect that the white wolf's fur was actually worth 50 gold coins. If he missed shooting and the white wolf's fur was damaged, then Darworth wouldn't skin him. Naturally, Darworth would not place his hope only on Amuda. He made a gesture to the adventurers in the team, asking them to get ready and make sure not to let the white wolf escape. Amuda began to draw the bow, and the muscles of Darworth and other adventurers began to tighten. Everyone's attention was focused on the white wolf in the distance. The adventurers did not notice the white wolf in the sky that was covered by Amuda. The little black bird that was chasing away had already flown above their heads. In fact, even if someone noticed it, they wouldn't care. It's just a small black bird as big as a palm. Not to mention the white wolf, whose fur is worth 50 gold coins. Accurate. Darworth was about to launch an attack on the white wolf. But suddenly, there was a bad feeling in his heart. A burst of intense pain like a burning flame instantly swept through every nerve in Darworth's body. The companions around him only saw a layer of flames suddenly rising up from Darworth's body and surrounding him. This sudden change made them all stunned for a moment. Oops. Someone attacked. After all, these people live a life of licking blood with the tip of a knife. They quickly reacted and quickly stood in a small circle to protect Darworth inside. Although the moment of daze is short-lived, it is enough for a deliberate attacker. As soon as Amuda turned around, he saw a jet-black ball of light the size of a fist hitting him. The speed of this jet-black light group was so fast that he was hit without any time to react. Ah! Amuda let out a scream, shook his body twice, and fell on his back. At the same time, black spots began to appear on his skin, as if his body had been splashed with a layer of corrosive solution. It hurt so much. The archers were rolling on the ground. Shadow arrow. Corrosion. Be careful. The sneak attacker is a warlock. Darboz was shocked when he saw Amuda's miserable state, and he endured the pain to remind the others. Why would a warlock attack a low-level adventure team like ours? Darworth couldn't understand that even if the status of warlocks who studied dark power was not as high as that of mages, the status of warlocks was much higher than that of a small adventure group like his, which was composed of ordinary adventurers and middle and low-level warriors. You need to know that it is easy to become a warrior who relies on your body to make a living, and it is not difficult to become an archer. However, if you want to become a profession such as a warlock or a mage that requires learning a variety of knowledge, it is impossible to succeed if you do not have a certain social status and financial strength. Because without social status, it is impossible for you to have access to relevant knowledge inheritance. And without sufficient financial strength, it is impossible to afford the large expenses required to learn various magic knowledge. It stands to reason that a low-level small adventure team like his would not be able to offend any high-ranking people, etc. Darworth suddenly thought of a dark-haired black man named Leo, who he considered to be a rookie. Hitomi young man. Damn it. No wonder his life is worth 200 gold coins. It turns out he is a warlock. Darworth couldn't help but feel extremely upset. He thought the nobleman who issued the mission was stupid. But it turned out that he was the real stupid person. Lord Warlock, We are just an ordinary small adventure team. I think this misunderstanding should not happen between us. Darworth spoke with a glimmer of hope. Misunderstanding? You have been following me in Stormwind City. And you dare to tell me that this is a misunderstanding? A voice came over. And Darworth followed the sound and saw a young man with black hair and black eyes walking out from behind a big tree. This guy is indeed a rookie. Seeing the other party appear, Darworth felt happy in his heart. If this warlock keeps hiding and keeps attacking with spells, then his group will be in danger. In this dense forest, even if his group of people die under his spells, they may not be able to see his shadow. But this little rookie actually ran out of his hiding place, which made it much easier to handle. Darworth smiled ferociously. You are right. This is indeed not a misunderstanding. Your life is worth 200 gold coins. Little rookie. After saying that, Darworth, who was a mid-level warrior, quickly rushed towards the black-haired young man. At Darworth's speed, the less than a kilometer distance between the two could only be covered in 4 or 5 breaths. Seeing the astonished expression on the black-haired young man's face, Darworth felt slightly excited. 200 gold coins are in hand. Chapter 18. My bird uses its eyeballs as bubbles to stomp on. You little rookie. Go to HL. Darworth had a mocking smile on his face. This rookie warlock named Leo could only regret in HL why he showed up. Seeing that he made himself 200 gold coins, he just took his head back. As for the body, he left it in place to save the beasts in the forest. Captain, be careful. While he was feeling proud, Darworth suddenly heard the exclamations of several of his men. What happened? Darworth felt a black shadow suddenly pass by the corner of his eye. And then his eyes darkened. A sharp pain that he had never experienced before made Darworth couldn't help but drop the weapon in his hand and cover his eyes. There was a wet and greasy feeling between his tentacles, and the smell of blood was transmitted to his brain through the olfactory nerve. A wet and greasy liquid that smells of blood. Could it be? Darworth was shocked. Ah! My eyes. My eyes. Darworth, who was so proud just a moment ago, covered his eyes and rolled over, blood dripping down from the gaps between the fingers covering his face. A small black bird the size of a palm flapped its wings and made a strange and unpleasant croaking sound in its mouth at the shocked adventurers. It grabbed 2 round and greasy balls as if to demonstrate and stopped at a tree. On the big tree, the black bird's claws were holding the 2 demolished eyeballs on Darworth's body. Oh! 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 He looks like he's in pain. Leo pointed at Darworth, who was wailing in pain, with an innocent expression, and looked at him with a look of shock and anger. Several adventurers said, well, this really has nothing to do with me. It was all done by it. After saying that, the boy pointed at the black bird croaking on the big tree. The adventurers looked up and saw the little black bird placing Darworth's 2 eyeballs on the branch, then raised its claws and stepped on them. Puff! Puff! These 2 extremely soft shattering sounds sounded like heavy drums in the hearts of all the adventurers. For no reason, the few remaining adventurers felt an uncontrollable fear of the palm-sized black bird. Wow! My bird is so handsome. It can stomp on people's eyeballs. Leo whistled and said in a tone that didn't deserve a beating. The adventurers were furious when they heard this. Just now, this kid said that it was none of his business. And now he said that the black bird was raised by him. Aren't he treating us like fools? They were still angry, but no one dared to rush towards Leo again. The tragic situation in Dalworth really frightened them. They are not mid-level warriors like Darworth, who can resist the warlock spells head-on with their strong bodies. They are just ordinary adventurers who have not successfully awakened. The warlock only needs a corrosion spell to cause them pain, rolling on the ground, thus losing combat effectiveness and allowing others to slaughter him. This warlock is definitely not a rookie. He is at least a low-level warlock. Although there are 8 people on his side, they are all ordinary adventurers and are not his opponent at all. Since you are not your opponent, just run. Several adventurers glanced at each other, turned around and fled in several directions. Want to run? Leo's eyes flashed coldly. These people wanted his life for money. How could he let them go? Since they want to kill someone, they have to be mentally prepared to be killed. Useless kindness is the most stupid behavior in a world where the jungle is strong. Leo waved his hands one after another, and the warlock's instant corrosion spell was thrown on the heads of the adventurers before they were out of his sight. How can the corrosion of dark elements be tolerated by ordinary people who have not yet awakened to become professionals? For a while, there were constant screams in the forest. A mid-level warrior with a low-level hunter, who doesn't even have pets, and 8 ordinary people dare to chase him. These people are really ignorant and fearless. They didn't even think about it. Was it so easy to earn 200 gold coins? It's true that people and money die. And birds die for food. Holding back the nausea in his heart, he took out a cloth bag from the waist of Dalworth, who was already out of breath. Leomo used his magic power to check it. With a lot of messy materials, and about 100 gold coins. This mid-level warrior didn't seem to be doing too well. But this cloth bag is pretty good. With 6 cubic meters of space. The cloth bag on Dalworth's waist is a space container. Of course, given his wealth, the cloth bag is just a very low-level space container. In a game on Earth, this is equivalent to the existence of a novice backpack for game characters. But who said Leo didn't even have the lowest level space container? Even the low-level space container is a good thing that can catch his eye now. Passonia. This damn woman. Let me go on a long trip without even giving me a single coin. This is really stingy. Fortunately, you adventurers who sacrificed your little self to fulfill your big self have delivered the goods to your door. Otherwise, brother, I'm still worried about travel expenses. By the way, has this damn woman already planned that something like this will happen to me? Leo, who was muttering, suddenly lowered his body, rolled on the spot, and quickly hid behind a big tree, where he was standing before. 3 arrows were stuck in the ground, and the arrows had completely submerged into the ground. Wow! You are actually playing sneak attack. This is too tasteless. Leo, who was hiding behind a tree, began to protest. Damn it! You guys are just fighting in groups. But you are still engaging in sneak attacks. Why are you so shameless? Boy, you talk so much nonsense. There were rustling sounds from the surrounding dense forest. This was someone approaching Leo's hiding place from several directions. It looks like there are quite a few people there. Pouting his lips, Leo showed a teasing smile. Play with me. You are still a little green. The people who were approaching Leo didn't notice that the white wolf that had been spying on Dalvos from a distance suddenly disappeared. Ah! Ah! Several screams were heard, and it seemed that several of the people who were approaching Leo were attacked. Be careful. There is a black bird and a white wolf attacking us. Ah! Someone's voice came from one direction. But before the person could finish speaking, he let out a scream. It seems that he has followed in the footsteps of the others before him. Listening to the scream, Leo shook his head, leaned on the tree and said with a leisurely look, It's all about talking more. And all the troubles are coming out. You said you can see it. Why do you have to say it? Silence is golden. Do you understand this? Look. Your life is at stake. Because several companions died one after another. There was a slight commotion among the people who were approaching Leo. This forced their leader to speak out to stabilize people's hearts. Don't panic. Everyone. This is a warlock, and there should be a low-level hunter secretly assisting him. Let's rush over and kill the warlock first, and then deal with the hunter slowly. This guy reacted very quickly. But he relied on himself rather than the fictitious fellow hunter. Also, why does Mal have to kill the warlock first, and then deal with the hunter? Is this a warlock so easy to bully? I remember that my appearance is not something that everyone dislikes. Chapter 19 The Mob. From time to time, screams of people dying could be heard from the surrounding dense forest. Leo leaned on the tree and half squinted his eyes. Seemingly leisurely. It's better to have thugs. Look at me. It's just soy sauce, and you can get a steady stream of upgrade energy. Compared with those miserable people who fight life and death to make a slight improvement in their strength. I don't know how happy they are. How many times? In other words, this is the way time travelers should live. 3 low-level hunters who haven't learned how to tame pets. 2 warriors who have just learned to charge and fight bravely. And 30 or 40 ordinary adventurers who haven't awakened yet. How can a team like this still want to kill me? You guys are too capable. Think about it. Leo thinks these adventurers are really bad. Compared with the 2 women from MI7 who ravaged him to pieces. These so-called adventurers, who live a life of licking blood, are completely inferior in terms of strength and brains. Could this be the difference between the game's big boss and the minions? These adventurers are not in sync with each other, and are wary of each other. It seems to be a temporary alliance formed by several small groups. They probably joined forces under pressure, after seeing that they had killed a team of mid-level warriors. Compared to the group of adventurers, who immediately ran away after seeing themselves killing mid-level warriors. These people were really stupid. Or should I say, they are all the type who want money rather than their lives. I really don't know what to say. Although money is attractive to people. You have to live to get the money. Bang! There was a sound like something suddenly catching fire in the noisy forest. This bang was accompanied by a slight groan, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. It was obvious that someone was injured. Kill the brat who killed the warlock, ah! A hunter fell down from the tree in a panic. This man was also unlucky. He was accidentally attacked by the imp's flaming arrows, and landed face first when he fell. Leo felt his face hurt just by looking at it. No wonder the first thing this guy did when he got up was to scream to kill the devil kid who sneaked up on him. But you? A low-level hunter without a pet to protect you. Don't want to hide quickly after being discovered by the enemy. But just stand there and scream. Isn't this looking for death? You said that you provided such a good opportunity for me. If I don't take the opportunity to kill you, I'd really be sorry for your hard work. The appearance of the imp confirmed Leo's identity as a low-level warlock. For a warlock who studies dark power, the first criterion for entering the rank is to be able to summon a demon imp to do things for him. The rustling sounds of the man walking through the dense forest suddenly became less numerous. This was because some adventurers felt that there was nothing they could do and left. A black bird that specializes in grabbing people's eyeballs. An elusive white wolf. And the demon imp, who has appeared now, and can be worth half a mage. These three alone have already discouraged many adventurers. What's more, there is a warlock in the dense forest whose strength cannot be ignored. Although 200 gold coins made me excited, the warlock named Leo was obviously not the rookie he imagined. Look at the ruthlessness of this warlock, who kills many people in a row without mercy. How can a rookie do this? Among the 5 professionals who relied on the team of adventurers to join forces, the 3 hunters who posed the greatest threat to the other party have all died. The remaining 2 warriors are also hesitant. If they don't leave quickly, I'm afraid this dense forest will be destroyed. The place where one loses his life. Thinking of this, the remaining dozen or so ordinary adventurers retreated one after another. They stopped approaching Leo, turned around and fled into the distance, leaving only 2 low-level warriors left standing and jumping anxiously. But there is nothing to do. Leo only had 4 words to evaluate the behavior of the adventurers. Rabble. If the remaining dozen adventurers do not escape but follow the 2 warriors and continue to press towards them, they can still cause some trouble for themselves. But they actually chose what Leo thought was the stupidest thing to do to escape. This was no wonder Leo. When the 2 warriors were considering whether they should also run away, they were surprised to find that the adventurers who had run away rushed back again. This made the 2 warriors very puzzled. Did these little guys suddenly become enlightened, or did they understand? A tactic called returning carriage? When did these rough guys learn tactics? Could it be that the 2 of us have become conceited and have fallen behind the times? However, when the 2 warriors saw the situation of the adventurers clearly, their expressions changed. The adventurers who ran back all had blue-gray faces. Their hands were firmly stuck on their necks, and they kept mouthing, foaming at the mouth. This is not a back-and-forth tactic. It was clearly someone who was driven back after being poisoned. If the 2 warriors had clairvoyance, they would have been able to see corpses lying in the dense forest not far from them. These were adventurers who had noticed something was wrong and wanted to escape. Oops. Isn't this warlock's companion hidden in the dark more than just a hunter? Seeing their poison-haired companions fall to the ground one after another, the 2 warriors looked at each other and felt the desire to retreat. The 200 gold coins for this mission were too hot to ask for. Now the 2 warriors just wanted to escape with their lives. As for killing Leo, they no longer dared to hope. Back off, One of the soldiers was about to call his companions to retreat. But unexpectedly, a green vine as thick as an arm suddenly appeared under his feet and wrapped him up. The warrior struggled for a few times, and then stopped moving. It turned out that he could not withstand the erosion of a large amount of toxins on the vines, and followed the footsteps of the adventurers, and died from the poison. Another soldier next to him was horrified, but he was unable to rescue his comrade, because at the same time that the green vines appeared, the elusive white wolf suddenly appeared in front of him, and its big mouth dripping with blood fiercely bit his throat. If it weren't for the warrior's quick reaction, he would have been killed. The white wolf succeeded. Before the warrior, who had escaped the attack of the white wolf, could take a breath, another black shadow appeared in the corner of his eye. Knowing that it was the black bird that specializes in gouging out people's eyes, the warrior quickly covered his eyes. But the black bird was blocking it, and the warrior's vision was lost. Leo's shadow arrow and demon imp's flame arrow seized this opportunity to attack. 2 spells, one red and one black, hit the warrior's chest, making his chest a bloody mess. The warrior who managed to withstand the blow didn't bother to check the damage on his chest, because he found that the green vine was missing. And the warrior's face suddenly turned pale. Spare your life. No. Spare, under the warrior's feet. Green vines shot out quickly, interrupting his plea for mercy. None of the adventurers who followed Leo out of Stormwind City, treating Leo as a rookie, ran away, and Elwyn Forest became their final destination. Why is this child so naive? You said that you came to kill me for 200 gold coins, and found that I was not the lamb you imagined, but a vicious wolf. And you actually wanted me to spare you? This is a dream. You wanted to kill me, but I let you go. Do you really think I'm mean-spirited? Well, you will have to pay it back sooner or later when you come out to hang out. You can go with peace of mind. As for your property, I will accept it without mercy. Speaking of which, your qualities are really noble. Sacrifice like this for you. Complete. There aren't many good people out there anymore. There really aren't that many. Brother, I feel so ashamed. Chapter 20. I didn't mean it. Leo was leaning against a big tree, his eyes a little wandering. In a few minutes, more than 50 lives were taken. If it had been put before time travel, my brother must have committed a heinous crime, and he would have become a murderous maniac among everyone. Cross city, cross province, everything is just a cloud in the face of such achievements. For such a brother, transnational is the only way. Then again, in fact, I may not be wanted. Didn't the police comrades say that you can't force a woman to have sex with a condom? According to this logic, it's not a crime to let your pet kill someone. By the way, this comrade is indeed a genius. He is a powerful existence that cannot be matched by the marketing elites, advertising planning masters, and other flatterers. Think about it. With just one sentence, the entire market was sold out of condoms. It's amazing. How can you let those people who rack their brains and spend countless brain cells to come up with an advertising idea survive? It's hard to find a set. Do you have any? Aren't you a student of Denev? A delicate figure walked towards Leo while pushing aside the thorns on the road. Paladin! Leo frowned slightly. There was a special aura about the person coming. Leo had come into contact with many people like this in Fusel, and the only one who gave him this feeling was the Paladin. Note that it is a Paladin, not a trainee Paladin. The difference between the two words is very big. The Paladins in the Kingdom of Storms are not the saints who travel through the bad streets of the former world of Warcraft. To play the game, you only need to click on the icon representing the Paladin when selecting the character profession. But in this real world, if you want to becoming a Paladin who truly possesses the power of the Holy Light is definitely an extremely difficult task. And it is not an exaggeration to describe it as 1 in a million. Isn't a noble Paladin supposed to be galloping on a war horse on the road to show the majesty of the kingdom? How could he come to such a dark corner? The entire kingdom is bathed in holy light. There is no darkness here. The female knight's answer made Leo a little unhappy. This was really a standard slang. After looking around, the female knight's eyes finally fell on Leo. Did you kill all these people? Raise troops to investigate? The tone of this questioning made Leo very unhappy. Anyone who was suddenly questioned by a stranger would not be in a good mood. These adventurers? No, they were not killed by me. They were killed by money. Greed is the original sin. When it comes to pretending, who can't? Leo's answer silenced the female knight. Speaking of which, if these adventurers weren't coveting the mission bounty of 200 gold coins, why would they want to kill Leo? If they didn't come to kill Leo, how could they be killed by Leo? Wasn't the 200 gold coins the culprit that caused their deaths here? Come and help, the female knight said, picking up a corpse at her feet, not caring that the dripping blood soaked the gorgeous armor on her body. Watching silently as the female knight picked up the corpses of the adventurers and arranged them neatly one by one, Leo felt that this female knight was really a little unusual. Are all paladins like this, so fraternal? If Leo were to handle it, the most he could do was let the poisonous vines use their advantage of traveling underground to make a big hole and bury these corpses. How could it be as troublesome as the female knight? Isn't this woman afraid of getting dirty? Or is it that her face hidden under the helmet makes her different from ordinary girls? I'm afraid this girl is not a Cretaceous carnivore. Her figure seems to be quite good. Leo watched with interest as the female knight showed no intention of stepping forward to help. He is not in a hurry now. He has already killed the adventurers who followed him out of Stormwind City for the 200 gold coins. Without these followers, why should he be anxious? What are you doing? Seeing the female knight carefully wiping away the stains and blood stains on the surface of the corpse, Leo finally couldn't help but ask. Saving the souls of the dead to where they should go starts from here. The female knight answered Leo only after wiping the bodies of the adventurers clean. After saying that, She knelt down on one knee in front of the arranged corpse, and whispered something in her mouth. A ball of golden light shone from the body of the female knight. Leo was amazed by this small ball of light, which was only as big as a child's fist. This is the holy light. Although it looks very small, it can warm people's hearts, and make people feel a sense of intimacy from the bottom of their hearts. It can make those who see it feel a little better no matter what difficulties they face. Hope. No wonder the Holy Light Cathedral has such a lofty status in the kingdom. Paladins can be seen everywhere in the kingdom's military command. This single hand can give people a glimmer of hope in any dilemma, and not give up resistance. The holy light is enough to show their strength. It's valuable. An army that has always preserved hope and never gives up resistance is definitely an existence that no opponent is willing to face. The Cathedral of Holy Light, which can continuously train priests and paladins, is absolutely indispensable to the kingdom. The golden holy light is very attractive to others. But for Leo, he has a kind of resistance in his heart. Whether it is a necromancer who manipulates the power of death or a warlock who studies the power of darkness, they are resistant to the so-called holy light. Keep a respectful distance. Even outright hostility. Differences in strength attributes can also affect people's personalities and views on things. For different people, this impact is just a matter of more or less. Big or small. The holy light on this girl is not only not solid enough, but also very small. Based on what she just said, this should be a paladin who has just graduated from the Holy Light Cathedral. In the words of the Holy Light Cathedral, this is a new paladin who has just begun to spread the power of holy light to the world. Leo suddenly realized that this female knight was a pink and tender newcomer. No wonder. Those experienced veterans will never show up rashly. You must know that you can easily be attacked by the opponent if you come out rashly. After all, a battle has just ended here. If Leo hadn't heard the female knight say the 3 words to Nev just now, he wouldn't know what the relationship between the elf and the female knight was. He wouldn't have done anything good to her even if he didn't attack her. It depends on the face. TSK. The pink newcomers, who have just graduated from the Holy Light Cathedral. Only such people can wipe the stains on the corpses of the adventurers one by one without being too dirty. Old birds, who are used to seeing killings, would probably just use holy light to purify the corpses on the ground. How could they pray for the dead so sincerely? This girl is now just like the fresh graduates who just graduated from school before time travel, holding a fiery heart with ideals and passion. I wonder if she will be like most people and bow her head in front of the cruel reality after hitting a wall everywhere, extinguishing the fire in her heart and drifting away with the crowd. Seeing that the holy light shining on the female knight began to turn the adventurers' corpses into tiny pieces of light, Leo turned around and walked away. He was not interested in watching this scene of the holy light purifying the corpses. By the way, this holy light purifies corpses really thoroughly. People's crematoriums leave ashes, but this holy light purified corpse leaves nothing. If this technology were put on the earth, there wouldn't be so many dead bodies. House slaves have become miserable tomb slaves. And there is no such thing as cannot afford to die. As a trainee paladin student with a natural heart that can control living things, why do you want to embark on the path of shadow? The voice of the female knight came from behind, and Leo paused slightly. Then he shrugged. I didn't mean to. Watching Leo disappear into the dense forest, the female knight sighed, as if she was regretting that another young man had embarked on a dark path. Don't take it so seriously. In fact, I can't bear the hardship. I'm not as strong as you think. The shining holy light reflected on the female knight, and the thick face armor could not hide the female knight's firm gaze at all. I believe that the holy light is extremely strong. Chapter 21 Weird Manor. Elwyn Forest seems particularly quiet at night. This kind of quietness is normal for most places in the forest. But for some places, it is abnormal if it is too quiet. Over the quiet Clara Apple Manor, a black bird was flapping its wings and flying around. Its black feathers were invisible to the people in the manor under the cover of night. There is a problem. Indeed, there is a problem. Leo was squatting on a big tree, and he was observing the situation at Clara Apple Manor through the crow he summoned. Crow? Yes, it's the crow. The black bird summoned by Leo that specializes in attacking people's eyes is a crow. Although Leo was captured by Volsun in Passonia and sent to Stormwind City, he has been undergoing rigorous training under Forrestal. During this period, he has not killed any creature that can bring him upgrade energy. But in fact, killing monsters is not the only way to level up. It turns out that rigorous training is also a way to improve your level. Of course, this method is only effective at a certain stage, especially the novice stage with low strength. Good training methods can rapidly increase people's strength and lay a solid foundation for the future. In more than a year, Leo went from a first-level rookie to a 10th-level warlock and necromancer with rich combat experience. In terms of the speed of level improvement, it is naturally not as good as those who have traveled through time for a few months. Colleagues who have become extremely powerful. But Leo is a hard-working young man. Naturally, the life of this hard-working young man cannot be compared with those corrupt pigs' feet. But Leo was not without gains this year. At least, he had been systematically taught in combat skills, which was much better than the wild path he had explored on his own. Don't underestimate the teachings Leo has received. It is no exaggeration to describe the huge difference between whether he has received systematic teachings or not. Leo can now kill opponents across levels even if he only uses the skills of a warlock. Level 10 Leo now activates the equipment skills of summoning crows, summoning poisonous flower vines, and summoning mad wolves. These were the black birds, the vines that burrowed into the ground, and the white wolf that appeared when he killed those adventurers. Among the three, the crow's ability has the lowest status in Leo's mind. But this bird is a good hand for detection. After all, it has an obvious advantage of being able to fly. The poisonous flower vine is ranked second, and it can burrow under the ground without hindrance. It is definitely a master of sneak attacks. However, the highly poisonous flower vine is a plant and is afraid of fire. This innate weakness is its fatal flaw. The mad wolf is different. The white wolf's fur is smooth and soft, and among other things, its appearance alone can be a weapon for picking up girls. And the mad wolf's natural ability to teleport within a small range makes its attacks even more powerful. It is impossible to guard against it, and if you are not careful against the enemy, you will be kissed by the wolf. As for Leo's necromancer skills, in this country that believes in the holy light, he can use them as long as he can. It should be noted that the paladin is extremely sensitive to the power of death. If these guys are targeted, it will definitely be a big trouble. By then, there will be no place for him in the entire kingdom of Stormwind. You can't use obviously evil spells like summoning skeletons. But it's okay to use the curse of the necromancer. After all, I am a warlock in the eyes of outsiders. It's normal to be able to curse spells. Leo muttered softly. The crow flew back with a flutter, and Leo touched his chin and began to think. The abnormality of Clara Apple Manor is already very obvious. Such a manor covering an area of nearly 300 acres would be completely dark at night, with no trace of popularity. If it weren't for the fact that the various buildings in the manor were completely intact without any damage. If not those fruit trees that have already produced green fruits, this would definitely be regarded as an abandoned place. The manor covers an area of 300 acres. And even if the owner and servants are small, the number of people will not be less than double digits. If you include the armed personnel who need to guard against attacks from various beasts in the forest, the number will definitely be higher. But for such a manor, which should have dozens of people, it was completely dark at night, with no sound of people or sparks. This was too abnormal. Passonia, this damn woman, didn't explain the situation when she gave her the mission. She just said there was something abnormal here, and asked me to come and investigate. Now that there are no ghosts to be seen, why investigate? Is it just a ghost investigation? Leo was a little hesitant. He was considering whether to investigate more deeply. He couldn't tell much just by looking at the crows flying around the manor. If the report he brings back cannot satisfy Passonia, he will definitely be very miserable. By the way, that woman in Passonia had a lot of training methods, and Leo refused all of them. Those who love and adore Shinma are the most annoying. But if there is any danger in this manor that I can't resist, wouldn't it be tragic if I ran over to it? He finally managed to escape from the hands of those two crazy women from MI7. He hadn't really seen the world yet. If he died like this, he would really die in peace. Well, Xiaobai, I have to sacrifice you. For the sake of brother, you can go with peace of mind. Anyway, if you die, brother will only get 100 more wolf souls at most. Someone very unscrupulously gave an order to the cute white wolf, and then saw a white figure appear in the deathly quiet manner. It seems that there is another problem here. The white wolf Leo actually named him Xiaobai. This is so embarrassing. Is this guy's ability to name unusual, or does he have other motives? He doesn't want to rely on this white wolf's appearance and cute name to attract girls. The wild wolf was wandering aimlessly in the manor, looking no different from the beast that accidentally broke into the manor. Leo carefully observed the situation in the manor through the white wolf's vision. Everything is neatly packed, and there is no dust on the road. It seems that people come and go frequently to clean. But the question is, why can't I see a single person? This is really weird. Leo was confused. What was going on in this manor? It can't be that there are really ghosts at work. It seems that there are indeed ghosts, and ghosts in this world. Thinking of this, Leo felt furious. To the professionals in this world, ghosts and the like were just one of many monsters, and they had no psychological barriers. But for Leo, these things are very scary, and the ghosts and monsters are the things that he is afraid of. Otherwise, it would be better to wait until daybreak before going in to take a look. Someone felt discouraged in his heart. Mad Wolf's search still yielded no results. For the sake of his own life, Leo was not prepared to run in without knowing anything. After all, you never go too far wrong. This damn woman Passonia actually gave me such a weird task. Doesn't she know that I am a novice? Faced with this situation, I felt very stressed. Alexander. Chapter 22 Alien Version. A tragedy caused by a steamed bun. There was not a single soul to be seen in broad daylight. This place was getting really weird. Leo was lying on a big tree, and he was carefully searching any suspicious corner in this dead manor through the vision shared by the wild wolves wandering in the Apple Manor. There was obviously no one around, and the mad wolf couldn't feel the breath of any living person. But why was this manor so clean? Well, this world is indeed not as polluted as the earth, and the air is indeed fresh. But dust is inevitable. This is the same as acne on people's faces. Don't think that it doesn't exist if you can't see it. In fact, if you look for it, there will always be acne. A small white flower on the roadside came into Leo's field of vision. Absorbable item found, tears of Tyloa. Would you like to absorb it? Leo was startled by the sudden voice in his head. Brother, don't you know that scaring people can scare them to death? If you come here suddenly, my heart load will increase. Then again, what kind of thing is Tyroya's tears? It can actually absorb it, no matter what it is. If it can be absorbed, then absorb it first. Confirm absorption. Absorb Tyroya's tears, and the host will gain the curse effect, haunted by evil spirits. Let me choke you. Is this what you mean? Haunted by evil spirits? Brother is cursed. Leo found himself in a tragedy. After absorbing the tears of Tyroya, he, a warlock and necromancer who played with curses, was successfully cursed. What's even more tragic is that he still can't get rid of this curse. Damn. Why are you so miserable? Didn't it just absorb a little white flower? Why was it cursed? Listen to that name. It's haunted by evil spirits. I guess I was really stalked by that thing. There is a saying that you can eat and speak indiscriminately. But why does it not work when you get to Nirvana? Could it be that he is like this because he has traveled through time and is not in the same world? The most evil time travel. Stavin. Ryuuro's voice kept echoing in Leo's ears. There seemed to be endless resentment and endless confusion in the voice. Leo felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard it. Risk. It's coming. It's coming. This evil spirit must have come too quickly. It's broad daylight. Looking around nervously, he found that there was no one else but himself. And there was no scary ghost with an evil look on his face, and blood dripping from his face, as he imagined. Leo gradually calmed down. In fact, many things will become insignificant as long as you slowly get used to it. Regarding the sound that keeps echoing in his ears, Leo is trying hard to get used to it. The name Stavin is quite familiar. I must have heard it somewhere. Let me think about it. Thinking of this made Leo recall something. Could it be related to the series of missions called Stavin's Legend in World of Warcraft that he played before traveling through time? With the clues, Leo gradually dug out some things that had been buried in his memory. As more and more information was recalled, Leo's face became more and more ugly. Passonia. This damn woman. What on earth is she thinking? With the power of MI7, it's impossible not to find out the secret behind this. She must have bad intentions when she sent her brother to investigate this. You need to know that this is his first time on a mission. And he is really a pink and tender newcomer. When you brought me in to investigate this matter, weren't you trying to harass people? The difficulty of this series of missions in Stavin's Legend can be said to be moderate or moderate. It tests intelligence rather than force. Of course, a certain foundation of force is necessary. This mission is like solving a crime and solving a puzzle. You need to pursue one clue after another, and slowly search one place after another. The scope of the investigation covers Elwyn Forest and the Western Wilderness, which Leo has not been to yet. At a certain step, you have to go deep into the core control area of Defia Thieves. It is impossible to complete without considerable patience and mentality. Secretly wiping his sweat, Leo said, lucky in his heart. Fortunately, I still remember this mission. which is relatively famous among Alliance players. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find the first clue of this series of missions. I am afraid that I would still be wandering around this deserted manor like a headless fly, running around. In fact, Stavin's series of missions is a different world version of a murder caused by a steamed bun. The only difference from that tragedy on Earth is that it was not a steamed bun that caused this tragedy, but a gentle and sweet smile. This tragedy does not need to take 5 years to understand, as a certain director said. People with IQs above the passing line only need to listen to it once to understand. This is not an art film that pretends to be profound, but a cliché romance film that is very easy to understand. Although the ending proves once again, life is like a coffee table, and everything on the coffee table is filled with cups. Stavin Mr. Mantle, an ordinary country teacher, would have spent his ordinary life in Moon Creek Town if it had not been for the Defias rebellion. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. As the Defias thieves gain more and more control over Moonbrook Town, Stavin had to give up his comfortable life in Moonbrook Town because he was forced to be laid off. From here on out, he was in trouble. The legendary substitute teacher? Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles may be very pleasant, but in fact you have to support yourself when you go out. In the end, Stavin had to take over the teaching job. It happened that at this time, news spread that a certain noble was hiring a private tutor for his children. Stavin wrote a self-recommendation letter to the nobles with extremely humble words, and got this job that is enough to make ordinary people envious. When he received the letter of appointment, a flush of excitement appeared on the rough and wrinkled face of the rural teacher, thinking that he had stepped into the upper class. But it turned out that this was the beginning of all tragedies in the future. Giles, a boy from an aristocratic family, is as naughty and mischievous as any 12 or 13-year-old boy. But it is the boy's sister Teroya who really makes Stavin at a loss. The noble temperament and youthful atmosphere exuded by the aristocratic girl left a deep impression on her new tutor when they first met. One day, while giving Keels a history lesson, Stavin saw Teroya through the window, watering the flowers in the courtyard. The beautiful girl among the flowers noticed the teacher's eyes, and responded with a gentle and sweet smile. Stavin's heart, which had been lonely and depressed for many years, seemed to have been watered, and it was beating like a boy in love for the first time. No one would have thought that such a smile would cause the tragedy that followed. In the following days, Stavin fell into self-delusion. He believed that Teroya's passion for him went beyond the relationship between student and teacher, lady and servant. Every movement and expression of this young, beautiful, smart, and gentle girl affected all the nerves in his body. Stavin, who was accustomed to being humble and cautious, could not and did not intend to restrain his feelings. He fell deeper and deeper into it, so much so that he almost forgot an important fact that he knew from the beginning. As the eldest daughter of a noble family, Teroya had long been engaged to another noble son. Then tragedy was born. The moment Teroya and his fiancée appeared in front of Stavin, a storm of negative human emotions arose in Stavin's mind, which was immersed in self-delusion. The love no longer exists, replaced by hatred and humiliation, hysterical madness, and the desire for revenge. The noble family who hired him all fell under his sword. The blood of the boy he taught, Giles, stained his clothes red, and most importantly, Teroya's young life also disappeared in his hands. When a person's love is not reciprocated, he needs an equal amount of hate to fill the void in his heart. It's true that these aristocratic ladies should not play this kind of love game. It is impossible for a noble lady to fall in love with a humble, old and weak tutor, but she wants to be admired by everyone around her. It is such a cruel and natural nature of women. Leo's opinion on this matter is, sister, please don't smile when you're okay. This kind of beautiful smile, which is equivalent to autumn spinach, is an unconventional weapon that ignores defense and has a super powerful effect of fatal blow to creatures of the opposite sex. By the way, a noble fell in love with a commoner, and fell in love with him to death. Come on. This is just a show on TV. How can anyone really believe it? What the H.L. Chapter 23. Love is something that really can't be hurt. Hey, kid. Stop. You, the one with the black hair. I'm talking about you. Standing at the bridge, Leo looked at the group of kingdom guards blocking his way with an innocent face. What do these guards want? Looking for trouble or collecting tolls? By the way, when did other worlds start collecting tolls? Hey, look at this formation. It's much more intimidating than the toll station before crossing. There were more than a dozen big, muscular men drawn out. How many of them dared not to pay? It's really like the king of the mountain. I opened this road and planted this tree. If I want to get over this, I will leave the essence of buying the road. Professional? The leading guard walked up and asked, looking at the mad wolf beside Leo. It seems that these guards regard Leo as a hunter-warrior who has learned how to tame pets. Well, Leo had a bright face and gave the other party a standard smile. No more. No less. Just showing 8 teeth. Today is a good day. Toll-paying parties are so annoying. You're such a weak soul. One of the guards immediately drew his weapon grumpily. What an unruly fellow. The leading guard said this to Leo, and he waved his hand to stop the restlessness of his men. I am Vili, the sheriff of the East Valley Lumber Camp. I am responsible for the security of the entire East Valley. If anything happens, maybe you can come to me. The leading guard first introduced himself, and then continued, Hunter, we don't have any ill intentions. We just see that you are nervous. So we want to remind you to pay attention to the Defias thieves hanging around here. Defias thief. Leo was surprised that there were actually Defias thieves operating in the East Valley. We are almost close to the Ridge Mountains here. Okay. This is the farthest place in Elwyn Forest from Westfall. Doesn't it mean that the traces of the Defias thieves have already penetrated the entire forest? When did the Defias thieves group develop to such a scale? Seeing Leo's surprised expression, a guard couldn't help but sarcastically said, Hey, look at this kid. Isn't he so scared that he peed his pants? Okay. Casper, don't cause trouble. Willie stepped forward to stop the guard. Go on patrol. The guard named Casper didn't dare to say anything after his immediate superior had spoken. He snorted heavily at Leo, and then walked toward the forest next to him with another guard. The guards at Dongu Lumber Camp have to ensure the safety of the road. In addition to patrolling the road every day, they also go into the forest next to the road to drive away wild beasts that may be lurking nearby and preparing to hunt. Captain, it's true. I'm just dissatisfied with that boy's behavior. Dude, you're not happy with me acting like a bird. So you act like a bird? Besides, I think my appearance is not so inhuman. Is there something wrong with Casper's guard's aesthetic concept? East Valley Lumber Camp. Defias thief. These words reminded Leo of something. Could it be Stone Tablet Lake? Leo was interested. When he visited Yamaguchi Mountain before, he had paid attention to the stone monument lake located near the Dongu logging camp. The stone monument standing on the island in the center of the lake had once fooled Leo into visiting this place. I wandered around for several days, just to find out the possible hidden mission, and proved that the introduction on the stone tablet was just a piece of glass made to deceive people. By the way, I was really good at that time. Why was the previous time travel movie My Name is NT so popular? Isn't it because the players saw their once awesome selves in it? What is a sense of substitution? Isn't this what it is? Leo scratched his face. Those days were really good memories. When I played Yamaguchi Mountain before, I didn't find the so-called hidden tasks. That was because the players were entertained in the program set by Glass Slag. But now there is no such restriction. In this game that is very similar to World of Warcraft. In another world, it might be possible for me to find something on the island in the center of Stone Tablet Lake. To take a step back. Even if you can't find anything, you have nothing to lose. Just go sightseeing and reminisce about the past. Stavin. Leo decided to put aside his original plan for the time being and go to Stone Tablet Lake to check out the situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as the idea came up, the faint voice of resentment rang in his ears again. Your uncle. This evil ghost is really troublesome. Leo's face looked a little ugly. Ever since he absorbed the tears of Taloya and was cursed by evil spirits, the faint voice of resentment was constantly testing his nerves. Starting from that Apple Manor, during this month of traveling through Elwyn Forest, was there any day in the month that Leo wasn't harassed dozens of times? Many times he would be woken up by this sound in his sleep. People who don't sleep well will naturally have bad tempers. This is why Leo behaved so unruly when he met guards like Willie. My brother doesn't sleep well and is in a bad mood. Keep away from strangers. Damn it. If you let this thing go on like this, no matter how strong your nerves are, they will be weakened by it. Stop screaming. Brother. Go to Dusk Forest to find Stavin to avenge you first. Not wanting to be tortured to the point of nervous breakdown, Leo had no choice but to compromise. The stone monument in Stone Tablet Lake will not escape if it is erected on the island in the middle of the lake. It will be done after the annoying evil ghost curse is solved. Anyway, if you want to return to Stormwind City, you have to pass through here. The big river that separates Elwyn Forest and Dusk Forest is not the small river in the mountain pass that you can swim across in a few seconds. The rapids of the river are comparable to the roaring Yellow River. But places with gentle water flow often have groups of piranha-like creatures with sharp teeth. The bridge near the Eastvale lumber camp is the only safe passage from Elwyn Forest into Duskwood. The murderer stabbing Mr. Minto. This is a big lunchbox that is more miserable than the cups. Although he was so ferocious and ruthless when killing people. In fact, this laid-off teacher with a humble personality, who killed people in a rage, did not live a good life. What the rural teacher who escaped into the Twilight Forest had to endure every day was not only the fear of retribution and the condemnation of conscience. But what made him even more uncomfortable was the longing for Teroya after he calmed down. Does Stavin love Teroja? Yes. Because there are too many beautiful things in the noble girl that he does not have. Love creates longing, allowing longing to develop into fantasy. When the fantasy is shattered, the pressure from the status gap and low self-esteem turn the shattered fantasy into a delusion of victimization. The humble teacher picked up the butcher's knife. And he was obedient and committed atrocities that even he had not thought of. Reality is not a fairy tale. There are not so many princes, and not so many Cinderellas. Fairy tales exist in imagination. But reality actually exists around everyone. How many happy endings like living happily ever after exist in reality? He killed a woman he loved deeply with his own hands in a violent rage. What kind of pain did it feel after he sobered up? What kind of torture is it for rural teachers who don't have the courage to commit suicide? When Leo, who shouted for justice and had a righteous look on his face, found Stavin in the abandoned manor in the Twilight Forest, he suddenly felt like he couldn't stop. His eye sockets were sunken. His eyes were lifeless. And his appearance was bone-shattering. Looking at Stavin Leo, who was as lifeless as a walking zombie, he sighed. The figure who fell under the claws of the mad wolf, but still shouted hysterically, "Teroya, is that you? Where are you?" was deeply engraved in Leo's heart. Love is something you really can't afford to hurt. Looking at the translucent phantom of a girl that floated out of him after Stavin fell, what appeared on Leo's face was not the kind of smile that one would receive when someone is being thanked for help, but a kind of uncontrollable disgust. The one with the upper hand in love, in order to satisfy his subconscious vanity, unintentionally gives emotional charity to the weak. Is this ending satisfactory to you, Miss Teroya? Chapter 24. Youth is like playing mahjong. East Valley is connected to Elwyn Forest to the west and Ridge Mountain to the east. It is the only way to Dusk Forest. Its geographical location makes its importance to the entire kingdom of Stormwind self-evident. However, unlike the western Spring Fortress in the west of Elwyn Forest, there is no large group of guards stationed in the East Valley. With its excellent geographical location and the absence of large groups of kingdom guards for strict management, the East Valley has naturally become an ideal place for adventurers to settle. There is never a shortage of topics and places where adventurers gather. The topic among adventurers during this period is why the originally large number of brown bears near the East Valley has decreased so much that it has become difficult to find a single bear. Many adventurers are wondering whether a large chamber of commerce is purchasing bear skins in such large quantities that the brown bears here were massacred in a short period of time. Some quick-thinking people also hoarded bear skins, preparing to make a fortune. But judging from the final results, these people all suffered huge losses. The culprit of all this is none other than Leo. It was he who carried out the inhumane and heinous massacre of the brown bears near Dongu. The cause of this incident was that an eyeless brown bear attacked Leo. A wild beast attacked a warrior. The end can be imagined. However, this brown bear died. And it brought disaster to its fellow tribesmen near Dongu. Because after Leo killed the brown bear, he was surprised to find that he could absorb one more thing. And that was the bear's soul. 100 wolf souls created the current mad wolf. So what can this bear soul bring to me? Leo was looking forward to it. In Diablo, the big bear summoned by the summoning druid is not ordinary. Leo remembered that he did add the skill of summoning a grizzly bear when modifying his equipment. Could it be that this bear soul is for that bear? Grizzly ready? It takes 100 wolf souls to summon a mad wolf. The number of bear souls that can be absorbed is 10 times higher than that of wolf souls, reaching 1,000. In other words, in order for the bear soul to reach full value, it needs to absorb the souls of 1,000 bears. 1,000 bears. If such a beast were placed on the earth before time travel, it would be extremely difficult to gather them together. However, it is not difficult in this alien world where there is no shortage of beasts. How big is Elwyn Forest? Leo can tell you responsibly that the area of this vast forest is comparable to the 2 provinces before crossing. How many beasts can live in such a large area? The number is uncountable. Besides, Another world is not the Earth. Beasts like brown bears are just at the bottom of the food chain. Do you think their number can be small? With this understanding, Leo can safely kill the brown bears without worrying about destroying the ecological chain of the East Valley. Even if he kills all the brown bears near Donggu, it won't take long for bears from other places to migrate over. The East Valley is really a good place. Here I can learn about the situation of Stone Tablet Lake from the adventurers' conversations, and get bear souls in my account. It really kills two birds with one stone. After lifting the curse of being haunted by evil spirits caused by absorbing Teroya's tears, Leo quickly came to the East Valley, ready to explore the Stone Tablet Lake. After spending several days returning to the East Valley, he did not leave immediately, since he suspected that Stone Tablet Lake had been occupied by Defia's thieves. Of course he would not just go there rashly. Even if there was no bear soul, he will also stay in the East Valley for a while to learn about the nearby news. The East Valley, where adventurers gather, is naturally the best place. Facts have proved that Leo's approach was correct. After a period of quiet questioning, he already knew that his guess was correct. Now Stone Tablet Lake is indeed completely controlled by the Defia's thieves group. This made Leo feel very strange, considering the importance of Eden Valley to the entire kingdom. Stormwind City would never allow any problems to arise here. As an anti-kingdom organization, the Defia's thieves have now established a stronghold in the East Valley, which can be called the internal hub of the kingdom. This is a huge hidden danger to the rule of the kingdom. Why hasn't Stormwind City sent troops to clear it out for so long? There is definitely an article in between. Leo hesitated for a moment. He did not want to participate in such an incident that was obviously of a conspiracy nature. The kind of incident that involved various conspiracies and strife within the kingdom did not have a very strong strength and background. Once involved, he would be crushed to pieces. Although the pigs in time travel stories always seem to be able to turn disaster into good, as if no matter what they intervene in, they can ultimately make a profit. But who can guarantee that they will not be the first to die before they have time to show their authority after time traveling? The unlucky one who fell? Although he knew in his heart that it was very dangerous to explore Stone Tablet Lake, Leo wanted to go there more and more. The Defia's bandits occupy Stone Tablet Lake, but the kingdom's response is so slow. Doesn't this explain the problem? There must be a big secret in this Monument Lake. Otherwise the Defia's thieves would not be able to do something that would completely anger the kingdom. Although he didn't know what Stormwind City was up to, Leo knew that if he really wanted to get some benefit from this matter, he had to do something before Stormwind City actually took action. It would be absolute nonsense to say that Leo would not be moved when faced with a big secret. There is a spirit called adventure flowing in young people's bodies. This spirit makes them extremely bold in many cases. They dare to do anything as long as they think it is necessary. In the end, Leo left the East Valley and came to Stone Tablet Lake. Defia's guarding at Stone Tablet Lake seems to be very lax. No hidden sentries were found around Stone Tablet Lake. But this laxity is relative to the fact that you did not go to the island in the middle of the lake to explore. With the help of the crow's vision, Leo had a bird's eye view of the entire island in the middle of the lake, which gave him a deep understanding of the defense forces on the island in the middle of the lake. An ordinary band of thieves has no less than 300 members, and about 20 warriors, including 2 mid-level mages. When did a well-established mage start to become a robber? Facing such a force, Leo couldn't resist head-on. If nothing else, the 2 mid-level mages of around level 20 were enough to give him a headache. It seems that it is not that easy for me to go to Stone Tablet Lake to feel nostalgic. Leo kept thinking about countermeasures. If you can't defeat that brother, you can try to outwit him. Youth is like playing mahjong. You either play mahjong or touch yourself. How many otakus and rotten girls have you exhausted just to enjoy the moment of pushing? Although I am no longer an otaku now, I still have to count these tricks and enjoy them. The thrill of knocking down the Defia's thief on the island in the middle of the lake. Leo said. Chapter 25 Lake Island 1. Sherbet Lake is quiet at night, with only 1 or 2 birds croaking and flying over in the sky from time to time. On the island in the middle of the lake, several Defia's thieves on guard were staring at the lake, paying no attention to the birds that fluttered and landed nearby. No one would pay attention to a bird that is no bigger than a palm. Such a small bird could be crushed to death by stretching out your hand. How could it possibly pose a threat to people? Many times things often fail inadvertently, and the Defia's thieves quickly paid the price for their negligence. The black bird that landed near the Defia's thief, who was on guard, tilted its head, seeming to be observing something. The black bird moved when he saw that there was no one else nearby except the thief, who was vigilant at night. The Defia's thief, who was keeping watch at night, felt a black shadow pass before his eyes. And then his eyes went dark. And there were bursts of pain in his eyes. A shrill scream came from the mouth of the thief, waking up everyone on the island in the middle of the lake. Enemy attack. This thought appeared in the minds of everyone on the island. As expected, they were indeed a resistance organization that had been fighting against the kingdom all year round. The response of these Defias thieves was quite fast. Leo, who was hiding in the dark, could see all the thieves' reactions through the vision of a crow hovering in the sky. Needless to say, the black bird that attacked the Defias thief before was also a crow he sent out. Thanks to the act of modifying the equipment before time travel, Leo's summoning of crows is not just about summoning one crow, but the number of crows summoned continues to increase as the skill level increases. The upper limit of the equipment and skills obtained by Leo after traveling through time travel is level 20, which is the same as the characters in the Diablo game on Battle Online, which have the upper limit of level 20 skills. What surprised this kid was that these equipment skills did not require Leo to deliberately upgrade, because they were the highest level that the current character could reach. In other words, as long as Leo's level is sufficient, these equipment skills can be immediately upgraded to the corresponding level, without having to spend time and energy to upgrade like other skills. Of course, this is not without limitations. This limitation is that the upper limit of the level of these equipment skills has been fixed, and there is no possibility of further improvement. Unlike Leo's Necromancer skill, which does not see the highest upper limit. To put it simply, equipment skills are very helpful to Leo in the early stage. With their existence, Leo can focus more on improving his level, and the speed of his level improvement will also increase with these skills. Get faster with help. In the middle and late stages, the gradually increasing levels will make the Necromancer skills become more and more powerful, and they will slowly replace the equipment skills and become Leo's main combat power. Leo's current level is level 10, which is the result of a year of hard training at Fucasal. The number of crows he can summon now is 5. If placed in broad daylight, the 5 crows would at most cause some minor trouble to the Defias thieves on the island in the middle of the lake. However, at night, the crows with black feathers that blend into the night would not only cause minor trouble to the other party. The trouble is so simple. Leo is confident of causing quite a disturbance on the island in the middle of the lake. Just when the Defias thieves were about to send someone to check the place where the screams came from, 3 equally shrill screams came from 3 other directions. Are there enemies coming to attack in large numbers? Was it a night attack by the Imperial Army or some other force? The thieves on the island in the middle of the lake looked at each other in shock. The screams of their night watch companions came from 4 directions. It seemed that a large group of enemies was invading. Ordinary thieves immediately looked at the leading professionals, waiting for their orders. As the 2 mages with the highest status among the thieves on the island in the center of the lake, they are somewhat undecided. If a large group of enemies attacks, then spreading the manpower at this time will give the opponent opportunities to defeat each other. But if the enemy is playing tricks, and you are really fooled, wouldn't it go against the opponent's intention? What to do? The 2 mages were troubled, and they didn't know what they would feel like if they knew that their hesitation was exactly what Leo wanted to see. Hesitant? Haha. What I want is your hesitation. Seeing that the thieves on the island did not send anyone to check immediately, Leo knew that his plan was successful. The Defias thieves dare not move because they are unsure of the situation, which will facilitate their own actions. 3 wild wolves with snow-white fur carried Leo on a stowaway trip to the island in the middle of the lake. Wolves are much better at swimming than Leo, a landlubber. At least they know how to swim, right? Besides, no one wants to soak themselves in an icy lake on a cold night. Amidst the hesitation of the thieves on the island, Leo had quietly waited on the island in the middle of the lake. No one noticed that the dark night had become his best cover. After waiting for a long time, but unable to see the imaginary enemy, how could the 2 Defias mages not know that they had fallen into someone else's trap? Search! Go out and search for me! The Defias thieves divided into 10 search teams of 5 people, and began a large-scale search on the island in the middle of the lake. The 2 mid-level mages knew that there would definitely not be many enemies coming this time. Otherwise the other party wouldn't be able to play some tricks. Even if a team of 5 is no match for the other party, it can always sound the alarm in time. Once the opponent's traces are leaked, he can concentrate his strength to kill them. You dare to come to the island in the middle of the lake. So let's stay alive. The island in the center of the stone tablet lake is not very large. Even in this dark night, 10 teams of Defias thieves could search it in less than a quarter of an hour. Leo did not have enough time. 10 teams of 5 people, And they are ordinary thieves without a professional leader. Hey, since you want to spread your strength, I won't be polite. Leo smiled, with a light called killing in his eyes. Leo, the Defias thief, didn't have a good impression of him. The scene of close contact with death in the forest outside Goldhire seemed like yesterday to Leo. He was grabbed by the hair, cut his neck and bled, and almost died. He will never forget any detail of that time. Don't blame me. Who told you to join the Defias Thieves group? I will collect some interest from you now. After finding a dark place to hide, Leo commanded 5 crows to start an attack on the Defias Thieves search team on the island. A search team of 5 people is just right for me. There are 5 crows here. Each of you will give you an eye gouging, and that's it. 5 crows quietly approached a group of Defias thieves in the darkness of the night, and suddenly launched an attack without the other party taking any precautions. Ah! Ah! 5 shrill screams echoed throughout the entire island in the middle of the lake, and the eyes of the 2 mid-level mages, who had been waiting, suddenly lit up. An intermediate mage immediately led 5 professionals, and a large group of subordinates, and rushed towards the direction where the screams came from. Leo, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but snicker when he saw this. Go. Go. Others are afraid of making noise. But I'm not afraid. What will you see if you rush? At most, you will see 5 unlucky ghosts covering their eyes, and falling to the ground howling miserably. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to find a few bird feathers. Chapter 26 Lake Center Island 2. On the island in the middle of the lake, the face of the mid-level mage who led people to the scene of the incident was ashen. The Defias thieves who arrived quickly searched here in an encirclement manner, but no one found any trace of the enemy, which gave the mage a bad feeling. Could it be that the people who came to the island were stalkers? This thought makes the mage's anus shiver. If a stalker plays hide and seek with you in this pitch-black night, what can you do to him? These sneaky guys are hard to spot even in broad daylight, let alone at night. If the stalkers who came to the island kept doing sneak attacks like this, everyone on the island would be tortured to death. Go back first. The mage was helpless. His opponent was a stalker, and this trip could only return in vain. However, the mage quietly winked when only the 2 people around him could see it. The thieves who returned to the center of the lake island under the leadership of the mage did not notice that the figures of 2 companions disappeared quietly on the way. Speaking of stalkers, how could Defias, a member of the thieves group, be lacking? If you want to play hide and seek, we will play with you. Damn sneak attacker. Just pray. Pray that you will never be caught by us. The mage's trip was in vain, and he felt cruel in his heart. The 2 people who were sneaking quietly were the stalkers of the thieves group who were hiding under his instruction. Leo didn't see the scene. He was directing the crows to attack another group of thieves. On the way back with the mage and the men, the thieves heard the screams of their companions again. They knew that this was the search team in other directions that had been poisoned by the other party. This made the thieves angry and scared. Anger, naturally, because his companions were attacked. Fear, because he didn't know when this fate would be his turn. With such a mood, the thieves couldn't help but look around, fearing that the other party's stalker would suddenly appear next to them and give them a knife without them knowing. This behavior of the thieves is undoubtedly what Leo wants, because it will slow down their return and delay them on the road longer. This will make things easier for Leo. When the thieves were halfway back, Leo had already solved the search teams in several other directions, and now he was going to attack this group of returning thieves. While they were walking, a green vine as thick as an arm suddenly emerged from the ground. In the surprised eyes of the thieves, it swished and wrapped around the legs of the leading mage. In less than a second, then he wrapped the master into a rice dumpling. Only then did the thieves react. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The thieves were in a panic for a while. Vine. Could it be a druid? The 3 professionals beside the mage were full of doubts. In their opinion, the only ones who can control plants are druids. However, it is impossible for humans to produce druids. Only humans' allies, the elves, can do so. Druid profession? In other words, it was an elf who took action. How could the elves attack them? While they were hesitating, several more screams came from the thieves outside. Everyone, be careful. There are some black birds attacking us. Some thieves looked fearfully at their companions, who were covering their eyes and howling in agony. They had just seen clearly that several small birds flew past at a speed that was too fast for people to dodge. They dug their beaks and claws into the surroundings. The companion's eyes were blinded, and he flapped his wings and flew away. The short time it happened left them completely unable to react. That's right. It's definitely a druid. The three professions have determined that the one who attacked them is an elf. Who else can command plants and animals other than a druid? What should we do now, if a druid is hiding in the dark and commanding animals and plants to attack them? While the three professionals were hesitating, there was a sound of explosion. The mage wrapped in the poisonous flower vines successfully escaped, and the flower vines wrapped around him were blasted out with magic to create a big hole. It turns out to be a fire method. Leo, who was hiding in the dark, saw the scene in his eyes. He felt sorry for the severely injured flower vine and let it burrow into the ground again. At the same time, he directed the mad wolf to quietly move towards the thief. Fire mage's attack power is very strong, so he must be dealt with first. Quack! The two crows screamed strangely and rushed towards the fire spell that had just escaped. Huefei's face, which had just broken out from the entanglement of the poisonous flower vines, was very ugly, and he was livid. He was obviously poisoned by the flower vines. The mage was furious when he saw the crow attacking him, and immediately found an outlet for his anger. The fire element condensed in the mage's hand, and a fireball the size of a fist hit a crow with a roar. It hit the target with a bang and burned the crow into a ball of fire. Fireball! Then Fire Master raised his hand and cast a spell, just as another crow was about to attack him. With a snap, the crow that was rushing toward the mage suddenly fell backwards, and its feathers also had started to burn. Fire blast! The attack of the fire spell was strong enough, killing two of my birds at once. But my birds were not that easy to kill. Leo was amazed by the powerful attack power of fire spells, and he killed two crows in a matter of seconds. The smile on Huimian's face, who had just killed two crows, froze completely before he could bloom, because the moment he relaxed after killing the crows, a big scarlet mouth full of fangs suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Puff! The sound of sharp objects piercing flesh came from Huefei's throat, and a big mouth was biting on it. The owner of this big mouth is a wolf with snow-white fur. The fire mage's attack power is strong, and the fire magic is also very lethal. However, as a full attack mage, the fire mage has no body protection skills, and he died on the spot under the successful sneak attack of the mad wolf. Powerful in attack but fragile in nature. This is a common problem among fire mages. Seeing this scene, the originally noisy scene suddenly became silent, and the thieves were stunned. Their boss, an intermediate mage, died just like that, bitten to death by a wolf. A question arises in the minds of all the thieves. How did this wolf appear next to the mage? Kill it! Seeing the leading mage being kissed by the wolf, the three professionals standing next to him suddenly became red-eyed, raised their weapons, and slashed at the mad wolf. Silly! Leo was overjoyed when he saw the three professionals focusing all their attention on the mad wolf biting the fire spell. What a big flaw! Puff! Puff! In the shocked eyes of the thieves, the eyes of the two professionals were so bulging that they almost bulged out. They never thought that they would also receive the same treatment as the fire spell, and be bitten to pieces by the white wolf that suddenly appeared next to them. Throat. How did these three wolves appear? Why did it feel like they had been waiting there for a long time? But I stupidly stretched out my neck for them to bite? With such doubts, the two professionals struggled feebly twice, and then fell next to the fire spell. A mid-level fire magician, two low-level warriors, and three professionals fell under the sharp teeth of the mad wolf in just a few breaths. The teleporting wolf is indeed a master of murderous sneak attacks. Chapter 27 Lake Citter Island 3. Three companions died, which made the remaining professional couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. The three companions are already dead. So isn't it now my turn? In order for your companions not to be lonely on the road to H.L., you should also go down and accompany them. The professional who was nervously watching the three mad wolves approaching him suddenly had a vine as thick as an arm emerging from under his feet. As soon as the vine emerged from the ground, it quickly wrapped around the professional's legs. In the blink of an eye, in a short while, he wrapped this professional into a rice dumpling. The poisonous flower vine, which had been injured by the fire spell before, saw the opportunity and successfully attacked the professional. This professional is not the mid-level fire mage. Although he struggled hard, and the poisonous vine's injury was not healed, it only allowed him to hold on longer. The big rice dumpling wrapped in the poisonous vine was after shaking violently for more than 10 breaths. There was no movement at all. By the way, the toxin of poisonous flower vine is very powerful, second only to the legendary three-way milk powder that can make people brain dead. At this time, this group of thieves has become completely chaotic. After seeing the leading professionals die one after another, how can ordinary thieves remain calm? Even the powerful professionals are dead. How can these little minions resist the enemy hiding in the dark? It's better to run away. If there are so many people running away together, even if the other party wants to kill someone, it may not be their turn. When life and death are at stake, no one would think that they are the unlucky guy. Or in other words, no one wants to be the unlucky guy. A large group of thieves suddenly started running for their lives. But these habitual thieves had not completely lost their minds. They all ran towards the center of the island in the middle of the lake. After all, there were more companions there. The thieves were running towards the center of the lake island. But Leo didn't chase them because he didn't have the time now. He was already in trouble and couldn't take action. Leo was attacked by a sneak attack while commanding the poisonous flower vines to kill the fourth professional. 2 daggers stabbed Leo in the back of the heart silently from the darkness. But at this time Leo was unaware of it. Just when the dagger was about to hit Leo, a bone shield suddenly appeared and blocked the blow for Leo. The bone armor of the Necromancer. The sneak attack was ineffective, which surprised the sneak attacker. The figure that was originally sneaking appeared because of this attack. The stalker of the Defias thieves. Leo was no longer unaware this time. There was a big living person beside him, holding 2 daggers that shone with cold light. He was definitely not here to drink tea and chat with him. Leo secretly cursed himself for being careless. He only killed 3 of the 5 professionals led by the fire mage, and the remaining 2 were missing. He actually didn't notice this, and was approached by a stalker. Come here. If he hadn't been careful to keep the Necromancer's bone armor, that one blow would have killed him. Secretly wiping a cold sweat, Leo felt regretful for his carelessness. The stalker waved the dagger, and came forward again. Since the sneak attack had no effect, he would just kill him by force. He was just a warlock with an imp. The stalker was confident of killing him head-on. Being attacked at close range by a stalker is definitely very disadvantageous for a warlock. Warlocks do not have the magic shield skills to protect themselves like mages. And they also have the flash technique to quickly distance themselves. Facing the close attacks of stalkers, warlocks can only use their bodies to resist in addition to trying to avoid them. Want to kill me by force? You have to have that skill. Facing the stalker Leo who bullied him, Leo didn't show any panic. Instead, he felt a faint sense of excitement. The close combat method he learned from Fucusel could finally be tested in actual combat. When I was in Stormwind City, I was always abused by the royal sister Fizzle. Now it's time for me to abuse others. The stalker stabbed Leo with his dagger, but Leo didn't react at all. This made him wonder to himself. This kid must have been stunned and didn't know what to do. Out of his usual contempt for legal professionals who are not good at close combat, the stalkers did not pay much attention to Leo, which created an opportunity for Leo. There are flaws all over the body. Leo clicked his tongue and shook his head. After Fuzel's rigorous training, Leo's eyesight was not bad. Not to mention that this stalker despised Leo. And even if he took him seriously, he still couldn't get into Leo's eyes. In the past year or so, he had been frequently tortured by Fuzel, the royal sister of the big boss level. No matter how stupid Leo was in close combat, he could not compare with this Defias stalker. The stabbing dagger stopped an inch away from Leo's body. This was not because the stalker was showing mercy, but because his arms were firmly grasped by a pair of strong hands, and he could no longer move forward. After struggling hard, the stalker was surprised to find that his own strength could not shake the opponent at all. He couldn't help but be extremely surprised. This warlock is so powerful. Leo exerted force with both hands and twisted hard. With 2 clicks, the stalker's arms were suddenly broken by him. This idiot. Doesn't he know that the physique of a warlock is even stronger than that of a warrior of the same level? He actually dares to compete with me. Isn't this asking for abuse? It should be noted that for warlocks who study the power of darkness, a strong physique is also an important component of their strength. As both legal professions, after the magic power of the mage is exhausted, if there is no supplement such as medicine, he can only stare blankly. But the warlock is different. The warlock who can use life diversion to sacrifice physical health in exchange for mana can increase the body is loaded to forcibly obtain magic power, so that the strong body becomes the magic power reserve of the warlock. You think, in this way, the warlock cannot pay attention to physical fitness. Can a warlock not be physically strong? As the stalker screamed, Leo punched the opponent's chest with all his strength. With a muffled thud, the stalker's chest suddenly dented a large amount, and the screams immediately became weaker. As soon as Leo let go of his hand, the stalker's body suddenly lost its support and collapsed to the ground like a piece of soft cloth. With this stalker's strength, he shouldn't have been killed by Leo so quickly, just because he made a mistake from the beginning. He shouldn't underestimate Leo's close combat capabilities. After all, this is the real world and not a game. Even if the mages in the game are high level, their close combat capabilities are extremely weak. But in reality, if a high-level magician is serious about it, his close combat capabilities will not be too low. Although the bodies of legal professions that have been strengthened by elemental power are not as good as those of warriors who rely on their bodies to survive. In general, they are not that weak. Just when he was relaxing physically and mentally after killing the stalker, two daggers suddenly appeared from the darkness and quickly pierced Leo's back. The second Defia's stalker, who was sneaking, finally found the best time to take action. Chapter 28. Brother, does your balls hurt? All living things will sense the coming danger. This is an innate intuition. But this intuition is not strong for most living things. However, this kind of intuition can be developed. For example, many veterans who have been on the battlefield can sense the coming danger faster and stronger than ordinary people. Although Leo has never been to a battlefield, going to the battlefield is not the only way to develop his intuition for danger. Under Fusel's rigorous training, his ability to sense danger is indeed better than that of ordinary people. Much stronger. The moment the dagger struck, Leo had already felt something in his heart. Before he had any thoughts of response, he kicked his right leg back violently, and his back heel drew a fan-shaped arc and kicked the sneak attacker with extremely heavy force. A powerful back foot hoe. Puff! Puff! There was a muffled sound like something breaking. Someone is attacking from behind. Only then did Leo react. He hurriedly stepped aside, feeling lucky in his heart. Thanks to Fusel's training, his body could react faster than his brain. The sneak attacker did not pursue him. Leo, who stepped aside, had enough time to decide what to do next. However, when he saw the sneak attacker, his expression became very strange. A stalker from the Defia's thieves group tightly covered his crotch with his hands, clamped his legs, and bent his body. His body was trembling, and his mouth was wide open without making any sound. It was like a silent cry. Leo couldn't help scratching his face. What do you mean? The so-called 3 inches below the navel and between the legs are the vital points of all male creatures. Brother, what's wrong with you? Leo looked concerned, pretending to be innocent. What answered him was the resentful gaze of Defia's stalker. Brother, don't stay silent. How can I know what's wrong with you if you don't speak? Judging from your appearance, could it be that you have a pain in your balls? Someone was rude and kept talking to entertain the Defia's stalker while walking towards him. However, the poor stalker was so painful that he was shaking all over and couldn't use any strength. He could only stare at Leo. If looks could kill, Leo would have been cut into pieces countless times. Brother, do you have a pain in the balls? Do you really have a pain in the balls? Do you really have a pain in the balls? Leo stepped forward and patted the stalker on the shoulder. Leo said in an admonishing tone, if your balls hurt, don't hold on. Just scream. How nice it is to scream. Look at you. You don't say anything. If you don't say anything, how do I know if you really hurt? Speaking of which, pain in the balls is not a disease. It hurts really badly. The Defia's thief felt extremely aggrieved. Damn you. You soulless soul. Don't you even know what you have done? For God's sake, why don't you strike this guy with thunder and kill him? Oh, by the way, I remember. Leo suddenly realized. I seem to have kicked you just now. Are you okay? I remember that I seem to have kicked something into pieces. The Defia's stalker was so angry that Leo was vomiting blood. He could only kill people with a nod of his head. We don't want to be so humiliating. It's not that your balls hurt, but that you have no balls? No. It's such an exaggeration. I've only heard of you sway, but not dance sway. How about, tell me how you feel. Damn it. Can't you give me a good time? The Defia's stalker trembled his lips and used all his strength to spit out 2 words. Bastard. Leo paused and stared. He was shocked by Defia's stalker's words. You little guy. You're already so bad and you're still so arrogant? Patting the stalker on the shoulder, Leo made a sad expression. Don't be a thief in your next life. After saying that, Leo grabbed the stalker's neck and squeezed hard. Click. There was a clear sound of bone cracking, and the Defia's stalker's neck was lowered at an unnatural angle. There was no sound, but there was an expression of relief on his face. Child shoes. It's wrong to curse people. After clapping his hands, Leo's figure disappeared into the darkness. He still had to find a way to deal with the remaining Defias thieves in the center of the island in the middle of the lake. Speaking of the center of the island in the middle of the lake, there was already a slight commotion there. If it weren't for the leading professionals, who still had some prestige, the thieves would have dispersed in a hurry. Although the remaining 14 professionals in Defias appear to be very calm on the surface. Who knows what's going on in their hearts? 4 professionals, including an intermediate mage, died just like that. This is 1/3 of our own strength on the entire island. The attacker hiding in the dark killed a mid-level mage and 3 low-level warriors without even showing his face. What kind of strength is this? Could it be a high-level druid? If it was a high-level druid, would the two sides still have to fight? There are also 2 fellow stalkers who are missing, since there has been no news from them for so long. It is speculated that they are also in danger. Listen. Don't panic. The sneak attacker in the dark cannot be a high-level druid. The remaining mid-level mage's words were full of affirmation. Now the Defias thieves on the island are counting on him to get it. Got the idea. If it's a high-level druid, then there's no need for him to hide. Even if he comes directly to kill us, we may not be able to do anything to him. After saying that, the mage was a little helpless. High-level druids were characters above level 30. They were only about level 10 or 20. Even if they were outnumbered, they could fight against a high-level druid. It's no problem for Rui to drive away the opponent. But it's impossible to kill him. If the attacker is a high-level druid, he can come over in a bold manner, kill 1 or 2 of his own professionals, and then leave calmly. There is no need to be so sneaky. However, it is absolutely correct that the opponent is an elf. Apart from the elf, no other race can command plants and animals to launch an attack at the same time. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why would someone from the elves attack us? The mid-level mage was puzzled. He was confused. He was just leading people to stay on the island in the middle of the lake. Why did he attract the elves? The depressed mage suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. And he thought that there might be some amazing secret in this seemingly inconspicuous island in the middle of the lake, or in the stone tablet lake where the island in the middle of the lake is located. Thinking of this, the mid-level mage couldn't help but feel his heart beat wildly. The secret that can induce elves to travel thousands of miles to the human kingdom is absolutely amazing. If he can figure it out, then the mid-level mage was excited about the fictitious secret. But he didn't expect a strong wind to suddenly hit his crotch. A big hand made entirely of earth elements clenched a fist and punched him in the crotch. Oh! The mid-level mage's long sound with an elongated tail sounded. And the sound sounded like someone had exploded his little daisy. A big man emerged from the ground under the feet of the mid-level mage and the astonished eyes of the Defia thieves. Chapter 29: The Battle on the Island in the Middle of the Lake. There is a movie line called "A fist as big as a casserole." Why did Mao add a description in front of the fist? This is of course to illustrate that the fist is very powerful, and it hurts when it hits someone. Hitting someone with a fist as big as a casserole is very painful. And hitting someone with a fist bigger than a casserole will naturally hurt even more. Especially since the fist hit a person's vital part. And the person being hit didn't have any precautions. So naturally it will hurt. It hurts even more. No, it shouldn't simply be said that it hurts. But the word pain must be added to the word pain. Well, I have said so much just to show one thing. That is, the mid-level mage leading the Defias thieves was hit by a bargain-hunting punch. And the mage really couldn't afford to be hurt. The severe pain coming from somewhere in his body prevented him from condensing even a trace of magic power. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 yuan who had sneak attacked him raised his fist and hit him again. The mage only heard a click sound of bone cracking in his ears. And then his vision went dark and he knew nothing. The Defias thieves obviously did not expect the attacker to be so bold. And they dared to attack when so many of them were gathered together. Therefore, when they saw the mid-level mage being attacked, their reaction was slow due to shock. When they recovered from the shock and prepared to rescue the mage, they found that it was too late. The mage's neck had been stabbed by the earth element. Punch interrupts. Come on, soldier. Kill the 2 yuan bastard first. Everyone, be careful. The other party is coming. The leader of the mage died suddenly, which caused the thieves on the island in the middle of the lake to panic. Their panicked appearance made Leo, who was hiding in the dark, very satisfied. This is what I want. The more chaotic you are, the easier it will be for you. By the way, the clay stone demon, a big guy that pops out of the ground, is really useful. It is a must-have pet for sneak attacks and sap attacks. Look at that unlucky mid-level mage. He just pointed in the direction of his feet, and used a skill to summon the clay stone demon. When the clay stone demon appeared, he hit an uppercut that was comparable to fishing for the moon under the sea. This mid-level mage is useless. This tactic seems to be very useful. A certain wretched guy is so unscrupulous that he actually wants to let a big and honest guy like Clay Stone Demon use this egg-breaking tactic. It's really frustrating. I really don't know how many people will experience egg-breaking that is more terrifying than heartbreak through this move in the future. Clay Stone Demon? That's right. The earth elemental that attacked the mid-level mage was the Clay Stone Demon that the Necromancer could summon when he was at level 6. For Leo, it is not difficult to deal with the other Defias thieves on the island in the center of the lake, except for the leading mid-level mage. After all, there is a level gap of more than 10 levels between the two sides. Level suppression still has a great impact on Leo's combat power. Big. Therefore, Leo's 2 attacks always started with a sneak attack on the opponent's mage. I have to say that Leo was really lucky. Both of his sneak attacks were successful. Facing 2 mages who were more than 10 levels higher than him, he succeeded in sneak attacks twice in a row. This was nothing compared to others. To describe, miracle. After killing the 2 leading mid-level mages, the big stone weighing on Leo's heart dissipated. In fact, even though Leo was very fast when he killed the 2 mages, his actions were also very smooth, as if he was very relaxed. But this is all based on his strong character. The first mage killed was the fire mage. The poisonous flower vine first inflicted the poison on the fire mage's body and greatly reduced his strength. Then, 2 crows were used as bait to trick the fire mage into being careless. Finally, the crazy wolf seized the opportunity to teleport to the fire mage, biting around. If there was a problem in any link during this period, Leo's plan would fail. If the poisonous flower vine hadn't attacked unexpectedly, if the fire spell hadn't been careless after killing 2 crows, if the mad wolf hadn't teleported, would it have been so easy to kill a mid-level mage across levels? As for the second mid-level mage, the Clay Stone Demon was unprepared. Who made this kid think that he was very safe under the protection of his companions? Who told him to wander into heaven? You're a mage who can't even open a magic shield. If I don't kill you, I'd be really sorry for myself. The 2 mages who threatened him the most were dead, and Leo was now under much less pressure. Of course, it doesn't mean that Leo will emerge from the darkness. After all, there are 14 low-level professionals on the Defias Thieves side, without the advantage of being invisible in the darkness. Leo is no match for them. 14 against 1. Leo asked himself that he was not that strong. The Claystone Demon was in a very bad situation at this time. The big man who had gone deep into the enemy's formation and successfully killed the opponent's leader had already fallen into the siege of several professionals. Facing several professionals who were attacking him like crazy, the Claystone Demon was beaten in a very embarrassed state. Under the flash of swords and shadows, pieces of dirt flew into the air. The originally strong man successfully lost weight under the opponent's hard attack, and his body lost weight twice. Can those so-called fitness centers achieve such amazing slimming effects? Can it be done? Just when a group of Defias professionals focused their attention on the Claystone Demon, Leo, who was hiding in the dark, began to name these 14 guys. The first to be attacked were 4 stalkers. The poisonous flower vines quickly wrapped around the legs of a stalker, and the poisonous vines quickly snaked up, wrapping the stalker into a big rice dumpling in the blink of an eye. 3 crazy wolves suddenly appeared next to the other 3 stalkers, opened their big scarlet mouths, and bit the stalkers' necks passionately, giving the 3 of them a meeting gift called Wolf Kiss. Looking at the 4 stalkers who fell in this attack, Leo felt infinite contempt in his heart. Damn. You are a stalker. Can you sneak? You know clearly that someone is sneaking up on you in the dark, but you still dare to act so arrogantly as a bystander. If I don't kill you, who will you do? If you want to die, just say it. Don't be so reserved. If I don't understand, wouldn't it be a waste of all your hard work? When the 4 stalkers were attacked, the 6 hunters next to them also felt uncomfortable. 5 crows took advantage of the dark night to reach their side, taking advantage of their fast speed, small size, and flexible body to make the hunters confused and unable to spare their hands to help their companions. 6 low-level hunters, who didn't even understand the most important skill of a hunter, taming pets, dared to come out so arrogantly to rebel. Aren't these idiots looking for trouble? As a hunter without pets, how different do you think you are from an archer? You just carry a bow and think you are a high-level hunter who shoots everyone in the face? My little friends, the earth is very dangerous. You should go back to Mars. The appearance of the mad wolf and the crow dumbfounded the 4 warriors who besieged the clay stone demon. In just an instant, 4 more professionals died. It seems that it will not be long before it is their turn. Looking at the 6 hunters who were distracted by the crow's harassment, the soldier became depressed. Once the 3 white wolves and the vines that drilled into the ground came to kill them, it would be impossible for them to stop them. Coupled with the manipulator who is hiding in the dark, this is nothing. Although there are 100 or 200 companions of the thieves group around, their combat effectiveness is insignificant. In the battle between professionals, ordinary people have almost no influence at all. Do you want to withdraw first? Several soldiers glanced at each other. The thieves in the thieves group are not knights. It's not shameful to run away if you can't beat them. What's shameful is that you can't even run away. Chapter 30 upgraded to 5 levels in a row. Even though there were many Defias thieves, they were frightened, and in Leo's eyes, they were nothing more than a group of sheep. Can a flock of sheep scare people? The general has no fighting spirit, and the soldiers have no morale. How can you fight me like this? Leo really didn't like these Defias thieves very much. They had an absolute advantage in strength, but they were defeated so miserably, and so quickly. Although he was lucky, there was more to it. The reason is the thieves themselves. Although there are many Defias thieves on the island in the center of the lake, there are really not many strong ones. Apart from the 2 mid-level mages, who can pose a threat to Leo, there are only 6 stalkers. It's a pity that 2 mid-level mages died in frustration, and 6 stalkers were also killed by him. Now Leo only needs to hide in the dark and use clay stone demons, mad wolves, poisonous flower vines, and crows to grind slowly. Grind these thieves to death. Is there something wrong with these Defias thieves? Why didn't you run away even though you had already failed? The victory was decided, and Leo didn't want to waste too much time on the Defias thief. He also wanted to check the stone tablet in the center of the island early to see if there was anything special about it. The commotion on the island in the middle of the lake was actually quite large. The noise of the thieves on the island in this quiet night had definitely attracted the attention of many people. The longer the delay, the greater the changes. As if in response to Leo, just when Leo was feeling impatient, the Defias thieves suddenly shouted, and the entire team dispersed. With a shout, 100 or 200 people suddenly ran away. Well, Leo couldn't help scratching his face. These guys were quite cooperative. In this case, I will spare your lives. Leo is not a murderous person. Of course, if the Defias thieves do not leave the island in the middle of the lake, he does not mind turning them all into his own upgrade energy. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that these lowly Defias thieves gave Leo too little upgrade energy, this kid might not let them go. The Defias thieves all fled for their lives. Leo naturally no longer needed to hide, while he let the crow fly into the air to monitor the situation on the island. He also commanded the Mad Wolf Clay Stone Demon to guard himself against possible attacks. When he came to the stone tablet in the center of the island, Leo was immediately blinded when he saw the stone tablet. Damn it. Why did I forget that I can't understand most of the writing in this world? Especially the writing that was spread in ancient times. Well, our time traveler Leo Prawn is actually illiterate in this world. He didn't know anything except that he could understand a little bit about the characters currently used in the Kingdom of Stormwind. For other words, he could only express regret. I'm going to kill you. I've spent so much effort and killed 2 mid-level mages. And you're just going to do this to me? Are you going to give me this ending? What a cheat. Just when Leo was about to go crazy, a savior-like voice sounded. I found alien energy. Would you like to absorb it? Wow. That's a lot of energy to absorb. It seems like I won't come back empty-handed this time. Although the voice that appeared in his mind was still cold, it sounded extremely kind to Leo's ears. There was energy that could be absorbed, so the knight's efforts were not in vain. Confirm absorption. Absorbing alien energy. Why do you think Leo is so bold? Hasn't he learned his lesson from absorbing the tears of Tyloa? In fact, it was precisely because of absorbing the tears of Tyloa that Leo became more active in absorbing the energy he discovered. Tears of Tyloa did bring great trouble to Leo at the beginning of the absorption. The evil curse tortured Leo terribly. But after killing Stavin and lifting the curse, Leo, the benefits gained are huge. After removing the negative effects of Teroya's tears, Leo was surprised to find that the crow he summoned had a special ability. That is, the crow's attack actually contained a kind of curse. After they attack the target, they have a certain chance to trigger a curse effect, which will reduce the target's certain attributes for a period of time. The effect of this curse is a weakened version of the curse received during the Stavin's Legend series of tasks in Yamaguchi Mountain. Because when the crow attacks, the curse it triggers can only weaken one attribute of the target rather than multiple weakenings. The crow, which was originally only a physical attack, can now cast a weakening curse. For Leo, the more of this kind of good thing, the better. Therefore, when Leo knew that there was alien energy that could be absorbed, he did not hesitate. Maybe absorbing these alien energies will bring some troubles, but the benefits brought by solving the troubles will make people not give them up. Absorbing alien energy, the host level has been improved. The host level has been improved. The sounds in his head never stopped after he began to absorb the alien energy in the stone tablet. Not only did these sounds not bore Leo, but they actually made him wish that the sounds kept ringing. Because every time the sound sounds, it means that Leo's level has been improved by one level. No one can have too much of a good thing like upgrading, especially when you are still very weak. When the absorption of alien energy stopped and the voices in his mind fell silent, Leo suddenly discovered that his level had actually been raised to level 15. From level 10 to level 15. The level suddenly increased by 5 levels, which made Leo extremely happy. He worked hard for more than a year under Fusel's rigorous training before reaching level 10. Now he absorbed the alien energy in the stone tablet and rose to level 15 in minutes. The comparison between the two made Leo the beef is full of noodles. Do you think there is more energy on this stone tablet? Leo smashed his mouth in dissatisfaction. He had carefully checked that after absorbing the alien energy on the stone tablet, there was nothing abnormal about him or any negative state. In other words, the energy absorbed this time was pure upgraded energy without other impurities. The energy in this stone tablet is really safe, efficient, and painless. Why does it feel a bit like that? At level 15, Leo's Necromancer has several new skills to learn: Poison and White Bone Wall, Curse Attack Backlash and Fear, Summoning Stone Demon Dominance, and Resurrection Skeleton Mage. As for the equipment skills, there are no changes. There is still only one wolf-filled heart waiting to be activated. Of course, it's not just the Necromancers who have improved. The native professional warlocks of this world that Leo acquired after traveling through time have also made great progress. Level 15. 6 talent points. This is enough for Leo to open the warlock's talent tree and fill up the first level of talents. I didn't expect the level to increase so quickly. It seems I have to go back to Stormwind City. By the way, the Warlock Guild is only found in Stormwind City. Chapter 31. It's inevitable that there will be an explosion. Currently, the kingdom is booming and the situation is excellent. Fiscal revenue has exceeded 100,000 gold. Fiscal expenditures have been heavily tilted towards people's livelihood areas. Medical and social security have gradually covered all people from scratch. Tianmeng 1. No. The expedition army is about to set off. Some people are not happy, but applaud the current good situation. These people take it as their duty to criticize the country, focus on the dark side of society and magnify it, and try their best to vilify the country's image. If someone dares to praise the country, they will attack it in groups, causing it to become a trend to criticize the country. This is an evil trend on the internet. Well, in public opinion, it must be curbed, and someone must stand up and confront it. In public opinion, it is necessary to carry out an in-depth and lasting campaign of singing praises and praising the kingdom, and forcefully fighting back against those gangsters who hide in the shadows and attack the kingdom. However, the country's great achievements cannot be distorted or smeared. A word of advice for some people: one rat droppings can ruin a pot of soup, but a few bedbugs can never ruin it. As a former nobleman, now a member of the 7th Division, holding an Australian green card, holding a murder license, I advise those scum with ulterior motives not to be enemies of the kingdom. The pace of the country's progress will crush them into powder. In Stormwind City, in the stone house of Fizzle, Leo was foaming at the mouth and delivering his long speech with a righteous look on his face. This made Passonia and Fusel, who were in the same room, look angry and funny. How could this kid have so many seemingly just and awe-inspiring reasons? If this guy hadn't added those last 2 sentences, we would have been almost fooled by him. So, what do you mean? Passonia rubbed her eyebrows with a headache expression on her face. I went out for a while. This guy is good at making mistakes. That's what I mean. Hee. Leo rubbed his hands. After going out once, he had been free and happy outside for many days. He didn't want to go back to his original miserable cultivation life in a short time. The Defias thieves are becoming more and more arrogant now. If we don't give them a good beating, they won't understand that the majesty of Stormwind City cannot be offended. So you want to go to the Wild West? Are you sure? Passonia is a little worried about Leo. This kid has great potential. But potential does not mean strength. He is just a low-level professional now, And it is not an ordinary danger to go to the western wilderness, where the Defias thieves are entrenched. According to the intelligence obtained by MI7, there are quite a few mid-level professionals in the Defias thieves' lair. Can Leo handle it alone? Leo's face lit up with joy when he heard Pesonia's question. Since this girl asked herself this, it meant that she agreed with his proposal. I'm not going to their lair to buy bargains. I'm just teaching these thieves a lesson. The danger is not great. Besides, nothing in this world is absolutely safe. After hearing what Leo said, Pasonia knew that she was thinking wrongly, and she shouldn't interpret Leo's words based on her own way of acting. With Pesonia's strength, if she wanted to teach the Defias thieves a lesson, she would definitely attack them directly and kick them out in an extremely violent and bloody way. But Leo was different. Leo is just a low-level professional. This kid has neither the tyranny nor the fearless mentality of a strong man. Is it realistic for you to let him go to the home of the Defias thieves alone to play? While Pasonia was still silent, Fusel spoke. There is a new paladin in the Holy Light Cathedral who is heading to the western wilderness, and he wants to use the Defias thieves there as his first trial. Well, Leo looked at Fizzle resentfully. What did the female elf mean by this? Is she going to ask herself to destroy that paladin's trial? By the way, this is someone's first practice. In that case, you can figure it out yourself. After speaking, Pasonia stood up and left regardless of Leo's plaintive expression. I have to figure it out. What should I do? Given the relationship between MI7 and the Cathedral of Holy Light. Now that I know that the people from the Cathedral of Holy Light want to interfere in the affairs of Westfall, what else can I do? It's just that the Defias thieves want to teach him a lesson. But the paladin's trial must also cause trouble for him. Drop a kidney in the forehead. This seems to be a very technical matter. Leo, be careful. Leo was a little touched when Faisal said this. This royal sister actually cares about him. Got his eyes. Leo was just moved. But he didn't expect that Fusel's next words would make him fall into the abyss. Paladins have firm beliefs, and their fighting power is unmatched by ordinary professionals. You must not be careless when fighting with them. Leo was dumbfounded. Sister, you mean what you said? I didn't say I wanted to fight with that paladin. Right? I want to outwit you. And we can't do it openly if we are looking for trouble. Starting a fight with the same paladin. Your words put me under great pressure. What is a paladin? In the words of online games, it is an existence that can increase, resist, and fight. If you can't beat it, you can still run away invincibly. The lowest level of the paladin from the Holy Light Cathedral is level 20. And there is level suppression for my buddies. Don't think so highly of me. Okay. What do you think is my best friend? Can't I change it? Seeing the bitter look on Leo's face, Sissel seemed a little displeased. Leo, your talent is very good. But this does not mean that you will definitely become a strong person. If you want to stand among the strong without a heart that is not afraid of challenges, it is absolutely impossible. Even if it doesn't matter how good your talent is, or how great your potential is. You have an ability similar to that of a druid's heart of nature, which allows you to control animals and plants. You also possess the mysterious belief power of a shaman to control elemental creatures. In addition, you have already activated your natural talent as a warlock. It can be said that you are the same person as you. As a third-class person like me, this kind of talent is far better than others, and the so-called geniuses in the world are nothing more than this. However, if you don't have the heart to be strong, you will still end up in mediocrity. I hope you won't disappoint Pasonia and me. After speaking, Fusel left, as if he wanted to leave Leo a quiet space to think. Hey, are you angry? I said. Are you really angry? A wry smile hung on Leo's face. Fusel has never spoken so many words to Leo at once, like she did today. In Leo's impression, this female elf only asked or answered 1 or 2 short sentences. Today she was so abnormal, and said so in one breath. Much. It seemed that Fusel was really angry at his timid attitude. In Leo's view, the ideal development path is to slowly accumulate strength. Try not to touch things beyond your own abilities. Not find dangerous opponents to challenge yourself. And wait until necessary to make a splash. However, Fizzle obviously doesn't think so. The female elf believes that the only way to be strong is to have the courage to challenge and be stronger. She just develops quietly and always adheres to safety first. If she doesn't face danger, even if she has strong strength, she will still be strong. Weak. Play piggy tiger? It's really cool. But pretending to be a pig for a long time can easily turn you into a real pig. Challenging a paladin who is at least an intermediate level. You are putting me on the fire. This time, there is no chance that I will explode. Chapter 32 The Holy Night is fierce. At the far west of Elwyn Forest, the only land passage connecting the western wilderness and Elwyn Forest, the western spring fortress stands on it, firmly guarding the throat between the kingdom's western granary and the eastern forest. As the manager of Shichuen Fortress, Rainier put down what he was doing for the first time today and appeared in the tall tower. What is this paladin going to do? Following Rainier's puzzled gaze, a female knight riding a gorgeous war horse and wearing exquisite enchanted armor was standing on the avenue in front of the fortress, holding a battle flag high, as if she was waiting for something. If it were an ordinary knight's fortress, the guards would have rushed forward to chase people away. Don't you know that this would block traffic? But after inferring the origin of the other party from the coat of arms embroidered on the knight's jersey, he was a noble paladin. All the kingdom guards in the fortress, including Rainier, remained silent. A very strange scene appeared on the busy road. Both the people coming towards Shichuen Fortress and the people leaving Shichuen Fortress automatically walked to both sides about 300 meters away from the paladin. Even the nobles, the carriage is no exception. Paladins, not to mention the Cathedral of Holy Light behind them. Their noble status alone is enough to make people dare not offend them at will. The paladin standing quietly on the avenue ignored the gazes of others and only looked at the pedestrians heading towards Shichuen Fortress, his sharp eyes seeming to be looking for something. It was under this situation that Leo came to the fortress. He saw the majestic Shichuen Fortress, and also saw the paladin standing in the middle of the avenue. When Leo's eyes met the paladin's, both of them shuddered slightly. It was the female knight I met in Elwyn Forest before. Is this girl here to cause trouble for me? Looking at Paladin Leo, who had been staring at him since he appeared, he felt an unpleasant premonition in his heart. The paladin waved the hand holding the battle flag, and the battle flag shot out with a swish, and was inserted in front 1 meter away from Leo. This is the dueling flag. This paladin is really coming for me, Leo thought to himself. Sure enough, this paladin is bored. Why would he come to me to play a duel? Leo scratched his face with an innocent expression. Excuse me, did you admit the wrong person? Brother, I am a sheep citizen who is more obedient than a good citizen. The brother who fights with gods and horses is respectful and insensitive. The black hand hiding in the shadows doesn't have the courage to face the sun? The paladin's words made Leo itch with hatred. He didn't hate the paladin in front of him, but the person who leaked his whereabouts. The symbol of MI7 is a clenched hand, and its job is to engage in shady things such as assassinations. The black hand hidden in the shadows is talking about MI7. The paladin is right. It pointed out Leo's identity. However, the identity of every member of a dark side organization like MI7 is a secret. If no one leaks the information, how can the Holy Knight of the Cathedral of Holy Light, the enemy of MI7, know his identity? Thinking that someone had revealed his identity, Countess Presto's face appeared in Leo's mind for some reason. Could it be that this woman deliberately leaked her situation in order to take revenge on him for taking advantage of her? It seems very possible. Oh, you said that? Leo spread his hands helplessly. And just when the paladin was about to listen to his next words, a vine as thick as an arm quietly came out of the ground and wrapped the paladin's horse. Strict. Mean! The paladin cursed angrily, and the horse under his feet suddenly disappeared. Battle pet space. This paladin is at least level 30. Leo's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly jumped towards the forest beside the road. A high-level paladin of level 30 comes to me for a duel. He really thinks highly of me, so I won't accompany him. A level 15 warlock faced off against a level 30 paladin. There was no chance of winning from any aspect. The level suppression alone could make a person depressed to death. Even if Leo uses the useless Necromancer skill as his trump card, he still won't be able to win. You need to know that the Holy Knight's Holy Light is designed to defeat undead creatures. And undead creatures that have the same origin as undead creatures are no exception. Stop! You coward! Hammer of punishment! Seeing Leo running away like that, the paladin was very angry. She waved the big sword in her hand, and a golden light suddenly appeared above Leo's head. It hit Leo's head with a dong, hitting the person who was running away so hard that stars appeared in his eyes, and he was stunned on the spot. A hammer of punishment knocked Leo unconscious. The paladin swung his sword and cut the poisonous flower vines that tried to entangle her into several pieces in 2 slashes, and rushed towards Leo quickly. The high-level paladin was so powerful, and the poisonous flower vine was nothing to her, and it didn't even hinder her for a second. Ouch! Ouch! 3 white wolves with snow-white fur suddenly appeared and blocked the path of the paladin. These were Leo's mad wolves. Although Leo was hit by the Holy Knight's hammer of punishment, Leo could only physically move. But his mind was still very clear. As long as he was not confused, he could command his summoned creatures. 3 white wolves blocked the road, which did not slow down the paladin's progress at all. She swung her sword, and golden light flowed from the sword. Command seal. The big sword slashed forward, and the golden light on the sword suddenly burst out. The 3 mad wolves were instantly submerged in the golden holy light, and only the whining sounds could be heard. Let me tell you, when did the seal of command become a group attack? This is not in line with the setting of Yamaguchi Mountain. I want to complain. I want to complain. Someone is using it. This scene left Leo quite speechless. The Holy Seal of Command only had single target attack skills in the Yamaguchi Mountains. But how come it turned into a group attack in this other world? Although he knew that the paladins in this world were powerful, this was too much. Are you cheating? The 3 mad wolves were seriously injured in just the blink of an eye. And this knight was a bit too fierce. This paladin is at least level 30. And I am only level 15. Her level is at least twice as high as mine. I am definitely no match for her in a head-on fight. The combat power of his own men was cut in half by the opponent in just a few breaths, which further strengthened Leo Shanren's determination. At this time, he was gradually regaining control of his body. Quack! Quack! 5 crows screamed and rushed towards the paladin. These palm-sized black birds tried to hinder the paladin from approaching their master with their fearless spirit of not being afraid of sacrifice. The paladin swung his sword twice, but Crow used his small and flexible body to dodge him. Seeing that Leo was about to fully regain control of his body, the paladin couldn't help but become anxious. The forward steps paused slightly, and with the paladin as the center, a circle of hot golden light suddenly appeared, scorching the air within a few meters around the paladin and causing it to become slightly distorted. Damn it. This is the holy sacrifice of the punishment cavalry. Leo cursed secretly in his heart. At this time, the 5 crows had been turned into a pile of coke in the hot holy light. Fortunately, after such a blockage, Leo had fully recovered from the impact of the hammer of punishment. Facing the rapidly charging paladin, he did not dare to hesitate at all. Spread his legs and rushed towards the dense forest beside the road with all his strength. The paladin was about to catch up when a pair of big khaki hands suddenly stretched out from the ground and grasped her legs firmly. After she solved the problem, Leo's figure had already disappeared deep into the jungle. Chapter 33 Escape from Pursuit. In Elwyn Forest, Leo sat on a mad wolf with a depressed look. Through the message from the crow, Leo could clearly see that there was a tail following behind him. A deadly tail. Why is this paladin so stupid? It's been 2 days. Why are you still chasing after me? What do you like about me? Can't I change it? Faced with the pursuit of a high-level knight, Leo, a low-level warlock, had no choice but to flee. The level gap of at least 15 levels cannot be compensated by some small skills. The difference in strength is too big. Even if Leo has additional skills, it is impossible to think about it. From the moment he met the paladin outside Shichuan Fortress to now, he has been enjoying the treatment of being chased. In the past 2 days, Leo has used all his methods, such as Crow's sneak attacks at night, Poisonous Flower Vine's constant entanglement. Crazy the wolf harassed her from time to time, but these had no effect on the female knight. Even some misleading clues deliberately arranged by Leo could not make the female knight change direction. This woman seemed to have tracking skills comparable to those of high-level hunters. No matter how Leo tried, he could not get rid of her. Like a block, the brown candy has been sticking behind Leo, and as long as he relaxes a little, he will close the already short distance between the two parties. Leo is about to cry, but has no tears. It's been 2 days. Sister, it's been 2 whole days. Aren't you tired of chasing after me like this? How much hatred do I have against you? Do you deserve to pursue me so hard? To be honest, Leo really admired the female knight. He was almost exhausted from riding on the wolf. Look at that female knight. She kept chasing on her legs. She was wearing heavy metal armor and holding in her hands, carrying a sword weighing at least 100 kilograms. He kept chasing after him without even a moment's rest. Leo really wanted to shout to the sky, "Monster! Monster! Is this female knight still a human being? Are you sure she's not a non-human?" Leo knew that he was in big trouble this time. After all, he had studied with Fukasil for more than a year, and he was not a completely ignorant novice. The strength of the paladins depends on their devout belief in the holy light. The stronger the belief, the stronger the strength at the same level. Although the female paladin following behind her is only at a high level now, which is much worse than many veteran knights. Her tenacity is beyond the reach of many veteran knights. Such a person will never be matched. The achievements of the female knight are by no means simple. As long as the female knight works hard enough, she will definitely have a place in the top leadership of the Holy Light Cathedral in the future. The firmer the belief, the firmer the female knight's will. Since such a person has set herself as the target of pursuit, she will never change easily. This was extremely painful for Leo. Fortunately, I chose to run in the forest. The knight's horse would not be effective in the forest. Otherwise, I would have been chased by her to the sky and nowhere. Leo thought as he touched the snow-white fur of the mad wolf under him. This time, it was thanks to the mad wolf. If not for them, he would have been overtaken and killed by the female knight. But just being chased by her like this is not an option. Leo was thinking of a way to escape when he suddenly heard a howl from the front. And at the same time, the crow exploring the path in front also sent back a set of pictures. This is a Gnoll tribe. Haha. God help me. Leo was happy. The appearance of the Gnoll tribe in front allowed him to find a way to escape the pursuit of the female knight. He took out a packet of white powder from his arms and quickly sprinkled it on his body. With an evil smile on his face, Leo directed the mad wolf to run towards the jackal tribe. A Gnoll is a creature with a human shape that looks like a coyote but can walk upright. They regard all living creatures, including their own people, as their own food. It can be said that appetite is their only motivation. These guys are lazy and savage, but there's no denying that they're pretty good. Adult Gnolls can kill a tiger with their bare hands. If they have weapons, their combat effectiveness will be increased to that of professionals of the same level. The Gnoll tribe discovered by Leo is already quite large. Judging from the view shared by Crow, this Gnoll tribe has at least 30 strong Gnoll barbarians, and more than 10 of their close relatives. Wolf. What's more important is that these jackals are equipped with weapons. Tattered leather armor, various broken swords, etc. I don't know which unlucky adventurers provided them. Leo is very happy with the strength of this jackal tribe. He is not afraid that you are strong but afraid that you are not strong enough. You idiots. Just help me block that woman behind me. Riding a mad wolf, Leo almost ran past the territory of the Gnoll tribe. It stands to reason that with the keen sense of smell of a jackal, it is impossible not to detect Leo passing near his camp. But what is strange is that these Gnolls, including their close relatives, hyenas, did not react at all when Leo passed by, as if their sense of smell collectively failed at this moment. This seems very mysterious, but in fact it is worthless. The reason why Leo was not sniffed out by the jackal's nose was all due to the white powder he sprinkled on his body before. This stuff called deodorizing powder is a must-have for assassins. You must know that many times when assassins perform tasks, they must remain invisible and never be discovered. This not only requires them to pass the stealth skills and be able to hide it from other people's eyes, but more importantly, they must also remove all the hidden dangers on their bodies. Smell. After all, the eyes are invisible, but the noses of many things are very sensitive. Deodorizing powder is developed to deal with creatures with sensitive sense of smell. As a member of MI7, Leo naturally prepared a lot of such good things. Leo ran over without any hindrance. But it didn't mean that the female knight could pass by the Gnoll tribe so gracefully. A group of Gnolls wandering aimlessly in the camp suddenly shrugged their noses and shouted with excitement, "Meat! Fresh meat! Humans! Fresh meat!" The Gnolls, who preferred to eat warm-blooded creatures, especially intelligent creatures, rioted collectively after smelling the scent of the female knight. These local dogs in Leo's eyes seemed to have been beaten to death. With their eyes red and disgusting saliva flowing from their mouths, they howled and rushed towards the direction of the female knight. The female knight who was chasing Leo was stunned for a moment, and she frowned when dozens of Gnolls suddenly came from the side. It wasn't that the female knight couldn't take down these Gnolls, but that she had to hunt down Leo and purify these wolf men. Man makes a choice between evil creatures. After a second of thinking, the female knight turned around and charged towards the Gnoll with her sword. Evil humanoids. Accept the purification of the holy light. Between hunting down a human being and purifying evil creatures that eat people, the female knight chose the latter. Listening to the howling sounds of the jackal mixed with whining screams coming from behind, Leo, who was riding on the back of the mad wolf, couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. This girl did exactly what she thought. Between killing people and purifying evil creatures, she chose the latter. Little girl, please take your time and play with the jackals. I won't accompany you anymore. Have a great time. Chapter 34 encountered a robbery. Westfall, adjacent to Elwyn Forest and Duskwood, was a place that farmers and shepherds were once proud of. However, now, it has become a nightmare place where the simple residents live in fear. The main reason for all these changes is the Defias Brotherhood that occupies this place. The former granary of the West has been transformed from thousands of miles of fertile wilderness into vast stretches of barren fields under the plunder of Defias thieves. What a shame. What a fertile land. Walking in the sparsely populated western wilderness, Leo couldn't help but sigh at the vast tracts of fertile land being abandoned. He has never denied his origin. He has been an out-and-out farmer since his ancestors. In some bygone eras, he could be considered a good man. However, in the past, the word farmer was used to praise people, and all elementary school students knew the title Uncle Farmer. However, under the influence of some artists who thought they knew the countryside and farmers, the word farmer has become a slur. In the past, most people wouldn't care if you called someone a farmer. But today, if you call someone a farmer, do you think they will be in a hurry with you? Before time travel, people praised the prosperous times and said that thousands of miles of barren fields have turned into fertile soil. Look at it now. It's clearly thousands of miles of fertile fields that have turned into barren land. Hee hee. It's really a scene of the end of the world. Leo had a sarcastic smile on his face. What on earth is Stormwind City doing? Do they think that just relying on the small number of troops in Sentinel Ridge is enough to guarantee this fertile wilderness? Or are they idiots who simply don't understand the significance of Westfall to the entire kingdom? How much agricultural supplies can the kingdom receive after losing its western wilderness? Alas, why do I think so much? Naturally, big shots take care of these major military and national affairs. Besides, didn't the Holy Light Cathedral send a powerful high-level paladin to deal with the problems here? And as a member of MI7, I was also sent here. It seems that no one pays attention to matters in the western wilderness. But why do I feel that the actions of the Cathedral of Holy Light and MI7 are just to wipe out the stupid behavior of some foolish nobles? While walking, Leo's footsteps suddenly stopped. He glanced at both sides of the road and blinked. You actually discovered me. 3 people suddenly jumped out from the roadside and surrounded Leo. 3 able-bodied ordinary people. Leo had an idea of the strength of the 3 of them. Ordinary people with strong bodies, well, they are still ordinary people, and they do not pose a threat to him as a professional. Because of this, Leo finally had the leisure to see what they wanted to do. If all 3 of them were professionals, Leo would have killed them long ago. Leo's leisurely and relaxed demeanor clearly angered the 3 people surrounding him. The tallest of the 3 raised his weapon at Leo. Boy, what are you looking at? Leo scratched his face and looked confused. What are you looking at? I didn't see anything. By the way, you guys are here to invite me to lunch, right? The people in the Wild West are really so enthusiastic. I have seen arrogant people, but I have never seen anyone so arrogant. The 3 of them were very angry at Leo's attitude. Has this guy figured out the situation? Didn't you see that the 3 of us looked fierce? Didn't you see we had knives in our hands? Didn't you see us surrounding him? Hey kid, you don't know what we're going to do, do you? The thin man on the side asked unhappily. Huh? Aren't you here to invite me to lunch? Let me just say, the fertile fields here at Sardine Farm are almost turning into wasteland. How can there be such kind-hearted people? Hearing what Leo said, a fat man among the 3 couldn't help but said, we haven't eaten for several days. And you still want us to treat you? Boy, please understand the situation. We are here to rob. It turned out to be the legendary robber. Leo suddenly realized. So, what do you want to rob? Let's talk about it and see if I can satisfy you. Upon hearing Leo's words, the fat man hurriedly said without waiting for the other 2 to speak, it would be best if you are willing to cooperate. Hand over all the bread and water. No, let's hand over half. Leo didn't feel anything about the fat man's previous words. He just felt sorry for them. These 3 hungry wretches. They came out to rob just for some food. The last sentence made him have a good impression of the 3 people. Although the 3 people who had been hungry for several days were robbing, they did not complete the matter, which showed that they still had room to save. But robbers are robbers. Since the robbery is on your head, you must teach them a lesson. With a joking smile, Leo replied under the vigilant gazes of the 3 people, bread? Water? Please, how could I bring that kind of thing? I do have some meat here, but it depends on whether you have the ability to get it. Before the 3 robbers could react, they were thrown to the ground by 3 mad wolves that suddenly appeared. The sharp claws were pressed against the chest. and the big scarlet mouth was only an inch or two away from his throat, which scared the three robbers to death. Can command animals. This time, I failed. I didn't expect that this black-haired guy was actually a professional with a natural heart. The tall man was helpless. He had never felt that death was so close to him. Three ordinary people came to rob a professional. Should I say that you are brave enough or stupid enough? By the way, does my brother look that easy to bully? In fact, in this world where people tend to be Caucasian, Leo's figure of just over 1.7 meters does appear to be short and thin. After waving his hand, Leo was about to ask the mad wolf to let go of the three of them, when his eyes suddenly froze when he glanced at the tall man. The clothes on the tall man's chest were torn open by the sharp claws of the mad wolf. Looking through this hole, you can see a small cross tattooed on the tall man's chest. Only knight apprentices who can be promoted to paladin are eligible to have the cross of holy light tattoo. As a student of Fuxel, Leo could naturally identify the authenticity of the holy light cross tattoo at a glance. This tall guy seems to have some origins. A person with the talent to become a paladin went to the western wilderness to work as a robber. Who would believe that there is no story in it? Well, what did I see? The cross of holy light. Leo whistled to the tall man with a hint of ridicule in his mouth. This kid is very vindictive. The incident of being chased by the female knight in Elwyn Forest made him not have a good impression of the paladin. The cross of holy light. A trace of self-mockery appeared on the tall man's face. Ha ha. Those are just good memories. There is indeed a story. Leo chuckled. Beautiful things should be shared with everyone. Aren't you going to say something? Listening to other people's stories and seeing other people's sadness. I still have some interest. Chapter 35. Give a big gift. The tall man's story is cliché, but very true. A young man with a promising future was reduced to becoming a robber because of his passion. Destiny is really fickle. This is Leo's summary of what happened to the tall man. The tall man was originally the heir to the sardine farm, and he had the talent to become a paladin. It could be said that his future was very far and bright. In order to become a great paladin, the tall man left his hometown and went to North County to study under the tutelage of Brother Samuel. If he hadn't been impulsive, if he hadn't heard that the Stonemasons Guild wanted to rebuild the great Stormwind City and join the Stormwind City Construction Brigade, as Leo said, with the idea of doing his part for the kingdom, then he might have completed his studies to become a noble paladin. The majestic Stormwind City was finally built. But the Masons Union as the builders didn't even get a single copper plate. Van Cleef, who had begged for several times to no avail, was deeply disappointed with the nobles of Stormwind City. After the assassination that cost him his life, the president of the Masons Union became angry and did one thing. And that was to rebel. This matter is nothing more than an alien version of arrears of wages to migrant workers. The developer aristocrat, contractor Edwin Van Cleef, the president of the Stonemasons Union, the migrant workers who joined the Stormwind City Construction Brigade, worked exhaustingly for several years, but did not even get a single copper. And other participants. First, the developers wanted to build Stormwind City. They hired the contractor Van Cleef. After the two parties agreed on the price, Van Cleef gathered many people. Everyone worked hard and finally built a majestic royal city. But they were repeatedly owed wages. If it were a society before Leo traveled through time, everyone could still go to court and file a lawsuit. And at any rate, they could slowly get some compensation. But in this world where the aristocracy has privileges, and the privileged class has a clear attitude of I just won't give you money, what can the stonemasons, as the lower class people, do? Who do they go to for explanation? Later, when the nobles got tired of Van Cleef's reminders, they took action directly. If Van Cleef hadn't been so strong, his life would have been over. It is impossible to say that he will be framed after being killed by the executioners of the nobles. Most of the scoundrels of the nobles will say that they handed over all the debts to the dead Van Cleef. The government forces the people to rebel. This is a typical case of the government forcing the people to rebel. Leo couldn't help but sympathize with the Masons Union at that time. Under those circumstances, if they still wanted to survive, rebellion was the only way out. I didn't expect that the Alliance would have so many shitty things. By the way, if I were a member of the tribe after time travel, I would still be able to master many secrets. People like me who have been playing in the tribe traveled through time and became the Alliance. I know a lot of secrets about the Alliance. I don't know it all. Can you afford to be hurt by tribal players who have crossed over to become an alliance? Van Cleef took the members of the Stonemasons Guild and established the Defias Brotherhood. The nobles of Stormwind City said they were traitors to the kingdom. And we A complex expression appeared on the tall man's face, with a hint of resentment, a little helpless, and a little confused. We who built the royal city have become traitors to the kingdom. Patting the tall man on the shoulder, Leo said nothing. When others were caught up in their sad past, it would be fine to just watch. It would be unkind to use words to stimulate them. Leo sympathized with the tall man's experience. The nobles of Stormwind City did have an unshirkable responsibility for the Defias thieves to be reduced to the situation they are today. But Leo would not give up on the task of dealing with the Defias thieves just because of their previous encounters. Perhaps the Defias thieves were very pitiful in the beginning. But as the thieves group developed, it was not uncommon for the Defias thieves to commit murders, robberies, and other evil deeds. At this time, the Defias thieves became pitiful people, became a hateful person. A group of wretched people have become a group of evildoers, no matter what they have experienced before. Evil deeds are evil deeds. The Defias thieves have become a cancer in the kingdom and must be eliminated. The Holy Light Cathedral sent a paladin to the Western Wilds not long ago. Maybe she can help you, Leo said seemingly casually. His seemingly casual words made the three tall men's expressions change drastically. A paladin has come to Westfall. So Stormwind City is going to take action against the Defias Brotherhood entrenched in Westfall? The tall man grabbed Leo's hand and asked nervously, "Are you sure?" Leo rolled his eyes helplessly. And I said, "Buddy, why are you so excited? Calm down. Be calm. Aren't you just a paladin? Also, I asked you, can you let go of your hands first? Isn't it fun to hold hands in the old man's house? Even if you want to take advantage of me, you can't do it so openly." Secretly slandering Leo. His face pretended to be angry because he was not believed, a high-level paladin. I fought against her, but she was driven everywhere. Hearing Leo's words, the tall man's face looked much better. It shouldn't be difficult for a high-level paladin to deal with it with the strength of the Brotherhood. A high-level paladin is powerful, but the Defias Brotherhood, which has many mid-level professionals, is not a vegetarian. Even with the help of the guards of Sentinel Hill, it would be impossible for a high-ranking paladin to defeat the Brotherhood. Thinking of this, the tall man calmed down a little. However, this news was very important to the Brotherhood. He was not sure whether the senior leaders in the Brotherhood knew about it, and he had to send this news back to Ueshi Town as soon as possible. After thinking about it, the tall man raised his head and wanted to say goodbye to Leo, but found that the other party had already walked away, and only one sentence came from a distance. "I came to Westfall to have my own things to do. This news is just a favor to your Defias Brotherhood. I hope your people won't come to trouble me. Otherwise someone will die." This guy. The tall man frowned, feeling that he couldn't see through Leo. But this does not hinder his affection for Leo. The news about this person is too important to the Brotherhood. If the Brotherhood is attacked by a high-level paladin without knowing it, the result will definitely be destruction. Sexual. Poor tall man. If he could know what Leo was thinking, he wouldn't think that Leo was a good person. You people from the Holy Light Cathedral, can't you use the kingdom's army in a fair and just way? Faced with the overwhelming number of Defias thieves, I don't know if Sentinel Ridge can withstand it. That night, girl, I have prepared a big gift for you. I believe that the Defias thieves in the Western Wilderness will give you a good welcome as a noble knight. Chapter 36 Scarlet Lothar. Grian Stroman is just an insignificant figure in Stormwind City, but he is definitely a heavyweight figure in Westfall, because he manages Sentinel Hill, the only stronghold of the Kingdom of Stormwind in the Westfall. He is the only powerful figure in the Westfall who can fight against the Defias Brotherhood. At this time, the highest official in the Western Wilderness was having a headache for someone. "Sir, since we already know that the opponent's destination is in Ueshi Town, we should kill them directly and let these villains get the punishment they deserve," a beautiful female knight said to Grian. From the words of the female knight, Grian could hear her dissatisfaction with him, and the female knight opposite him seemed disapproving of his approach of almost compromising with the Defias thieves. Young people are passionate, which is a good thing. But many problems cannot be solved by just relying on enthusiasm. She had no idea how complicated the situation was, and she didn't even know the past of the Defias thieves. Grian looked at the female knight in front of him without any expression. He was still thinking about what the Holy Light Cathedral meant by sending such a little girl who knew nothing. Defias thieves? Hum. Do you really think I can't solve them? Grian was naturally unhappy when a junior almost pointed at his nose to show his dissatisfaction. They were just a group of thieves. I had the People's Army of the Western Wilderness in my hands, and I had the support of Shichuan Fortress. It would not be that difficult to destroy them. but without mentioning the past of the Defias thieves, or how troublesome it would be if a large group of troops were to be used to attack Moon Creek Town. Just talking about how to deal with the aftermath after wiping out the Defias thieves is a big problem. The problem, judging from the attitude of Stormwind City, it has been completely indifferent to the situation in the Western Wilderness, almost allowing the Western Granary of the Kingdom to become a place where thieves are rampant. Of course, Grian understood that this was due to the sympathy of many nobles for the Defias thieves, but more importantly, it was the result of the joint operation of a group of powerful figures. If the Defias thieves were really wiped out, the Masonic Brotherhood would be exposed, which the big shots would never allow, regardless of how majestic Jarian is in calling the wind and rain in the Western Wilderness. This amount of energy is nothing at all under the power of the big shots in Stormwind City. Destroying the Defias thieves is something that I, Grian, cannot do. But I really don't dare to do it. He was quite dissatisfied with the female knight's accusation in his heart. But Grian didn't show it at all on his face. He actually understood what the female knight was thinking now. After all, he had also gone through that stage. Thinking about it, he was not like this when he first graduated from Holy Light Cathedral. There is a passion in the hearts of young people, and there is something called bravery flowing in their hearts. They dare to say anything and do anything. But later, the courage was gradually worn away by reality. And in the end, only loneliness remained. Should I go forward alone with a passion in my heart? Or should I just go with the flow? However, facing loneliness requires great courage. But the courage has been exhausted. And in the end, the only option left is to go with the flow. What did I see? A beautiful night. Just when Grian was having a headache on how to deal with the female knight, a warrior carrying a sledgehammer walked in. The soldier first gave a military salute to Grian, then turned to the female knight and said, "Girl, I heard that you think you are very powerful." The female knight glanced at the warrior from the corner of her eyes, her lips hidden under the visor open slightly. Trash. This title, and the contemptuous attitude instantly ignited the warrior's anger. The warrior fiercely clenched his fists and yelled at the female knight, "What did you say? Girl, can you say it again? You don't know how to read it. Military rank? I am your commander." Facing the warrior's anger, the female knight couldn't even blink this time. "I know you, Danuin, the useless captain of the Western Wilderness, facing a gang of thieves and farmers who are making trouble. The brave and fearless regular army of the kingdom can't do anything to them. As a captain, you are really a useless person. As the saying goes, you don't slap people in the face when you hit them, and you don't expose their shortcomings when you scold them." Danuin has always been secretive about his great achievements. He led a group of regular soldiers, and was unable to do anything against a group of thieves and farmers. This is definitely the biggest stain in his life. Now that the female knight had opened up his scar mercilessly, how could he not be angry? The warrior waved his hands angrily. "Girl, don't think that just because you are a paladin is great. I want to duel with you." After hearing about the duel, the female knight finally gave Danuin a serious look. "Duel? That's as you wish." After saying that, the female knight turned and walked out. This is Grian's command room. Not a good place for a duel. The outdoor campus is a good place. Grian had a bad feeling in his heart, but he couldn't catch it as soon as it passed by. On the school field, the appearance of Danuin and the female knight attracted the attention of many sergeants. A beautiful female knight is already eye-catching. Not to mention the fact that she is followed by her captain, who looks angry. A question arose in the minds of all the sergeants. What did this female knight do to the captain? In front of a crowd of sergeants, who came to watch the excitement, the female knight shouted to Danuin, "Okay, Danuin, the duel can begin. If you lose, then I will be the captain of Sentinel Ridge." The sergeants were in an uproar, and they actually used their military positions as bets in the duel. This was really lively. "Wait, when will I?" Danuin was shocked. "We don't have such a bet." However, before he could finish his words, Ichika was in front of him, and then a sharp pain came from his lower abdomen. So strong, Captain Danuin can't even take a single move. Danuin, who had already passed out, didn't know how he was defeated, but the sergeants next to him could see it clearly. The delicate-looking female knight suddenly rushed to Danuin and gave him a knee knock. The iron armor was like paper under the attack of the female knight, and was directly smashed into several scraps. Iron, and as a mid-level warrior, Danuin didn't leave any words and simply fainted. "I am now your new captain. Anyone who has any objections should stand up." Ignoring Danuin, who was lying at her feet, the female knight looked around the scene. No one among the soldiers present had the courage to look into her sharp eyes. Have any objection? Looking at Danyuan, who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The soldiers couldn't help but shrink their necks. Everyone knew that this was the fate of standing up. Besides, the army is a place that worships the strong. Following such a powerful captain, the sergeants did not feel any resistance and felt that it was quite good. Grian finally understood what his uneasy feeling was referring to. This woman was not a simple fool. She had already made up her mind to take over the position of captain of Danyuan when he showed up. She first aroused Danyuan's anger and made the grumpy warrior clamor for a duel with her. Then she defeated Danyuan instantly with her strong strength. Then, combined with her strong aura, she actually subdued the originally rebellious warrior. The tame sergeants successfully established their authority. Very well. Since no one comes forward, from now on, I, Scarlet Lothar, will be your new captain. Now, I will give you 10 breaths to form the team. Grian smiled bitterly. This girl clearly didn't take him seriously. Even if Danyuan's position as captain is to be replaced, according to the rules, he must give the order himself. But she really ignored her own capital. Lothar, if he is a member of the Aratha royal family, even the big shots in Stormwind City can't do anything about it. Chapter 37. A third party intervenes? Moon Creek Town is where the Defias Brotherhood has the strongest control. No reason. Just because it is the farthest place from Stormwind City in the entire Westfall. Van Cleef started his career in the mines of this small town. And the Defias bandits that are now ravaging the entire western wilderness gradually developed from here. Of course, the mine where Van Cleef made his fortune already has a new name, the Mines of Death. Compared with other small towns that Leo has seen, Ueshi Town has a special place. This small town was originally established only because of the discovery of underground mineral deposits. Its largest and tallest building is not the mayor's hall, church or hotel like other small towns, but a school. The school in Ueshi Town is the tallest among all the buildings in the entire town. And the materials used in its construction are also the best. It seems that people from this other world also know the truth that no matter how poor you are, you can't afford education. And no matter how hard it is, you can't suffer for your children. Speaking of schools in Ueshi Town, Leo was reminded of Stavin, a teacher from the original Ueshi Town school. Stavin, poor laid-off teacher, miserable old man. I think of you again. The news brought back by Sardin has confirmed that Stormwind City has indeed sent a paladin to Westfall. It is said that Danyuan was brought down with one move. The most important point is, this paladin is a member of the Lothar family and a descendant of the Aratha royal family. It seems that Stormwind City is really going to deal with us this time. There was a noisy sound coming from underfoot. Underfoot? Yes. Right under your feet. Leo is now a gentleman. When he followed the trio of robbers from Sardine Farm to Moon Creek Town, he was not in a hurry to expose himself, but secretly collected information about the Defias Brotherhood. As for the best place to find out information about the Defias Brotherhood, there is no better place than the original Ueshi Town School, which they use for meetings between leaders. Listening to the noise below, Leo couldn't help but find it a little funny. These guys were so ineffective. People at Sentinel Ridge were already preparing to massacre Ueshi Town, and they were still talking about it. How awesome is that chick named Scarlet? Let me tell you, even the Five Mouth people's crooked building skills are nothing more than this. Then again, Scarlet is really high profile when doing things. She gathered the Defias Brotherhood of the People's Army in the western wilderness at Sentinel Ridge with great fanfare. As long as they weren't all dead, they would definitely get the news. She did this. Aren't you afraid of encountering fierce resistance when attacking Ueshi Town? Or is this girl using a strategy to alert the enemy? It is better to let the Defias Brotherhood concentrate its strength, so that it is better to eliminate them in the first battle of Moon Creek Town and complete their success in one battle. This girl is really confident in herself. While the thieves were noisy, a voice suddenly silenced the entire audience. Okay, don't argue anymore. Let's talk about it. What are you going to do? A middle-aged man wearing leather armor and 2 daggers tied to his waist gently tapped the table and glanced back and forth at the leaders of the thieves present. Van Cleef. Looking at the middle-aged man, Leo's heartbeat accelerated slightly. The middle-aged man wearing leather armor was his target this time. Edwin Van Cleef. The tips of the 2 daggers tied around his waist are slightly curved, which are Van Cleef's weapons, cruel barbs. It is said that this is a very powerful magic weapon, with mysterious power that far exceeds ordinary weapons. There was a sudden silence as soon as Van Cleef's question came out, and the awkward atmosphere began to spread. Say, why didn't you say anything? Now I ask you, what should you do? Van Cleef asked loudly. No. This tone is equivalent to questioning. While everyone else at the meeting was keeping a low profile, only Van Cleef, the president, was speaking in a high-profile manner, and he was bringing the meeting back to its original off-key theme. You can be high-key when everyone else is low-key, but you can never be off-key. It seems that Van Cleef seemed to have some experience with this sentence, seeing that all his companions stopped talking when the topic was brought up. Van Cleef became angry and asked loudly, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Edwin, we are not afraid of fighting. But we are afraid of fighting the wrong war with the wrong opponent at the wrong time." Leo curled his lips when he heard this. "Nima, just say you don't want to fight. Isn't it too troublesome to make mistakes like this? Besides, it was already clear from Sentinel Ridge that the carriages and horses were coming to attack. At this time, someone would have to have a lot of brain damage to say something like I don't want to fight." "Wrong?" Van Cleef sneered. "What is a mistake? Do we have to kill those aristocratic scoundrels to be considered right? Everyone must understand that our cause is just." "Justice?" Leo sneered. Perhaps what the Defias Brotherhood did at the beginning was that they were forced to do anything. They were worthy of the word justice when they fought against some corrupt powerful people in Stormwind City. But later on, they committed murder without hesitation. Can thieves still be called just? How ridiculous. "Edwin, if you insist." "It's not that I insist, but that we have to do it." "Okay, I'll listen to you." "I listen to you too." "Edwin." "Me too." At Van Cleef's insistence, everyone quickly united in their opinions to attack Sentinel Ridge before the kingdom's army came to trouble them. Wow! This result made Leo really want to blow a whistle to celebrate. Wouldn't it be better if it had been like this earlier? After all the discussions at the meeting, the final result would still be a fight? As for the Defias Brotherhood gathering manpower to attack Sentinel Ridge, Leo said he had no pressure at all. It made no difference to him whether the Brotherhood won or the People's Army won. As long as the Defias Brotherhood's strength is weakened, and it can cause trouble to the paladin named Scarlet. The Defias Brotherhood vs the People's Army of the West Wilderness. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, the Brotherhood's strength will suffer a great loss. And it is time for them to take the stage. This is how the Snipe and the Clam compete with each other to benefit the fishermen. Just when Leo was secretly feeling proud, all the Brotherhood members had left and only Van Cleef was still sitting there, looking like he was thinking about something. "Well done, Van Cleef. The venture capital company has seen your sincerity." A high-pitched voice sounded, and at the same time, a humanoid creature with green skin and less than an average person's knees appeared from somewhere. "Goblin." Leo was surprised by the owner of this shrill voice. "The venture capital company? Are they those guys who show up wherever there is profit?" The appearance of the goblin made Leo feel that things had become a little complicated. Why was the Defias Brotherhood, composed of stonemasons and farmers, able to take over the Westfall in just a few years? Why were some powerful nobles in Stormwind City slow to respond to the loss of the kingdom's western granary? There is probably a lot of intrigue involved. It can't be explained clearly by a simple default of not paying back the debt. Venture capital firms, a group of profit-seeking guys, definitely played an important role in this. Green skin. Is that thing finished? I'm going to retaliate against those decadent nobles in Stormwind City. Van Cleef, a nobleman from Stormwind City, gritted his teeth when talking about it. Of course, the things have been completed and are just waiting for the final launch. But you have to solve the problem of Sentinel Ridge first. The interests of the venture capital company must be protected. Our efforts must be rewarded. Is it done? Then let's go back and take a look. Watching Van Cleef and the green-skinned goblins disappear at the door, Leo felt that it was necessary to go to the core area of the Defias Brotherhood, known as the Death Mine, to investigate. Van Cleef said he wanted to show off to the nobles of Stormwind City. What did he let the guys from the venture capital company do? A guy full of resentment. A group of profit-seeking businessmen. No. I have to find out. It was originally something within the kingdom, but now it has the shadow of a venture capital company in it. Damn. Does this count as a third party intervening? Chapter 38 Death Mine. Quietly groping forward in the Death Mine. It was not easy for Leo now. While he had to be careful not to be discovered by the kobold miners, who were hard at work digging for ore in the mine, he also had to make sure that he would not lose Van Cleef and the others. Death Mine. This place really deserves to be named after the word death. For enemies with evil intentions. This mine is indeed a place of death. If Leo hadn't sprinkled deodorizing powder on himself out of caution, he would have been noticed by the kobolds with extremely sensitive noses the moment he stepped into the mine. That kind of humanoid creature with a dog head has a unique sense of smell, not much less sensitive than their close relatives. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the kobolds is not bad. The combat effectiveness of these kobold miners is comparable to that of a low-level warrior. Think about the thousands of kobolds screaming and killing each other. The scene will definitely make the faint of heart go sound, and it was drawn out. Not to mention, even if you can get past the kobold's nose, what can the spies who sneak in do if there are countless forks in the mine? This is why Leo must ensure that Van Cleef and the others do not stray away from his perception. Although he is not the kind of road-crazy pig's foot common in online novels, he cannot guarantee that he will not get lost in this maze like mine. There are actually so many kobolds in this mine. Depending on the situation, the cooperation between the venture capital company and the Defias Brotherhood will not be short. Leo frowned as he watched. Yet he had some sympathy for Van Cleef before, and felt that it was unfair to deal with this great craftsman who was forced to rebel. Now he feels that it is actually right to do so. Look at this mine. Venture capital companies have plundered a lot of resources through these kobolds. Van Cleef actually disposed of the resources belonging to the Kingdom of Stormwind to those vampire-like goblin businessmen. This is already real. It harms the interests of mankind. Based on the nature of venture capital companies, if they were not able to make enough profits, they would never do it on such a large scale. After all, it would take a lot of effort to get so many kobolds here. I don't know how many turns I've turned and how many forks I've experienced. But trouble came just when Leo was already feeling dizzy. The mine tunnel that was obviously dug by humans appeared in front. The reason why it was obvious at a glance that it was a mine tunnel that was dug by humans was because the kobolds did not use reinforcement methods such as using wood to support the mine tunnels. This should be the core area of the death mine. Leo stopped. Not because he didn't want to continue to follow, but because he couldn't continue to follow. There were 4 guards standing at the entrance of the mine tunnel. All 4 guards with the strength of mid-level professionals. For mid-level warriors are really not an easy thing to handle. Leo secretly figured out how to kill these 4 warriors without alerting the nearby kobolds and continued deeper. I don't know if the sneak attack of the 3 mad wolves and the poisonous flower vine can kill them. If not, then I may have to use the summoned skeleton of the Necromancer. After observing silently for a while, he saw that the nearby kobolds did not pay special attention to the mine entrance. These guys with a dog's head were digging happily. So Leo took action. Poisonous flower vines suddenly emerged from the ground and wrapped one of them into a rice dumpling in the astonished eyes of the warriors. Just when the remaining 3 warriors were attracted by the sudden change, the 3 mad wolves used the teleportation talent suddenly came to the warrior's side, opened its big mouth, and bit the warrior's throat. Puff! Puff! The 2 warriors were caught unawares, and the sharp teeth of the mad wolf easily tore their fragile throats apart. Only one soldier reacted faster and escaped the wolf's attack. Enemy. The frightened warrior wanted to shout to warn the enemy of the attack. But could Leo allow him to do this? A pair of big hands covered the soldier's head in time and twisted it hard. And then, there was a crisp click. And something broke. For soldiers died in the sneak attack. And Leo's affairs were not over yet. I saw him quickly running to the scene of the crime and scattering several large bags of deodorizing powder. He didn't want the smell of blood to attract the kobolds. In other words, there is only deodorizing powder, but not corpse powder, which is a good thing that kills people and destroys corpses. Leo is too unprofessional. The deodorizing powder was sprinkled in time, and the kobolds around him didn't notice at all. Leo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the kobolds around him were not disturbed. He did not want to face the siege of thousands of kobolds. Beating this thing. It's great when you command many pets to bully others, but it will be miserable if it's your turn. Besides, who knows if these kobolds carry something like rabies? In this world where medical conditions are very backward, Leo is not sensitive to these things. Standing at the entrance of the mine tunnel and looking inside, the sight in front of him gave Leo a familiar feeling. By the way, this looks like a copy of the death mine in Yamaguchi Mountain. I originally thought that the world after traveling would be very different from Yamaguchi Mountain. But who would have thought that after wandering around for more than a year, I would still come back? Are you asking me to just farm dead ores? What a dog's life. It's so annoying to brush the dungeon. I'm only level 15. And you actually want me to clear the death mine alone? Don't think so highly of me. Okay? Leo cursed angrily and stepped into the real death mine. Really like. He walked swaggeringly in the mine tunnel, commenting loudly on the mine tunnel from time to time. This mine tunnel was clearly a real-life copy of the death mine in the mountain pass. Leo walked so arrogantly in the mine tunnels, but did not attract anyone to come to question him. Some Defias thieves who were supervising the work even greeted him cordially. Is it strange? In fact, it becomes clear when you think about it. Where is this place? This is the core area of the Defias Brotherhood, according to the understanding of the Defias thieves. Not to mention that it is impossible for someone to break in quietly. Even if someone comes in, it is impossible to walk directly and so arrogantly in the middle of the mine tunnel. Nodding to a Defias overseer who was greeting him, Leo walked past him seemingly unprepared. This kid has penetrated deep into the core area of the Defias Brotherhood without experiencing any battle. It seems that there are still benefits to watching more TV series and so on. Except, of course, the ones that will obviously make you stupid. I learned this skill from the TV series. What is its scientific name? Psychological blind spot? Who said that people who sneak in to find out information must be sneaky? Look at me like this. How relaxed and chic. But why do I feel so wrong when I look at these Defias thieves who are monitoring the mining of human miners? Leo has the urge to scratch his face. This is his habitual action. Chapter 39. Discover the Plague Flower. The sudden voice in his head caused Leo to tremble in confusion, staggering and almost falling to the ground. Damn. Are you making a mistake? Why do plague flowers appear in the death mine? Isn't this plague flower a specialty of the plague land? How could there be plague flowers in the death mines where there are no undead? Undead? Leo's eyes suddenly opened wide. He finally knew what he had always felt was wrong since entering the mine tunnel. In this mine full of humans, both the miners and the Defias supervisors moved differently from normal humans. These people's movements were too stiff. The humans in the mines have begun to become undead. Maybe not completely undead yet, but not much different. This inference made Leo feel nervous. What is going on with the Defias Brotherhood? Are they still involved with the undead? Or is it that the undead have quietly intervened without the Defias Brotherhood being aware of it? Now things get more complicated. Leo felt a headache. He originally thought it was just a group of thieves doing evil. But now not only have venture capital companies intervened, but even the undead have come out. You see? This is such a big deal. Van Cleef's weak soul is really capable of tossing people around. Leo is not a murderous person. Although he has become completely unafraid of killing under Fukusil's teachings, he still won't do it without any reason. However, everyone in this mine is about to become undead. So you can't blame Leo for going on a killing spree. If these people don't take this opportunity to kill them, things will be in trouble when they actually become undead. If the plague of the undead spreads in a land where humans live and multiply, the consequences would be frightening to think about. Don't blame me. Leo sighed silently. And the mad wolves, poisonous flower vines, crows and clay stone demons all came out and began to attack the surrounding Defias overseers and miners. The sudden turn of events caught the people in the mine off guard. And in the blink of an eye, dozens of people fell down. Enemy attack. Hoarse shouts sounded in the mine tunnel. But the alarm sound that should have been shouted loudly was unusually low. Just like a person whose voice has been hoarse from shouting is moaning feebly. Don't say that such a sound is that of a distant companion. The police were called. And even the people in his group might not be able to hear clearly what this person was saying. Want to summon my companions from afar to attack me? Leo shook his head. If you didn't become undead, it would be easy. But in reality, there are no ifs. If I hadn't been sure that I wouldn't be attacked, why would I take action? Brutal killing was going on where Leo was. But the other two groups of miners in the distance were not aware of it at all. The physical senses of semi-undead humans have been greatly reduced. It is precisely because Leo knew this that he dared to launch a bold attack in the mine tunnel. The humans in the mines are all in groups. Each group has 30 to 50 miners, and 2 to 3 Defias supervisors. Except for the Defias supervisors, all of them are ordinary people. Although Defias supervisors are all mid-level professionals. 2 mid-level professionals are really not enough in front of Leo's many younger brothers. A killing is taking place in the death mine. Leo was already numb until the end of the fight. 1,000. 2,000. Or 3,000? How many people have you killed? How many humans are there in this death mine who have been infected by the plague and have begun to turn into undead? He rubbed his face vigorously and exercised his numb facial muscles to ensure that he would not become a man with facial paralysis. After killing countless miners infected with the undead plague, his eyes finally became empty. Have they finally been killed? Unknowingly, brother has become a murderous maniac who has killed thousands of people in a row? The legendary killing of thousands of people was nothing more than that. Yawn. It's so boring. A dull voice sounded from the front, which caught Leo's attention. Walking over quietly, Leo saw a big man. even though his surname was Lei. He was stunned. A muscular man holding a big hammer. Wrong. To be precise, it should be an ogre strongman. If you say you are an ogre, then you are an ogre. No one will say anything to you if you hold a big hammer. But why do you want to dress like this? Apart from muscles, all he has on his body is one, thong. And it's actually red. A hunk of an ogre wearing a red thong. What the hell? It really blinded me with a pair of 500-carat Krypton gold dog eyes. What kind of figure do you think you have for a muscular man? If you were an ogre beauty. Thinking about the figure of an ogre, a turbulent and spectacular scene suddenly appeared in front of Leo's eyes. It seems that he is not a man with a rich imagination. What a good thing. Who is this ogre? Leo actually already has the answer in his mind. This guy who likes to wear red thongs should be the only ogre in the death mine. Foreman Laxo. After carefully observing Laxo, who looked bored, even though he was very dissatisfied with the taste of this ogre, Leo had to admit that as an ogre, Laxo was indeed strong enough. Look around him. Both of his two human brothers have been infected with the undead plague, but nothing happened to him. This resistance is Hong Kong. Ogre Foreman Laxo. If I remember correctly, this guy's level should be level 19. My current level? Leo suddenly paused. Only then did he realize that he was already level 18. Upgraded to 3 levels. Leo was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered something very important. The Defias Thieves group had always been hostile to him. By killing the members of the Thieves group, he could absorb energy and upgrade. Just like killing monsters in online games to upgrade. It's the same reason. The killing of thousands of people before has brought about the effect of Gulien's promotion to the 3rd level. Damn it. Is it possible that the so-called road to the strong is to step on countless bones, wade through endless blood, and go through countless battles before finally stepping on it? On that throne made of bones? After I joined MI7, I already had a gold belt for murder and arson. The following sentence about building bridges and paving roads without corpses. Wow. What do you mean? At level 18. Wouldn't I have a lot more skills? Leo's heart moved and he quickly checked. Heart of the Wolf. Increases damage and attack accuracy for you and your teammates. Equipment skill. Activated. As soon as Heart of the Wolf came out, the only equipment skill left was summoning a grizzly bear. As for the Necromancers and Warlocks, it's normal. The 18th level Necromancer has an extra bone spear, poison explosion, steal life, confusion, and summon blood stone devil. The Warlock has an extra soul stone maker. Skill. The soul stone made by the Warlock in Yamaguchi Mountain can resurrect people in place after death. Although it is not as good as Nobuharu Brothers' full health and full buff, it can be resurrected at least. Right? But in this real world, Leo has never heard of anyone who can come back to life after playing. Of course, he will not use his own life to experiment. By the way, no one in this other world believes in Brother Chun. It didn't take Leo much time to sort out the newly emerged skills. After all, he was a guy who had played Diablo and Yamaguchi Mountain before, and he was quite familiar with the skills of these characters he had controlled. After taking a look at the door behind Laxo, Leo knew that this was the only passage leading to the depths of the death mine. If he continued to go deeper, a battle with Laxo would be inevitable. If that's the case, let's fight. Chapter 40 The Miserable Laxo. Laxo is a powerful ogre. Ogres naturally want to eat people. However, he is now employed by a venture capital company. Although the ogre's mind is simple, he still values credibility, especially in the face of a powerful being who can easily crush him into pieces. Laxo's mission this time seems very easy. Isn't it just guarding the door for a group of humans? What's so difficult about it? But actually doing it is extremely boring. As a creature on the ground, it would be really difficult for the ogre to stay in an underground mine for many years. If it weren't for the fact that he had plenty of meat to eat every day, and people from venture capital companies were suppressing him, Laxo would have given up his job long ago. But even so, Laxo's patience is about to reach its limit. Especially since the humans in this mine are becoming more and more unpalatable. Now don't think that giving meat to the ogres will be fine. Look at this guy. From the miners who disappear every 3 to 5 days after arriving, you will understand what it means to be wild and untamable. Or more popularly, a dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. Okay, I admit, I'm guilty. I actually compared people to such lumps of excrement. But isn't this the final outcome of humans in Laxo's belly? It's so boring. We still have to wait a long time before dinner. So I'd better take a nap first. Laxo walked unsteadily in front of the gate a few times with a sledgehammer. and then shook his body fat and tried to find a place to sleep. Whoosh! The sound of a sharp arrow cutting through the air came, and Laxo suddenly felt a little pain in his butt. Laxo blinked as he looked at the arrow hanging on his butt. When was this thing inserted? Wrong. The ogre reacted and became angry. Someone was sneaking up on Mr. Laxo. At this moment, another sharp arrow shot, still hitting Laxo's butt. The angry ogre looked up and saw a human drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. This was one of the 2 mid-level warriors sent by the Defias Brotherhood to guard the gate with him. Seeing that the opponent was about to shoot the 3rd arrow, Laxo roared, "Young man, what a disgrace to you. Did you shoot Uncle Laxo's butt too? Even though I'm thick. This place is not an arrow target. You shot 1 arrow, but you're not satisfied. You shot 2 arrows, and you're not satisfied. Now you're ready to shoot the 3rd arrow. Are you going to keep returning?" The ogre roared, raised his hammer, and rushed towards the warrior who attacked him. "If I don't slap you with a peach blossom on your face. Don't you know why the flowers are so red? Boy, let me tell you. You can't come in Mr. Ogre's ass. I ejaculated on my daisy. Can you afford to accompany me?" The soldier who attacked Laxo was not sure if he was frightened when he faced the big hammer coming at him. He actually just looked at it stupidly, his eyes full of confusion. Puff! He didn't take any defensive measures, and was directly hit in the head by the ogre's big hammer. TSK. It was such a simple death. 1 hammer smashed the warrior Laxo to death. Before he could vent the anger in his chest, another pain hit his back. Turning his head, the ogre happened to see another warrior who shot the 2nd arrow. "You humans are not done yet. I didn't see that Uncle Laxo had just killed one with a hammer. And you actually dared to attack him. This is not how you seek death." The ogre raised a big hammer and rushed towards the 2nd warrior. "Damn my soul. Do you know where you hit?" "Uncle's thong. Uncle Laxo's favorite red thong. You made a hole in the uncle's cute red panties like this." Hack! The 2nd soldier still didn't defend himself against the big hammer thrown by Laxo, as if he wanted to test whether his own head or Laxo's hammer was stronger. Ever since, the soldier used his own life to prove one thing. That is, the human head is still very fragile compared with a big hammer. Laxo was still not satisfied after smashing the 2nd soldier to death. He then swung his hammer and hit the soldier's corpse with a bang. And he performed the heinous act of whipping corpses in the legend. The ogre is really cruel. This guy is already dead, and you whip his corpse. No quality. Really no quality. Someone hiding in the dark shamelessly despised the ogre's atrocities, completely forgetting that he was the culprit. Do you know why 2 Defias Brotherhood warriors attacked Laxo? This was all done by Leo. Confusion, curse a target, causing it to attack indiscriminately. The Necromancer's level 18 curse skill. Confusion. This skill is really a must-have to sow discord and make people kill each other. The 2 Defias Brotherhood warriors attacked their own people precisely because of Leo's confusion curse. Leo saw accurately, and he activated the confusion when Laxo stood between the 2 warriors. In this way, the confused Defias warrior would naturally regard Laxo as the first target of attack. Seeing that Laxo was tired from smashing, Leo stood up with a smile. "Now it's my brother's turn to appear." A cloud of green poisonous mist exploded around Laxo, and the originally fat ogre was suddenly dyed green, like a swollen goblin. Of course, if the goblins have that much fat. Necromancer skill at level 18, poison explosion. A big fat man dyed green by toxins. A pair of red thongs. Okay. Leo couldn't help laughing. As the saying goes, red and green are a bullshit match. Laxo is so funny right now. It would be a waste of talent not to play the clown. The laughter drew the eyes of Laxo, who was surprised by the appearance of the poisonous mist. Seeing another human appear, the still furious ogre rushed up with a big hammer shaking his body. "Wait a minute. You haven't said your speech yet? Damn it. You should give me a chance to speak. You don't want to give me face, right? Guys, kill him." After Leo finished speaking, a big man suddenly appeared in front of Laxo. Needless to say, this big man was naturally Leo's clay stone demon. The ogre, who couldn't hold back his momentum and didn't want to stop, collided with this big man. What an intimate encounter between strong men. The scene of 2 big men, both weighing over 500 kilograms, bumping into each other is very eye-catching. With a muffled bang, Laxo swayed as if he was drunk, while the clay stone demon fell to the ground unsteadily, and cracks began to appear in the body condensed by the earth element. I can't tell, but the force of Laxo's collision was so strong. I'm afraid it weighed several thousand kilograms. Leo was secretly stunned. If he was the one who was hit, wouldn't his muscles and bones be broken? This ogre won't be okay without weakening it. Seeing Laxo staggeringly raising a sledgehammer to hit the defenseless clay stone demon, Leo quickly took action. Curse of weakness, corruption, weakness, attack backlash, damage amplification, life stealing, and 6 quick spells in a row, directly giving Laxo a combination package that is a mixture of warlock and necromancer skills. A brute force ogre like Laxo was in a miserable state when he met Leo. Before his big hammer landed on the enemy, the power of his attack was directly weakened by nearly 1/3. Not to mention there are other negative states on the body. As the saying goes, one mountain is higher than another, and one person is worse than another. There is no perfect life in this dog's life. Only the worst. Chapter 41 Hammer of Laxo. Laxo's big hammer hit the clay stone demon hard. Although the ogre's power had been weakened a lot by Leo's curse, it still hit the clay stone demon and shook it again and again. This big guy of clay stone demon is too simple and honest. Why are you so stubborn? Why don't you have a weapon in your hand? Do you think you are like the pig's feet in some online novels? And you want to defeat all the invincible opponents in the world with just a pair of fists? Laxo hit hard. And the big guy opposite him was really strong. He didn't fall apart after such a heavy blow. This time, Mr. Laxo could stretch his muscles. How do you say a word? Extreme joy brings sorrow. Just as Laxo was hitting hard, the 3 mad wolves made the ogre let out a scream. They teleported to the ogre's feet while its attention was on the clay stone demon. Their sharp teeth and powerful bite force almost bit off the ogre's ankle. To deal with big, strong men like ogres, attacking them directly is often not effective. The weak points of these overweight men are almost all in the joints of their legs. If there is a problem with their legs without being attacked by others, their own weight alone is enough to crush their weakened legs, causing them to lose their balance and fall to the ground. The full bite of the 3 mad wolves completely tore open Laxo's right ankle. The ankle joint was bloody, with only the last layer of mucous membrane left to connect the bones. Laxo screamed in pain. How could his right leg, which was so seriously injured, be able to bear the heavy responsibility of supporting his huge body? The ogre's body, which weighed more than 500 kilograms, suddenly fell to the ground. Laxo fell to the ground and roared angrily. Despicable human being. How dare you assassinate Mr. Laxo? Uncle? Whose uncle are you? You'd better shut up. The dark elements in Leo's hand condensed into arrows, and a shadow arrow hit Laxo's face with a bang, beating the angry ogre until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Although it is not a slap in the face. But who asked Laxo to pretend to be an uncle in front of Leo? This uncle is not easy to do. While casting the second shadow arrow, Leo directed his pets to surround Laxo, who was unable to get up. It's not that I want to slap you in the face, but that your ogre's appearance really doesn't match my aesthetics. In my eyes, your handsomeness index is negative. I'm just trying to slap you in the face now. Maybe beating your ugly appearance will make it more pleasing to the eye. The crows can hardly play any role at this time. If their attack power cannot hit vital points, such as the eyes, it is almost impossible to cause any harm to Laxo. As a result, the cursed power they carry will disappear with the attack. The superimposition on Laxo caused the ogre's strength and physique to drop a lot. Wounded beasts are dangerous, and so are wounded ogres. As the injuries on his body worsened, Laxo became more and more manic. He danced the big hammer weighing 200 to 300 kilograms with such force that the clay stone demon and mad wolf, who wanted to get close, had to deal with it carefully. One of the 2 crows was accidentally scratched by a hammer and died immediately. Seeing that the enemy Laxo was injured became even more enthusiastic. However, that's all the ogre could do. No matter how fast the fallen Laxo danced the hammer, he could only barely protect his upper body. As the blood drained, Laxo's counterattack became more and more difficult. He became weaker and weaker. And finally his throat was bitten by the mad wolf, as Laxo was unable to move due to the entanglement of poisonous flower vines. Leo didn't move forward immediately after Laxo fell. He was a little surprised that Laxo actually gave him nearly 1/10 of the upgrade energy. You must know that he had killed thousands of people before reaching the 3rd level. You can imagine how huge the upgrade energy provided by Laxo was. This Laxo is a boss in the Death Mine dungeon in Yamaguchi Mountain. Could it be that boss-type enemies in this world give much more upgrade energy? This discovery made Leo a little excited. If this was the case, he would have many places to go if he wanted to quickly improve his strength, based on his experience playing Yamaguchi Mountain for several years. He knew where many boss-level creatures could survive. Crossing Laxo's body, Leo was about to walk towards the closed door, when the voice in his head suddenly sounded. We found an item that can be collected, Hammer of Raxo. Do you want to collect it? Can items be collected? Leo was slightly surprised. Could this Hammer of Raxo refer to the big hammer of the ogre? But no matter what, since it is something that can be collected, it will be free if you don't collect it. After collecting the Hammer of Raxo, Leo smiled. This Hammer of Raxo is very interesting. It can actually increase Leo's physique by 11 points. It increases Leo's physical attributes by 2 levels out of thin air. How can you not make him happy? Carrying the Hammer of Raxo with some difficulty, Leo thought to himself, could this sledgehammer be a rare magic equipment? But an ogre with a level of no more than 19 would have magic equipment. This is absolutely impossible. In this world, magic equipment that can enhance the user's own abilities is not an ordinary thing that everyone can get in the Yamaguchi Mountains. This kind of rare stuff is definitely only available to a very small number of lucky people, or the strongest class in the world. Baby? That's what he thought. But the fact was before his eyes. Laxo's big hammer was a weapon with magical power. And Leo couldn't help but not believe it. It seems that I was lucky enough to get a magic weapon from an ogre who was so poor that he could only wear a rag. Judging from the 11 points of physical strength added to this sledgehammer, this thing is definitely a hot commodity for warrior knights. Even if you don't use it, you can still sell it for a good price. It's really thanks to the voice in my head. Otherwise, I would have ignored this precious sledgehammer as junk. It seems that in the future, we should carry out my tradition of loving cleanliness when dealing with trophies, and don't leave even a scrap of iron behind. While secretly making up his mind and forcefully pushing open the heavy iron door guarded by Laxo, Leo suddenly realized that he had done something stupid. The thick iron door has a very good sound insulation effect when it is closed. When Leo and Laxo were fighting, the ogre made so much noise after being injured that it did not alert the people behind the iron door. However, the design of this iron door, it seems to be deliberately made like that. When it is opened, it will make an annoying squeaking sound. However, the sound is very loud. Anyone behind the iron door can definitely hear it as long as they are not deaf. Got cheated. Leo couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart after opening the door. He didn't expect that the iron door would make such a loud noise when it was opened. It was not opening the door. It was clearly telling the people behind the door that someone was coming. This big iron gate was designed with an alarm function in mind. What crazy idea came up with this? Could this be the legendary automatic alarm door that is more advanced than the security door? Isn't this cheating? Chapter 42: The Necromancer's Fear Technique. Human, Laxo was killed by him. A voice reached Leo's ears. And it turned out that behind the iron door were a group of goblins processing wood. At this time, these green-skinned little guys were staring at Leo with murderous looks. Looking at the dozen goblins coming towards them with logging axes, Leo waved his hands repeatedly. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. I was just passing by. When did goblins form an axe gang? These dozen goblins are not ordinary people. They are all strong players with the strength of mid-level professionals. Such a group of people can only do the work of lumberjacks in venture capital companies. And they can tell the whole story at a glance. This shows how powerful the venture capital companies are. Challenging a dozen goblins with the strength of mid-level professionals head-on was not something Leo was willing to do. But this is the mahjong game of life. Whether you want it or not, there is always a time to let off some fire. How could the goblins, who saw Laxo's body, not know that the human in front of them was an enemy? The logging axe, still stained with sawdust, was raised above his head and thrown violently at Leo. It was a warm and welcoming meal of flying axes. A dozen heavy axes flung through the air made Leo make a skewer like a rat. The boy squatted on the spot and shrank his body. While squatting on the ground, he summoned the clay stone demon to block in front of him. The clay stone demon's thick body was a natural shield. It used its body to resist the logging axes thrown by the goblins. Patting his chest, Leo stood up again. The goblin's feast of flying axes was all eaten by the clay stone demon, and he was in no danger for the time being. Although the clay stone demon turned into a pile of crumbs after enjoying such a feast. Isn't it just used as a shield to take the blame? Leo tapped his index finger on the ground, and a new clay stone demon reappeared. The stone demon summoned by the Necromancer is good at this. It is instant and consumes less mana. It is much more practical than the warlock, who needs several seconds, or even 10 seconds to summon a demonic creature to fight for him. The throwing axes they threw failed to kill Leo. The goblins got a second logging axe out of nowhere. But this time, they did not throw it again, but rushed towards Leo with the axe raised. By the way, it's better not to imitate behaviors like throwing things everywhere. More than a dozen goblins, whose strength was equivalent to that of mid-level professionals, rushed forward, and the mad wolves and crows alone could not stop them. What made Leo breathe a sigh of relief was that these goblins were all warriors, and did not have long-range strikers such as mage hunters. Standing at the back, he could ensure that he would not encounter any danger as long as he was careful. With fewer enemies and more strength, Leo is at a disadvantage. On the surface, it seems that Leo loses more than he wins. If he was really a pure warlock, he would not be able to cope with such a situation. Unfortunately, reality has no ifs. A green poisonous mist exploded among the goblins, and Leo first gave the goblins a poisonous blast from the Necromancer. Then he raised his hand. Fear! More than a dozen green-skinned dwarfs screamed and dispersed, as if they had seen something terrifying. The chaotic scene was like a group of noisy headless flies flying around. And they were green-skinned headless flies. Demo. Can you afford to have a gang fight with me? A goblin who can't resist fear meets a necromancer. Can you afford to be hurt? The necromancer's fear is superior to the warlock's skill of the same name in every aspect. The effect of the warlock's fear spell is single target, and has a certain casting time. But the necromancer's fear is instant, and has a group effect. When casting the same spell, the warlock's fear can only affect one target, while the necromancer's fear can affect a group of enemies. In addition, the necromancer's fear consumes less mana, and has a lower learning threshold. The warlock's fear is naturally incomparable. Even the instant fear howl of a warlock, who is proficient in curse spells, is not as good as the fear of the necromancer. Because even if your fear howl can be instantaneous, the cooling time is a big problem. And the fear of the necromancer is but there is no cooling time to mention. As a result, the warlock's curse talent tree has lost a lot of appeal to Leo. In addition, the necromancer's curses are also various. Leo returned to Stormwind City after completing Stavin's legendary mission. The turn on warlock talent is not curse master. In other words, the talents unlocked by Leo's warlock are either masters of demonology, known as demon messengers, or tyrants of destruction. Of course, now is not the time to discuss this issue. Although the total strength of the dozen or so goblins in front of them is not weak, they are not yet capable of forcing Leo to use his full strength. If Leo is still playing Yamaguchi Mountain, then just one fear cannot change the final result. At most, it will just let him kill a goblin. But this is not a game now. In the game, you can chat and fart while fighting, and have fun with others. As long as your health points are not lost, you will not die. But do you dare to try this in reality? Any slight defensive misalignment will kill someone. That's the reality. The frightened goblins were running around like headless flies. They were unable to make any effective defense at this time. So Leo naturally couldn't let go of such an opportunity. The three mad wolves used their teleportation talents to instantly arrive in front of the three goblins. They opened their bloody mouths and bit the screaming green dwarves into pieces, including their necks and heads, even without any defensive measures. Even a goblin with the physical strength of an intermediate warrior could not withstand the full force bite of the mad wolf. The 5 crows were croaking strangely. These birds, which like to use other people's eyeballs as bubbles, had no effect on Laxo. But they were more effective than the wolf when dealing with the short goblins. The fear effect disappeared. They had previously made 7 goblins blind. As for the claystone demon, this big guy caught an unlucky goblin and beat him to death with his casserole-sized fists. The miserable appearance of the unlucky goblin made a time traveler who stood aside and did nothing after casting fear for a while. Can his mother still recognize the child after being beaten like that? You are too violent, too bloody, and too inefficient, Leo said to the claystone demon. It takes a claystone demon the size of a goblin to defeat him. How can this be called inefficiency? Even if 3 wolves and 5 crows put together, they wouldn't weigh as much as this big guy. Can efficiency be calculated based on body weight? One fear killed 11 goblins. When the lumberjacks of the venture capital company stopped screaming and returned to normal, they suddenly discovered that their companions were almost dead. The goblins who originally had an absolute advantage in strength suddenly became a weak side. The goblins were dumbfounded. Is our rogue axe gang finished like this? Chapter 43 Sneed's Vest. The situation changed drastically, and it was difficult for the goblins to accept it for a while. It's not that goblins can't keep up with the times, but that the pace of combat changes too quickly. It was only 5 or 6 breaths away. More than 10 of his companions were dead or injured. The fighting power of the human in front of him must be too terrifying. Could it be that he is a high-level professional? when they thought that the human opposite was a high-level professional. The remaining 3 goblins lost all fighting spirit. Their strength was only at the mid-level. So how could they be the opponents of high-level professionals? In Leo's words, level 20 vs at least level 30 opponents. Just the level suppression is enough to make people drink. Not everyone can cross levels and kill opponents as easily as I can. Thinking about it this way, I am actually quite cheating. The 3 goblins screamed and immediately turned around and ran away, abandoning their blind companions, who were still being attacked by crows. But one thing they forgot was that even if they wanted to run away, they had to ask Leo if he would agree. If I remember correctly, the next person we have to deal with is Sneed, a small boss sent here by the venture capital company. It seems that this goblin is wearing a very good vest. Sneed's woodsaw machine. Leo scratched his face. It was already a bit troublesome to deal with Sneed alone. Naturally, he couldn't let 3 more goblins, with the strength of mid-level warriors pass. Adding difficulty to one's own battles, and causing trouble for oneself are things that Leo really cannot do with his personality. Speaking of which, when I was reincarnated in this life, I chose the hard mode on a whim, and was born in the celestial kingdom. It was already very miserable. It was so easy for me to travel through time, so that I wouldn't be asking for trouble. A vine as thick as an arm suddenly emerged from the ground, and the 2 fleeing goblins were immediately wrapped into big rice dumplings by the vine without noticing. To deal with the short goblin poisonous flower vines, you can wrap them 2 at a time. Seeing that his 2 companions were beaten by poisonous flower vines, the remaining goblin was immediately frightened to death, and the goblin's unique high-pitched scream once again tortured Leo's ears, rubbing his ears vigorously. Leo secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, his mad wolf could teleport, and the 3-on-1 opponent quickly ended the battle because he had no fighting spirit. Otherwise his ears would be pitiful. Leo's harvest from these 10 goblins is still very good. Although these lumberjacks did not bring any magic equipment to Leo, Leo absorbed a lot of upgrade energy from them. These 10 or so goblins, the goblin is actually worth a Raxo. In other words, Leo still has 4/5 of the upgrade energy needed to reach level 19. If you fight like this a few more times and upgrade, you won't have to worry. Just as Leo was thinking this, he suddenly heard a strange sound in his ears, which sounded like the sound of steel rubbing against each other, or the click of gears turning. Following the sound, Leo found a robot about 4 meters tall walking towards him. Robot? Yes. Leo called it exactly a robot. Not a robot. Under the steel SH.L are gears that mesh with each other. Unlike the well-known robots before time travel, which used electricity as the power system, they used a complex magic array as the core energy source. This is Sneed's Vestwood Saw. Therefore, we cannot underestimate alien worlds with underdeveloped technology. They do not have technological civilization, but have magical civilization. Different civilizations always have different advantages. Was there such an advanced woodcutting machine in the world before time travel? Looking at the Sneed woodcutter approaching towards him, Leo really didn't know where to start. This robot with a thick steel SH.L made Leo feel at a loss when facing it for the first time. The feeling of getting started. The mad wolf has good teeth, but if he bites into an ironclad opponent like this, he might break his teeth. The poisonous flower vine can only deliver food when faced with a woodcutter with a chainsaw hand. The claystone demon is the big guy can withstand 1 or 2 blows. Leo was thinking of a way to deal with it. How could Sneed give his opponent time to think? Under Sneed's control, the woodcutter accelerated and rushed toward Leo. Curse of weakness. Ineffective. Damage aggravation. Ineffective. Life stealing. Ineffective. Leo was helpless. This damn woodcutter didn't get enough oil and salt, and his curse spell had no effect on it. The curse spell was out of control at this time. It actually caught a cold at this critical moment. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't choose Curse Master when I turned on the Warlock talent. Corrosion. Effective. Dots of black spots appeared on the metallic SH.L of the woodcutter, which was a sign that it had been successfully eroded by dark elements. Sacrifice. Effective. The fuselage of the woodcutter was slightly red, making people think of a red-hot soldering iron. He breathed a secret sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on Leo's face as he listened to the shrill curses coming from the woodcutter. This is not because he is a bitch and likes to hear others scold him, but because he knows through Sneed's angry curse that the goblin in the woodcutter is in a very bad situation. Make the enemy uncomfortable, and you will gain enjoyment. Since it was enjoyment, Leo was of course smiling. The destruction spell is good, and it didn't frustrate me at the critical moment. Boom! The claystone demon punched the woodcutter, and a large piece of the robot's thick steel SH. I was immediately dented, affected by the sacrificial spell. The steel L, which was originally highly resistant to blows, has begun to become brittle and soft, which means that its defense power has been reduced a lot. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the claystone demon to achieve success with one punch. The poisonous flower vine began to hibernate, and the red L of the woodcutter made it dare not move forward. The poison of the poisonous flower vine had no effect on the man of steel. If it got entangled like this, not only would it not be able to hurt the opponent, but it would also be covered by the woodcutter's L, high temperature burns. At this time, the three crazy wolves began to cooperate with the claystone demon to attack the wood sawyer. Each claw strike from the meat pad could leave deep scars on the wood saw machine. After the attack achieved results, they immediately teleported. His talent is to dodge out of the attack range of the woodcutter, and his rogue attitude is the essence of hiding from the scenic rangers when traveling to scenic spots and secretly carving someone was here to visit. Sneed was fed up with the harassment tactics of the crazy wolf. The chainsaw on the woodcutter was buzzing, but there was nothing he could do against these guys who could teleport. He had no choice but to use the honest claystone demon as a last resort. Leak. The high-speed rotating chainsaw added one wound after another to the claystone demon. Without Leo's attention, one of the claystone demon's arms was cut off at the elbow level. Leo was so chilled when he saw this scene. Sneed, why do you think you, a lumberjack foreman, act like a chainsaw maniac? If I didn't have a big human shield like claystone demon, I would have staged a chainsaw show by you. Chapter 44 Burning. After losing an arm, the claystone demon became a one-armed stone demon. It became increasingly difficult for him to cope with the fierce saw-wielding woodcutter. Leo scratched his face. It seemed that not all one-armed people could be as evil as Princess Chomping. After losing one arm, she became a powerful one-armed god. At this time, the sacrifice spell applied to Sneed's woodcutter was almost ineffective. Seeing this situation, Leo did not rush to chant the incantation to gather elements to supplement the effect of the sacrifice spell. A flame began to burn in the palm of his hand. After taking a look at the burning flame in the palm of his hand, Leo curled his fingers inwards and squeezed hard, and the flame in his palm was extinguished immediately. At the same time, Sneed's woodcutter suddenly made a bang sound, as if something on the robot suddenly exploded. The impact of the sudden explosion shook the woodcutter. At this time, the woodcutter was like a drunken man, as if he could fall to the ground with just a push. Burn is a skill that a warlock can only learn after opening his talent and embarking on the road to destroy the tyrant. Burn immediately triggers the sacrifice effect on the target, causing the target affected by the sacrifice spell to immediately receive a large amount of fire element damage. If the sacrifice spell is to install an incendiary bomb on the opponent, then incineration is the fuse to ignite the incendiary bomb. After using the incinerate spell, it was obvious that Leo had chosen the path of a warlock. He chose the most violent of the three talent branches of the warlock, the destruction tyrant with the strongest spell explosive power. That is, the destructive warlock in Yamaguchi Mountain, who can kill people in seconds. It seemed that it was due to a heavy shock. Sneed's woodcutter managed to stabilize its center of gravity under the attack of the claystone demon, and then made an unpleasant click sound when it fought back. It seemed that Leo's the burning achieved considerable results, damaging some of the internal devices of the woodcutter. Just as the saying goes, heal you while you're sick. When he saw something went wrong with the woodcutting machine, Leo quickly commanded the claystone demon to attack hard. At the same time, the mad wolf's attacks became a bit unscrupulous, and the troubled woodcutting machine ran far away. It was not as smooth as before, and its movements became slower. It suddenly became much less threatening to the mad wolf. Leo was not idle at this time. The fire element gathered and hit the wood chipper with another sacrifice. Since sacrifice and burning are very effective for this kind of iron-wrapped can, it might as well give it a few more shots. The ironclad vest of the timber saw is indeed very good against physical attacks, but it is not good enough to deal with magical attacks such as corrosion and sacrifice. Corrosion can slowly corrode the hard L of the woodcutter into a pile of slag, while sacrifice can soften the iron L and burn the gears inside the woodcutter out of shape. At this time, coupled with the huge shock caused by the burning, it's hard to think of anything wrong with Sneed's wood chipper. Boom! The claystone demon's fist hit the woodcutter hard, causing the iron guide to make a crunching sound. Boom! Another heavy punch. And now the swaying woodcutter really had a big problem, and its terrifying chainsaw arm stopped rotating. Without the chainsaw, the most lethal weapon, the threat of the woodcutter suddenly dropped by 90%. Not only could the claystone demon stand in place and fight it to the death, But the wolf also became less timid when attacking. With sharp claws and heavy fists, Sneed's woodcutter was inhumanely destroyed. The originally mighty woodcutter became riddled with holes, making it even more miserable than a little girl who had been ravaged by 100 big men. The wood chipper could no longer be used. Staying in this tin can would mean nothing but beatings. Sneed finally couldn't stand it anymore. The goblin crawled out of the wood chipper with a sharp curse. The original ejection device in the woodcutter was also damaged by a series of blows. The goblins had to do it themselves. The original automatic device became manual. It seems that some devices of the woodcutter still need to be improved. You little guy. Don't think that brother can't do anything to you just because you're wearing an iron vest. If you had run out earlier, wouldn't this problem have been resolved? Seeing Snedrio jumping in anger because his woodcutter was severely damaged, he gave the goblin a look of contempt. Isn't this goblin wearing a vest still a goblin? This wood-cutting machine is also a very technical product, so I felt a little distressed if it was broken like this. You must know that such things are rare in the kingdom of Stormwind. By the way, venture capital companies also know that technology is kept confidential. Complex machinery such as Sneed's woodcutter is not for sale, and is absolutely unobtainable through normal channels. Especially such machinery that can also be used for combat. Sneed had just jumped off the wood chipper that was burning hot due to the sacrifice, when a vine as thick as an arm suddenly appeared under his feet. The poisonous flower vine that Sneed had been eyeing since he climbed out of the wood chipper finally found an opportunity to take action. You damn thing! Sneed cursed loudly. And the poisonous flower vines had been injecting poison into his body from the moment they entangled the goblin. Base! Base! Sharp iron claws suddenly popped out of the goblin's empty hands. It turned out that Sneed's arm guard was actually a weapon device. This thing has some technical content. Leo looked at Sneed's arm guard with interest. If this thing was installed on his arm, wouldn't he have an extra evil trick? Think about it. When you punch someone, the other person thought he had dodged it. But at this moment a pair of iron claws suddenly popped out of your arm. It would be great fun. Your pair of arm guards are very good. I want them. Leo cast a fear on Sneed, causing Sneed, who was about to cut off the vines with his iron claws, to scream in terror. The screams of terror sounded like the screams of a helpless lamb facing the communists. Of help. In other words, Leo turned out to be such a terrifying existence in Sneed's eyes. Puff! Puff! While Sneed was affected by the fear spell, two mad wolves teleported to his side. Their sharp teeth tore at Sneed's arms, tearing the goblin's not-so-strong arms to pieces. Bloody. The third mad wolf teleported behind Sneed. It opened and closed its bloody mouth and swallowed the goblin's head and neck completely. The dripping blood flowed all over the ground along the unclosed wolf mouth. The Necromancer's instant fear spell is really a big killer. If you are not careful, you will be plotted. A momentary loss of defense can be enough to kill someone in battle. While Leo commanded the mad wolf to continue biting Sneed, who was making his final struggle, he secretly warned himself, when fighting with others in the future, you must be careful of the opponent's control spells. If you are not careful, Sneed's today will be his own tomorrow. He doesn't want to become a stepping stone for others' success. Nor does he want his life to be a feat that his opponents can brag about. Chapter 45 Starting Engineering. An absorbable item was found, the flint staff. Do you want to absorb it? The voice in his head made Leo puzzled. He looked left and right at the riddled wood chipper and Sneed's body, but couldn't find any connection between the two and a staff. What's going on? This is? You said it would be normal if the item that appeared was a chainsaw or something like that. But what if a staff appeared? Although the weapon Leo, who has dual professions as a warlock and a necromancer, needs is a staff. At least you can give a reasonable explanation. After spending a lot of brain cells, Leo still couldn't figure out the exact answer. How did he choose the absorbable items? Hey, it's really weird. Sooner or later, I have to figure out what's going on, Leo muttered softly, and a staff with a red gem inlaid on the top appeared in his hand. I don't know what kind of material the staff is made of, but there is a red gem the size of a fist on the top, reflecting the light emitted from the gem. The top of the staff looks like it is burning at first glance, making the red gem embedded in it seem to be burning. It is becoming more and more eye-catching. No wonder it is called the flint staff. Firestone staff. A staff that can increase the wearer's physical fitness and intelligence by 6 points each. In terms of physical bonus alone, the flint staff is far inferior to the hammer of Raxo. But the staff of flint adds 6 points of intelligence, and its weight is much lighter than the heavy hammer of Raxo. For a legal professional like Leo, the flint staff is naturally the first choice. taking back the hammer of Raxo on his back into his own personal space. Leo walked to Sneed's woodcutter again. Leo had made up his mind before that he must carry forward the tradition of loving cleanliness and never leave anything valuable behind. However, it takes a lot of time and effort to collect an item as large as a wood saw. Of course, the mere fact of being able to charge such a large item is enough to make many people jealous. Generally speaking, a low-level professional like Leo can open up only about 1 cubic meter of private space in his body. At mid-level, it is better to have 3 cubic meters. And at high level, 6 cubic meters is considered good. Even many high-level professionals are unable to collect Sneed's woodcutter. It is truly astonishing that Leo, as a low-level professional, can collect something as big as a woodcutter. These common senses were all told to him by Fusel. Although the female elf was surprised that Leo's private space was far beyond common sense. It felt normal when she thought that this guy was a naturally awakened professional. Vizel Denev. This powerful female elf also relied on the talent stone to successfully awaken. It took nearly a minute to successfully collect the wood chipper. Leo was about to continue walking deeper into the mine when the voice in his head suddenly rang again. Successfully collected engineering items. The host's second career skill is activated. The host can now use engineering. Leo's mouth had turned into a big O shape. He didn't expect that, he just didn't want to waste a lot of garbage like a wood chipper. But he activated an engineering that had never appeared before. Wow! Brothers Engineering finally showed up. Brothers Goblin Mortar. Brothers Iron Grenade. Brothers Handgun. Brothers Mechanical Roadmaster. Leo danced with joy. If he appeared before time travel on the street, I will definitely be sent to some special hospital. And then a certain miserable young man will only be able to silently sing tears behind bars inside. Before Leo crossed over, the 2 professional skills he learned in the Warlock and the Yamaguchi Mountain were herbalism and engineering. The lifeblood of herbalism and the large number of items created by engineering were of great help in the battle. Herbalism had already appeared at the beginning of time travel. But the engineering that took Leo a lot of effort to practice has never been seen. Leo once thought that he had to find a way to learn this engineering again. Well now, the activation of engineering freed Leo from the trouble of relearning a skill. My engineering skills have reached the full level. As long as I have enough materials. Is there anything I can't do? Leo's mouth couldn't stop drooling when he thought about the mortars, bombs, rocket boots, and other good stuff that engineering could make. From now on, I will reward whoever is displeased with a mortar. And whoever is displeased will be given a bomb. I will completely transform into an arms maniac. And I will destroy whoever I catch. And see who dares to compete with me. As the saying goes, arrange your time reasonably. Long-term sexual intercourse will harm your body. Moderate sexual intercourse is good for your brain. And you can enjoy a healthy life. Who hasn't experienced this YY? As long as you can distinguish between YY and reality. After the engineering was activated, Leo looked forward to the future. But now, he still had to continue deep into the death mine. After walking through the logging area that Sneed was in charge of, a wave of heat hit his face. And in Leo's shocked eyes, a huge furnace came into his sight. This damn thing is too powerful. Looking at the 200-meter-high furnace that was using hot underground magma to melt steel and iron, Leo felt like he was suffocating. At this moment, he was truly impressed by the technology mastered by the venture capital company. Even though the goblins were short, thin, and looked malnourished, their wisdom could never be underestimated by any race. Using the hot magma underground to make iron and steel is many times more fraudulent than the blacksmiths in Stormwind Kingdom that Leo knew. It can be said that in terms of technology, the goblins of this world have already surpassed humans by thousands of miles. If it weren't for the existence of magic in this world, and the generally poor magical talents of goblins, they would have already ruled the world with their advanced technology. A strange human has broken in. Go tell Lord Kilnig. Hurry up and activate defensive measures. Just as Leo was marveling at the giant furnace, the goblins working near the furnace discovered the uninvited guest. And a commotion broke out. A strange human suddenly appeared here, and the goblins did not receive any notification. Needless to say, this human must be an intruder and an enemy. Seeing the enemy, the goblins near the furnace couldn't help but panic. They were not warriors, but ordinary craftsmen. How could they have any fighting power? Since this human being can break into this place, the people such as Laxo and Sneed who were guarding the mine must have died in his hands. This human being is not even a match for the powerful warriors, let alone craftsmen like them. It seems that my appearance gave them a big surprise. Judging from their reactions, I seem to be very popular. Listen to this crazy scream from the heart. It turns out that I have become a star with fans. It's really unbearable for someone to look so narcissistic. But soon, the goblin craftsman near the furnace gave him a big surprise. Amid a click sound, more than 20 robots about 2 meters high came towards Leo. Chapter 46, Hide and Seek with a Mechanical Puppet. In this shitty life, you just let your brother have sex. And in the blink of an eye, you want to get back from him? This is too stingy. We don't play like this. What's the point of bullying the minority with your stupid soul? I don't want to play with you anymore. After saying that, Leo turned around and ran away. Near the furnace is an open area like a small square, where Leo can't stop the 20 robots. Rather than dying in embarrassment, it is better to go back to the place where he fought Snee before, and use the piles of wood piled there to deal with the opponent. Come to think of it, these robots are definitely not as flexible as humans in crossing obstacles. Seeing Leo actually turning around and running away, the goblin craftsmen gathered near the furnace suddenly burst into cheers. Ordinary craftsmen like them are as weak as ants when facing the powerful warriors. However, their own lack of strength does not mean that they cannot make up the strength gap with the warriors. Craftsmen can use their own minds and technology to develop combat machines such as mechanical puppets that can compete with warriors to protect their own personal safety. A warrior was scared away by a battle puppet he made. For the goblin craftsman, this was definitely something worthy of celebration. Look, the powerful warriors have to flee in front of the mechanical puppets we made. Ha. The goblin craftsmen are great. This is a victory for craftsmen. The goblin craftsmen did not pay attention to the tops of their heads while they were cheering. 5 crows had quietly approached them while they were not paying attention. Then something happened where extreme joy gave rise to sorrow. The crows that approached the craftsmen launched an attack amidst cheers. If these goblin craftsmen were not protected by the mechanical puppets they created, they could not defeat an ordinary human being. How could they survive the crows' attack? The screams one after another continued to sound amidst the strange cries of the crows. One after another, the eyes of the craftsmen were destroyed under the claws of the crows. The severe pain made them scream and roll on the ground. An unlucky craftsman accidentally fell into the lava while rolling and lost his trace instantly. As the number of goblin craftsmen decreased one by one, some of the mechanical puppets chasing Leo slowly stopped moving. Leo had long seen that these mechanical puppets chasing behind him were not fully automatic high-end products after all. They required goblin craftsmen to control them before they could move. In other words, to fight against these steel-made mechanical puppets, you are either stupid enough, or you are so strong-willed that you don't even care to put in the extra effort. As a promising young man who values efficiency in his work, Leo naturally chose the simple method to kill the goblin craftsmen who manipulated the mechanical puppets. Unfortunately, I am quite far away from those goblin craftsmen. If the distance between the two parties were closer, what would happen if I were asked to cast a fear spell? I think there will be many goblins who fell into the lava flow and fell into the lava flow because they were too far away. The Mad Wolf's teleportation could not work. But even if Leo could find the craftsman's position, he would not send them there. He also counted on the Mad Wolf to cooperate with the Claystone Demon to deal with the rushing mechanical puppets. Woolen cloth. 1, 2, 7. Leo counted silently in his mind. A total of 7 mechanical puppets stopped moving. Crow had done a great job. At this time, there were only 13 mechanical puppets chasing him, with nearly half of the followers behind him. Leo's pressure was greatly reduced. In addition, at this time, he had retreated into the lumber yard previously controlled by Sneed, and Leo's counterattack began. Due to the crow's attack, the busy goblin craftsman made many mistakes in controlling the mechanical puppets. The mechanical puppets that were originally gathered together had unknowingly dispersed while chasing Leo, seizing the opportunity where the other party did not concentrate. The Stone Demon and Mad Wolf immediately threw a mechanical puppet that was slightly far away from the other puppets to the ground. Originally, the mechanical puppet was not so easy to knock down. But who let the Claystone Demon play rogue? This big guy relied on his height and weight to directly knock the opponent to the ground with its weight of hundreds of kilograms, and then swung it up regardless of the injury. His fists hit the mechanical puppet's head. Cooperating with the Mad Wolf, who adhered to the spirit of beating a drowned dog, the combination of sharp claws and heavy punches smashed the mechanical puppet's head to pieces in a short time. For Leo, as long as the magic power is enough, consumables like the Claystone Demon are not enough. It is a worthwhile deal to exchange the renewable consumables for the goblin craftsman's non-renewable mechanical puppet. Without the central control system of its head, the mechanical puppet suddenly lost all power and lay there quietly, becoming a pile of scrap metal. Kill 2 more. Leo, who was playing hide-and-seek with other mechanical puppets in piles of wood, felt that his pressure was lessened. This was not only because the claystone demon and the mad wolf killed a mechanical puppet, but also because the crow controlled a group of puppets. The reason why all the goblin craftsmen holding a mechanical puppet became blind. At this time, there were only 11 mechanical puppets left that besieged Leo. While avoiding the attacks of the mechanical puppets, Leo applied the effects of corrosion and sacrifice to these robots. The elements of darkness and fire began to corrode and destroy the steel bodies of the mechanical puppets. Leo discovered a problem during the hide-and-seek game with the mechanical puppet. The goblin craftsman who controlled the mechanical puppet seemed to have a way to see the target through the mechanical puppet's line of sight. This should be based on the principle of imaging magic. It seems that the goblin, it is not that he has not studied magic that he is not good at. Just when the claystone demon cooperated with the mad wolf to defeat another mechanical puppet at the cost of his own serious injury, something strange happened on the goblin craftsman's side. The crows who were enjoying bullying the goblin craftsman suffered a devastating blow. A large splash of hot molten iron accurately hit 5 crows. The extremely high temperature of the molten iron instantly killed the crows. A goblin who was half a head taller than the average goblin craftsman rushed out with a casting hammer similar to his height. Seeing that the goblin holding the casting hammer was being bullied by crows, the goblin craftsman burst into cheers again. It was like seeing his own savior. It's Lord Kilnig. Lord Kilnig is here. The goblin holding the forging hammer is Kilnig, the smelter stationed by the venture capital company in the Death Mine to oversee the many goblin craftsmen in the Great Furnace. Kilnig, who had been staying deep in the furnace to refine the mined ore, immediately put down the work at hand and rushed out after receiving the news of the invasion. What the smelter did not expect was that in just 20 or 30 years, in just one breath, the goblin craftsmen under his command had suffered heavy casualties, which made Kilnig jump to his feet with anger. Damn intruder! I'm going to throw you into a furnace and turn you into a pile of dregs. The angry smelter was shouting loudly with the casting hammer, but his feet did not move at all while he was shouting. Kilnig's appearance made people think of a word, fierce in appearance but soft in heart. Chapter 47. The feeling of being sinister is really good. Smelter Kilnig did not participate in the battle in the lumber yard, which made Leo, who had summoned the crow again to stare at the furnace, secretly relieved. Although his eyesight is not very good, the group of goblin craftsmen almost all look similar to him. But Kilnig's physique is obviously higher than that of other goblins, and he can still easily guess that the clamoring goblin is a boss-level character. Since the goblin who is the boss can't come, I can't be blamed. Leo continued to play hide-and-seek with the mechanical puppet while secretly paying attention to the movements on the other side of the melting pot. At this time, another mechanical puppet was killed by the claystone demon and the crazy wolf. Kilnig cursed for a long time in a high-pitched voice unique to goblins. When he saw that the human opposite him was still going his own way, only focusing on dealing with the mechanical puppets chasing him in the lumber yard, he had never seen such a shameless guy like the smelter. Finally found something wrong. He hurriedly asked the goblin craftsman to control the remaining mechanical puppets to withdraw from the lumber yard. But by this time, it was already too late. The mechanical puppets that chased Leo's back into the lumber yard had been reduced to only 5 due to his tireless efforts. This result made the goblin craftsman panic, and Kilnig was even more angry. Cunning humans. Despicable humans. Shameless humans. Brother is cunning. Brother is despicable. Brother is shameless. What can you do? Leo showed no pressure when facing the smelter's shrill curses. If you scold him, he'll be his brother. Let's see who finishes in the end. Besides, you goblins bully the few with more, and you use high technology to bully the few with more. If I hadn't used some tricks, my life would have been lost. If you really have the ability, don't use mechanical puppets. There are 5 mechanical puppets that have been tattered by corrosion spells and sacrifices, plus the goblin with the sledgehammer. With my strength, it won't be a problem to take them down. Leo compared the strengths of both sides, and after the mechanical puppet withdrew from the lumber yard, he started to chase after it. This human being has finally come out. Now let's see how I teach you a lesson. Kilnig saw Leo chasing the evacuated mechanical puppet and killing him, and the smelter felt joyful in his heart. When Leo chased the mechanical puppet and came to the vicinity of the furnace, Kilnig's big hammer suddenly swung at Leo, and a stream of hot molten iron poured towards Leo. Others water the water to make the target grow better, but the iron water poured by Kilnig is to destroy the target. It is already known that the water thrown by Kilnig is extremely lethal, so Leo cannot be defenseless. In fact, he had already been prepared to dodge. so he had already moved aside before Killing's molten iron was poured on him. Demo. Even though I'm not a saint, the same moves still don't work on me. After missing a hit, Killing was about to strike again, when a vine as thick as an arm suddenly shot out from under his feet, and the goblin smelter was suddenly wrapped up and unable to move. While Killing focused his attention on Leo, the poisonous flower vine that had been lurking finally seized the opportunity to attack. Leo did not waste this opportunity. When Killing was struggling, he used the Necromancer's fear spell at the right time. Isn't the reason why he risked being attacked by Killing's molten iron to get close to the goblins, so that these green-skinned dwarfs could be brought within the range of his spells? The goblins who were affected by the fear spell screamed and started running around, and Leo's poor ears suffered once again. Goblins screamed and ran around the furnace. From time to time, an unlucky guy who lost his footing would fall into the hot magma. Poor goblins. As the saying goes, one mistake will lead to eternal hatred. And looking back, well, do they still have a chance to look back? There was a sound of a high-temperature object suddenly encountering coldness. Leo's fear spell only lasted for 3 short seconds on Killing. The smelter who woke up ignored the madman who was biting his body. Wolf. He turned the hammer handle of the casting hammer with great effort, and streams of hot molten iron shot out from the hammerhead, scalding the poisonous flower vines wrapped around him, and the mad wolf biting him to death. This is Killing's special skill. Molten iron. This goblin is really insidious. If he suddenly turns the handle of the hammer and shoots out the molten iron hidden inside when fighting with someone, the person who fights with him will be skinned even if he does not die. I didn't expect that goblins can be so powerful when they are hiding from people. As the saying goes, it is indecent to come back without reciprocating. I will let you taste the feeling of being hacked right away, being scalded by the molten iron. Both the poisonous flower vine and the mad wolf were severely injured. The former immediately burrowed into the ground, while the latter lay whining on the ground. Killing, who had escaped from trouble, was dragging blood all over his body, and was about to rush towards Leo with a howl. He didn't even pay attention to the mad wolf smelter, who was lying on the ground with only one breath left. At this time, a sudden change occurred. Base! Base! A fallen wolf suddenly stood up and quickly rushed towards Killing. When it was about to pounce on Killing, a pair of sharp blades suddenly popped out from the 2 front paws of the wolf, which could not be guarded against. Killing suffered a big loss as his pair of sharp claws stabbed into the goblin smelter's chest. This is the weapon I made for the guy Sneed. Killing stared at the pair of iron-like things on the front paws of the mad wolf, with a look of disbelief on his face. He never imagined that the weapons he built for his companions would be used by his opponents to kill him. What Killing couldn't accept even more was that the other party actually succeeded. This idiot Sneed. I was really killed by him now. Killing cursed Sneed in his heart. The stupid weapon he made for him actually fell into the hands of the enemy. Now it's okay. It was used to plot against him. The forger. Why am I so unlucky? I am really not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but I am afraid of teammates who are like pigs. You said you Sneed was dead. So why did you leave such a life-threatening thing to the other party? Intrigued by the weapon he forged, Killing looked even more miserable than his brother. Leo's face was full of beef, and he finally saw a guy who was even more unlucky than his brother. It's not easy. It's really not easy. God has eyes. When fighting Sneed, Leo was attracted by the 2 sharp claws on the lumber foreman's arm. Although after getting it, he found that he couldn't use it with his own wrist. After all, the size of the goblin was too big compared to that of a human. Big difference. But just because Leo himself can't use it doesn't mean that Mad Wolf can't use it either. The claws of the Mad Wolf were very close to the size of the goblin's arms. For the purpose of being sinister, Leo installed them on the 2 front paws of a Mad Wolf. It turned out that Leo's efforts were not in vain. Less than an hour after the 2 claws were installed, the first victim appeared. Killing also deserved his misfortune. The pair of claw-hiding arm guards he made were covered up by the thick fur of the Mad Wolf. Otherwise, how could the goblin smelter not be wary? Little dwarf, you can go with peace of mind. I will keep your casting hammer for you. Leo smiled like a fox who had stolen a chicken. Not to mention his pride. By the way, it feels really good to be eaten. Chapter 48, whose birdcage is not closed properly. Leo looked thoughtful as he played with a ring inlaid with gems on his hand. He was sure and certain that he had not seen the ring from Killing's hand before confirming to absorb it. The ring inlaid with gems was very conspicuous. If Killing wore it on his hand, he would never miss it. Luxurious jewelry ring increases the wearer's intelligence by 5 points. This was the explanation given to him by the voice in his mind that called Leo his host, which meant that the ring on Leo's hand was actually a magic equipment. Since entering the Death Mine, he has obtained 3 pieces of magic equipment, namely the Hammer of Laxo, the Firestone Staff, and this luxurious jewelry ring. Their owners have one thing in common. That is, they are all employees of venture capital companies. Of course, there is another thing in common that Leo is a little unsure about. That is, these 3 guys all correspond to one of the copies of the Death Mine in the Yamaguchi Mountains. Boss, when did scarce magic equipment become a cabbage for everyone? Is the welfare package of venture capital companies really that good? With the legendary 5 insurances and 1 fund plus additional material rewards. Or is there another reason for this? Leo can't answer it yet, but he already has a vague answer in his heart. As a tribal player in Yamaguchi Mountain, I am really not familiar with the Alliance. Leo lamented that if he had played the Alliance in Yamaguchi Mountain, he would have had the exact answer to the question in his mind. However, he had been playing the Horde and didn't really know much about the Death Mine dungeon located in the Alliance. This led to him not being completely sure of his guess now. As a pure tribal player, I actually became a member of the Alliance after traveling through time. I really can't afford to be hurt. Time always moves forward like a leisurely bird, no matter how depressed Leo is. The 3 uneven hands that represent the passage of time will neither jump nor jump like a frightened rabbit. As elegant as a lazy cat, it maintained its eternal calmness and passed by minute by second. The battle with Kilnik ended for a long time, and Leo just set foot on the road to continue deep into the Death Mine. Behind him, he only left behind a large furnace like a locust crossing, such as mechanical puppets, various tools used by goblin craftsmen, and other valuable things. All valuable things were taken into his own private space by this guy. It seems that Van Cleef, the thief leader, is not too stupid. After the melting pot is another mine tunnel. The people in this mine tunnel are all members of the Defias Brotherhood. Leo understood the general situation inside from his limited knowledge of the Death Mine. This is very close to Van Cleef's residence in the core area of the Death Mine. The entrance and the core of the mine are firmly controlled by the Defias thieves. The people from the venture capital company are only active in the middle section of the entire mine. Once the people sent by the venture capital company here want to attack Defias, the sub-brotherhood will be unfavorable, and will inevitably fall into a situation of being attacked from both sides. It can be seen from here that Van Cleef is not so assured about the venture capital company as a partner. Is this a true portrayal of the need to guard against others? It seems that everyone is a very realistic person, and does not believe in the so-called good things that fall from the sky. Van Cleef was wary of venture capital companies, and Leo nodded secretly. After entering the Death Mine, Leo felt that the venture capital company's investment in Van Cleef was abnormal. Even if Van Cleef's Defias Brotherhood secretly controls several mines and some lumber camps in the Western Wilderness, and can act unscrupulously throughout the Western Wilderness, there is no way that people from venture capital companies would place such a heavy bet on him. There are both ogres guarding the place, and a group of mechanical golems that belong to the venture capital company's secrets. Putting aside these, the cost of building the big furnace in the Death Mine is not a small amount, calculated based on the usual investment and profit ratio of venture capital companies. Such investment behavior is definitely not in line with their usual behavior. But the facts are before our eyes, and what should not have happened has actually happened. Then there can only be one question: either the venture capital company's top management has a collective head-scratching problem when it comes to dealing with the Defias Brotherhood, or this group of profit-seeking guys has other agendas. Obviously the former is impossible to happen, so only the latter is left. The reason why the venture capital company spends so much effort on the Defias Brotherhood must be planning something that will make them more profitable. Unknowingly, I got involved in a conspiracy. How could I get caught up in such a conspiracy so easily? Is it the fate of a time traveler to be unintentionally involved in conspiracies and other events? While Leo secretly lamented his bad fate, he commanded the Mad Wolf and other pets to kill the members of the Defias Brotherhood in the mine tunnel. The same situation as the mine tunnel at the entrance. The humans here have also been eroded by the undead plague until they are left with only their last breath. It is more labor-saving to kill them now than to kill them after they become undead. Big Iron Gate. See the thick Big Iron Gate again. After killing all the semi-undead Defias members in the mine, Leo came to the bottom of this mine tunnel and saw a large closed iron door helplessly. Is this the first iron gate I have encountered since entering this mine? The fourth or the fifth? Damn it. Why did Van Cleef build so many iron doors when he was so full and stuffed? You said that you are a thief leader, and you have thousands of subordinates. Why do you still build so many iron gates in your lair? Don't you find it troublesome? Oh my god. How strong a sense of security must one have to pull off such a trick? I said, Van Cleef. Aren't you suffering from persecutory delusions? When Leo pushed the big iron door open with force, he really wanted to slap Van Cleef twice. You said you had nothing to do in the mine and pretended to be Iron Door Brother. So he tolerated it. Why did your iron door hurt every time he pushed it open? Make a loud zaza sound? Aren't you trying to embarrass me? You must know that my goal has always been to sneak into the village quietly without using guns. Leo was ready to fight when he pushed the big iron door open. The sound made by the iron door when it was opened was so loud that as long as the person behind the iron door was not deaf, he would be able to hear it. Someone broke in here. Before Leo could see clearly what was happening behind the iron gate, the three of them rushed towards him. 3 mid-level warriors. One, well, a bird, whose birdcage was not closed properly. How could the bird be released? What others encountered was that the dogs were being let out behind closed doors. But what I encountered was that the doors were open to welcome birds. Well, a parrot the size of an eagle to be precise. Now ZG's crow can be regarded as meeting a common. Chapter 49. A place surrounded by mountains and rivers. 5 crows and an eagle-sized parrot fought together, instantly elevating the level of the battle from a pure land battle to a land and air battle. These 6 birds fight together with the momentum of Zhang Fei beating Yu Fei, flying all over the sky. It's really exciting. It's a pity that Leo didn't have time to appreciate such a wonderful scene. Facing the 3 warriors rushing towards him, Leo quickly commanded the Clay Stone Demon and the Mad Wolf to greet them. There is no problem in blocking these 3 warriors with the abilities of Mad Wolf and Clay Stone Demon. But blocking them does not guarantee Leo's own safety. Boom! There was a crisp gunshot, and a white bone shield flashed in front of Leo. At the same time, a metal particle the size of a little finger fell at Leo's feet. A hunter. I guess that parrot is his tame pet. It seems that I am really popular. When I opened the door, there were not only 3 enthusiastic warriors shouting to kill, but also a bird hunter hiding behind and shooting coldly. The members of the Defias Brotherhood are really friendly to strangers. Passionate enough. So passionate. Without any hesitation, Leo cast a fierce spell on the hunter behind him. And then all spells such as corrosion, painful curse, and sacrifice were thrown at the hunter. This hunter posed a great threat to him. If he hadn't had the bone armor to protect him, the cold shot he had just fired would have left a hole in his chest. Casting Shadow Arrow at the hunter, who was affected by the fierce spell, Leo was still secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, he always adhered to the principle of safety first, and made sure to have his bone armor skill with him every time he fought. Otherwise, he would have been like that just now. Weren't you knocked down by the extremely vulgar shot from this guy playing with birds? The poisonous flower vines came out of the ground with a thorny sound, and the winding vines entangled the Defias hunter tightly, and toxins began to invade the hunter's body and destroy his vitality. Just when the poisonous flower vines tied up the hunter, Leo's shadow arrow arrived. The impact of the dark element directly knocked the hunter to the ground and rolled several times. It was only then that the effects of the fierce spell disappeared from the hunter. Come and help me! The hunter struggled hard twice, and found that he could not escape from the entanglement of the poisonous flower vines with his own strength, and quickly asked for help. Hunters similar to archers are blinded after being attacked by enemies at close range. They are not good at close combat. A Defias warrior wants to rescue a hunter. But how can it be that easy? Leo immediately sent out a Mad Wolf to deal with a warrior who wanted to retreat. The teleporting Mad Wolf made the warrior miserable, and the speed of returning reinforcements was extremely slow. It's easy to come but hard to go. I want to cry, but my chrysanthemums are gone without tears. At your speed, by the time you free the hunter from the entanglement of the poisonous flower vines, he will have been freed long ago. Leo smiled coldly, stretched out his hand and pointed forward, and a bone wall of ferocious intertwined bone spurs lay between the warrior and the hunter. Facing the bone wall warrior, who suddenly appeared in front of him, he was dumbfounded. This thing in front of him didn't look easy to mess with. The irregular bone spurs were definitely a wound every time he touched them. He raised the weapon in his hand and slashed hard at the bone wall twice. As bone fragments flew into the air, the warrior felt a little better. Fortunately, this bone wall is not too hard, and 10 heavy blows are enough to break it open by yourself. 10 heavy chops, which usually only take 3 or 4 breaths for a warrior to complete. But now that he needs to defend against the Mad Wolf that teleports over to attack him from time to time, it takes the warrior 10 breaths to break through the bone wall. A hole was made. when the warrior rushed to the hunter from the open gap. What was waiting for him was only a body that had gradually become cold. Looking at the sad and angry warrior Leo, he shook his head. "You are seeking death on your own. But you can't blame me." Thorn. The poisonous flower vine appeared again and tied up the warriors who came back to rescue the hunter. In order to prevent the soldiers from breaking free from the poisonous flower vine, Leo helped. The Necromancer's fear spell combined with the Warlock's weak curse won enough for the poisonous flower vine. By the time the warrior recovered, he had already been tied up tightly. Before he could exert any force, the mad wolf that had been harassing him teleported to his side and bit the warrior's neck. "If you 3 warriors got together, I would have to work hard. But you ran out alone, which saved me a lot of effort. Yes, you are very aware of being a bit player. You know what to do to get your lunchbox done early. I am optimistic about you." 2 companions died one after another, and life suddenly became difficult for the remaining 2 soldiers. They not only have to guard against the poisonous flower vines that will emerge from under their feet at some point, but also have to deal with clay stone demons and crazy wolves. And they also have to resist Leo's spell attacks. What do you want them to do? After the 5 crows killed the parrot, who had lost the command of the hunter, and joined the battle of the besieging soldiers, the 2 finally died with difficulty after suffering a lot of torture. The 2 soldiers cried and complained. They are just doing a side job to make a lunch. Is it necessary to be so cruel? A sidekick has no human rights. After solving these 4 traps, Leo had time to carefully examine the environment in front of him. Unexpectedly, the end of the death mine is actually a naturally formed cave that connects to the sea. A long floating bridge was erected in an empty cave. Looking at the appearance of the cave, Leo knew that it was naturally formed and not artificially dug. One end of the floating bridge is connected to the mine tunnel where Leo came from, and the other end is connected to the distance. With Leo's eyesight, he could only see a huge, blurry black shadow at the end of it, moving carefully on the pontoon. Leo couldn't help but secretly praise Van Cleef's good luck. Who would have thought that there would be such a scene at the end of the death mine? This is really a great place with mountains of ore and salty deep sea water. This guy Van Cleef is also stupid and bold. If he lives in a huge natural cave like this that connects to the endless sea, isn't this old boy afraid of a big sea monster suddenly appearing? Very different from the previous scene. Leo's almost non-existent literary ability was not stimulated. He did not say a wet sentence such as ocean. You are all water. It seems that if he wants to become a wet person, he has no hope in this life. As a landlubber, walking in this cave connected to the deep sea, the blue and black water made Leo's chrysanthemum shiver. By the way, this pontoon bridge built by the Defias Brotherhood is probably a shoddy project. I won't be able to cry if this bridge collapses. If a mine is damaged, it will involve the sea. How can you make this landlubber feel so embarrassed? Who am I to talk to for reason? In this miserable life, can't you not cheat on your father? Chapter 50 Mr. Punch. Leo walked cautiously on the pontoon. Having experienced several fights, Leo had gradually become accustomed to the environment here, and no longer had the fear he had when he first arrived. Leo could finally see that the reason why the Defias Brotherhood built such a long pontoon was not because they were too full to hold up, but because there were too many reefs in the cave to dock a large ship. Big ship? Yes, it's a big ship. The huge vague black figure that Leo saw at the entrance of the cave was a large ship about 200 meters long and 60 or 70 meters high. Van Cleef's life as a child was not an ordinary one. Look, he even has a yacht on the sea. It seems that he, a bandit leader, is living a very prosperous life. Didn't it mean that the Defias Brotherhood, which was raging in the western wilderness, had a rough life? It seems that rumors are just rumors and cannot be believed at all. Human, you can actually break in here. It seems that you have killed all the guards in front. Just when Leo was feeling strong envy and jealousy towards Van Cleef, a muffled voice came into his ears. Looking around following the sound, Leo realized that he had almost reached the end of the pontoon, and the owner of the muffled voice before was standing at the end of the pontoon, over 3 meters tall, with a tail that swings from time to time exposed from behind the strong body, and a bull's head that is more than twice as big as Leo's head. This is the owner of that muffled voice. Wow! Minotaur! Mamma mia! What a big one! Leo let out an exclamation, then spread his legs and rushed towards the tower and at the end of the pontoon. Boom! As soon as Leo left, the place where he was standing was hit by a cannonball, and the wooden pontoon was immediately blown into 2 pieces. It turned out that the Tauren had a thick cannon barrel on his shoulder. This old-fashioned rough cannon which weighed in kilograms, was actually held on his shoulders by the Tauren with ease. No wonder Leo screamed in surprise. The Leo Tauren didn't hesitate even if the shot failed to hit him. He immediately swung it hard, and the iron barrel weighing 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms was thrown up by a huge brute force. It hit the Minotaur with a clang and rushed towards the Minotaur. The clay stone demon directly smashed half of Leo's body. The Tauren who threw out the barrel didn't wait for Leo to react, and took 2 long strides directly across the more than 10 meters distance between it and the clay stone demon. He raised his fist and hit the remaining half of the clay stone demon with a roar. It became pieces of broken soil. This thing is so fierce. Leo, who was rushing towards the Tauren, quickly stopped. The big human shield clay stone demon was killed by the Tauren in the blink of an eye. How could he still get away with it if he rushed forward? The clay stone demon was shattered with one punch, and the Minotaur was very proud. It flicked its tail and snorted at Leo. Human, your good luck ends here. You will be unlucky if you encounter a heavy blow from me. I remembered that this guy originally corresponded to Mr. Punch from Yamaguchi Yamazaka. Hearing the Tauren sign up, Leo remembered this guy. Dude, you are quite arrogant. Didn't I just kill Brother's clay stone demon once? What's there to be proud of? As the saying goes, money is a bastard. I'll make it after spending it. There's nothing to worry about if this cannon fodder guy dies. I'll just call another one. When Mr. Punch was feeling proud, a fist as big as a casserole suddenly emerged from the mound of soil beneath his feet and struck the Tauren fiercely. Faced with this sudden attack, the Tauren only had time to slightly turn his body at a small angle to pass the vital point. But his body was still hit. The fist struck from the mound of dirt was so heavy that the strong Mr. Punch was so beaten that he couldn't stop himself and took 2 steps back. In the angry eyes of the Tauren, the clay stone demon broke out of the ground and stood in front of Mr. Punch again, taking advantage of Mr. Heavy Fist's opportunity to retreat after being hit by the clay stone demon. 3 mad wolves launched an attack. With the talent of teleportation, they suddenly flashed to Mr. Punch's side, opened their big mouths, and bit hard on the Minotaur's thick arm. Hateful. After being attacked by 3 mad wolves, the Tauren screamed in pain. And then the Tauren, angry because of the injury, raised his fist and hit a mad wolf that bit his arm and wouldn't let go. The Tauren was indeed worthy of the title of Heavy Punch. The mad wolf that was hit by the punch whined and fell to the ground. It curled up twice unconsciously and died. This Tauren's fists are too cruel. Even a high-level warrior can't kill his mad wolf with 3 punches and 2 kicks without using weapons. But he is so good that he can kill him with just 1 fist. Leo was shocked when he saw it. The Heavy Punch was so powerful that he killed one of his mad wolves with just 1 punch. If this punch hit him, wouldn't he immediately be stunned? No. I must keep a distance from him. Isn't there a saying that goes well? Distance creates beauty? Indifferent to the dead clay stone demon of a mad wolf, the big man punched Mr. Punch again with fearless courage. Mr. Clay Stone Demon's fist punch has been taught, and he knows that the fist of the big man opposite him will hurt. However, the Tauren, who was angry because of the injury, did not flinch. He waved his fist and hit the Clay Stone Demon. It seemed that he was going to let's go head to head. Boom! Mr. Punch was shaken by the Clay Stone Demon's beating. Boom! The Clay Stone Demon was hit by Mr. Punch's fist so much that his body was split into cracks. The 2 big guys just punched each other one after another, and had a great time fighting each other. Leo was very happy to see this scene. You must know that Mr. Punch relies on his own body. Every time the Minotaur receives a punch, his body will be seriously injured. As for the Clay Stone Demon, it is just summoned by Leo. Even if he was beaten to pieces by Mr. Punch, Leo didn't mind summoning another Clay Stone Demon with just a wave of his hand. At first, the Tauren maintained his dominance, and Leo summoned Mr. Heavy Fist, the Clay Stone Demon that stood in front of him. However, as the battle progressed, Mr. Heavy Punch smashed the 5th Clay Stone Demon. I finally felt tired. At this time, his body was already covered with scars from the Mad Wolf's sneak attack, and the little bits of blood made the originally smooth hair on his body dirty. He was also hit by a lot of curses that Leo cast on him, and his combat power was greatly reduced. Of weakening. No. We can't keep fighting like this. If we continue like this, the human's magic power will be consumed by his summoned creature before he is exhausted. The great Mr. Slugger could not fall at the hands of a human being. The Tauren changed his attack target, and he was now going to attack Leo. Seeing that the Tauren ignored the Clay Stone Demon and the Mad Wolf and rushed towards him, Leo knew that the Tauren had finally come to his senses. You stupid cow. Don't you think it's too late now to find out about the trouble you're causing me? Leo smiled. He wanted to see how Mr. Punch approached him. Chapter 51 Heavy Hammer on the left and Big Axe on the right. Mr. Punch, who broke through the obstruction of the clay stone demon and faced the sneak attack of the Mad Wolf, stood on the pontoon and glared at Leo. If he hadn't been a Minotaur, Mr. Punch would have had his face covered in beef. By the way, what does it look like when a Tauren has a face full of beef? The originally empty pontoon bridge between Mr. Punch and Leo was now filled with a dozen walls of bones intertwined with ferocious bone spurs. Faced with these dozen or so bone walls blocking the road, Mr. Punch was not to mention depressed. No matter how hard and powerful his fists were, he still felt like he had nowhere to strike when facing a wall of bones that looked like a hedgehog. He couldn't use our flesh. Just hit those bone spurs with your fists. Although the uncle is a real Tauren, he is a heavy puncher, not a bull. And he can't hurdle. Don't you think of him as a professional athlete? Leo looked at the depressed Mr. Punch and proudly waved to the Minotaur. Provocatively. Completely provocative. Come on. Why don't you come? Aren't you cheating a lot? Aren't you going to cause trouble for me? I'm standing here now. Why don't you come over? I said. Come here. Mr. Punch snorted twice angrily. And the Minotaur roared at Leo, cunning human. Mr. Punch wants to make you look good. After saying that, while Leo was on full alert, Mr. Punch suddenly made a graceful 180-degree turn and ran quickly towards the direction he came from. Is this a crazy situation? Leo was dumbfounded. He was tricked by this Tauren. How dare he let me go? You said that I spent 1/5 of my magic power to finally create these 12 bone walls, and were preparing for you to enjoy them. Why did you run away like that? I was eagerly waiting for you to come over, but you left me without looking back. My heart felt so cold. Nima's soul is heavy. But you, a minor player, dare to let me, an absolutely male pigeon with pig feet. Don't you want to be around anymore? Don't you want to receive the lunchbox? Mr. Punch turned around and ran away. So Leo naturally wouldn't let him go. The Tauren is now seriously injured and has consumed a lot of energy. If we don't take advantage of the opportunity to kill him now that he is alone, it will be difficult to deal with it when he recovers or a large group of reinforcements are brought in. The clay-stone demon waved his fist and blocked Mr. Punch's retreat. At this time, the stone demon, who received Leo's instructions, stopped hiding his secrets. After hitting the Minotaur with a heavy punch, he knocked the Minotaur to pieces. While swaying, it also made the opponent's speed slow down a lot. This is the clay golem's talent, slowness. Why do many necromancers in Diablo like to bring a clay-stone demon? Isn't it because they are interested in his slow talent that can turn the target of an attack from a strong and powerful young man into a shabby old man? Mr. Slow Punch, who was hit by the clay stone demon, was depressed again. This big guy who had been dismantled several times by him still had such a hidden skill, which was really beyond his expectation. When did elemental creatures know how to save their lives? At the current speed, I don't even think about running back. It seems that I have to use that move. Mr. Punch thought, and suddenly raised his foot. Then stepped down hard. Tauren's talent, War Stomp. Boom! Like thunder on the ground. Mr. Punch's seemingly gentle step made a huge noise. At the same time, a huge shock wave quickly spread around Mr. Punch. Everyone who was hit by the shock wave, whether it was the Mad Wolf, Claystone Demon or the poisonous flower vine, was all dizzy and fainted on the spot. Leo gritted his teeth as he watched from behind. War tramples on you. You are cheating. You actually dared to trample on this wooden pontoon bridge with War. Aren't you afraid that the bridge will collapse? Do you know that your behavior is very dangerous? My little heart is so frightened that I'm going to pay for the mental damage. After hesitating for a second, Leo retracted his foot that was about to step out. When the claystone demon, the Mad Wolf, and the poisonous flower vines hiding in the dark were all knocked unconscious by Mr. Punch's war trampling. It was impossible for him, and the 5 crows wandering in the sky to stop Ishin. The Tauren want to run. If I chase him out by myself, and this cow comes back to kill me, who can I talk to reason with him after he dies? Angrily, he fired 2 bone spears at Mr. Heavy Fist. Unfortunately, the bone spears failed to cause fatal damage to the thick-skinned Tauren. He watched helplessly as Mr. Heavy Fist ran out of the range of his spell, let alone the depression in Leo's heart. Seeing that the duck that was about to be obtained actually flew away. I am the one who really should be full of beef. While Leo was feeling depressed, he suddenly discovered that Mr. Punch, who had run away, had come back to kill him again. But this time, the Tauren no longer had bare hands, but had 2 more weapons. Leo was immediately happy when he saw the appearance of Mr. Punch. Good guy. The other person is a blue dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. This Tauren is so good. He has a heavy hammer on the left and a big axe on the right. You ran back and forth before. Not to escape, but to steal the guy. Hey. It's really new today. The duck that flew away actually flew back on its own. Leo didn't think that Mr. Punch could make a comeback with 2 weapons. Although Mr. Punch's combat power was at least doubled with the weapons in hand. The bull could still dance with its current physical condition. How many times can these 2 weapons weighing 100 kilograms be used? With the weapon in hand, Mr. Punch's combat effectiveness rose to a new level. The claystone demon that could have fought him for a few times was chopped into pieces by the heavy hammer and axe before he got close. The heavy hammer head and the sharp axe blade even made the mad wolf dare not get close. This scene made Leo's heart tremble. This wild bull was really dangerous. Another instant kill of the claystone demon. Mr. Heavy Fist did not wait for Leo to summon the big man again and rushed to the first bone wall in a few steps. He swung his heavy hammer and axe repeatedly, and the bone wall was blasted away by the Tauren with brute force. There was a big gap. Seeing that the gap had been opened, Mr. Heavy Punch did not hesitate. He leaned over and rushed over, and started beating hard against the second bone wall. When Leo summoned the claystone demon again, the second bone wall had been broken. According to Mr. Heavy Fist's breakthrough speed, it wouldn't take him a few seconds to reach Leo. It seems Leo is in danger. Is it really dangerous? If Mr. Punch could see Leo's face clearly at this time, he would definitely find that there was no trace of panic on this human face. Just when Mr. Heavy Fist violently broke through the 5th bone wall, a stream of hot iron suddenly shot out from the ground the moment the Minotaur leaned over, and the unsuspecting Heavy Fist was immediately drenched. What will happen if you are splashed with molten iron that has melted at high temperatures? It can't be overstated to describe it as being so injured that the skin was torn apart. The pain was so painful, and the screams were earth-shattering. What's more, the place where this molten iron hits is somewhat special. Seeing Mr. Punch's lower abdomen and the area on his inner thighs that were scalded by molten iron, Leo couldn't help but sigh. I heard that it's a very good tonic. What a good tonic. It's such a pity. Chapter 52, The cooked beef is so delicious. Leo sniffed. And it turned out that the smell of meat reached him. Wow. The cooked beef tastes so good. Sneak attack. Another sneak attack. Mr. Heavy Fist, who was so angry at Leo's words that blood rushed to his brain, managed to swing a hammer. Although the Minotaur was seriously injured and could only swing out 5 points with 10 strength, the wooden bridge deck where the heavy hammer passed was still smashed to a pulp. Plop! The sound of heavy objects falling into the water was heard, and Mr. Heavy Fist's wide-open eyes clearly saw a casting hammer falling into the sea among pieces of wood chips. A question arose in the Tauren's mind. Why does this forging hammer look so familiar? Because his attention was attracted by the familiar-looking casting hammer. Mr. Heavy Fist did not notice a green vine running quickly away from the back of the pontoon. The hammer is Kilnick's forging hammer, and the green vine is Leo's poisonous flower vine. That's right. It was the poisonous flower vine hidden on the back of the bridge that activated the mechanism on the casting hammer at the moment Mr. Punch broke through the bone wall and used the hot iron from the furnace to assassinate Mr. Punch. If Leo and Mr. Punch were fighting on land, the poisonous flower vine would naturally not be able to carry a casting hammer through the ground, so this sneak attack would not work. But reality has no ifs. The place where Leo and Mr. Heavy Fist were fighting was a large wooden pontoon paved with wooden planks. This way, the poisonous flower vines could roll up the casting hammer and walk under the bridge deck, looking for Mr. Heavy Fist's moment of negligence for a sneak attack. It can be seen from this that the reason why Leo set up 12 bone walls between him and Mr. Punch is not just to block the enemy. It also serves as a cover for the poisonous flower vine to sneak attack on Mr. Punch. When Mr. Punch focuses on breaking through the bone wall blocking the road, his attention on other places is naturally greatly reduced. This arrangement is not just a display of combat power. It is also a manifestation of combat wisdom. Using wisdom to lay traps in battle to defeat opponents more powerful than oneself is much more technical than relying on brute force to win. While ordering his summoned creatures to attack Mr. Punch to prevent the Tauren from breathing, Leo condensed the dark elements and cast shadow arrows. Leo felt proud in his heart. Although I am not a pig's trotter that is born with the knowledge of many time travel stories. But I'm lucky. I have strong men like Fusel and Passonia to teach me. I still know a thing or two about using my brain when fighting. Mr. Heavy Fist was breathing heavily, and he seemed helpless when faced with the clay-stone demons and mad wolves surrounding him. Only then did Mr. Heavy Fist realize that his body had become so weak. He never cared about the wounds scratched by the mad wolf before, nor did he pay attention to how much blood he'd bled because of these wounds. But now he knows that he bled too much. So much that he was already extremely strong due to excessive blood loss. His body became extremely weak. So weak that he could not even hold a weapon. After suffering a serious injury, Mr. Punch's weakness from excessive blood loss finally appeared, becoming the most important straw that broke the camel's back. The originally tyrannical Tauren could only watch helplessly as the clay stone demon, which he tore into pieces again and again, and the crazy wolf, which only knew how to sneak attack, came towards him with a ferocious expression. And he, the powerful Mr. Punch of the Tauren, but he almost lost his ability to resist. There is a saying that details determine success or failure, which means that if you want to succeed, you cannot be careless. Mr. Punch used to rely on his thick skin and thick flesh to not care about the mad wolf, who would only touch him with his claws and run away, causing multiple injuries and bleeding on his body. Now it is time for him to taste the consequences of his carelessness. Just like the people on Earth cannot stop us from sending money to others, Mr. Punch, who could no longer prevent himself from defeat, was attacked by Leo again. A shadow arrow knocked the weak man to the ground, and was then beaten to the ground by Leo. After adding a burn, the weak Mr. Punch's last ability to resist was also taken away. When Mr. Punch fell to the ground, the claystone demon and the mad wolf were naturally not polite. Even the crows that had been wandering in the sky joined in the fun. The poisonous flower vine even got rid of its identity as an underground worker and got out from under the bridge. Arm-thick vines tied up Mr. Punch in circles, and the deadly toxins carried on the vines kept eroding the Minotaur's weak body. This Tauren is finished. I found an absorbable item. Mr. Punch's battle axe. Do you want to absorb it? This voice sounded in his mind. And Leo knew that the Tauren was dead. The reason why magic equipment is precious is that it can add attributes and improve the strength of the wearer. There is another important reason. That is, it can form a contract with the user, unless the user voluntarily transfers it or the user dies. Other people will not be able to use it at all. Cannot be used. This is very similar to the equipment binding function in the game Leo played before crossing over. Leo didn't even pause as he walked past Mr. Punch's body. By the way, aren't almost all the time travelers stepping on the corpses of countless alien creatures, walking on the bloody path of becoming stronger, and finally reaching the top of the throne made of endless bones? Leo scratched his face. It seemed that he was not immune to this. Leo ignored the corpse of Mr. Punch. But it was a pity that the cannon barrel was thrown out by the Minotaur at the beginning of the battle and smashed the clay stone demon half to death. The barrel was too heavy. After it hit the clay stone demon and fell, the planks making up the pontoon couldn't bear its weight, and a big hole was made. The barrel fell into the sea and Leo couldn't fish it out even if he wanted to. Leo had a hunch that if he wanted to make a goblin mortar through engineering, he would probably need this kind of large barrel as a raw material. Forget it. There's nothing I can do if it falls into the sea. I just hope it's still on board. While speaking, Leo had already passed the pontoon bridge and quietly touched it along a long wooden plank set up from the boat. After getting on the boat, Leo felt very strange looking at the empty deck. The noise caused by the battle between myself and Mr. Heavy Punch was not insignificant. Especially the bombardment of Heavy Punch at the beginning of the battle, and the vibration when the Minotaur used War Stomp. The sound definitely resounded throughout the entire cave, which was very impressive. What's puzzling is that no one came out to see what happened despite such a big noise. This is so abnormal. Even though there were no Defias members or venture capital company employees guarding the ship. Van Cleef and the Greenskins should be here anyway. He didn't see any other forks in the mine along the way. So, what is happening now is that the steward Greenskin sent here by Van Cleef and the venture capital company suddenly became deaf. Or is there another mystery on this ship? Leo, who searched the deck carefully and found nothing, stood at the entrance to the cabin. The dark and deep entrance was like a beast with its mouth wide open, waiting quietly for its prey to come to the door. Chapter 53. Partiality in Subjects is Unacceptable. In the dark and empty cabin, a wolf with snow-white fur was wandering aimlessly, and his eyes, like two small light bulbs in the darkness, were carefully watching the surroundings. Leo, who controlled the mad wolf to enter the cabin, was very angry. There was actually no light in the dark cabin. If it weren't for the mad wolf's excellent night vision, and if it weren't for the fact that he could share the field of view with his summoned creatures, I really want to catch him blind. What is Van Cleef up to? He actually made a good big ship look like a ghost ship. Could it be that he wanted to open a horror-themed horror house to earn more money for the Defias Brotherhood? This old boy is not so avant-garde. Leo was angry. If his thoughts were known to the people of the Defias Brotherhood, they would definitely scold him for being ungrateful. Normally, the guard of this ship is very strict. 3 steps, 1 post, 5 steps and 1 sentry is not enough to describe it. If it weren't for the fact that most of the Brotherhood members have been mobilized, preparing to deal with the Western Wilderness People's Army who is about to attack. And Van Cleef is very reassured about the safety here and thinks that it is impossible for anyone to break in here. So the guards on the ship are the most lax. Of course, laxity does not mean absence. Leo, who was directing the Mad Wolf to move through the cabin, suddenly saw darkness in front of him. And the vision shared with him by the Mad Wolf in the cabin disappeared. Leo cursed secretly in his heart. What does the disappearance of the shared vision mean? Besides the Mad Wolf in the cabin dying, what else? The Mad Wolf hung without any warning. And through the vision it shared, Leo could only vaguely see a vague figure appearing next to the dead Mad Wolf. Stalker. This conclusion gave Leo a huge headache. It was not an ordinary difficulty to deal with a stalker who was familiar with the terrain in a dark cabin. And who said there was only one stalker in the cabin? How to do it? While Leo was thinking, he pointed towards the cabin, and another Mad Wolf entered the cabin under his command. This Mad Wolf that entered the cabin was different from the first one. Its nose trembled slightly from time to time as it moved. It seemed that it was using its well-developed sense of smell to try to find the hidden stalker. The shared field of vision turned dark again, and Leo felt helpless. The stalkers in the cabin were definitely veterans. This could be seen from the fact that they sprinkled a little bit of deodorizing powder on their bodies. The Mad Wolf didn't smell any odor. It's disgusting that this old boy Van Cleef actually gave me such a difficult problem at the last moment. As if his fingers were moving towards the cabin unconsciously. Leo showed a thoughtful look on his face. And a very obscure magic wave rippled gently. He stood at the entrance of the cabin, with a thoughtful expression on his face, for about 10 minutes. During this period, Leo's fingers pointed at the cabin once or twice, which seemed like an unconscious habitual action while thinking, "Damn it! We fell into a trap." For figures rushed towards the entrance from the depths of the cabin with embarrassed faces. Judging from the dark blue skin exposed in their black clothes, these 4 people were poisoned. Leo smiled when he saw these 4 embarrassed figures. "Young man, no matter how evil you are, you still have to drink the uncle's foot-washing water. How about it? Brother's poison explosion is really cool." It turned out that Leo had started planning after the first Mad Wolf died. He seemed to unconsciously point his finger at the cabin, but he was actually launching a poisonous explosion. As long as Leo was willing to use his magic power in an environment like the cabin with only one entrance, sooner or later the poisonous mist that would spread automatically would spread to every corner inside. It's impossible for a stalker to avoid contaminating the air and breath while sneaking. Right? They will be poisoned as long as they come into contact with the air. And how can a poisoned stalker remain stealthy? Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you hide in the cabin and don't come out. Now you know how powerful I am. And you also have to watch the target when you hide and seek. Do you think you are a strong man who has grown up drinking poisonous milk powder, eating gutter oil, and occasionally eating lean meat as seasoning? When it comes to resistance to poison, you are still far behind. The poison stalkers had no choice but to fight out. From the moment when the poisonous mist quietly appeared in the darkness and spread to the entire cabin, forcing them out of stealth, these 4 stalkers knew that the one at the entrance of the cabin was the boy fooled them. With the air full of deadly toxins, the 4 stalkers had no choice but to kill Leo by force. When is a stalker most threatening to his enemies? The answer is, when they are not exposed. As long as they don't show up and their whereabouts are not exposed, then their opponents have to be wary of them. And when they show up, the threat will be much reduced. With a cold smile, Leo pointed towards the entrance and exit of the cabin. A wall of bones appeared under this finger and sealed the entrance and exit of the cabin. Why don't you guys enjoy the poisonous mist that I spent so much time and most of my magic power on? This is so sorry for my brother. And so disrespectful to me. Facing the wall of bones about 1 meter thick, the 4 stalkers looked at the daggers 1 finger wide and 2 fingers long in their hands. They were depressed. Stalkers focus on assassination techniques. They are not macho men like Mr. Punch. Well, they are macho bulls. As long as they have weapons in hand, they can easily break through Leo's bone wall violently. Faced with the bone wall blocking the road, they are helpless. For poor babies, Let me use the curse spell to name you one by one. The magic power on Leo's body was rippling. And spells such as Painful Curse, Corrosion, Damage Amplification, and Attack Backlash were all still on the four stalkers, making the four stalkers' situation even more embarrassing. The rogues who were blocked in the cabin by the bone wall were bullied into losing their temper. Their close combat capabilities were very powerful among professionals of the same level, but their long-range attack methods were almost non-existent. Now that they couldn't get close to their opponents, they could only end up in a situation where they were beaten, but couldn't fight back. It's not that I'm telling you. Just like being partial to Eclipse. Partiality is undesirable. No matter how strong your melee ability is, and you can't get close to your opponent, you can only be useless. Leo's words were serious and heartbroken, which made the four stalkers so angry that they seemed to be alive. The two Buddhas ascended to heaven. This kid is so mean-mouthed. He took advantage of him, and still behaves here, and makes sarcastic comments. It's really abominable. A stalker was impulsive, and threw the dagger in his hand towards Leo. Unfortunately, Leo, who had long been on guard against their attack, easily dodged it. The stalker would be miserable if he lost the weapon in his hand. A stalker without weapons is like a tiger without claws. 3 mad wolves used the teleportation talent to come to him all of a sudden, and 3 bloody mouths appeared suddenly in coordination. The poisonous flower vines killed the stalker in one fell swoop. Seeing this, the other 3 stalkers were shocked and angry. They were both shocked by the strange abilities of the mad wolf and the poisonous flower vine, and angry at the death of their companions. But in this situation, their shock and anger did nothing to improve the situation. I want to give you back all the depression you brought to me before. Young man, suffer death. Chapter 54. I hate high technology. The second stalker fell under the attack of the mad wolf and the poisonous flower vine, and the remaining 2 were even more in danger. The toxins that spread throughout the cabin were frantically depleting their body functions. Even if Leo left them alone, people can't support it for much longer. Leo's body shook as he was enjoying torturing his enemy. Don't get me wrong. This is not the legendary story about letting the bastard's energy flow out and the younger brother bowing to her head, while the beautiful woman's tiger body trembles. This is Leo's upgrade. Level 19. Leo was a little surprised. The upgrade energy he absorbed from the 2 stalkers he killed was actually more than the ogre Laxo. So the 4 stalkers playing hide and seek in the cabin are actually boss level. It turns out that's the case. No wonder his mad wolf was instantly killed. Upgrading this level does not mean any improvement for the Necromancer, but it is different for the warlock profession. Since Leo has a talent point for each level he increases from level 10, he will have a talent point for level 19. There are 9 talent points. Leo, who has already filled up the points of Disaster, Shadowfire and Enhanced Sacrifice, has invested 1 point in Reckoning. Reckoning gives your Rain of Fire a chance to stun the target, while Incinerate stuns the target. This talent introduction is different from Yamaguchi-san. After all, Yamaguchi-san is a game where everything can be digitized. For example, Yamaguchi-san gave a figure of 12% for the chance of Rain of Fire making the opponent fall into a coma. The reality is different. The probability of Leo's Rain of Fire causing the target to fall into coma is related to the strength between the 2 parties. The probability is floating and not fixed. Burning is a skill that Leo has already learned when he turned on his talent and chose the path to destroy the tyrant. Rain of Fire is a bit of a pity. This skill must be used after reaching the middle level, which means that it requires level 20. Leo still has 1 level worse. In order to make my brother stronger, you 2 just lie down obediently. While speaking, the 3rd stalker also fell under the claws of the mad wolf. Only 1 of the 4 stalkers was left. The poor child looked desperate at this time. Just when he was about to kill the last stalker, Leo's expression suddenly changed, and his whole body fell straight back. There were several whooshing sounds, and several little finger-sized objects flew past the tip of his nose at extremely fast speeds. So close, Leo's face turned a little pale. If he hadn't suddenly felt a warning sign in his heart and moved quickly enough, he might have been bruised by the hidden weapons that hit him at high speed. Fortunately, I tried my best to protect my face, and my handsome appearance was preserved. Taking a deep breath, Leo rolled away and hid in a corner of the cabin that was out of reach. You idiots! The distinctive high-pitched voice of Goblin sounded, and a goblin was scolding the 4 followers behind him. From this voice, Leo had already heard the identity of the other party. He was the manager Greenskin assigned by the venture capital company, who entered the death mine together with Van Cleef. The Greenskins finally showed up, so Van Cleef should be nearby too. Leo was overjoyed. He filled the entire cabin with poisonous mist, not only to force out the 4 stalkers, but also to force out Van Cleef and the greenskins who were hiding in nowhere. Now it seems that the hard work was not in vain. Just when Leo was about to see the mission target with joy, there was a loud noise. Boom! The violent vibrations coming from the soles of his feet made Leo, who stood up again, almost fall down again. This is Nima's soul, who is setting off the cannon. Leo was shocked, looking at the greenskin walking onto the deck from the cabin passage. He could no longer calm down. Was there any mistake? What is the magic thing in the greenskin's hand? Are there any goblin mortars? This is in trouble now. I didn't expect the greenskins to have goblin mortars in their hands. Wouldn't it be very dangerous for me to fight the greenskins on this empty deck? I'm just afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll become cannon fodder and be blasted into ashes by goblin mortars. I should have thought of it earlier. Since the greenskin is one of the managers of the venture capital company, he must have weapons for self-defense. How come the goblin who is good at scientific and technological research does not have weapons developed by himself? Human, it seems that you have good abilities, but the venture capital company's plan is not allowed to be destroyed. Leo broke into this place alone. The greenskin had some appreciation for his ability, but this appreciation could not be the reason for him to let Leo go. Seeing that the plan is about to succeed, neither the venture capital company he belongs to nor the Blackwater conglomerate to which the venture capital company belongs will allow the plan to fail at this moment. If something goes wrong with the plan this time, his greenskin's fate will be absolutely miserable. Kill him! The greenskin man ordered the 4 followers behind him, and upon hearing the words, the 4 followers immediately launched an attack on Leo. The banging gunfire broke the silence of the cave, and the weapons held by the greenskin followers were not ordinary. They were repeating muskets that only venture capital companies had mastered the manufacturing technology. It was these 4 people who attacked Leo just now. Leo had completely lost his temper at this time. He was bullying others. This was too much. You said it was okay to bully others with more, but it was too much to use both guns and cannons. I hate high technology. Leo felt extremely happy when he tortured the 4 stalkers before. Now he felt equally happy, but he felt very happy about being tortured. What a reward for this world. It came quickly. The ups and downs of life come so fast, and it's so exciting. For gunmen and 4 repeating muskets were fighting so happily that the banging sound of gunfire kept ringing like firecrackers set off during the new year. The 4 green-skinned followers were shooting happily, and Leo was in despair. At this time, he wanted to shout to the sky and curse, but the reality forced him to hide behind the clay stone demon and squat on the ground to draw circles. This dog's life. The clay stone demon's body is made entirely of thick hard soil, and it is perfect for being used as a human shield to block Leo's gun at this time. However, the clay stone demon's body can block the gun, but it is difficult to withstand the mortar bombardment. This is not an era where it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Just believe it. Seeing the green skin reloading the goblin mortar, Leo was so horrified that he peed his ass. It wouldn't be fun if this thing hit him. Leo hurriedly summoned the mad wolves again. The 3 mad wolves used teleportation to reach the green skins and the others. At the same time, Leo's fear spell also passed. Haha. I was approached by a mad wolf and hit by my fear spell. Let's see how you die. Boom. The greenskins and the others were frightened by Leo's fear spell, but the mad wolf could not attack them. When the mad wolf came to them, the greenskins suddenly shot out something, although he was hit after that. Fear spell. But this thing is still out after all. What the greenskins still came out with was none other than the famous goblin grenade. Chapter 55, Killing the Greenskins. There are guns, cannons, and now a grenade. Am I fighting in a fantasy world? Or am I fighting with hot weapons in a technological world? Damn it. Is this goblin an arms maniac? He was no longer calm when facing the green-skinned Leo, who knew how many weapons this short goblin had on him. It's better to kill him first, lest he kills you accidentally. Most of the 3 mad wolves were killed by goblin grenades, and the clay-stone demon protected Leo again. Now the only summoned creatures that Leo can attack the green-skinned ones are poisonous flower vines and crows. The goblins who were hit by the fear spell screamed and started running around. Their natural resistance to magic made the goblins very weak when facing magic attacks. The greenskins running around on the deck even fired goblin mortars. It was really much worse than his 4 followers, who held their repeating muskets tightly. By the way, the followers of supporting villains are generally more durable than their masters. Poisonous vines snaked up the green-skinned feet, giving the short goblin a thick coat that was purely natural. The green skin, who was under the influence of the fear spell, had no ability to resist at all, and could only watch as he screamed and was tied into a rice dumpling. When the green skin was bound by the poisonous flower vines and unable to move, Leo's second wave of attacks arrived. The two crows pierced towards the green skin at extremely fast speeds like two sharp arrows. The sharp beaks were the arrows, and their targets were the green skin's eyes. With the length of a crow's beak, it can definitely penetrate into the goblin's brain after piercing the eyeball. If the green skin is stabbed, it will definitely be an immediate end. When the crow's beak hit, the green skin was tied up with poisonous flower vines and couldn't move at all. And because the effect of the fear spell that Leo cast on him had not yet worn off, the goblin's eyes opened wide, and it seemed that the green skin was now green. Pi cannot escape. Snapped. Snapped. There was the sound of an object being hit, and the crow was about to pierce the green skin eyeball. But at this moment Chung Yao Jin appeared. The sharp bird's beak suddenly hit something. Under the huge impact, the two unlucky crows were killed by the backlash on the spot, while the greenskin just raised his head. Goblin goggles. Seeing this, Leo was speechless. At the moment when the crow died, he saw a bright light flash in front of the green skin, and a transparent spectacle-like object protected the goblin's eyes. Leo, who was an engineer, recognized this thing at a glance. It was exactly the goggles that could be made using engineering knowledge. His fatal blow failed because of the presence of goblin goggles. Leo felt envious and jealous in his heart. Is this greenskin guy fully armed? Damn it. This manager of a venture capital company has a lot of odds and ends. The crow's attack failed under the goblin goggles, which allowed Leo to see the weakness of the crow again. The attack power of these little things is really not good, and their own protection ability is terrible. It seems that they can only be used to disturb the enemy later, and act as the eyes and ears of the investigation. Don't think there's nothing you can do about it. A white bone spear appeared in Leo's hand. The goblin goggles can block the crow's attack. I wonder if they can block Brother's bone spear. No, human, you can't. It seems that due to the shock caused by the crow's attack just now, the fear effect exerted on the green skin disappeared prematurely. The green skin, who understood the current situation, struggled desperately, but with the power of the goblin, it was impossible to break free in a short time. The entanglement of poisonous flower vines. Leo wouldn't pay attention to him. He smiled coldly. The magic power in his body surged. The bone spear spanned the distance of tens of meters between the two sides with a whoosh like the crossbow arrow fired by a siege ballista. Then, everything went quiet after a pop. Facts have proved that goggles are good at protecting against crows, but not good at protecting against bone spears. He patted the non-existent dust on his hands, and looked at the green-skinned ugly face that was no different from an asshole that had been forcibly pierced. Leo pretended to be cheating. Baby, don't think you have enough bits and pieces on your body. I can't cure you. As the so-called time traveler uncle roared, your little goblin's chrysanthemum shivered with coldness. Oh, my chrysanthemum is disabled and cannot be left behind. After solving the big problem of Green Pie Leo, the remaining 4 followers did not pose much threat to him in his eyes. With the clay stone demon as a shield in front, the 4 continuous muskets, and the 4 fire-burning guns, there is no difference between sticks. Leo hid himself behind the clay stone demon again, and summoned the mad wolf again, giving the order to kill the summoned creatures. If the 4 greenskin followers get together, they can still use their powerful firepower to fight against Leo's pets. However, the followers who were previously affected by the fear spell have been completely scattered after regaining consciousness. Facing the teleportation, the 4 followers, who were separated, were unable to resist the poisonous flower vines and vines of the mad wolf, and the crows that came to attack from time to time in the sky. What's more, Leo, who was always ready to shoot cold arrows, was watching eagerly from the side. It didn't take much effort to get rid of the 4 greenskin followers, and Leo hurriedly ran to collect the loot. Goblin mortar. A good thing. I want it. I want the repeating musket. Although I have no ammunition, but I still want it, damn. Goblin grenade. Don't waste a good thing. I want it again. Goblin goggles. It's a pity that they are broken. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have needed the bone spear. Hey, what is this? Leo, who was searching for loot from the green skin, found a metal box engraved with magic lines. There was nothing in the metal box except a strange button. This should be a magic switch used to control some device. Leo looked at it and put it away casually. He was not a thief, and it was better to leave professional stuff like magic switches to professionals. Absorbable item found. Pirate smock. Do you want to absorb it? The pirate's smock is a magic equipment that looks like a white coat. The attributes it adds are exactly the intelligence and endurance that Leo needs. The attributes it adds are more than Leo's level up. The appearance of this coat also confirmed Leo's suspicion. Leo didn't think he was colorblind. He could still tell whether the clothes on the green skin were white. The manager of the venture capital company whom Leo killed was clearly wearing a black vest. It seems that it is just as I suspected. Whether it is Raxosnid or this green skin. The absorbing items obtained after fighting them are actually rewards given by the voice in my mind that calls me host. That's it. It's the same as getting equipment after defeating the boss. Regardless of whether you see the equipment on the boss. Things will explode after the boss is defeated. Leo smiled brightly after solving the doubts in his mind. Magical equipment in this world is extremely rare. With his current ability, it is extremely difficult to get one. Leo wants to get it together in the normal way. I don't know how long it's been since a set of magic equipment. But now that he has a golden finger, it will be much easier. Goldfinger. I like it. I really like it. Chapter 56 Finally meet Van Cleef. Van Cleef, the great craftsman who single-handedly designed the reconstruction of Stormwind City. The leader of the original Masonry Brotherhood. The current boss of the Defias Thieves. The leader of the rebels entrenched in the Western Wilds. Well, after saying so much, it is actually all nonsense. The point is, in Leo's eyes, he is just an old man with a middle-parted hair. When Leo found him, the uncle was sitting in the innermost room of the cabin. Seeing Leo come in, Van Cleef didn't panic at all. This made Leo feel strange, but also secretly alert. Hard. Van Cleef looked like he was confident. You are very good at being able to get here through the Greenskin's obstruction. Young man. Van Cleef nodded slightly to Leo, with obvious approval on his face. Hey, this uncle is quite calm. Leo was surprised. He clearly came with bad intentions. Why didn't Uncle Van Cleef feel nervous at all? Van Cleef, you betrayed Stormwind City, and now it's time for you to accept the kingdom's punishment. Leo looked righteous, but because he didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in Van Cleef's gourd. He didn't answer the other person's words. No matter what Van Cleef says about the magic horse. There are only 3 words. Don't take the move. Betrayal? Uncle Jungfin's emotions fluctuated. Boy, do you think this is what I want? My brothers and I worked hard to rebuild Stormwind City. But what did we get? Uh-huh. What a great royal city. Ah, what a majestic royal city. It is the pride of the Stormwind Kingdom. But the people who built it didn't even get paid for their hard-earned money. The nobles live a luxurious life. But the brothers can't even have a full meal when they start a luxurious banquet in the palace. We are not clothed and have no food to eat. Let me ask you, if it were you, what would you do? Do? If it was me? Leo thought to himself, of course I will go all out to rebel against his mother's nobles. To be honest, your plight is pitiable. It's not your fault that things are like this. This is why so many powerful warriors in the kingdom refuse to accept the order to come to the western wilderness to annihilate you. Leo's words, the voice was full of sympathy for the Defias Brotherhood. To be honest, Van Cleef and the others were really not to blame for this kind of government-forced rebellion. But if things in the world have these 2 words, then they will have completely opposite changes. Van Cleef, you ask yourself, the Defias now is still the same Defias brother when it was first established. Can you? Since you sold your interests belonging to humanity to venture capital companies, you have gone further and further away from your original intention. The increasingly large Defias Brotherhood has mixed in too many real criminals, and you have gone from being just in order to find a place to live and provide food and clothing. It has become a criminal organization that robs the entire western part of the kingdom and commits crimes, killings and arson. The bigger the Defias Brotherhood gets, the more people it harms. Look at the western wilderness now. Ha ha. The western wilderness. The original granary of the western wilderness has turned into the western wilderness due to your efforts. This is really a great achievement. The enemies of the kingdom will regard you as heroes. Leo's words hit Van Cleef's heart. In fact, he was not unaware of these situations. When the Defias Brotherhood expanded, Van Cleef also knew that problems would occur. However, the situation at that time did not allow Van Cleef to make more choices. The newly established Defias Brotherhood was too weak. So weak that any kingdom army could defeat them. In order to ensure that the tragedy of being annihilated by the kingdom army did not occur, Van Cleef had to recruit people and not refuse anyone who came. With both good and bad, the Defias Brotherhood can't even think of problems. When Van Cleef woke up, The situation was no longer under his control. And it happened that the greenskins from the venture capital company found him at this time. As the manager of a venture capital company, the greenskins' eloquence was second to none. At that time, Van Cleef was just a Mason leader who had just become the bandit leader. How could he withstand the greenskins' deception? Van Cleef, who used the power of the venture capital firm to regain control of the Brotherhood, later discovered that he was simply inviting the wolf into the house by following the greenskins' advice. Just when Van Cleef was troubled by this, the greenskin made new arrangements for his revenge. Under the instigation of the greenskins, Van Cleef, who had been overwhelmed by hatred and only wanted revenge, had forgotten his ideals and his ambitions when he built Stormwind City, when the residents of Westfall formed a people's army to fight against him. By that time, Van Cleef was no longer the hero who could not be promiscuous and mighty and unyielding for the sake of his brother's wealth. You have forgotten your original ideals and the real reason for your resistance. It is not for hatred but for truth, and to seek justice for yourself. Van Cleef's face flushed, and he felt as if he was angry after being told to sinner. The uncle with the middle-parted hair yelled at Leo, "Get out of here! You are the lackey of the nobles of Stormwind City. Our actions are just." Justice? Leo had a heavy sarcasm on his face. Don't think that you can do whatever you want by shouting for justice. Look at the residents of the Western Wilderness now. Who ruined their lives? You? It's you. Van Cleef. What do you know? Someone must stop the corrupt behavior of the nobles. Otherwise the entire kingdom of Stormwind will fall into the abyss. We need to accumulate strength. And the small price is just to win a better victory. Why do you think that if you need the people in the west of the kingdom, you have to sacrifice your own happiness? What is the difference between your behavior and the decadent nobles you call? Leo pointed at Van Cleef and asked word by word. Why? What? Leo's question left Van Cleef speechless. Didn't the nobles in Stormwind City ask him to make sacrifices for the kingdom for various reasons? Now he has to sacrifice the residents of the Western Wilds to fulfill his career. In essence, there is no difference from what the nobles did back then. Taking a deep breath, Van Cleef calmed down again. In fact, no matter whether he is right or wrong, he has reached this point, and there is no turning back. Even if he knows that it is wrong, he still has to tell himself that it is right and firmly believe in it, because he had to give himself a reason to go on. Stormwind City played a very good job. On the surface, they used a powerful paladin to attract our attention. But secretly they sent you to carry out the assassination. One overt and the other covert. It seems that the Cathedral of the Holy Light and MI7 were at the same time. Take action. Is this an honor for me? Leo rolled his eyes at Van Cleef's understanding. Please, uncle, don't think so highly of yourself. Okay? For someone like you, no matter who is serious about MI7 or the Cathedral of Holy Light, they can wipe out all of you within 10 days. If that little girl Scarlet hadn't yelled at me to kill me as soon as we met, would I have come to the death mine alone to play the game of breaking into the tiger's den with you? A bad game in this game can kill people. No matter what your original intention is. No matter whether what you do is voluntary or not. It is an ironclad fact that you have caused irreparable damage to the kingdom. In this case, Van Cleef, you should accept the sanction. Leo was not prepared to agree. Van Cleef said again, no matter what. Van Cleef, as the leader of the rebellion, must die. And Stormwind City must get an explanation. As for other Brotherhood members, those who deserve compensation will be compensated by the kingdom. And those who deserve resettlement will be resettled. Well said. But it makes no sense. As soon as Van Cleef finished speaking, something unexpected happened. Chapter 57 Beware of the gun going off. Well said. But it makes no sense. These words always have connotations. No matter how bright your tongue is, it will be of no use in front of someone who is determined to use force. It's more practical to talk with words than to use fists. Leo was shocked that these words actually came from Van Cleef's mouth. Is there any plagiarism from Hongguoguo? Are there any lines for grabbing the egg brother? Seeking death? Is it possible? Is it possible? As soon as Van Cleef finished speaking, 4 figures poured in from the door behind Leo. These were 4 mid-level stalkers, blocked by 4 stalkers in this small room, and with a stronger Van Cleef in front. Leo was in danger now. Is this your trump card to be confident? Leo stared at Van Cleef coldly with a dead eye. This middle-parted uncle was really well calculated. He used himself as a bait to let himself into this small room. And then said something. Delaying time allows his 4 men, who don't know where to hide, to arrange their arrangements calmly. Thinking about it, If he hadn't used poisonous explosions to fill the entire cabin with poisonous mist, these stalkers would not have been able to maintain their stealth state. I'm afraid they might have been attacked before they could even enter this room. If it were anyone else, facing the siege of 4 stalkers and Van Cleef in this small room, it would definitely be difficult to withstand. But Leo is different. Without waiting for the 4 stalkers behind him to take action, Leo's fear spell turned these 4 guys into headless flies. The expression on Van Cleef's face suddenly froze when he saw this. The young man opposite could actually cast fear spell instantly. And it was also a group fear spell. Could it be that he was a curse master who had strengthened his fear howl? Summoning the clay stone demon, Leo looked at Van Cleef and ordered to the big man, "Hold him." Not good. Van Cleef hurriedly rushed forward brandishing the cruel barb. He knew that at this time, he must not let Leo attack the 4 stalkers. The stalkers who had received the fear spell would definitely die in the face of Leo's attack. Born. The clay stone demon's body is bulky, and his movements are not fast. It would be almost impossible for this big man to stop Van Cleef in normal times. But in this small room, he gave Van Cleef a headache. The big man's thick body stood just between Van Cleef and Leo, leaving little space for Van Cleef. Van Cleef, who lured Leo into the room, was really dumbfounded. The thing he used to trick Leo has now become his own obstacle. Is this considered a self-inflicted crime? Van Cleef, who was stopped by the clay stone demon, watched Leo summon 3 wolves with snow-white fur and strangled the 4 stalkers in one fell swoop with a vine that came out of nowhere. He was very angry in his heart. Despite all the calculations, he failed to realize that the young man sent by MI7 was actually a curse master who could instantly howl in fear. It seemed that MI7 was determined to kill him this time. Any curse master who can instantly howl in fear is an extremely powerful person. Even high-level professionals have little power to resist in front of him. It only took less than 5 seconds for Leo to deal with the 4 stalkers. When he turned his attention back to Van Cleef, the uncle in the center was being bullied by the clay stone demon and wanted to hit the wall. The clay stone demon, whose whole body was made of hard soil, was really a bully. The big man relied on his strong body to ignore Van Cleef's cruel barbs, and just slammed into it with his body. If there was enough space, Van Cleef would not have any pressure at all with clay stone demon style of play. But in this small room, he was helpless against the clay stone demon's rogue style of play. The cruel barbs on the clay stone demon can only leave small scars. These scars look terrible, but actually have minimal impact on the clay stone demon. Faced with the clay stone demon's attitude of not defending but only attacking, Van Cleef can only retreat. It is better to retreat. There is no way he can use his body to collide with the clay stone demon. It's interesting that a big and honest guy like clay stone demon can still bully people like this. He has a bright future. I like him. Leo was very happy to see it. The cruel barb on Van Cleef's hand was sharp enough. But when faced with an elemental creature like the clay stone demon that had no vital points and had thick skin and flesh, the lethality it could exert was really small. Pitiful. Of course, this is not to say that cruel barb is bad. If the weapon in Van Cleef's hand was replaced by a blunt weapon such as a heavy hammer of the same level as cruel barb, the battle scene would be different. He commanded the poisonous flower vines to drill through the wooden planks of the room and sneak underneath. Leo's expression suddenly changed. Fortunately, the cabin was dark and Van Cleef's sight was blocked by the clay stone demon, so Leo's change was not noticed. Damn it. The space under the room on the first floor of the cabin is full of horses? The cold sweat on his body had already wet his back, and Leo almost turned around and ran away. Dynamite. A whole boatload of dynamite. The most loaded thing in this 100-meter-long ship is none other than explosives that can be fired at the drop of a hat. In other words, except for the first floor where Leo was located, which was normal, the cabins of this big ship were filled with life-threatening explosives. This is more dangerous than standing in the crater of a volcano. If a fire breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. A huge firework will appear with a loud bang, and it will turn into pieces of smoke in an arrogant manner. Van Cleef. Leo suddenly yelled and took out the goblin mortar obtained from the green skin from his personal space, and assumed a posture of blasting Van Cleef to pieces. Seeing Leo's appearance, Van Cleef's eyes flashed fiercely, and Uncle Zhongfen felt furious when he realized that he was about to be defeated. As the owner of this ship, he knew very well what using goblin mortars in this room could do. Even if he was about to die, he would drag this boy who sabotaged his revenge plan to his back. "Boy, try firing a cannon," Van Cleef said, as if he was going to forcefully rush towards Leo to snatch the goblin mortar. In fact, the uncle in the center was forcing Leo to bombard him with cannons. If Leo didn't know what was being released from the ship, he will definitely fall into the trap. You're right, Uncle. I don't dare. If I use this mortar to hit it, the most seriously injured person will definitely be my clay stone demon. Leo shrugged, and the goblin mortar in his hand had been replaced by a repeating musket. Uncle, what do you think I use this to send you on your way? Raising the repeating musket in his hand, Leo said without any pressure in Van Cleef's angry eyes that he wanted to eat people. I don't know if the repeating musket produced by Goblin has a safety catch. So when I want to use it, I don't know. Also be careful of the gun going off. Chapter 58. Facing a nonsensical life with a bullshit attitude. Damn it. This kid won't be fooled. Leo replaced the goblin mortar with a repeating musket, which made Van Cleef anxious. If Leo used repeating muskets instead of goblin mortars, it would be impossible to create the effect Van Cleef wanted to see. Seeing Leo raising his gun and aiming at him, Van Cleef quickly moved his body and let the clay stone demon block him. Looking from Leo's direction, he could only see the clay stone demon's back and not Van Cleef at all. The slightest shadow of my husband. The clay stone demon's thick body now became Van Cleef's shield. This uncle is quite cunning. The clay stone demon's body was bulky, and its speed was far less than that of Van Cleef. Van Cleef was not afraid that the clay stone demon could throw him away. With this big man standing between the two of them, Leo had no chance to target him. But Leo didn't dare to evacuate the clay stone demon without this big guy blocking the road. Van Cleef could rush in front of Leo in the blink of an eye. Although the cruel barb has no effect on the clay stone demon. If this thing is to chop someone, it will definitely hit you with one hit. If it can't kill you, it will hurt you to death. Leo pretended to hold the musket and pretended to aim. But in fact, he was controlling the poisonous flower vines to carefully approach Van Cleef's position. Boy, let me see what you are going to do now. In terms of patience, Van Cleef thinks he can't be worse than Leo. Of course, he was not without worries in his understanding. Although the cursed master's fearful howl could not be used continuously, the interval between two uses was not too long to be tolerated. He was afraid that Leo would deliberately use it. The battle drags on long enough to cast the second howl of terror. But Van Cleef was full of scruples, and he couldn't think of any good solution for a while. Even if Leo made it clear that he wanted to delay the battle, there was nothing he could do. Given the opponent's strength, what could he do? In fact, Van Cleef didn't know that what Leo used on his 4 stalkers was not the Warlock's Fear Howl, but the Necromancer's Fear spell. This skill cannot be used continuously. The reason why Leo doesn't use Van Cleef is because his current fear technique may not be able to work on this middle-scoring uncle. The fear technique depends on the person's choice, and its effect will be much smaller when it comes to those with a firm heart or certain types of paranoia. This is the fatal flaw of the fear technique. But the Fear Howl is different. As long as the other party's mental power is not as strong as yours, you will definitely win. Uncle Zhongfen's heart has been filled with hatred. Van Cleef is undoubtedly a paranoid type in Leo's eyes. If the fear spell does not work on him, but instead allows him to see through his own reality, wouldn't it be a sign of shortcomings? People? It was precisely because of this concern that Leo did not use the fear spell to deal with Van Cleef. Fear spells may not be able to deal with you, but the Een people have more than one method. After the poisonous flower vine was in place, Leo smiled sinisterly in the direction of Van Cleef. At this time, Van Cleef was blocking the fist swung by the clay stone demon. Van Cleef had done this block at least 10 times during this period. Therefore, Uncle Zhongfen's vigilance is not too high. What happened? Why did my body become so heavy? The clay stone demon swung a punch, and Van Cleef, who successfully blocked the punch, suddenly found that his body seemed to be weighed down by 1,000 pounds of weight, and his flexibility was greatly reduced. Clay stone demon's slow talent was used, and Uncle Zhongfen became another victim of this talent. Van Cleef's movement speed dropped sharply, which caused him to fail to follow the movement of the clay stone demon. The big man dodged to the side, exposing most of Van Cleef's body. Van Cleef was shocked and was about to muster up all his strength to get out of the way. Unexpectedly, a vine suddenly shot out from under his feet. The arm-thick vines immediately bound Van Cleef's body, making Uncle Zhongfen unable to move at this critical moment. Chance. Upon seeing this, Leo pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! Boom! With 2 crisp gunshots, 2 bloody arrows shot out from Van Cleef's body. Although Leo is not an expert shooter, if he still misses when the distance between the 2 sides is only 5 or 6 meters, and the opponent is a fixed target, then he really should drown himself. Boy. You? Van Cleef opened his eyes wide. He knew that he had been tricked. The boy opposite, who looked to be less than half his age, had devised a plan to trick him. He actually stupidly wanted him to use the goblin mortar. If he had that vine, he might have known what was under the ship. Unfortunately, Van Cleef understood it too late, and he had no chance to continue. When Leo pulled the trigger, 3 mad wolves teleported to him. The sharp wolf teeth and scarlet tongue were the last things Van Cleef saw. Object? I'm so sorry. I actually tricked you. Leo shrugged at Van Cleef's body, looking helpless. It's nonsense to look at it that way. Speaking of nonsense, don't blame me too much. Who makes me, a time traveler, have such a dull life? By the way, before I traveled through time, Sora Aoi was still a virgin. Kansai brother didn't have a camera. Chrysanthemums are just a kind of flower. Penguins are not QQ. 213 brother only knows pencils. Buy instant noodles and seasonings. Cups are just for brushing teeth. The professor is not called a beast. The sun is not called a day. The pear is not so big yet. If the belly is big, we will know who it is. We still believe in the truth. But now that I have traveled through time, everything is different. Facing this unfamiliar world, I can only face the ordinary life with a bullshit attitude. The death of Van Cleef announced the end of Leo's mission. The Defias thieves who were ravaging the entire western part of the kingdom lost their leader. If you add the members of the thieves group that Leo killed along the way, it can be said that the Defias thieves, were most of the core elite of the regiment, has been lost. And the power they relied on to roam the western wilderness has been lost. From now on, the cancer of this kingdom will never again pose a threat to Stormwind's rule. If coupled with the follow-up appeasement measures prepared by the kingdom, the Defias thieves group will probably become a historical term. I finally got Van Cleef. And now I have another headache. How should I deal with the Holy Knight Scarlet in the Cathedral of Holy Light? This girl is both arrogant and impulsive. How should I persuade her to give up attacking Moon Creek Town? Scarlet is not an easy girl to deal with. Not to mention her strength that far exceeds his own. Her royal status alone makes people wary. As the saying goes, if the old doesn't go away, the new won't come. The solution of an old problem often means the arrival of a new problem. Thinking of the inhumanly powerful female knight, Leo can't help but make her head ache. Chapter 59: The Fish That Slipped Through the Net. A ray of magical light flashed in the dark cabin, and the light shone on Van Cleef's body twice before slowly extinguishing. Eat the food one bite at a time, and do the things one by one. Leo curled his lips and turned around and walked out of the room. Van Cleef's body had disappeared from the room that was illuminated by bright light. There is a saying that is empty talk, and another saying is that you must see the person alive, and the body must be seen when dead. If Leo says that he killed Van Cleef and completed the mission, who will believe it without any evidence? Even if Passonia believes in Leo, you still have to provide evidence to convince others. Right? Facing the top officer of MI7, Evil Young Gin. It is impossible for Passonia to say the famous saying whether you believe it or not. I believe it anyway. The thing that emitted that ray of light just now was a special magic item used to contain certain objects. Standing on the pontoon and looking at the big ship filled with explosives, Leo had a problem. What should I do with this thing? What if something goes wrong if you leave it here? This ship contains more than tens of thousands of kilograms of explosives. No joke. It would be great fun if this boat was secretly sailed away without any care. Don't ask if there is a channel out of this dark natural cave. You just need to think about such a big ship appearing here, and you will have the answer. It is impossible for such a big ship to be built here by Van Cleef. Take this ship away. Wait! Leo suddenly thought of a possibility. That is, if this big ship sails out, it will definitely enter the endless sea. If there are skilled sailors and correct charts, wouldn't it be possible to sail to Stormwind City? Wouldn't the venture capital firm have the manpower to sail the ship and the correct navigational charts? Leo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when he thought about what would happen after Van Cleef, an uncle whose sanity had been overwhelmed by hatred, commanded this large ship filled with explosives to enter Stormwind City. Crazy. Crazy. Really crazy. Van Cleef is really too crazy. Did he come up with it himself, or was it some bad idea given to him by someone with ulterior motives? I'm afraid it's mostly the latter. Thinking of the big plan he heard discussed between Van Cleef and the Greenskins before, and then thinking about the obviously unreasonable generosity of the venture capital company he saw along the way, Leo suddenly realized. No wonder the venture capital company is so willing. It can be said that the goblin merchants invested a lot of resources in Van Cleef at all costs. It turns out that their idea was to use Van Cleef's hatred of Stormwind City and his familiarity with various structures of Stormwind City. He becomes a terrorist. The success rate of this plan is as high as over 90%. After all, no one expected that Van Cleef would do such a crazy thing. And no one expected that Van Cleef could actually obtain so many explosives. When the time comes, there will be a loud bang. Stormwind City will definitely be devastated. The capital of a country has been severely damaged, and the Kingdom of Storm will definitely be shocked. If there are some rumors at this time that cause prices to skyrocket or something else happens, the Kingdom of Storm will not let the well-prepared venture capital companies take action. These goblins, their hearts are really poisonous. After understanding everything, Leo's anger towards the venture capital company that manipulated all of this rose sharply. If they really succeeded, the people who would suffer would definitely be civilians whose lives were not that good. Don't think that the nobles will suffer any losses. With their privileges, they will definitely inflict their losses on the common people. The life of the people at the bottom of this world is not good to begin with. If they have to bear the losses for the nobles, it will naturally be even more difficult. By then, we don't know how many people will have their families broken up and their families dead. Although Leo is not the kind of saint who cares about the country and the people, and he is not even a citizen of the Storm Kingdom. He can pat his butt and say hack me coolly about everything in the Storm Kingdom. But he can travel through time as a former bastard. He is obviously angry about this approach of venture capital companies. Isn't this a disguised form of venture capital companies plundering the wealth of the people at the bottom? You must know that Leo is not like the one in many novels who looks hateful when being bullied before he develops. After he develops, he forgets how he got up and yells and kills everyone when he is not satisfied. Brainless pig's feet. He does sometimes act like a villain, but he definitely has his own principles and bottom line in his heart. And they will not change due to changes in strength. Anger is anger. Even if you are angry and want to go to the venture capital company for trouble, it will be a matter of the future. The top priority is to deal with this extremely dangerous thing. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Leo looked at the big ship parked quietly in the sea and began to think. It's best to make this dangerous object that can easily kill people disappear immediately. But the question is, does Leo dare? If the ship was set on fire and collapsed in this mine, it would be impossible to escape. Leo didn't want to be buried alive. If he could sail into the sea, can Leo sail the ship? My personal space is big enough. Why not try to put this boat into it? This idea made Leo's eyes light up. By the way, even if such a big ship cannot be used if it is close to his personal space, it would be quite enjoyable just to look at it, wouldn't it? And if such a big thing is used to hit people, it will definitely kill whoever it hits. Although it is very slow to collect items in the private space, it only takes a moment to take them out. Leo laughed heartily when he thought about the situation in the future when an opponent would be smashed into pieces by him. Hitting people with bricks is a great skill. Watching my brother build a ship weighing tens of thousands of kilograms and smash it. This is fun and stylish. Doing whatever comes to mind is a good habit. If anyone else had the idea, they wouldn't have the ability. But Leo, a time traveler, was an anomaly. His private space was big enough to fit a city, and loading a ship was just a trivial matter. A cloud-like white vortex appeared from the palm of Leo's hand reaching towards the ship, like a greedy mouth, crazily devouring the ship filled with explosives. The big ship disappeared little by little, which was a normal phenomenon when it was taken into Leo's private space. It is not an easy task to collect such a large ship. Leo feels that his mental power is being consumed crazily. It is no joke to maintain a swallowing vortex that is more than 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. This world has been around since its birth. No human has ever done this before. It's an absolute miracle. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses to this miracle except Leo in this dark cave. There is a saying called speak of Chow Chow. Chow Chow arrives. Although this sentence is not very suitable to be used here, the meaning expressed in it is common. When Leo regretted that no one had witnessed the miracle he had accomplished, the sea surface near the pontoon where he was suddenly changed, and 5.5-person tall black figures emerged from the sea. Brother killed Van Cleef. But I didn't expect that there were 5 fish like you who slipped through the net. A fish that slipped through the net? Yes, it is a fish. But after the word fish, there must be a human character. Fishman. Chapter 60 Isn't a cookie a kind of cake? Damn it. Why did you make such a trick for me at this critical moment? Leo cursed secretly in his heart. At this time, the collection of the big ship had entered a critical moment, and he couldn't just stop it if he wanted to. All his magic and mental power must be invested in maintaining the whirlpool that swallows the ship. Leo does not want to bear the consequences of interruption. Nor can he afford the backlash after interruption, which is 100% likely to kill Leo. The 5 fishermen made a chirping sound and rushed towards Leo quickly. It seemed that the fishermen had already seen the opportunity and wanted to kill Leo while he had no time to care. At this time, Leo couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he didn't dismiss the summoned creatures after killing Van Cleef. The clay-stone demon stood up, and the big man used his thick body to erect a solid earth wall between Leo and the fishman. The 3 mad wolves also roared in a low voice, warning the fishman not to attack his own again. The master approaches. It's a pity that the fishmen are in the water. Otherwise, the mad wolves wouldn't mind giving these 5 guys with evil intentions a taste of their power. After all, mad wolves are land creatures, and their combat effectiveness is greatly reduced in the water. If they go into the water to fight the fishmen, their chances of defeating them are slim. These fishmen are indeed quite intelligent, and they actually know how to take advantage of others' danger. But can you look more pleasing to the eye? It's not your fault that you are ugly. But it is wrong to come out in this dark cave and scare people. Seeing that Leo and his summoned creatures were focusing on the 5 fishmen who came out first, a black figure in the sea in the other direction of the pontoon took this opportunity to sneak towards Leo's direction. Human. Suffer death. With a crashing sound, a big murloc that was twice the size of the previous 5 murlocs jumped out of the sea in another direction. The big murloc held a long harpoon in its hand, and the sharp fork flashed. An icy cold light pierced Leo's back and heart. And at this moment, Leo's clay-stone demon and mad wolf had no time to turn around and rescue him. This big fish man is none other than the chef Cookie sent to the Greenskins by the venture capital company. By the way, isn't a cookie a kind of cake? This chef has a lot of oil and water. If you don't believe it, just look at Cookie's obese body, which is twice as big as its kin. What kind of delicious food will be produced by using a fishman as a cook? A cooked, rotting corpse? Or something else? Well, it seems that the green-skinned goblin must be a heavy drinker. Snort. I know it's not that simple. There was no trace of panic on Leo's face after being attacked by a surprise attack. Just when the harpoon was about to pierce Leo, a large blue-black mist-like hand suddenly appeared in the void. A figure about 3 meters tall was not inferior to the clay-stone demon. The humanoid energy creature was killed. The humanoid energy creature destroyed Cookie's sneak attack as soon as it appeared. The fishman cook's harpoon was tightly grasped by its big hand, unable to move forward at all, let alone hurt Leo. Warlock's Voidwalker. Damn. This human actually saved a hand when fighting the punch. The hatred in Cookie's heart. He didn't expect Leo to hide it so deeply. Whether it was fighting Mr. Punch or killing the green skin, he had a backup plan. Human beings are indeed cunning creatures. Silly K. Are you dumbfounded? I'm a warlock. Isn't it normal for a warlock to summon demonic creatures to fight for him? Do you think I am an exception? Since I'm playing the game of going into a tiger's den with you, how can I not arrange a human shield for self-defense? You don't really think that I will put all the summoned creatures on the surface, do you? Cookie was stunned by the sudden appearance of Voidwalker. But Leo would not be like this. As soon as his mind turned, Voidwalker received the order from his master. Kill Cookie. The big blue-black hand slapped Cookie fiercely as soon as he received the order. The moment the Voidwalker took action, a black mist flashed on Cookie's body, and the fishman cook suddenly screamed in pain. However, Cookie's scream only lasted less than a second, because the big slap from the Voidwalker mercilessly sent him flying 2 or 3 meters away. The Voidwalker's torture combined with his slap, which is bigger than a human face, is really sharp when used to slap people. You damn aggregation of dark elements. You damn psychic creature. Lord Cookie is going to eat you. Cookie, which was slapped by the Voidwalker, became angry, and the fishman cook opened it and occupied most of his body. The big mouth shouted and rushed forward, seeing that Cookie's sneak attack was ineffective and suffered a loss. The 5 murlocs on the other side couldn't sit still. With a burst of jabbering noises, the murlocs fought against the mad wolf and the clay-stone demon. Voidwalker's combat power is very strong. After all, this is not a game that pays attention to balance, but the real world. Voidwalker, a life form gathered from dark elements, is almost immune to physical attacks. The harpoon in Cookie's hand is indistinguishable in front of Voidwalker. Trash. The only thing the murloc cook can harm the Voidwalker is the acid it spits out. However, in this dark cave where dark elements are extremely abundant, the damage that the acid can cause is not as fast as the Voidwalker's replenishment of swallowing shadows. On the other hand, The Void Walker's big slap made the fishman cook scream. And with the slap sound, Cookie's fish head was beaten into a pig's head. Leo was delighted when he saw this. The fish head turned into a pig head. What a miracle. Void Walker, you have created a miracle. This is a milestone in the history of biological evolution. I am really honored to be able to witness such a feat. Beat the cookie like this, let alone its mother. Not even its father will recognize it. Cookie was suppressed by the Void Walker and was unable to fight back. And the other 5 Murlocs also had a hard time. Leo's Mad Wolves and Clay Stone Demons were not easy to mess with. It would have been fine if the Murlocs had just stayed in the water. But they actually foolishly came ashore. In the water, the fishmen are their home. But when it comes to land, they don't have the final say. With the teleportation of the Mad Wolf, the slowness of the Clay Stone Demon, and the sneak attack of the poisonous Flower Vine, the 5 fishmen quickly turned into ignorant fools and were beaten stupid. Seeing that the battle situation was stable, Leo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Mad Wolf and the others were not opponents of the fishmen, Leo would definitely be in trouble. Fortunately, the summoned creatures were very powerful, and it was no problem to deal with the small fishmen. While feeling relaxed, Leo couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, it was him who came this time. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have been able to get rid of this big ship. If there had been an oversight, and these Murlocs had driven the ship away, Stormwind City would still be in trouble. Disaster? Gee, I didn't expect that I would actually become a hero of the kingdom for once. By the way, if Cookie takes the Murlocs and sails away the ship, then Cookie will transform into Captain Cookie. Let me tell you. Do you think this is a copy of the hero in Yamaguchi Mountain? Leo is sweating. A random hero encounters a cheating death mine. And with 213 teammates. Can you afford to be injured after not clearing the cup for 4 hours? Chapter 61. Leo is very angry. Finally came out of that dark death mine. After his eyes adapted to the changes in light, Leo carefully looked at the star hanging high in the sky that had the same effect as the sun on Earth. He found that his eyes didn't feel any discomfort before he walked out with confidence. After collecting Van Cleef's large ship filled with explosives in the death mine, Leo, who was completely exhausted, only had time to give the Mad Wolves an order to protect him before he fell into a coma. His storage space is indeed large enough, but his own strength is too weak. Maintaining the swallowing vortex has exceeded his limit. In the end, if it weren't for the help of the voice that called him the host, Leo would definitely have failed to collect it. Even so, charging such a big ship would seriously overdraw Leo's mental energy. Seeing that the important thing was accomplished, Leo felt relieved. And Leo's brain immediately put his master into a coma due to the self-protection function of the human body. As the saying goes, there is no sun and moon in the house. And if you are in a coma, you don't even know the time. Leo didn't know how many days he was in a coma in that dark and quiet cave. When he woke up, he found that his mental power had been restored, and he hurriedly ran out of the death mine. Now he only hopes that he is still in time. Stopped Scarlet's actions. If those kobolds hadn't been running around like they were collectively infected with rabies, biting like crazy when they saw a living thing, I could have come out half a day earlier. Someone was muttering in vain, completely forgetting that it was the upgrading energy contributed by all the kobolds in the cave that allowed him to be promoted again. Someone who had reached level 20 and had entered the threshold of an intermediate warlock also didn't know. Nothing to complain about. From the 10th level of the low-level entry level to the 20th level of the mid-level entry level, it is impossible for most warriors to succeed without years of hard training. Someone has achieved in just a few months what others have achieved through years of hard work. He still has the nerve to complain about his achievements. Tianli, do you still have it? Waves of noisy sounds reached Leo's ears. Leo listened and immediately smiled on his face. It turned out that the sound was the shouts of the 2 teams before the battle. Leo clearly heard some people shouting words, such as "Don't let the lackeys of the nobles capture Yueshi town. It's better to come early than to come by chance. I didn't expect my brother to be so lucky. He caught up with this battle just after coming out of the death mine. It seems that I can prevent a tragedy from happening," Leo was thinking as he rushed out of the town. At this time, Moon Creek Town had become very chaotic because the Western Wilderness People's Army led by Scarlet came to the door. No one noticed Leo, who no one knew. Guy. Outside Moon Creek Town, the People's Army of the Western Wilderness was arrayed under the leadership of 300 regular soldiers from the Kingdom of Stormwind. Scarlet stood at the forefront of the team. This beautiful female knight was like an unsheathed sword. Its sharp light made no one of the Defias thieves on the opposite side dare to look at her. Thousands of Defias thieves were actually suppressed by Scarlet's momentum alone. The female knight's sharpness was simply unmatched. A group of rabble can actually wreak havoc on the entire western part of the kingdom. What are the strong men of Stormwind Kingdom doing? Scarlet couldn't help but have doubts in her heart when she saw this. She is not the kind of person who can sit in the sky and watch the sky. The entire huge Stormwind Kingdom can surpass her. However, such a kingdom was turned upside down by a group of bandits. If there is no special reason for this, then it's definitely a lie. Impatient. Thinking of this, Scarlet understood that she had been plotted. Someone took advantage of her young age and desire to get reinforcements for the Aratha royal family from the kingdom of Stormwind to plot her, and used her as a knife to deal with the Defias thieves. Group. She had not done any in-depth investigation into the matter. But when she came to the West Wilds, she was not interested in Gryan. The other party's hints, whether intentional or unintentional, were all in vain in front of her, who was bent on annihilating the Defias thieves. The female knight's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, feeling bad about being plotted. But these Defias thieves also deserved their punishment. From what she learned, there were not a few cases of murder and arson by the Defias bandits. Their existence had greatly threatened the rule of Stormwind City, an ally of the royal family of Aratha, and it was appropriate for them to lead their own people to exterminate them. The atmosphere in the field became more and more depressing as time went by, because the kobolds in the Death Mine were going crazy. The members of the Defias Brotherhood in Moon Creek Town could not contact Van Cleef at all. At this time, they were led by the other leader of the Brotherhood, is a mid-level stalker, who has been wearing black clothes for many years. Willie. At this time, the stalker who originally broke into Lakeside Town in Redridge Mountain felt very bad. Van Cleef, who was the leader at the critical moment when the kingdom's army came to attack, could not be contacted. Those kobolds had gone crazy earlier and later. The collective went crazy at this time. And no matter how stupid Willie was, he knew something was wrong. Their leader, Van Cleef, may be in danger. Willie. Attack! A mage behind Willie suggested to him. At this time, under the pressure of Scarlet's momentum, the morale of the Defias members has been repeatedly reduced. On the other hand, the morale of the People's Army is constantly rising. If the time is delayed longer, this battle will not have to be fought. Let them surrender directly. Willie also knew that the situation at this time could not tolerate delay. Every second that passed, his side's morale dropped further. He signaled to a few people behind him and asked them to join forces with him to first kill the female opposite when the war started. Cavaliers defeated. The 8 strongest mid-level professionals in the meeting should be able to defeat the female knight opposite. Willie didn't have any confidence in his heart. Scarlet's momentum was too strong. But at this time, Willie could only bite the bullet. Brothers, kill these noble lackeys. Amidst Willie's shouts, the thieves who were overwhelmed by Scarlet's momentum seemed to have found an outlet. They shouted at the top of their lungs and rushed towards the People's Army on the opposite side. Crazy clamoring is just to embolden yourself. A disdainful smile appeared on Scarlet's lips, and she didn't even notice the chaotic swarm attack of the Defias thieves. The mob is just here to die. The female knight swung the heavy sword forward diagonally and rushed towards the Defias thieves first. For the kingdom. 300 of the kingdom's regular troops shouted in unison and rushed out. For the kingdom. Led by the kingdom's regular army, the People's Army of the Western Wilderness also rushed forward. The two groups of people quickly collided with each other. Weapons clashing, blood and flesh flying, horses neighing and people roaring. And a battle unfolded outside Ueshi Town. Still too late. Leo, who ran out of Ueshi Town, couldn't help but pause when he saw this scene. Why do you work so hard to farm dead mines alone? Isn't it just to save fewer lives and shed less blood? Scarlet was so good that she went to Sentinel Ridge to form a regiment to attack Ueshi Town. Her hard work was basically wasted by her. I tell you very responsibly, brother. I am very angry, and the consequences will be serious. Chapter 62 The warrior charges, and deceives the real horse. In the chaotic battlefield, Leo carefully approached Scarlet. The female knight was too powerful. She rushed at the front of the royal army, and tore apart the lineup of Defias thieves like a sharp sword. As soon as a person rides across, he swings his sword and falls down like wheat. What does it mean to kill someone like mowing grass? I finally saw it today. This girl is really fierce and scary. Leo was horrified to see it, although he didn't know if this was Scarlet's full strength. She was far from an opponent based on what she had shown now. This girl is in full swing. If I bump into her stupidly, why don't I let her chop me down with my sword? No. You have to wait. Leo didn't think that Scarlet would listen to him if he rushed up and said, "I've killed Van Cleef. Please stop." On the battlefield, where life and death are fought, who knows if you are cheating? Besides, even if Leo can believe what Scarlet said, he still has to have time to finish it. Right? The female knight's heavy sword would not give him a chance to explain. Don't talk about how many people will die in this war if you delay for a second longer. Leo has no control over these. He only knows that he has to trade his own life for the lives of these Defias thieves and the people's army. Not to mention the door. Not even a window will be open for you. Most people are like this. If they can do a good deed that will not have a negative impact on themselves, they will do it. But if they do a good deed that will harm themselves, then they will be sorry. It is human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. As Leo quietly approached Scarlet, there were Defias thieves from time to time, and the people's army of the West Wilderness fell beside him. Among these people were both strong young men and white-haired old people. Leo was careful to avoid these people. This was a battlefield of life and death, not a place to do good deeds. Besides, even if you do good deeds, you still have to see if you have the capital. Leo, who came from a society where if you can't help me, a fall will cost you 50,000 yuan, if you can't afford an injury. It's a rule to go to a gourd. Leo didn't save enough. My wife never dared to do good deeds before. Who knows if there is such a thing as trouble in this world? The two warriors behind Willie roared angrily, and the muscles all over their bodies swelled a bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then, they were seen taking steps and rushing towards Scarlet at an extremely fast speed. The warriors' battle cry and charge. Wow! It's speeding. It's speeding. Who do you two boys think you are? You dare to come out and deceive the real horse. And you don't drive a luxury car. You are looking for death. Seeing the two warriors rushing towards Scarlet, Leo couldn't help but applaud their bravery. Two mid-level warriors actually dared to confront Scarlet, a powerful knight. Isn't this looking for abuse? Facing the impact of the two mid-level warriors, Scarlet swung her heavy sword, and the hot golden holy light flowed from the sword. The heavy sword swept the two warriors and flew to the side at twice the speed when they came. The powerful female knight swatted away the two mid-level warriors, like flies, with a command seal. The two warriors failed to stop Scarlet even though they charged. This frightened all the Defias thieves who saw her. All the thieves blocking the path of the female knight hurriedly dodged to both sides. In one flash, they killed Willie directly exposed in front of Scarlet's eyes. Willie was shocked. He didn't expect his men to be so helpless. I am still your leader after all. Right? You actually sold me out like that. The stalker in black hurriedly disappeared from Scarlet's sight. A thief is a thief. He only knows how to sneak around. How can you still run in front of me? Scarlet snorted disdainfully, and an obscure wave came from her body. Perception. I don't know how Leo can get this human talent that he knows. Although perception is a common talent in Yamaguchi Mountain that only human players can know. But in this different world, you can find one person among 10,000 people who can sense you. You should have more good luck from God. The talent of perception can greatly improve the owner's anti-stealth ability. As long as you are careful, it is difficult for a sneak attack by a stalker to succeed. Of course, if the strength of the owner is too far apart from that of the opponent, there is nothing to say. But the problem is that Scarlet is far stronger than Willie. It would have been easier to see through Willie's stealth. But now with this gift of perception, Willie in black is in trouble. Hammer of punishment. A heavy hammer phantom composed of holy light formed in midair, and then fell quickly, slamming a stalker in black clothes out of the void. This unlucky guy is none other than Willie in black. How do you say something? It's too late. But it's soon. It seems that the process is very complicated. In fact, it only takes 2 or 3 seconds from Willie's sneaking to when he is knocked down by Scarlet's hammer of punishment. Seeing Scarlet galloping towards Willie, who was dazed by the hammer of punishment, several leaders of the Defias thieves took action one after another. Save Willie. As the thieves' leader screamed, 2 fireballs and an ice arrow hit Scarlet. 3 mid-level mages among the thieves' leaders took action. These 3 mid-level mages are obviously much stronger than the 2 that Leo killed on the island in the middle of the lake. This can be judged from the magic power contained in the fireballs and ice arrows. Unfortunately, what they encountered was not Leo but Scarlet, which meant that their attack would have no effect. Facing the Defias thieves' magical attack, Scarlet didn't even bother to swing her sword. She only saw the golden holy light on her body flashing, and the fireballs and ice arrows that were about to hit her met the holy layer on her body. After the light disappeared without a trace, The highly lethal magical attack disappeared silently into the flickering holy light. As if nothing had happened. Leo, who was hiding in the dark, was secretly speechless. This holy light was too evil. It instantly purified the elemental power contained in the spells cast by the 3 Defias mages. Without the elemental power, the fireballs and ice arrows were lost, naturally disappear without a trace. Of course, this does not mean that magic is useless in front of the holy light, but that the person who uses magic is not good. With this layer of holy light, it is impossible for a mage who is not strong enough to protect Scarlet to hurt Scarlet. No wonder this fierce girl dared to charge directly into the battle. It turned out that she was bullying the Defias thieves because there was no powerful mage in the group. Thinking of this, Leo couldn't help but secretly despise Scarlet. If you have the ability, let Defias find a few high-level mages and then charge into the battle. What's the point of bullying a group of middle and low-level mages? 2 sharp arrows were shot immediately after the 2 fireballs. Defias' 2 hunters were very clever and used the fireballs of their companions to cover the arrows they shot. The magic is offset by the holy light. This physical attack cannot be dealt with by the holy light. Chapter 63 3 Acquaintances. Can 2 sneak attack arrows hurt Scarlet? Leo expressed his disapproval. A sneak attack on Shinma may be effective against Scarlet, but it is definitely not something that 2 mid-level Defias hunters can do. Sure enough, the sharp arrow did not touch Scarlet at all. The female knight just turned sideways on her horse and easily dodged it. For Scarlet, the shooting speed of these 2 arrows is too slow. Do you want to hurt her? It's impossible to go twice as fast. Scarlet, whose speed did not slow down despite the obstruction of the Defias thieves leaders, had already arrived beside Willie. At this time, the temporary leader of the Defias thieves group was lying on the ground in a daze, counting ants. The female knight's sword-holding hand exerted force, but instead of slashing at Willie, the heavy sword swung sideways in a circle. The dazzling holy light spurted out from the sword engraved with magic patterns, and as the sword swung rapidly, a golden ring seemed to appear around Scarlet. Several screams appeared, and several figures in the space beside the female knight screamed and fell to the side. This is the Defias stalker who wants to attack Scarlet. Scarlet is tyrannical, but the thieves of Defias are not easy to deal with either. These stalkers clearly wanted to carry out a sneak attack while Scarlet was focusing on Willie. If the female knight had just focused on killing Willie, she would have been able to succeed, but she would have definitely been injured by a few sneak attacks of stalkers, regardless of the death of their companions. They only care about killing and injuring the enemy. These Defias thieves are really not good people. Leo shook his head when he saw this. This behavior of the Defias thief had no other effect except arousing Scarlet's murderous intention. You couldn't beat this tough girl originally, but now you have aroused her murderous intention. Are you not looking for death? Looking at the Defias stalker Leo, who was knocked out by Scarlet's sword and fell away without a sound, he curled his lips. This is really his own fault. The heavy sword was raised again, and in the roaring wind, the sharp sword edge passed over Willie, who had not yet recovered from the hammer of punishment. The stalker in black was dead without any ability to resist. Willie was killed. Several Defias thieves leaders were frightened to see it. Willie in black was the strongest among them, and his strength was not much different from that of ordinary high-level warriors. He was such a master, but he was killed before the female knight even had a chance to take action. How much fighting spirit do you think these people who are far less powerful than Willie have? The poor stalker was caught out of stealth by the paladin. The stalker without the first mover was really miserable. While mourning for Willie, Leo was also a little anxious. It seemed that the leaders of the Defias thieves were no match for Scarlet, and they couldn't even consume Scarlet's strength. In this way, either Leo takes action himself, or waits until the battle is over to find a solution. But if we wait until this battle is over, there will not be many members of the original Masonry Brotherhood left who really need the kingdom to settle them. Do you really want me to fight this tough girl once? Leo was hesitant. It felt bad to be weaker than the opponent. He was a little timid about doing anything. It was really uncomfortable to feel weak, and his determination to become stronger grew in his heart. While Leo was hesitating, Scarlet, who had dealt with Willie, had already galloped towards the Defias thieves leaders. As the female knight swung her heavy sword, the hot holy light shone. Except for an ice mage who escaped with serious injuries, all the other leaders of the thieves group turned into cold corpses on the ground. The death of their own leader caused the morale of Defias' side to plummet. The lineup that could still compete with the opponent for a period of time began to lose ground. If no miracle occurs, Defias' failure is inevitable. Will a miracle happen? If miracles happen so easily, Can they still be called miracles? Hold on. Don't panic. Everyone. Behind us is our home. Thinking about the elderly and children in this town. Can you step back? Just when Defias was about to be defeated, a man stood up bravely. Under the shouts of him and two figures behind him, one fat and one thin, the Defias thieves slowly stabilized their position. It's the paladin apprentice I met at Sardine's farm. Oh, it should be the former paladin apprentice. Leo took a closer look. Oh, he turned out to be an acquaintance. This kid is really not afraid of death. If he stands up now, isn't he seeking death? Seeing Scarlet turning around and rushing towards Sardin, Leo sighed silently. I don't even dare to take the lead at this time. How dare you? You are worthy of the passionate young man you once were. Careful. Scarlet is like a bright light on the battlefield, and her every move is the focus of everyone's attention. Seeing the female knight charging towards Sardin, the fat man and the thin man hurriedly protected him behind them. Loyalty is commendable, but it's a pity it's useless. Leo shook his head slightly. The thin man and the fat man were Sardin's servants. Their behavior in protecting their master was worthy of commendation, but it was of no use at all. These three guys can't even beat Leo's wolf, let alone Scarlet, who can kill the wolf instantly. When Scarlet rode her horse and came to the side of Sardin and the other three, the obvious result was that the female knight's heavy sword swung past the three of them, and they immediately fell down. Three poor children. If they don't have the strength, they won't be able to stand out. Leo didn't feel disappointed when the three Sardines were killed by Scarlet with one sword. He didn't expect these three people to cause any trouble to Scarlet. It's just that after all, everyone had a barbecue together, and Leo had taken advantage of them. Their deaths made him somewhat melancholy. Just as Leo was thinking about what to do next, a conversation he didn't know was happening. Master Sardin, just lie down and don't move. Master, Fatty is right. You must not move. Fatty and I have no ability and have been unable to help Master. This time we can finally do something for you. It turned out that when Scarlet swung her sword, the two people who were protecting Sardin suddenly pushed him, unable to prevent him. Sardin fell backwards under the force. At this time, Scarlet's the sword hit him exactly, and it looked like Sardin was cut down by the female knight's heavy sword. In addition, the fat man and the thin man who were actually hit by the sword pinned Sardin down, and Scarlet, who passed by, did not notice them, which allowed Sardin to escape the disaster. Sardine did not struggle. The former knight's apprentice had a confused face. He allowed the liquid flowing out of the two servants who were pressing him to completely soak him, and he felt the increasingly weak love of the two servants who had been with him for many years. The breath of life. Tears welled up from Sardin's eyes unconsciously. I am really useless. My father and mother wanted me to become a noble paladin, but I became a bandit. The farm was a precious asset left to me by my parents, but I let it fall into ruin. The two servants were also leaving me, but I could only lie on the ground and pretend to be dead in order to survive. Brother Samuel, you once told me that if you want to be a noble paladin, you must protect everything around you. But look at me now. From the expectations of my father and mother to the family property of Sardine Farm. Now he is a never-ending servant. Yet I can't protect him from anything. Protect all the things around you that have to be protected. Holy light. I am so devout in your faith. But why have you never responded to me? Brother Samuel said that the holy light will give us courage and strength. Let us protect all the beautiful things around us. I need strength now to protect the beautiful things around me. Will you give me strength? Holy light. Answer. Answer. Me. Chapter 64 Paladin Sardin. What is the source of the paladin's power? Nothing else but the firm belief in their hearts. The stronger the paladin's faith in the holy light, the more powerful the light gives him. This is very similar to priests, who also believe in the holy light. The more devout a priest's belief is, the stronger the power they can get from the holy light, and the more magic they can perform. Of course, there are still big differences between paladins and priests. Most of the auxiliary spells cast by priests are healing and blessing spells, which are two different branches of the power of holy light from the mostly offensive spells possessed by paladins. I think this is also related to their responsibilities. In the Holy Light Cathedral, the priest is responsible for preaching, while the paladins are responsible for guarding and judging heretics. To put it bluntly, the priest is the civil servant of the Holy Light Cathedral, and the paladin is the military general. The development direction of one civil and one military is naturally different. The unwilling and crazy roar in Sardin's heart seemed to break an invisible barrier. The holy light, which had been unresponsive to the paladin apprentice for many years, finally responded this time. The golden holy light shone faintly on Sardin's body, like the stars at night. Unfortunately, because Sardin's body was covered by his two servants, and the scene was a noisy battlefield, almost no one noticed this scene. It's almost not true that there were two people on the battlefield who noticed something strange in Sardin. Scarlet, who is also a paladin, is naturally very sensitive to the power of the holy light. The female knight had already sensed it when the first holy light flashed on Sardin. The female knight who was fighting suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction of Sardin. What she saw was the scene where Sardin, who was shining with holy light, pushed away the corpses of the two servants pressing on her and stood up again. As for the other person, it was Leo. It's a coincidence that because this kid knew the three Sardins, he felt slightly melancholy after seeing the three men died at the hands of Scarlet. His eyes paused for a moment or two on the bodies of the three Sardins. Seconds. It was these 2 seconds that made him discover the abnormality. He was the first person to see the golden light appear on Sardin. Holy light. No! Leo couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the golden holy light flashing from Sardin's body. A new paladin was actually born under his nose. A guy who couldn't even defeat his own wolf was actually favored by the holy light after taking a sword from another paladin, and became a new paladin. Is this how paladins came to be? Is it easier to comprehend the power of the holy light and become a paladin after being slashed a few times by the paladin? Or are the paladins actually masochists at heart? The paladin who suffered 1,000 cuts is not that exaggerated. Sardin suddenly became a paladin, which brought changes to this battle. When he saw the new paladin looking at Scarlet with a hostile look, Leo felt happy. And the opportunity came. Judging from Sardin's appearance, there must be a battle between him and Scarlet, who is also a paladin. What is about to be staged is a good show of saints versus saints. I have to find a good seat to watch. I really didn't expect that when the leaders of the Defias Thieves group were collectively ineffective, Sardin would appear. It seems that this life is indeed full of surprises. After looking at Scarlet, who was wearing a gorgeous magic armor, and then at Sardin, who was in ragged clothes and unarmed, Leo suddenly realized in his conscience, I have been watching the party for so long. It's time to give me some tickets. Sardin, who was confronting Scarlet, suddenly felt an object flying towards him. The new paladin caught it in his hand without thinking. After receiving the items, Sardin had a look of surprise on his face. The burst of magic fluctuations coming from the items in his hand made him realize that they were 2 magic weapons. A shield with a gold buckler, and a fire stick for hammering cookies. This is Leo's ticket. Hee hee. Sardine, I am very optimistic about you. Brother gave you 2 magic weapons at once. You have to be more ambitious. Although I don't expect you to be better than Scarlet, you still have to consume more of this tough girl's strength. It turns out that someone did not consciously pay the ticket to watch out of conscience, but to make the battle between Sardine and Scarlet more intense. With 2 magic weapons in hand, the equipment gap between Sardin and Scarlet has been reduced a lot, so that the battle between the two will not be one-sided. This kid Leo is really willing to invest. The magic weapon thrown into Sardin's hand from the side did not distract Scarlet in the slightest. The female knight focused all her attention on Sardin. As a paladin, you actually helped these evil bandits? Scarlet asked Sardin loudly, but all she got was a cold snort. This made the female knight's anger instantly burn. Using the power given to you by the holy light to do evil. Scum like you is a disgrace to all paladins. The angry female knight raised her heavy sword high, and the horse rushed towards Sardin at high speed. Sardin silently held the gold-encrusted round shield in front of his chest, and raised the cookie-blowing stick slightly in his hand, silently reciting in his heart, protect everything around him, and punish all those who want to destroy it. The distance between the two was not long, and Scarlet came rushing towards them in the blink of an eye. At the moment when the two sides were about to come into contact, golden holy light flashed from the two of them. Hammer of punishment! Hammer of punishment! A sledgehammer made of golden holy light appeared on the heads of Sardin and Scarlet at the same time. The sledgehammer fell, and the two paladins were hit at the same time. Boom! Sardin was hit so hard that stars appeared in his eyes, and his body was swaying, making people worried that he would fall down at any time. Boom! Scarlet, who was charging on horseback, was almost thrown off her horse. The female knight's body leaned back sharply, causing Herod the horse to stand upright. The momentum was abruptly stopped when she was about to hit Sardin. Contained? The fun is about to begin. Leo, who had already run to the other direction when he threw the fire stick inlaid with gold buckles and cookies, was overjoyed when he saw this. If conditions hadn't prevented him, he would have wanted to move a stool and buy a bucket of popcorn. The two paladins looked on happily. After all, Scarlet's strength is much stronger than that of Sardin. She was hit by the hammer of punishment at the same time as Sardin, and she got rid of the influence of the skill before her opponent, retracting the war horse that had no room to sprint anymore. The female knight kicked her legs lightly, and with her sword raised high, she rushed towards Sardin at a faster speed than the war horse. As soon as Sardin got out of the coma of the hammer of punishment, he saw a big sword with golden light flowing down the front, which turned out to be Scarlet's command seal. Sardin did not dare to neglect. He hurriedly raised the golden-laid round shield to greet Scarlet's heavy sword. The dots of holy light on the surface of the golden-laid round shield shone, and Scarlet's command seal was actually removed by it. Arrived aside, Scarlet's command seal was blocked. Leo let out a small wow. He really didn't expect that Sardin could actually neutralize the skills of the female knight. Leo, who was once hunted by her, knew how powerful Scarlet's command seal was. I thought it was just a consumable cannon fodder, but I didn't expect that this kid Sardin actually has potential. Chapter 65 Epiphany. The command seal was blocked by Sardin with his shield. Scarlet's body came to an obvious pause. The female knight's face was first stunned, and then turned into anger in an instant. Just now, my command seal was blocked by the holy light that flashed on the opponent's shield. Isn't that the holy shield of the Guardian Paladin? Guardian Paladins take protection as their bounden duty. They should be loyal knights with devout faith in the holy light. Shouldn't such paladins be the most loyal to the holy light? A paladin who protects evil robbers would appear here. It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. A paladin with a just heart actually protects robbers. What a joke. You, a sinner who has insulted the glory of the holy knight, accept the judgment of the holy light. Scarlet flipped her wrist and swung the épée sword towards Sardin with a whir. Sardin showed no sign of weakness, and aimed the fire stick in his hand at the heavy sword that was slashing across him. Clang! Sparks flew when the hammer head and the sword blade collided, and the two weapons with the power of the holy light collided with sparks of passion. Scarlet's body swayed, but Sardin couldn't keep his balance and staggered back 3 steps. It was clear at a glance which one was stronger between the two. Leo, who was watching fiercely from the side, rolled his eyes. Sardin, you are a defensive knight, and Scarlet, a disciplinary knight, are going to fight against each other for trial. You are not going to be tortured. Not to mention that Sardin is stronger than Scarlet. Even if the two are equally matched, it would not be a wise move for Sardin and Scarlet to compete to see whose trial is stronger. If the judgment of the disciplinary knight, who is responsible for dealing with heretics, is not as good as that of the anti-cavalry who specializes in protection, then why should someone else punish the bastard knight? Scarlet's advantage was unforgiving, and before Sardin could stabilize her body, her heavy sword had already struck her again. The hot holy light on the heavy sword made people's eyes hurt. This blow was another holy seal of command. Under Scarlet's pressure, Sardin did not give in. Faced with a heavy blow from the sword, he threw away his arm, waved the poker in his hand, aimed at the sword's edge, and struck it hard again. In the second collision between the hammer head and the sword edge, a divine power erupted from Sardin's body. In the blink of an eye, the area of several meters centered on Sardin was enveloped in dazzling holy light. Under this eruption of holy light, even someone as strong as Scarlet was forced back several steps. It was not until she exited the range of the holy light that she stabilized her steps. The hammer of justice versus the seal of command. Haha. That tough girl Scarlet suffered a little loss now, seeing Scarlet being knocked back by the holy light gushing out from Sardin. Leo, who had been chased by her, was gloating on the sidelines. Sardin can actually make Scarlet suffer a little loss. I can't believe that this kid is so fierce. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. How could he, a newly awakened paladin, do this? Leo was puzzled. Such a strong power of holy light in Sardin should never appear in him, who had just awakened. How can a newly promoted paladin possess the power of a high-level paladin? It is more powerful than it should be. This power will never appear for no reason. Did Sardin use that method? Leo was shocked when he thought of this. Is this kid Sardin going to die? He has an extremely bright future as a paladin. But now, he actually uses the method of burning his life in exchange for powerful power for these Defia's members. This is completely exchanging his own life for the lives of others. This kid is crazy. Already? Leo had indeed heard about sacrificing oneself for others. But it was only in the textbooks in elementary school. In that era when Lu Xun had deleted from textbooks and had become an object of ridicule. And the word anti-Japanese had been banned. How could one sacrifice oneself for others? What is this? In the field, Sardin was fighting fiercely with Scarlet. Sardin, who had burned the fire of life, suddenly had a strength that was not inferior to Scarlet. There was a back and forth between the anti-rider and the disciplinary rider. And the dazzling golden light is so bright that people's eyes are dazzled. At this time, Leo ignored this gorgeous battle. His eyes fell directly on Sardin's tough face. He didn't know why Leo's heart was suddenly touched. Why would this guy Sardin give up his bright future to fight for someone else? Why is his expression so determined? What force prompted him to make the decision to burn the fire of his life? One question after another emerged in Leo's mind. And he murmured to himself, Guardian Knight. Is there really anything in this world worth giving up a good future and burning your life to protect? Not for yourself. Only for others. Does it worth? To be honest, it's not that Leo doesn't understand the truth. On the contrary, having experienced the internet era of information explosion, Leo can draw out a long list of truths when he opens his mouth. However, although he knew these great principles, he only knew that there was such a thing. There is a saying that goes well, what you learn on paper will eventually become shallow. Who can't do it on paper? If you just stay at this stage, don't even think about doing anything. Mencia said it well. When heaven is about to entrust a great responsibility to a person, he must first strain his mind, strain his muscles and bones, starve his body and skin, deplete his body, and confuse his behavior through actions, so he can move his heart and forbearance and gain what he cannot, without considerable experience, personal experience and insights. No matter how much you know about the principles, no matter how high your wisdom is, it will be useless. A strong person is made step by step. It does not mean that he can appear if he wants to. The same is true even for time travelers. Compared with other people, what time travelers have is just the knowledge they learned in another world. And most of this knowledge is still at the stage of knowing that such a thing exists. To turn the knowledge and principles you know into something you understand, you need personal experience. There are many people in the world who understand the truth, but there are very few successful people. Why? Without him, he has good character. The time traveler is not a Superman. And it does not mean that after time travel, he will immediately develop a completely different personality than before the time travel. Changes in a person's personality are bound to be accompanied by certain experiences. These experiences may be an impressive thing, or they may be someone else's words, a look, or even worse, they are just a landscape. Think about it. Whether it is from Buddhism or Taoism. So much for the epiphany mentioned. Traveling through time is a magical thing. But it does not mean that you can do anything after traveling through time. And you will definitely succeed in reaching the top. A time traveler will still be a mediocre person if he is not tempered. For the sake of what is in my heart, I have the courage to face the strong man who can kill you. Sardin, it is impossible for me to sacrifice myself to help others like you. And I don't agree with your approach. But I still want to thank you. Thank you for making me understand something. Leo recalled what Fusel said to him in his mind, and murmured in his mouth. Does it take a heart that is not afraid of challenges if you want to stand among the strong? Not afraid of challenge codes? Moving his gaze to Scarlet, Leo's eyes gradually became firmer. I want to be a strong person who controls my own destiny, instead of being a weak person who can be exploited by mercenaries. The road to the strong is full of thorns, and I will encounter an opponent stronger than myself at any time. At this time, I must overcome the thorns and be brave and fearless, regardless of any difficulties and obstacles. If anyone blocks my way, I will destroy them. Leo, my journey to becoming a strong person starts from here. Chapter 66 Leo vs. Scarlet 1. Sardin took 2 hard breaths, facing another EP attack. He felt powerless in his heart. Scarlet, who was fighting against him, was too strong for Sardin. Even if I burn the fire of life in exchange for more powerful power, am I still no match for this female knight? Feeling the rapid loss of vitality in her body, Sardine, who was getting weaker and weaker, couldn't help but feel a sense of despair in her heart. Even if she risked her life, she couldn't stop her. After managing to use another hammer of justice to temporarily force Scarlet back, Sardin shook his body twice and felt a sense of weakness. The Guardian Knight's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. Sinner, accept the judgment of the Holy Light. Scarlet did not stop when she saw this. The female knight raised her sword high and slashed forward fiercely. The tip of the épée was pointed directly at Sardin. who was no longer able to resist. Sardin wanted to raise his shield to block, but found that the fire of life was almost extinguished, and he was so weak that he could not even lift the shield. Looking at the heavy sword coming at him, the Guardian Knight felt unwilling. Is this the end? The heavy sword was about to hit Sardin, and scarlet fire suddenly appeared on Scarlet's body. This crimson fire was obviously much stronger than the elemental power contained in the fireball previously emitted by the leader of the Defias Thieves. Scarlet's protective holy light failed to prevent it from working on the female knight. The warlock sacrifice. A flash of realization flashed through the female knight's mind. She knew that someone as powerful as a high-level warlock was attacking her. But such an attack could not prevent her from killing Sardin. Bang! The crimson flames only stayed on Scarlet for a moment, and then exploded, as if the female knight had a bag of explosives on her back that was ignited by them. A huge impact knocked the female knight back several steps before she could stabilize herself. Burn! The person who took action was a warlock who specialized in destruction spells. Scarlet made a judgment in an instant. The female knight held her horizontal sword in front of her. The wide blade of the heavy sword blocked a shadow arrow that followed. But the impact from the sword was again let the female knight take 2 steps back. High-level warlock. It's really surprising that there is a high-level warlock hidden among Defias Thieves. But this doesn't bother me. Scarlet is extremely confident in her own strength, although she now belongs to the category of high-level warriors. Ordinary high-level warriors are no match for her. Hey, fierce girl. We meet again. Scarlet followed the sound and saw Leo walking up calmly. It's you? Leo's appearance did not surprise Scarlet. It would be really strange if this guy from MI7, who was also sent to solve the Defias Thieves incident, did not show up. What surprised Scarlet was that the feeling Leo gave her had changed. The warlock from MI7 had no idea what he had gone through, and his whole temperament had changed a lot. The warlock sent by MI7 is indeed not a simple person. In less than a month since I met him at Shichuen Fortress, he has turned from a pseudo-powerful man into a powerful enemy of mine. However, although his mentality has become stronger, his strength is still far behind mine. He is no match for me. While Scarlet was looking at him, Leo said low to Sardin, who was too weak to stand up. Hi. We meet again. Why are you so embarrassed every time we meet? Scarlet exerted force under her feet, and the female knight rushed in front of Leo at the speed of a galloping horse, and chopped off the head with a heavy sword shining with golden holy light. Instead of worrying about others, it's better to worry about yourself. I just know that this hot girl is an impulsive activist. Can you give me some time to talk? Scarlet's willingness to fight did not surprise Leo. He had already experienced this girl's fiery style outside Shichuen Fortress. Seeing that Leo was cutting off the heavy sword without giving in, he held the heavy sword and launched the shadow arrow that he had prepared for Scarlet. The heavy sword slashed down, and the shield composed of dark elements outside Leo's body shattered. The warlock's magic armor was unable to stop the female knight's command seal to resist Scarlet's order seal. Magic armor alone would definitely not be enough. Leo had known this for a long time. The moment the magic armor shattered, 3 overlapping bone shields appeared under the heavy sword's edge. Boom! Boom! The severed heavy sword was finally blocked after shattering 2 bone shields. Leo's magic armor plus bone armor tactics did not disappoint him. Scarlet, who did not know what was going on, failed to break through these 2 defenses at once. The female knight's eyes narrowed, and the appearance of the 3 bone shields surprised her. This kind of protective spell should not appear on a human being. Or to be precise, this kind of spell should not be cast by a living creature. The female knight had a question in her mind, but there was no time for her to ask the question now, because Leo's shadow arrow had already struck, because she was shocked by Leo's bone armor. Scarlet moved a beat too slowly, and had no time to defend herself. The shadow arrow hit her directly in the chest. The impact of the dark element caused the female knight's upper body to tilt back significantly. If Scarlet hadn't taken a few steps back in time, she would have fallen to the ground. It was so easy to get such an offensive opportunity, so Leo would not let it go easily. While the female knight was still retreating, life was stolen. The pain curse, the damage deepened, the attack backlash, and a weakness curse fell on her head. Knights who can dispel magic naturally have to use curses to deal with them. And using curses is exactly the strength of Leo, who is both a necromancer and a warlock. Why does this guy have so many curse spells? Scarlet felt even more strange. Before, Leo was worried that Scarlet wouldn't give him a chance to speak. But now it's Scarlet who wants to speak, but Leo doesn't give her time. Before Scarlet could speak, A nearly 3-meter-long bone spear stabbed her in the chest. Leo, whose mentality was different from before, didn't care about exposing certain spells. As long as he didn't summon skeletons and skeleton mages, and just use spells such as bone spears, it wouldn't be a big problem. Even if this makes it easier to arouse the hostility of paladins, like Scarlet towards him. Leo doesn't care much about it now. As the saying goes, not being jealous is mediocrity. That's it. If you feel unhappy, just let it go. Naturally, a bone spear cannot hurt Scarlet. The female knight flipped her wrist with a heavy sword and deflected the bone spear in the direction with a light horizontal stroke. Leo's attack method was naturally more than just a bone spear. When Scarlet hit the bone spear, the ground under the female knight's feet changed. 2 casserole-sized fists hit the female knight's abdomen with a whistling wind. The 3 mad wolves also teleported behind Scarlet at this time, waving their sharp claws and rushing towards the female knight's back. Leo's summoned creatures also joined the battle at this time. Chapter 67 Leo vs. Scarlet 2. Divine Storm. Powerful holy power erupted from Scarlet's body, and the shining golden light made the female knight as dazzling as the sun. The mad wolf and the claystone demon were like moths rushing to the fire without knowing their capabilities, and were instantly attracted by this force. The power destroyed it to the point where not even the dregs were left. So strong. The dazzling light made Leo's eyes narrow, and he had a new understanding of Scarlet's strength. Judging from the blow just now, Scarlet didn't show her true skills at all before. This powerful female knight has definitely touched the high-level barrier, and is about to break into a higher realm. Although Leo's strength growth with each level up is very scary. He is just a warlock who has just entered the intermediate level. Although his potential is huge, his current strength is not enough. After all, officially Leo has only been practicing for more than a year and less than 2 years. And a member of the royal family like Scarlet has definitely started rigorous training since she was a child. The accumulation of the female knight in the past 20 years is deeper than that of Leo. It's definitely not a star. This girl has shown her real skills. This is going to be tricky. Having said that, instead of showing any fear on Leo's face, there was a vague look called excitement. If he had faced such a powerful Scarlet Leo in the past, he would have run away without saying a word, but now, he would never do this. Facing such a powerful enemy, a fighting spirit rose in his heart, giving him the courage to do so. A feeling of unhappiness without fighting. Group attack? I can do it too. A poisonous mist exploded around Scarlet, dyeing the entire area within a few meters of the female knight a miserable green. The female knight, who had just used Divine Storm, shook her body, and Scarlet was still affected despite the protection of the holy light. To Leo's surprise, Scarlet did not clean up the toxins on her body, but swung her sword in his direction. A sledgehammer made of holy light fell from the air, and its target was Leo. I'll give you a poison blast, and you'll give me a sanctioning hammer in return. This tough girl refuses to suffer. The hammer of punishment was struck, and Leo was very calm. A psychic creature made of dark elements suddenly appeared next to Leo, and its big blue-black hand slapped the sledgehammer down. The holy light sledgehammer representing light, and the dark elemental hand representing darkness, collided without making the slightest sound. The blue-black hand shrank twice in size, and the sledgehammer composed of holy light disappeared directly. 2 things that were obviously colliding with great force did not make the slightest sound when they collided. The completely different visual and auditory experiences made everyone who saw it feel uncomfortable. Do you really think I'm stupid for fighting the paladin without guarding against your hammer of punishment? Don't knock melon seeds on your head too often. If you knock them too much, you will become stupid. Did you know? Even if you don't become stupid, it's not good to get a concussion. Leo despised Scarlet's vicious plan to knock him stupid. And without stopping, he fired a shadow arrow while pointing his index finger at the female knight, who was charging again, and followed the shadow with a bone spear. The arrow shot towards the female knight. It's a little trick. Don't even think about hurting me. The holy light on Scarlet's body became blazing, and its intensity was several points higher than before. The female knight seemed to be using her true strength now. Now is the real strength of this fierce girl. There is really no strongest, only stronger. Leo was helpless. The gap in strength between the 2 sides was beyond imagination. Scarlet, who showed her true strength, was able to offset his shadow arrows with the holy light she used to protect her body. As for the bone spear, it was even knocked away by the female knight's sword. If you can't hurt the opponent, how can you fight? Wow! 3 bone walls suddenly rose between Scarlet and Leo. The ferocious bone spurs on the bone walls seemed to warn the female knight not to cross the line. It's a pity that although there are not many people in this world who know that there are tigers in the mountains and prefer to travel to the Tiger Mountains, Scarlet is one of them. The female knight, who was very confident in her own strength, rushed towards Leo without slowing down. When she encountered the bone wall blocking the way, Scarlet swept out the heavy sword in her hand. The holy light erupted from the heavy sword combined with the powerful slash. The force actually split the bone wall directly. 3 swords were slashed in succession, and bone fragments flew down. The female knight broke through the bone wall in an extremely violent way. There are only 4 words to describe the process: simple and rough. But at this time, Leo was no longer in his original position. Faced with a fierce female knight who showed her true strength, Leo couldn't possibly still be waiting to be chopped down. In terms of physical fitness, a warlock with a physique that is not inferior to that of a warrior is definitely top-notch. In terms of speed, Leo, who has received training from Pisonia's Fucusel, is no less confident than Scarlet. Since positional warfare is not possible, then we should engage in guerrilla warfare. When it comes to fighting a war of attrition, Warlock is not afraid of anyone. Obviously, Scarlet is aware of this situation. The female knight does not want to fight a war of attrition with a warlock. Repent your sins before the light. A ray of holy light fell directly on Leo, and the Void Walker beside him was unable to stop it. Leo's legs went weak while he was running, and he knelt down directly during the rapid running. The inertia of running at high speed made him kneel for several meters before stopping. Fortunately, there was a Void Walker who waved his big palm to clear the roadblock in front. Otherwise Leo would have made a big fool of himself. Sorry. I forgot that the talent of the Retribution Cavalry included this paralyzing skill. Leo was filled with hatred. The pain from his knees made his legs weak, and he couldn't stand up for a while. The few meters of kneeling just now definitely hurt his knees. Leo, who didn't have magic leggings, sighed. If he didn't have all the equipment, he would be at a disadvantage. Before Leo could get up, Scarlet's heavy sword had already struck him. Leo quickly rolled back and flicked his fingers on the ground. Before the heavy sword struck down, a bone wall suddenly rose up, blocking Scarlet's attack. When fighting, every second counts. As the saying goes, a slight difference can make 1,000 miles. The obstruction of the bone wall made the épée slow down by half a beat, and the sword edge almost hit the ground close to Leo's body. Leo, who was out of danger, secretly shouted that he was in danger. He opened his legs and ran quickly, regardless of his skin being burned by the hot holy light. How long can you run away? Scarlet raised her sword high and pursued him, looking like she would not give up until Leo was killed. Since Leo was not weak physically as a warlock and had received almost harsh training, it was really difficult for Scarlet to catch up with him for a while. The female knight became angry after chasing for a while. Leo's instant curse spell, bone spears, and annoying bone walls from time to time aroused her anger. Don't think you can run away. Watch justice pursue you. A ray of light enveloped Scarlet's legs. With the help of this ray of light, the female knight's speed increased a lot, and she caught up with Leo in a few breaths. Justice pursuit. Forget that this cheating skill can speed up. Hearing the loud commotion behind him, Leo's heart suddenly tightened. That girl Scarlet caught up with him so quickly. Is it true that women chase men? Is it even easier to wear a veil between them? Chapter 68 Leo vs. Scarlet 3. Scarlet chased behind Leo and swung her heavy sword to sweep out. At this moment Leo suddenly turned around, and 2 rays of light, one red and one black, flashed on his hand. Baby girl, take the move. The shadow arrows formed by the gathering of dark elements, and the sacrifice formed by the condensation of fire elements were shot out from Leo's hands, one on the left and the other on the right. Scarlet had no time to dodge at such a close distance. But the female knight was very confident in her own strength. The holy light protecting her body was burning like a flame, and the incoming shadow arrows and the sacrificial fire inflicted on her body were at the same time. Without letting her attack slow down, the heavy sword swung outward to its maximum range and swept inward. Wow! A wall of bones appeared at the right time, blocking the épée swept by Scarlet. At the same time as the wall of bones appeared, Leo squeezed the hand that had just cast the sacrifice, and the fire of sacrifice that had not yet been extinguished in the palm of his hand was here. As soon as I held it, there was a soft pop sound, and it burned. Bang! The powerful impact made Scarlet's body shake. At this moment, the shadow arrow hit her chest. The impact of the shadow arrow combined with the impact of burning pushed the female knight's body back a meter away. The sweeping heavy sword was also slowed down by the bone wall, and Scarlet's attack failed again. Damn it. This warlock is now much more difficult to deal with than the one who could only run away outside Shichuen Fortress. Scarlet gritted her teeth in hatred. She was about to chase, but suddenly found a thick barrel pointed at her. Girl. Take my load. The Goblin Mortar is Leo's current trump card. Although it can be lifted with one hand. It looks very light. But in fact its attack power is not inferior to the Pyroblast unleashed by a top high-level mage. Technique. Pyroblast is a super powerful single-target attack spell for fire mages known for their high attack power. If it can't hurt Scarlet Leo, there's really nothing that can be done. Scarlet wanted to hide. But a vine as thick as an arm emerged from the ground under her feet. The poisonous flower vine tightly wrapped around the female knight's ankle regardless of the damage caused by the hot holy light. The claystone demon also emerged from Scarlet's feet. The ground behind Ray emerged and hugged the female knight's waist firmly. If Scarlet was given 1 or 2 breaths, she would definitely be able to break away from the entanglement of the poisonous flower vines and claystone demons. But Leo would not give her time at all. And the distance between the two was too close. 5 meters away. The muzzle flash of the Goblin Mortar flashed. And Scarlet was hit from the front before she could even take a defensive posture. Boom! Scarlet, who was hit by the Goblin Mortar, let out a muffled groan. And her whole body flew backward 6 or 7 meters away under the powerful bombardment. The female knight's body fell heavily to the ground. And the holy light that was as blazing as a burning flame suddenly dimmed. Just like the flame that had been poured with cold water. Although there was still a little spark. It might be extinguished at any time. Success? Leo was overjoyed. And before a smile could creep onto his face, he saw Scarlet's body moving on the ground. And at the same time as the female knight's protective holy light disappeared, a word passed into his ears. Death Warlock. Give it all back to you. Leo's heart sank. Oops. What a mistake. Then Leo, who was holding the Goblin Mortar, suddenly flew backwards as if he had been hit by a large truck traveling at high speed. Damn it. Punish the knight with an eye for an eye. Falling heavily to the ground, Leo felt as if all the bones in his body had been forcibly broken. The severe pain made him almost pass out. Pain. This word occupied his entire brain. A strange scene appeared on the battlefield. A warlock and a knight fell to each other 10 or 20 meters away from each other. Within this range, there was no one among the Defias thieves and the Western Wilderness People's Army who were fighting on the battlefield. As he got closer, a vacuum appeared on the deadly battlefield. In fact, it's not that the Defias thieves and the Westfall People's Army don't want to go there, but that they don't dare. Although Scarlet seems to be seriously injured now. As the saying goes, the power of death is still there. The female knight was too sharp before. Killing the mid-level warrior is as easy as killing a chicken. Who knows what will happen if she gets closer? He would be hacked to death by her sword. And no one was willing to take their own lives as a joke. As for Leo, the mad wolf guarding him, and the crows circling in the sky are not easy to mess with. Even though they are vulnerable to Scarlet. This weakness has its target. Scarlet's strength is beyond the reach of others. Comparable? After several people who tried to get close to Leo were torn into pieces by mad wolves. No one dared to make a mistake again. What's more, there is a void walker guarding Leo. This psychic creature is very weird in the eyes of ordinary people. And its intimidating power is not small. Leo fell to the ground and gasped for air. The paladin is a rogue profession. With a high defense comparable to that of a warrior. A high physique that is not inferior to that of a warrior. And auxiliary skills and healing spells that are not inferior to that of a priest. When you can't beat him, you can also activate the Holy Shield technique, which is usually called invincible running. When fighting a paladin, it's okay if your attack is not strong. Otherwise you will be healed after a long time of fighting with a shake of your hand and a holy light spell, but it is not good to have a strong attack. The punishment cavalry's eye for an eye, and the guardian knight's reckoning. This is a skill where the harder you hit him, the more painful it will be, and the higher the damage he will inflict on you. In other words, when fighting a paladin, you won't feel any pain if you hit him. But if you hit him, you still have to be beaten. Glancing at Scarlet, he saw the female knight struggling to stand up again with a heavy sword. Leo, who was in pain all over his body and couldn't move, couldn't help but roll his eyes. The saint is still a saint after all. He was hit in the front. He can still stand up despite being bombarded. Damn it. All the saints have the talent of being strong. Fortunately for Leo, even though his body seemed to be falling apart and unable to move, his magic power could still be mobilized and controlled by his mental power. The clay stone demon and poisonous flower vine that were destroyed by the goblin mortar were resummoned by him. Without saying a word, the big man clay stone demon stretched out his arms and hugged Leo horizontally, while the poisonous flower vine quickly penetrated into the ground. Leo gave Scarlet a provocative look. I have so many brothers, so I don't even have to move my legs to run. The female knight stood up again with her heavy sword and glared at him angrily. If eyes could kill, Leo would have been cut into pieces. Before you were injured, my summoned creatures could do nothing to you. Now that you are seriously injured, how much strength do you still have? As Leo's thoughts turned, the Mad Wolf, Crow, Void Walker and Poisonous Flower Vine received the order and rushed towards Scarlet. Young boys, come on over here and help Master push down this tough girl. Chapter 69. Both sides suffer losses. Despite what Leo said so arrogantly, in fact both the Crazy Wolf and the Void Walker were very cautious when approaching Scarlet. Pushing her down is, after all, a physical job. Especially when the person you want to push is a strong girl like Scarlet. This requires not only physical strength, but also a little bit of skill. Pushing down a tough girl is a hard job that requires both physical strength and skill. Scarlet stared at Leo, paying no attention to the wolf and other summoned creatures that rushed towards her. A shield made of holy light protected her inside, like a seamless cover. This layer of shield is less than half a finger thick, and it seems that it can be broken through with a push. But no matter how hard the Mad Wolf and the Void Walker attack, it can't shake it at all. Holy Shield. Leo looked helpless and used Invincible. This is the most rogue ultimate move. Without the priest's Great Dispersion, the Paladin's Holy Shield spell, and return to the city would have no solution at all. In this world, the return to the city is just a directional magic scroll, which can be bought as long as you are willing to spend some gold coins. Of course, Scarlet's activation of Divine Shield is not a rogue approach of using invincibility plus recall. While Leo was still lamenting the shamelessness of the Holy Shield, a small crystal bottle suddenly appeared in Scarlet's hand. The dark purple liquid in the bottle gave people a feeling of infinite vitality. Holy crap! Seeing this, Leo said nothing, commanding the clay stone demon to hug him and run away. It's okay to be invincible, but you still have sex. This is too shameless. Why did I forget that this girl is a member of the Aratha royal family? And she is not short of money. How can a bottle of vitality potion with only 20,000 gold coins be enough to win over a second-generation king? The regret in Leo's heart is simply not to be mentioned. Before time travel, I often heard people talking about various second generations, such as the rich second generation, the powerful official second generation, etc. These second generations seem to be quite corrupt. But how can they be compared to the second generation, which is reasonable and legal? A rich and powerful second generation king? Leo was sure that Scarlet, that tough girl, definitely had more than one bottle of vitality potion on her. And she had plenty of ammunition. No wonder this girl was so arrogant. I am so envious and jealous. For a bottle of vitality potion worth 20,000 gold coins, I can only express that I am short of money. After drinking the vitality potion, the holy light that disappeared from Scarlet's body burned fiercely again. With the help of the potion, the female knight's combat power returned to its peak. Scarlet's body shone like a dazzling sun. Under the divine storm, the Void Walker was beaten into a sieve. The 3-meter-tall psychic creature roared and turned into basic elements, disappearing into the crowd. In sight. Fortunately, the 3 mad wolves had the ability to teleport and saw the opportunity early. They had already escaped when Scarlet drank the vitality potion. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed this time. Even so, they were severely injured. Where to escape? Scarlet raised her heavy sword and chased Leo with a fierce aura. Poor Leo finally used the goblin mortar to trick Scarlet and gain an advantage for himself, but was overturned by the opponent because of a bottle of vitality potion in the female knight's hand. And he was once again being hunted. This dog's life is indeed like this. You can never guess what will happen next moment. The claystone demon is not a summoned creature that is known for its speed. How can such a bulky man outrun Scarlet, who has activated Justice Pursuit? In less than 10 breaths, the female knight had already caught up with Leo. Go to HL. Command Seal. Scarlet had never suffered such a big loss. The hit from the goblin mortar made the female knight vomit blood, and the anger in her heart had reached its peak. This sword was merciless, and the heavy sword flowing with hot golden holy light struck down hard. It seemed that it was going to split the claystone demon and Leo in half. This girl is so ruthless. I would definitely be cut in half if I was hugged by the claystone demon when her heavy sword was struck down. As the saying goes, clay figures are also earthy. Scarlet's merciless pursuit aroused Leo's anger. 3 fist-sized objects appeared in Leo's hands. They were 3 goblin grenades. I will thoroughly let you understand today that I am not someone to be trifled with. The running clay stone demon suddenly stopped and threw Leo forward with a shake of his arms. Leo's men were thrown out, but his things still fell down, and the 3 goblin grenades remained in the hands of the clay stone demon, because her line of sight was blocked by the clay stone demon's thick body. Scarlet only saw Leo's figure thrown away, but not the 3 goblin grenades. Therefore, the female knight accelerated her speed and collided with the clay stone demon. Go! In her eyes, this earth elemental creature couldn't stop her at all, and the command seal she had already slashed was enough to deal with it. The heavy sword struck down, and without any surprise, the clay stone demon was split into 2 halves. However, at this time, Scarlet did not take advantage of the opportunity to pursue him, but turned to the side to dodge, because the female knight saw the 3 goblin grenades waiting for her to hit from the crack in the clay stone demon's body. Want to hide? Hee hee. It's too late. Boom! 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 3 consecutive thunder-like sounds on the ground completely drowned out the cries of death on the battlefield, and everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. Damn sorcerer! Scarlet, who fell to the ground and tried to struggle to get up, gave up helplessly after trying twice. Blood dripped from the female knight's faceplate. Raising her hand with difficulty, Scarlet said in a weak voice, "Give it back to you, Death Warlock." Leo was frustrated again. When Scarlet raised her hand to speak, a huge impact suddenly hit Leo. His body was like a torn water bag, and he was bleeding like crazy. Damn it. It's an eye for an eye again. You'll die if you don't do this. Ahem. Leo cursed angrily, but unexpectedly he coughed up blood as soon as he opened his mouth, and the magic power in his body began to become disordered. This time, he was completely injured. The paladin's anti-injury skills are really bad. I have used goblin mortars and goblin grenades, these highly lethal items. What should I do next? Leo was thinking of a solution while sorting out his chaotic magic flow. Paladins are all Shichung. If you can't beat one to death with a stick, he will appear in front of you alive and kicking in a few blows. Besides, Scarlet still has enough potions to support her. Although the potions cannot be used continuously, the interval between them is only 1 or 200 breaths. What does Leo do with this little time? He didn't even have enough magic to sort out his own chaos. Just when Leo was having a headache about how to continue fighting Scarlet, a figure with a faint holy light on his body staggered towards Scarlet. This person is none other than the Guardian Knight whose fire of life is about to burn out. Sardin. Chapter 70 New Mission. Stop! It shouldn't be like this. The paladin who protects justice and justice should not become the executioner who slaughters people. Sardin stumbled to Scarlet's side. At this time, the holy light shining on him was so thin that it almost disappeared, indicating that the Guardian Knight's fire of life was about to burn out. Scarlet didn't notice anything unusual about Sardin, because the female knight didn't know Sardin's strength at all, and thought this was the reason why the Guardian Knight was too seriously injured. She snorted coldly and asked, "Justice and justice? You? A sinner who became a robber. Do you think you can talk to me about justice and justice? What are you doing?" Sardin shook his head. He knew that many things couldn't be explained at all. Besides, looking at Scarlet's appearance, he didn't intend to listen to his explanation. Knowing that he didn't have much time left, Sardin stretched out his hand and gently set it rests on the heart of the female knight. The remaining holy light on the Guardian Knight slowly flowed towards Scarlet's body along Sardin's hand. Leo, who saw this scene through the sight shared by his summoned creatures, opened his eyes wide. Damn it. Did I see a magic horse? Isn't this kid Sardin crazy? He actually dares to play tricks on a tough girl like Scarlet? In broad daylight, in full view of the world, he actually dared to attack his chest. Wow. The paladins are indeed extraordinary people. They can do it so openly even if they attack the breasts. Leo cursed in his heart. What surprised him was that Scarlet didn't have any drastic reaction. The female knight actually let Sardin's body hurt. Holy light flowed into her body. There is indeed passion among the saints. A certain time-traveling man cursed viciously, with justice and justice in mind, using the power given to us by the holy light to protect all the beauty, and to drive away all the darkness in the world. This is the paladin. The loss of holy light in the body made Sardin weaker and weaker. Every paladin you should have a pair of wise and compassionate eyes. Don't let illusions blind you. Please help these people get back everything that belongs to them. The Guardian Knight, whose life fire had burned out, swayed and fell backwards after losing all life breath. A hand stretched out from the diagonal stab and held Satin firmly. And Scarlet stood up again as if nothing had happened. The female knight held Satin's body and fell silent. A promising Guardian Knight just passed away. Leo sighed silently. Life is really fragile. Tell me with your life. Am I wrong? Scarlet's tone was unabashedly self-deprecating. Sardin had just told her everything using a secret method that could only be used by paladins. The reconstruction of Stormwind City. The difficulties of the Masonic Brotherhood. The rogue faces of the nobles, and other information. So that she was kept in the dark. Scarlet completely understood the whole story. I was indeed used as a weapon by some people. The paladin who was supposed to uphold justice actually acted as the executioner of the nobles. This was really a great irony. Looking at Leo lying on the ground, Scarlet suddenly said, Guys from MI7. If you can still move, come with me. Leo grinned dissatisfiedly. If he could still move, how could he lie on the ground and pretend to be a corpse? A ray of holy light fell on Leo, and the warm light made him feel that his injuries were much better. The bleeding wounds were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the pain that penetrated into the bone marrow in his body was also relieved a lot. This is holy light, and there is a paladin in the Westfall People's Army. The lessening of the injury allowed Leo to regain his mobility. When he stood up again, he saw a middle-aged uncle with gray hair walking out of the People's Army. It turns out that the Defias thieves and the People's Army had already separated when he and Scarlet were chasing each other. Lord Gryan. Scarlet greeted the middle-aged uncle. It turned out that this was the supreme commander of the People's Army. The Paladin Gryan. The holy light that healed Leo just now was sent by him. Sorry, I'm late. Gryan looked at Satin in Scarlet's arms with an apologetic look on his face. As both paladins, the death of a companion made both of them sad. Scarlet shook her head. I should be sorry. Lord Gryan, since you are here, it is up to you to arrange things here. After saying that, the female knight summoned her own warhorse, turned over, and left. This girl must have found a place to cry. Leo blinked, relieved that Scarlet left. This tough girl who yelled at him as soon as they met really made him feel uncomfortable, especially when he was not as strong as her opponent. After watching Scarlet leave, Gryan turned his attention to Leo. I have received orders from Stormwind that Van Cleef has been executed, so please give it to me. It turned out that after Leo woke up in the death mine, he had already sent a message to MI7 through a magical transmission, explaining the specific information in detail, specifically mentioning the venture capital company's plan. Perhaps it was because they learned that Stormwind City was almost in trouble that the kingdom's bigwigs reacted so quickly. In just one day, Gryan rushed over from Sentinel Hill. After checking the warrant produced by Gryan, Leo nodded and handed the magic prop containing Van Cleef's body to Gryan. At this point, Leo's mission was successfully completed, although in fact he only needed to kill Van Cleef. Lord Gryan, the rest will be left to you. Leo looked at the Defias thief who became agitated after hearing the news of Van Cleef's execution, and then leapt on the back of a mad wolf. The next thing is not for him to deal with. He doesn't know how to arrange the members of Defias and a series of follow-up measures. Nor does he know how to do it appropriately. There is no use staying in Ueshi town. It would be better to let the experienced Jerry Anchuen handle it better. As the saying goes, it is most appropriate to leave professional matters to knowledgeable people. Besides, Leo still had things to do. After he passed the message to MI7, Pisonia's instructions then came to investigate the source of the plague flowers that appeared in the death mine. Investigating the plague flower. Leaving this matter to others would definitely leave him scratching his head, because the source of the plague flower is the place where undead creatures live. It is really a waste of brain cells to find the undead activities hidden in any corner in the kingdom that believes in the holy light. But Leo is different. Through his memory, he vaguely remembers that there is such a place where undead creatures live in the Kingdom of Storms. And that is the Twilight Forest. To be precise, it is the cemetery Crow Ridge in the Twilight Forest. Chapter 71 Send you on your way. Dusk Forest. This is the territory of the Kingdom of Stormwind. On the surface, it is under the protection of Stormwind City. But unlike North County and Elwyn Forest, it is far away from the political center of the kingdom. And Stormwind City also feels that it is beyond its reach. The kingdom's governance is not strong enough, which makes many things that happen in Duskwood out of Stormwind City's control. If Elwyn Forest gives people the impression of a lush green, and the western wilderness is a golden expanse of fertile fields, then Dusk Forest is a kind of gray. A lifeless gray that symbolizes twilight. Leo expressed a complete lack of love in such a place. The environment here is really bad. It always feels depressing. I don't know how people who have lived here for a long time can bear it. If you stay in an environment like the Twilight Forest for a long time, you will definitely have psychological problems. Leo really regrets entering this chaotic place now. Confusion? Yes. It's chaos. This is not Leo's nonsense, but his personal experience. Because he was robbed. Four ogres about 3 meters tall jumped out from the roadside and stopped Leo shortly after he entered the Twilight Forest. Leo looked carefully at the 4 big guys with a tough aura in front of him and became cautious. Compared to humans, the ogre race is physically unique. Even the weakest ogre race, as soon as their members reach adulthood, their strength is no less than that of low-level warriors. The 4 ogres who stopped Leo were not weak, with their strength comparable to that of ordinary high-level warriors. They were capable of robbing families and homes. 4 ogres with high-level warriors act as bandits. Dusk Forest seems to be a much more difficult place than Westfall and Elwyn Forest. Leo looked at the ogre silently, and he didn't speak. In fact, he had no desire to speak at all. Hey, a human. There's something to eat today. This human being is too thin. There isn't much meat at all. It doesn't taste good. That wolf looks delicious. I think human flesh is more delicious. I'm tired of eating wolf meat. The 4 ogres, who had a grand discussion about whether humans or wolves were more delicious, had no intention of asking Leo for his opinion. In the eyes of the ogres, a thin human being had no ability to resist them. Well, Leo admitted that he was actually speechless in front of the 4 ogres, who were debating whether he was more delicious or the wolf in his crotch was more delicious. What can be said? Should I tell them, actually, I think my meat is more delicious than this wolf's? Or so you're not here to rob the soles of your feet? Don't you want to be ridiculous? The ogres were debating whether to eat Leo or the wolf first, when one of the ogre's stomach suddenly growled. I'm hungry. The ogre touched his belly, and said with drooling eyes, as he looked at Leo. Damn it. Can you please stop looking at me with such a weird expression on the best lowly? Leo felt a chill in his heart. Ogres neither brushed their teeth nor rinsed their mouths. The smell of bad breath could be smelled from 4 to 5 meters away, which made Leo sick. When the ogre wanted to attack him because of hunger, Leo suddenly pointed in a direction and asked, how can ogres in a town next to humans be hungry? The shadow of a town could be vaguely seen in the direction Leo was pointing. And that was the Crow Ridge he was going to investigate this time. Compared with the strength of their physical bodies, the intelligence of ogres is obviously not enough. While God gave them powerful bodies, it also weakened their intelligence. Except for some special ogre magicians, the intelligence of any ogre is much lower than that of normal humans. In the eyes of many people, ogres are just a bunch of fools with no strength and no brains. Facts have also proved that this is indeed the case. Ogres are indeed very stupid. Leo just asked a question to draw their attention away. Crow Ridge? That's not a nice place. It's just that there's no food to be found there. No. There are a lot of moving bones there. That one is called the undead. I have seen a very powerful undead. That guy made me feel scared just by looking at him. It seems that there are indeed undead in Crow Ridge. And I have really come to the right place. Leo got very valuable information from the ogre's words. That is, there are indeed undead in Crow Ridge. And there is also a very powerful undead among them. An undead that can scare even ogres with the strength of high-level warriors. With the ogre's brutal character and slow mind, what scares them just by seeing it is all-powerful people who have broken through the high level and entered a higher level. Or, having such a guy on Crow Ridge is really troublesome. It turned out that Leo was not pointing randomly when he pointed in the direction of Crow Ridge and asked the ogre. This kid had a premeditated plan. Since the 4 ogres blocking the road appear near Crow Ridge, they must know something about Crow Ridge. It is definitely much easier to learn some information about Crow Ridge from these 4 ogres than to ask Leo himself. After getting the information he wanted, Leo was no longer ready to waste time on the ogre. Since ogres regard humans as food and hunt humans, they must be aware of being killed by humans. For humans who can occupy a large part of the land in this world, and occupy a very important position among the higher races, whether they are beasts, ogres, or even powerful dragons. As long as they behave toward humans, if they have an unfriendly attitude, they are the enemies of mankind. In this world of swords and magic, in this world where no one race dominates, and in this world of constant wars, fists and force are often the means to resolve disputes. Completely erasing those who are hostile to them from body to soul is a practice often used by powerful races. This approach is simple and crude, but extremely effective. Although Leo is a time traveler, he is a human being after all. As a human being, he will naturally not have any good impressions of ogres who regard humans as food. Are you kidding me? You treat me like food and I'm still nice to you? Am I short-sighted? What? Can I say a few words? Leo said, attracting the attention of the 4 ogres who were talking about Crow Ridge to himself. Human. What do you want to say? This human doesn't look appetizing at all. Eating him is at least better than starving. I'm hungry. The 4 ogres each said one sentence, giving Leo no chance to interrupt. Being slow to react, they completely didn't realize that the mad wolf that Leo originally rode had disappeared. Rubbing his ears depressedly, Leo sighed helplessly. These 4 guys are really noisy. For the sake of the 4 of you confirming to me that there are undead in Crow Ridge, I will give you something. Human. What are you going to give me? Is it food? Don't think that we will let you go. At most, I will take less of your flesh. I'm hungry. The 4 ogres seemed to have a telepathic connection. The 4 sentences of the 4 people were connected so smoothly that no one was given a chance to interrupt. Nima. You 4 fools. If you dare to treat me as food, I will send you on your way today. Chapter 72 Abercrombie. At a T-shaped intersection, Leo stood on the side of the road and looked at the tattered road signs. The T-shaped horizontal road runs through the twilight forest from west to east. You can reach Night Town by following this avenue. The last time Leo came to Twilight Forest, he entered from the direction of the East Valley Lumber Camp, which happened to be at the other end of the road. At that time, he was eager to get rid of the curse on his body, and was worried about the Stone Tablet Lake. So he hurriedly killed the poor country teacher and left. This resulted in him being unfamiliar with the part of the road he was going to take. Being unfamiliar doesn't mean he doesn't know it at all. At least he still knows very well where the road under the T-shape leads to Stranglethorn Valley, a place where murders often occur. Speaking of which, Shanka Mountain and Stranglethorn Valley were extremely lively places of right and wrong. Isn't there a saying that goes well? If you want to ask the Alliance whether it is suffering, think back to Stranglethorn Valley. If you want to ask the Horde whether it is tired, there are gorillas all over the mountains and plains. In the era before Ed Hexion came. In the era when corpses would rot into skeletons instead of magically turning into tombstones. In the era when the blood flowing out was still bright red instead of black. Numerous white bones could be seen everywhere on the green hills of Stranglethorn Valley. As a recidivist who committed many crimes in Stranglethorn Valley, Leo lamented, the battles in the Yamaguchi Mountains were once full of passion. In order to form a team and go online on time before going to work, the teammates who committed the same crime can't go back. Nothing can go back. A gust of wind with the smell of blood blew by, and the pungent smell woke Leo from his emotions. The direction the wind was blowing was a hill about 100 meters high, where the ogres once lived. Once? The reason why I say this is because all the ogres on the mountain have turned into corpses. The 4 ogres who stopped Leo didn't know what kind of evil star they had provoked. After killing the 4 ogres, Leo quietly touched the house called Wall by the residents of the Twilight Forest, the place of ancient Ogre Mountain. Assassinations, sneak attacks, curses. After a series of battles, the ogre tribe entrenched in the mountains became history. Leo, who spent 3 days killing nearly 60 ogres on the mountain, did not do it for any noble reason, such as eradicating violence and bringing peace of mind. The reason why he put so much effort into doing this was only to gain energy for upgrades. Each of the group of ogres in Volgu Ogre Mountain has strength comparable to ordinary high-level warriors. After killing these guys, Leo will absorb a lot of upgrade energy. 21 level is Leo's current level. In other words, these 60 ogres have allowed Leo to rise 1 level. Spending 3 days to level up was a good deal in Leo's opinion, judging from what he knew about the upgrading speed in this world. The average speed for a warrior who has reached the intermediate level to advance to the next level is 2 years. The contrast between 3 days and 2 years is staggering. Rubbing his nose, Leo didn't even look at Volgu Ogre Mountain. If the same kind of people are slaughtered, the vast majority of people will definitely react. Whether it is disgust, guilt, or excitement, but if the killing is of aliens that threaten human survival, more than 99% of humans will feel normal. As for the aliens who were massacred just to survive, and they felt that they were innocent and wanted to accuse them, would humans listen? Looking in the direction of Crow Ridge indicated by the tattered road sign, Leo saw a road that had been abandoned for an unknown period of time and no traces of it, and a building shrouded in thick gray fog that could only be vaguely seen. To the outline of the town. Crow Ridge. This is a town that is proud of its funerals and is famous throughout the world. There is a funeral college here, where the best embalmers in the world graduate. But now, it's just a ghost town where the undead roam. This town has funerals instead of doing anything bad. No wonder it attracts the undead. Leo, who was walking on the abandoned road, secretly despised him. Having experienced the era before time travel when he couldn't afford to die, he felt sorry for those who made money from the dead. The guy doesn't have a good impression. If I hadn't traveled through time, would I have to prepare a sum of money before my death so that I could pay for the tomb that is rented every 20 years when the unworthy descendants forget about it? Young man, stop going. Crow Ridge is not a good place right now. Just as Leo was walking cautiously towards Crow Ridge, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded, which startled him. A middle-aged man with white hair came to a place a few meters away from Leo at some point. What surprised Leo was that the crazy wolf didn't notice him at all before he made a sound. This guy is not simple. Leo was secretly on guard. Anyone who could escape the sharp sense of smell of the mad wolf and come near him had to keep him on guard. Especially in Crow Ridge, which was supposed to be uninhabited. The strong smell of herbs mixed with a very strange smell came out of the white-haired middle-aged man. The strange smell made Leo almost cry. Damn. What is this? The legendary masculinity that drives Fujoshis crazy? Young man, don't be nervous. The white-haired middle-aged man looked at Leo and said, I am Abercrombie, the doctor in Night Town. Now I have to stay in Crow Ridge for some reasons. It turned out to be a doctor. No wonder the herbal smell on his body was so strong. Leo nodded friendly to the other party. Although he was still on guard, but not as strong as before. If Leo was an alliance player, he would definitely be wary of this guy named Abercrombie. Unfortunately, Leo Yamaguchi played in the Horde and had no impression of Abercrombie at all. A wooden house that could barely keep out the wind and rain. This was Abercrombie's residence. What makes Leo feel strange is that not far from Abercrombie's wooden house is Crow Ridge, where the undead are rampant. Standing at the door of the wooden house, you can still vaguely see the skeletons wandering aimlessly in the town. These should have felt. The skeleton, which was attacking living objects like crazy, actually ignored Abercrombie. Weird. So weird. Leo knew his own family affairs. He was a necromancer, and there was a power of death hidden in his body. As long as he did not take the initiative to attack the other party, low-level undead creatures with no intelligence at all would not attack him. But why is Abercrombie not attacked by undead creatures? He is a big living person. If something goes wrong, you will become a monster. Abercrombie saw Leo's doubts, and the white-haired middle-aged man chuckled and said, It's just some small tricks. Young man, you are the one with the best skills. Small means? Leo didn't believe it. It is a small trick to make the undead turn a blind eye to a big living person jumping around? This uncle is really humble. But being too modest is hypocrisy. Chapter 73 The Dark Shadow at Crow Ridge. The gray field of vision was lifeless, and the only things that moved in his vision were skeletons. Oh, yes. Occasionally there will be a few wraiths floating by. How could such a scene make Leo feel better, as he carefully walked through the dilapidated town? Make your own soup, eat your own food, and do your own things. Uncle Abercrombie just begs his brother to do things for him, and he doesn't do anything. If he hadn't given me the map of Crow Ridge Town, he wouldn't be too lazy. Ignore him. Observing along the way, Leo found that there were quite a lot of undead here, although all he could see were low-level undead creatures without intelligence. Anyone who saw thousands of skeletons and hundreds of resentful spirits would feel a little scared. Didn't you say that there is a powerful undead in Crow Ridge? Why didn't you see it? Leo couldn't help but muttered as he was about to reach the center of the town and hadn't seen the powerful undead that the ogre was talking about. Before he finished speaking, Leo suddenly felt a warning sign in his heart. Without thinking, he lunged forward and rolled quickly. The place where Leo was standing just now has been occupied by a skeleton wearing armor. Next to it is a group of skeletons that are almost identical to it. A bunch of skeletons in armor. Judging from the style of their armor, they should be the guards of the former Crow Ridge town. Leo quickly made a judgment. These skeletons transformed from guards were a little higher than ordinary skeletons. A living person like Leo couldn't hide their perception. Wow! 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 3 bone walls in succession blocked the road between the skeleton guards and Leo. The skeleton guards, who did not have much wisdom left, began to blindly attack the bone walls blocking their way. The friction sound of the armor moving and the impact of the sword on the bone wall broke the dead silence of Crow Ridge, and the sounds of bang and pop echoed in the dilapidated town. Leo thought to himself that this was not good, as this would alarm all the undead in the town. Big trouble. A mad wolf was summoned by Leo. He leaned his body on the mad wolf. And the snow-white mad wolf ran desperately towards the outside of the town. In order not to hinder the white-haired middle-aged Uncle Abercrombie, Leo did not choose the direction of the wooden house where the uncle was. Leo didn't run even 2 steps, but felt a sense of inner fear suddenly rise from the bottom of his heart. The sudden fear made his limbs stiff and his body completely inoperable. The mad wolf that escaped with him also encountered the same situation. It was supposed to escape with Leo and suddenly stayed in place. Fortunately, this feeling of fear went away just as quickly as it came, and Leo returned to normal in just a matter of breaths. What happened? That feeling just now was a fear spell. Are there advanced undead creatures that can use fear in Crow Ridge? Thinking of this, Leo did not dare to hesitate. He summoned a mad wolf to carry him and ran wildly. As for the mad wolf that had not yet got rid of the fear effect, Leo simply gave up. My little brother is just used as cannon fodder. Besides, the mad wolf won't really die. He only needs to spend more magic power to summon it again. In a ghost town where the undead were raging, he was fighting an advanced undead creature that knew fear and was hiding in the dark. The opponent's home field advantage was too obvious, and Leo was not going to act recklessly until he understood the situation. By the way, not everyone is so lucky. The opponents they encounter are all like national pigs. The so-called plateau home field advantage often makes themselves extremely embarrassed, leaving a frightened mad wolf as a target. The skeleton guards, who came to chase Leo, were successfully diverted. They chopped down the poor mad wolf randomly, and enjoyed the treatment of dismembering it with random blades. Leo, who was riding on the back of the mad wolf, vaguely heard a gloomy snort, and a figure wearing a black mage robe and covered with black mist flashed out of his sight. It's a human being. Leo was suddenly shocked. He believed that his judgment would never be wrong. The fleeting black figure was definitely a human being. A human actually appears in a town where the undead are raging. And it seems that this human can also command the undead. Is this guy the mastermind behind Crow Ridge turning into a ghost town? If this is really the case, I will gain a lot from exploring Crow Ridge this time. Who is that black shadow? Is he a necromancer who is willing to sacrifice himself to the darkness in order to obtain the so-called eternal life? If he is a necromancer, what does he have to do with the plague flowers that appear in the death mines? Did he deliberately spread the plague that the Defias members in the death mines were infected with? Things involving the necromancer will not be simple. And Leo knew that he might have to stay in the Twilight Forest for a relatively long time to deal with an undead wizard. Especially if this undead wizard has thousands of skeletons and hundreds of resentful spirits. Leo is really powerless on his own. Of course, all this has a premise. That is, Leo only has one profession, warlock. In fact, it is Leo's luck. If he is not a warlock who specializes in dark power, then his resistance to dark spells will not be much stronger than others. If he does not have the death spiritual power of a necromancer, the undead will definitely first target him as a living person. Not only that, if he were not a necromancer and a warlock, he would not be able to get rid of the influence of fear so quickly. Then the end will be the same as the first mad wolf, being cut into pieces by the skeleton guards. It was precisely because Leo unexpectedly got rid of the influence of the fear spell early that the undead wizard hiding in the dark was caught off guard and allowed him to escape smoothly. Maybe you should go to Night Town to see what the residents living in the Twilight Forest might know, Leo thought, and patted the mad wolf on the head. After receiving the master's instructions, the mad wolf adjusted its direction and ran towards the direction of Night Town. As the wolf was running hurriedly, a towering crater came into Leo's sight. The terrain of the Twilight Forest is also strange. In the middle of the forest, there is a crater that stretches for hundreds of miles and is about 1,000 meters high. What is even more strange is that there is no grass growing on this crater. Thinking about it, Leo suddenly broke into a cold sweat, and the mad wolf hurriedly bypassed the bare crater under his order. It turns out that Leo suddenly remembered what was in this crater. A dragon. A giant dragon. This is the nest of a giant dragon. Slaying a dragon sounds very stupid. But for Leo now, it would be stupid to really want to slay a dragon. With Leo's current strength, to challenge the dragon, it would be better to say that it was to slay the dragon than to give people snacks. Or the kind of snacks that are not enough to fit between the teeth. Ouch. A long wolf howl suddenly reached Leo's ears. And a wolf, with silver gray fur, suddenly jumped out from the side. Leo became angry when he saw this wolf. Oh, you are a lame wolf, who doesn't bully small animals honestly, but instead comes to cause trouble for me. Is he really that easy to bully? Chapter 74 Lame Wolf Rubes. A lame wolf actually dares to come and cause trouble for me. Look at me. I've also made your other 3 good legs lame. The 3 black shadows were like 3 sharp arrows shooting at the 3 good legs of the lame wolf. And the sharp beaks were the arrows. Leo didn't want to waste time on this wolf, and was ready to let the crow teach it a lesson. I have to say that Leo was careless. He also didn't want to think about why this lame wolf dared to show up even though the mad wolf had been running in the twilight forest for so long without encountering any wild beasts. Beasts have a stronger instinct than humans. That is, they are more sensitive to things that threaten them. Crazy wolves run in the forest without being attacked by wild beasts. That is because the wild beasts feel the threat of wild wolves. Now that the lame wolf dares to show up, it naturally feels that it is stronger than the wild wolf. Just when the crow was about to attack him, the lame wolf suddenly swung his claws. The claws were swung so fast that it brought up several afterimages in the air. The 3 crows were immediately torn into pieces after the black wolf claws passed through. Fragments. This lame wolf can actually use dark elements. Leo was surprised. He didn't expect that the lame wolf could kill 3 crows easily. The performance of the lame wolf awakened some memories in his mind. Lame. Dark attribute attack. Damn. It turns out that you are quite a young man. He is actually the famous Rubius. If you want to ask which wolf is the most famous in the Yamaguchi Mountains, who else but Rubes? This lame wolf was an existence that made countless people gnash their teeth with hatred. After recognizing that the other party was Rubes, Leo didn't dare to be careless. The strength of this wild wolf king of the Twilight Forest is beyond compare. Even though it only has 3 good legs, most people are really no match for it. This is because a wolf cannot be judged by its appearance. If you are deceived by its appearance, congratulations. You are not far from death. Getting off the back of the mad wolf, Leo waved his hand, and the 3 mad wolves appeared together. The 3 strong wolves did not make Rubius feel timid at all. The wolf king of the Twilight Forest had a sense of arrogance. Hearing a long howl, it took the lead in launching an attack. Rubius's movements were too fast. The wolf that was the target of his attack had no time to react before Rubius jumped onto its back. The sharp teeth of the wild wolf king tore the wolf's back into a blur. Still as pure water. Moving as a lame wolf. These words are really true. Even my brother couldn't help but admire his good skills. Leo didn't panic at all when a wild wolf was injured by Rubes. The wolf king was strong, but it didn't have the ability to hurt Leo. When Rubes was biting the wolf, the other 2 wolves came to him in an instant. The wolf king was caught off guard. He didn't expect that the opponent's movements were so fast. With Rubius's knowledge, he didn't know that there were still wild wolves in the world who had the talent to teleport. There was no doubt that the king of wild wolves had been tricked. The mad wolf would not be polite to Rubes. After teleporting to him, he opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on Rubes's hind legs. Bright red blood spilled down the torn wounds. A large piece of silver-gray fur was soaked with blood. Sample. Let me see if you are too arrogant. From 4 lame and 1 to 4 lame and 3. Now you know how powerful it is. As the wild wolf king of the Twilight Forest, Rubes controls the entire Twilight Forest. When has it ever suffered such a big loss at the hands of its own kind? The wolf's attack seriously injured it, but it also stimulated its wild nature. Ouch! The shrill howl of the wolf broke the tranquility of the forest. Rubius bit down hard amidst the long howl. The mad wolf that was thrown to the ground was bitten even to the spine with its desperate bite. It was broken into pieces, and completely lost its combat effectiveness. Leo looked at it darkly, saying that injured beasts are the most dangerous, and Rubius's performance is a powerful proof. The lame wolf suddenly became tough after being injured. After biting off the backbone of a mad wolf, it supported the injured body and turned the wolf's head, opening its mouth wide and biting the other mad wolf without any trace of damage. Regardless of the crazy biting of the 3rd mad wolf, the 2nd mad wolf jumped away immediately, and Leo was not willing to fight Rubes head-on. The wolf king now only has 1 good leg, and his body's flexibility has completely disappeared. No one is willing to fight hard in such a favorable situation. The 2 mad wolves roared lowly and charged towards Rubes one after the other. It was clear that they were bullying Rubes because his legs and feet were injured, and he was unable to move flexibly. Rubes watched the wolf approaching him vigilantly, and suddenly a bone spear shot from the side. The sharp spear tip easily penetrated the body of the wild wolf king, and the powerful penetration even caused Rubes the body tilted to the side. How could the mad wolves let go of such a good opportunity? They teleported to Rubius and began to bite and claw at the wolf king, who was nailed to the ground with a bone spear. The wounds on Rubius's body increased rapidly. The blood of the Wolf King dyed the entire ground red, adding a different color to the gray forest. The shrill howl of the wolf kept echoing in the forest, although Rubius was struggling to resist. The bone spear that penetrated its body not only caused huge damage to it, but also restricted its movements. The mad wolf kept attacking from Rubius, attacking at the blind spot of C's defense, continuously widening the wounds on Rube's body. It didn't take long for the shrill wolf howl to turn into a low wail, until it finally disappeared. The Wolf King of the Twilight Forest, Rubius, who possessed the power of shadow, eventually died. Don't blame me. Who makes you so short-sighted? Leo shrugged. The bone spear that severely injured Rubes before was made by him. A sound suddenly came from not far away. Leo turned around and asked, "Who? Come out. Please don't get me wrong. I am Sarah Lattimore, the Night Watchman of Night Town." A woman wearing leather armor and holding a sword and shield came out. She pointed to Rubius's body and explained to Leo, the wolf is being tracked, and it injured several residents of Night Town who were out." Leo looked at the Night Watchman. He didn't have a pretty face, and there was an indelible sadness in his eyes, as if something was lingering in his mind. Of course, that's not his concern. This place is quite far from Night Town. You are a very dedicated Night Watchman. Seemingly not hearing the suspicion in Leo's words, Sarah, who claimed to be the Night Watchman, thanked Leo. "Thank you for killing this wolf. Its existence has caused a lot of trouble to Night Town." After thanking Sarah, she warned Leo again, "If you come to Dusk Forest for adventure, you'd better stay away from Crow Forest. It's too dangerous there." A smile appeared on Leo's lips. He heard the information from the Night Watchman's words. The residents living in Night Town definitely knew about the situation in Crow Ridge, and he should be able to give more information there. "Miss Sarah, I want to go to Night Town. Can you show me the way?" Chapter 75 Graveyard Stalking. Night Town is the only safe place for the residents in the Dusk Forest. Only one? That's right. It's the only one. The territory of the kingdom, that was supposed to be safe, has now become very chaotic and dangerous. The undead haunted Crow Ridge. A large number of werewolves suddenly appeared in the Sunshine Forest, and the Vorgal ogres killed by Leo. In addition, the forest recently, wild beasts have gone crazy and attack humans on sight, making the originally safe kingdom land extremely dangerous. It's worse than I thought. After staying in Night Town for a while, Leo roughly figured out the situation in Twilight Forest based on the various news he heard and saw, which made him feel very bad. It's really strange. It stands to reason that the situation here has become very serious. The kingdom's rule here has become in name only, and is in danger of collapse at any time. Why hasn't Stormwind City taken action yet? Leo was puzzled. The kingdom's efficiency wasn't so low. First, the Defias bandits were raging in the western wilderness, causing the kingdom to lose its western granary. Then Dusk Forest, the same major food producer, had problems, and the kingdom of Stormwind seemed to be in troubled times. Is there any big conspiracy here? Leo, who had been influenced by countless TV series before traveling, suddenly had this idea in his mind, which shocked him. Maybe I am paranoid. Perhaps I should report this matter to Pasonia. Although the matter in the western wilderness has been solved, if a big problem occurs in the Dusk Forest, the problem of lack of food for the kingdom's army will still not be solved. Leo, who had stopped the big conspiracy, would not think about it for the time being if it really happened. But if he let Pasonia know that he would not report such a serious situation in time, he might not be able to deal with it in the future. Duke Elro Aberlock is the big man who now controls Night Town. He is also the highest official sent by the Kingdom of Stormwind to control Dusk Forest. From the current situation, it is obvious that the old Duke did not do his job well. At this time, the wrinkled old Duke was looking at Leo with hope, as if he was seeing a savior in a crisis. Is this the capable nobleman that Pasonia mentioned who can help me? How can this old Duke help me? When Elro looked at Leo, Leo was also looking at the old Duke. The people from MI7 arrived before the kingdom's army. It's really surprising. Elro didn't know what he was feeling. Was he complaining about the kingdom's inefficiency? Leo doesn't know anyway. Okay, young man. I just have something to ask you to help with. If you can do it, then I will grant you full authority to deal with all factors in the Dusk Forest that are not conducive to the stability of the kingdom. The old Duke's words made Leo instantly understand what Pasonia meant. Dealing with the Twilight Forest was different from the Defias thieves in the western wilderness. The latter's strength has not escaped the control of MI7, so Pasonia will let Leo use it. But this Twilight Forest is different. Werewolves, undead, and the wizard hiding in the dark. These are all unknown to MI7, which makes Pasonia feel uncertain. Who knows what Leo will encounter when he investigates this matter? Working alone like in the western wilderness is extremely dangerous in the Twilight Forest, where the situation is unclear. So Leo must find a helper. Obviously, the Old Duke's Night Town is a very good helper. Don't forget, the Old Duke still holds the most powerful force in the Twilight Forest. The Night Watchman force that protects Dark Town. After understanding this, the wrinkled Old Duke became an old fox in Leo's eyes. This old guy obviously wanted someone from MI7 to help him. But he still wanted to add the so-called ability test. To put it bluntly, wasn't it? Do you want me to work for him for free? People are old and ghosts are old. This is really true. So, Your Majesty, how can I gain your trust? Forget it. Just work for nothing. Just think of it as leveling up. Leo knew in his heart that proving his abilities to Elro was nothing more than helping to clean up things that were threatening to humans around the town. To put it simply, it means killing monsters. If you can help Night Town deal with the werewolves occupying the Sunshine Woods, I think we will have a pleasant cooperation. Elro's words made Leo go berserk. This old guy really dared to speak. The werewolves entrenched in the Sunshine Forest are the dominant force in the Twilight Forest. These guys who come from nowhere pose a threat to Night Town second only to the undead in Crow Ridge. Although Leo didn't know exactly how many werewolves there were, he thought it would be less than 3 digits. Damn it. All the old guys are fox-level characters. And all the old foxes love hot-blooded young men like Brother Hoo-Hoo? Leo cursed secretly, but he agreed without hesitation on his face. It's just like when you express your opinion on certain things on the internet, and only leave the word haha in an honest way. But in fact you are scolding Gobi in your heart. Sunshine Forest is in the west of Night Town. To go there, you must go out from the west gate of the town. There is a gloomy local cemetery outside the west gate of Night Town. When Leo came out of Night Town and passed by the cemetery, he accidentally spotted a familiar figure. Isn't this the night watchman named Sarah, who brought me to Night Town? What is she going to the cemetery to do? Leo felt very strange. He was not strange about Sarah's behavior of going to the cemetery. After all, the little girl might be mourning her relatives or something. But he was strange about the feeling that Sarah gave him. As if she was hiding from others. A little girl goes to a cemetery, and is afraid that others will find her? Could it be a tryst with my beloved brother? Wow. Who came up with such a romantic idea of a tryst in a cemetery? Did he know that when he was coding this chapter, the guy whose gun went off was working towards the achievement of Halloween in Yamaguchi Mountain? There are 3 tombstones. 1 big and 2 small. Next to each other. This is why Sarah came to the cemetery. The little girl seems to be mourning her relatives. This scene made Leo, who had played stalking in the cemetery, feel a little embarrassed because he was discovered by Sarah. After being caught stalking, Leo scratched his face. Is it because my brother's skills are not good enough, or because this little girl Sarah's anti-tracking ability is strong enough? It stands to reason that having received the standard training of MI7, I would not be too bad at tracking. If he were in other places, Leo could find an excuse to enjoy the scenery. But in this cemetery lined with tombstones, it would be strange if he dared to say this, and others wouldn't treat him as a lunatic. By the way, there must be a limit to bullshit. Aren't you sick, and would come to the cemetery to enjoy the scenery? Chapter 76, Meeting Sarah Again. Sarah looked at Leo, and she didn't do anything drastic towards the stalker she discovered. Leo didn't know if it was his imagination, but he found that the lingering sorrow in Sarah's eyes was getting a little more intense. Please wait a moment. Mr. Leo. Leo, who felt bored, was about to run away. But Sarah stopped him. Isn't this little girl going to call for punishment? Leo looked at Sarah with a guilty conscience. He was neither a weirdo nor an idiot. He was just a little too curious. Unexpectedly, the female night watchman walked to another tall tombstone. This is the tomb I prepared for my father. Sarah touched the tombstone and said faintly, but it is still an empty tomb now. Leo felt very strange. What did Sarah ask him to do? He looked at the tombstone in front of the little girl and saw a name engraved on it, Morgan Lattimore. Hey, this sign is... Leo's eyes were suddenly attracted by the open space in front of the tombstone. Miss Sarah, it turns out that your father is a noble paladin. In front of the tombstone, an open space is reserved for burying the weapons used by the owner. This is a habit of the paladins. In order to distinguish them from other people, the specifications of the open space for paladins to bury weapons have special regulations. This is why Leo can see it at a glance. Speaking of this, Leo felt a little depressed. The ticket he paid for when watching Sardin fight Scarlet in Moon Creek Town was a gold buckler and a cookie-studded fire stick. It was because of this rule of the paladin after Sardin died. Taken away by Scarlet. The tickets are gone and gone forever. A look of pain flashed across Sarah's eyes, which puzzled Leo. As long as it is a country established by humans, the paladins are noble beings. His family should be proud of him, and be proud of him. How can it be painful? Could it be that his father had an accident? But if there was an accident, the tomb shouldn't be empty. In any case, there would be some things he used in it. Mr. Leo, you know what? I come here every day and look forward to seeing my father lying inside. Sarah was talking to herself, but her words shocked Leo. My God, this little girl looks quite normal. She doesn't look like someone with a brain problem. Why is she looking forward to her father going to the grave? I said, how much hatred do you two, father and daughter, have to make you look forward to him lying down every day? Leo felt speechless. What the hell is this? A daughter said with anticipation that she hoped to see her father go to the grave. This would test her calmness too much. The gloomy cemetery and the nagging little girl looked like a horror movie. Leo felt that he had better leave here as soon as possible. Mr. Leo, I know you are a capable person, but Crow Ridge is too dangerous. Please don't go close there if you can. Sarah's warning again made Leo pause as he turned to leave. But he still left without looking back. Not only is the environment of Twilight Forest strange, but the people living here are also strange. This is Leo's true thoughts after witnessing the stalking incident in the cemetery. As the saying goes, those who are close to pigs will be fat, and those who are close to ink will be black. If I stay here for a long time, will I also become a nagging person? Leo couldn't help but shudder when he thought of this. Just like someone asked whether there would be a fine for killing someone. He also wanted to ask, damn, can mental illness be contagious? Ouch. Several wolf howls suddenly sounded, and several black shadows suddenly jumped out from the woods beside the road. Their target was Leo. Just when the black shadow was about to pounce on Leo, Leo waved his hand. Fear. Several black shadows immediately became chaotic. I was just going to trouble you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door yourself. The shadow that attacked Leo was none other than a werewolf, who had the appearance of a wolf, but could walk upright like a human. Leo waved his hands continuously, and a bone spear shot towards the frightened werewolf, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Driven by Leo's magic power, it was comparable to a giant crossbow shot from a siege bed crossbow. The bone spear easily tore the body of the mad wolf into pieces, and pinned all the mad wolves that attacked Leo to the ground. Judging from the speed of the shot and the lethality of the bone spear, Leo, who insists on condensing his magic power every day, has significantly improved his strength compared to when he was in Ueshi Town. No matter how strong you are, if you can't resist the fear spell, you are just a scumbag in front of me. After killing several werewolves at once, Leo's mood improved a lot. These werewolf leaders had the strength close to that of ordinary high-level warriors. The upgrade energy given to him can keep up with what he could have practiced alone for half a month. This place is not far from Night Town, and it is still almost a day's journey from the Sunshine Forest where werewolves are entrenched. How come there are werewolves? Could it be that the werewolves in Sunshine Forest have begun to expand outward? That would be bad if that were the case. This is not because Leo is worried blindly, but if a race like werewolves does not reach a certain size and number, they will not run out of the territory they have chosen. In other words, the number of werewolves was much greater than Leo expected. Or simply the information Leo received was simply inaccurate. Thinking of this, Leo couldn't help but think of the wrinkled face of the old Duke again, and he felt unhappy after being plotted against. This old fox. A rustling sound came from the side of the road, and black shadows were approaching Leo quickly. More than 30 werewolves came into Leo's sight. They all came after sensing the news of the death of their companions. There are more than 30 werewolves with the strength of ordinary high-level warriors. This is a powerful force in the eyes of others, but in Leo's eyes, they are just a group of considerable upgraded energy. I didn't expect that there are idiots in this world who deliver goods to your door. Since you are so sincere in coming here to die, I will accept it disrespectfully. Leo stood motionless, as if he was petrified by the sudden appearance of the werewolf. In fact, the killing had already come to the werewolf. A running werewolf suddenly tilted and fell forward. It seemed that his feet were tripped by something. It's really amazing that a werewolf running around in the forest without any trouble would make such a low-level mistake. The werewolf was about to stabilize his body when a big fist suddenly appeared on the clinker ground. This sudden change gave the werewolf no time to react. Puff! There was a sound of something being smashed. The two werewolves closest to the fallen werewolf turned around, and saw that their companions were already lying on the ground motionless and silent. The werewolf's reaction was not slow. The two werewolves soon realized that their companion was attacked and died. They were about to search for the enemy who attacked their companion, when suddenly a bloody mouth suddenly appeared in front of them. The sharp teeth combined with the powerful bite force can tear their throats apart in one go. Chapter 77. An example of people who are stupid and have too much money. The poisonous flower vines cooperated with the clay stone demon to kill one, and the mad wolves killed two with sneak attacks. The number of werewolves running towards Leo was reduced by 1/10. The death of the three werewolves attracted the attention of other werewolves. When they saw the murderers of their companions, the two mad wolves and the clay stone demon, 6 figures among the remaining werewolves immediately rushed over. With the werewolves divided like this, Leo's pressure was reduced by 1/3. There was a whooshing sound in the air, and 3-meter-long bone spears appeared as Leo waved his hands repeatedly. Leo, who did not hesitate to spend his magic power, was now like a human-shaped siege crossbow that could fire giant crossbows. With the rapid loss of his magic power, the bone spears were shot at the running werewolf like a barrage of arrows. The advantage of instant spells is undoubtedly revealed at this time. If it takes time to chant spells when facing enemies that are approaching quickly, it will be too disadvantageous for the caster. It should be noted that time is life at this time. The bone spears that were fired at rapid speed were very fast. Even with the agility of the werewolves, it was impossible to dodge them all before they rushed out of the woods. 7 werewolves were nailed to the ground by Leo's bone spears. After paying such a heavy price, the werewolves still gained something. The remaining 14 werewolves have already rushed onto the road. They are only about 20 steps away from Leo. For the werewolves, this distance can be reached in the blink of an eye. Seeing that he was approaching Leo, the werewolf's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. Killing intelligent beings like humans was a very enjoyable thing for the vicious werewolf. The painful screams of intelligent beings and the wails before death will make werewolves crazy with excitement. Want to kill me? You are not qualified enough. Leo stretched out his index finger and shook it. The moment the werewolves stepped onto the road, several bone walls suddenly rose from the ground. The werewolves who were sprinting with all their strength were caught off guard and unable to stop at all. Puff! 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 The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh was heard one after another. The werewolf's speed when sprinting with all its strength was definitely not inferior to that of a sports car with full power. If it hit the bone wall made of bone spurs at such a speed, the werewolf's ending would be how can already be imagined. The werewolves were disgraced. This time, the werewolves were completely disgraced. More than 10 werewolves bumped into the bone wall, causing their heads to bleed and their intestines to rupture. The sharp bone spurs easily pierced the werewolf's body, killing the werewolf that collided with it instantly. TSK. TSK. This is really tragic. Leo had an innocent look on his face that he couldn't bear to witness, as if he was not responsible for this tragic werewolf crashing into the wall. The remaining werewolves were lucky. They ran behind their companions so they had enough time to react. With the werewolves' jumping ability, as long as they were given time to react, they could easily cross the 2-meter-high bone wall. However, the werewolves who jumped over the bone wall did not know that Leo had already calculated that they would make such a move. Seeing the werewolves jumping up one after another as he expected, Leo flicked his fingers repeatedly, and the finger-sized bone teeth instantly blocked the space where the werewolves were with a heavy downpour, like a hail of bullets fired from a rapid-fire machine gun. The bones and teeth hit him all over the face, and the leaping werewolf was blown away in an instant. Their bodies bloomed with blood flowers in the air, and the werewolves were beaten into sieves the moment a massive amount of bones and teeth hit them. Their bodies were already dead before they reached the highest point. The first offensive magic fang of the Necromancer's White Bone series. It showed extremely strong lethality when it first appeared. Just like its name, it exposed its sharp fangs to Leo's enemies. To deal with an opponent like a werewolf, who is agile, but has low defensive capabilities at close range. Teeth are much more practical than bone spears. One bone spear technique can only form one bone spear, but one tooth can shoot up to 20 bone teeth. The difference in number is not small, especially when the teeth can be fired instantly, as long as your magic power is refined enough and your hand speed is fast enough. A barrage of bones and teeth can be easily created. As expected, there are no useless skills, only useless spellcasters, as long as they are controlled properly and the timing is accurate. Even the teeth that the necromancers in the Dark Disdain can cause horrific killing effects. The powerful damage caused by the teeth made Leo realize something in his heart, and his attainments in magic quietly took a step forward. Leo's battle here was resolved quickly. when all the werewolves attacking in his direction were killed. The claystone demon had only fought for a few times. The remaining 6 werewolves also realized that something was wrong at this time. This time they kicked the iron plate, which was still red and covered with spikes. Leo killed more than 20 of his companions in a very short period of time, which made the remaining werewolves aware of the extreme danger. When Leo looked in their direction, the 6 werewolves didn't hesitate at all. They turned around almost at the same time and wanted to run away. How could it be so easy to escape in front of Leo? The 2 werewolves fighting against the claystone demon were depressed. When they turned around, the claystone demon gave each of them a heavy punch. The 2 werewolves who were trying to escape suddenly stagnated, and the claystone demon's talent for slowness came into play at this fatal moment. Compared to the claystone demon's slow talent, the Mad Wolf's teleportation talent is much more efficient against werewolves, who turn around and flee for their lives. The moment the 4 werewolves fighting with them turned around, the Mad Wolves who seized the opportunity immediately teleported. The werewolves who had just turned around were horrified to find that there was a big mouth full of sharp teeth waiting for them to hit them. The 3 werewolves were killed the moment they turned around. It turned out that Leo had already sent up the 3rd Mad Wolf that was guarding him. The last werewolf was unfortunately targeted by the poisonous flower vine. This unlucky guy was tripped by the poisonous flower vine first, and before it could get up from the ground, the vines as thick as an arm had already wrapped it into a rice dumpling. The spikes on the vines pierced the werewolf's skin, and the deadly toxin invaded the werewolf and died without a second struggle. Coupled with the claystone demon's slow talent, Leo easily eliminated the last 2 werewolves, whose body flexibility was greatly reduced with 2 bone spears. At this point, all the 30 or so werewolves who attacked Leo were killed. The upgrade energy provided by these werewolves is quite a lot. Leo's eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where the werewolf came. The strength of the werewolf was equivalent to that of an ordinary high-level warrior. In terms of rank, it was almost 1 level higher than Leo. Leo's killing of them was quite extraordinary in online games. The taste of killing monsters at the highest level, and the experience bonus gained is quite scary. There were about 30 werewolves, and the energy Leo obtained from them filled nearly half of his originally empty experience tank. It took me more than 3 days to clean up the ogres before I was able to level up. And it took me less than a cup of tea to kill the werewolves, and I was promoted to half a level. Comparing this, wouldn't the werewolves be an example of people who are stupid and have a lot of money? I would really be sorry for myself if I didn't destroy them. As the saying goes, if you don't take what you have, you will suffer the consequences. Werewolves, in order for me to quickly improve my strength, you should obediently contribute your lives. Chapter 78, Yelling that looks like advertising slogans. In a large orchard not far from Night Town, werewolves kept walking through it. It seemed that this orchard had become a gathering place for werewolves. Several palm-sized black birds were flapping their wings and hovering over the orchard, making strange croaking calls from time to time, which seemed to echo the howls of wolves in the orchard. Leo already had a rough idea of the orchard situation through the vision shared by the crows. The number of werewolves gathered in the orchard was around 60. These 60 or so werewolves, plus the 30 that were killed by Leo before, add up to more than 90 and nearly 100 werewolves. Seeing this, Leo couldn't help but secretly curse at Elro as an old fox. Nearly 100 werewolves gathered in an orchard not far from Night Town. Would Elro know? It seems that the threat of werewolves to Night Town is imminent. No wonder the old fox would make such a request. Anyway, these werewolves are very helpful to me in improving my strength, so I will be a good person for once. After confirming that there were only ordinary werewolves in the orchard and no powerful werewolf leader, Leo made a decision. He was going to have a head-on battle with the werewolves in the orchard. Leo is now very grateful to Scarlet. It was the pressure the female knight brought to him that made him understand what kind of mentality he must maintain if he wants to become a truly strong person. The so-called suffering in silence and accumulating strength is not a good thing at all. As a time traveler, pretending to have a strong mind and always thinking that I have a golden finger, although it is not possible now, I can use the word forbearance to develop quietly. I will do whatever I want when I become strong in the future. This is not a good character at all. The necessary endurance is understandable, but if you endure it for a long time, it will not work. If you pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, the tiger will become a real pig if you pretend too much. So now Leo has to develop a habit for himself. When facing the enemy, he should try his best to fight head-on as long as he is capable, so as to exercise his strength and fighting will. What? Some people say that if you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit. And if you can be obscene, don't be upright. Leo smiled. I'm sorry. I want to become stronger. Of course. This does not mean that Leo will fight head-on, no matter what kind of opponent he encounters. For example, the werewolves in this orchard. If there is a werewolf leader among them, Leo will definitely use assassination and sneak attacks to continuously weaken their strength. After all, there are more than 60 werewolves plus a powerful werewolf leader. If Leo fights them head-on, it is absolutely impossible to defeat them. His purpose is to become stronger, not to seek torture or death. The reality is such a contradiction. If Leo wants to become stronger, he must constantly challenge powerful opponents. But he cannot handle opponents who are too powerful. In the middle, the degree of control is extremely important. The werewolves walking near the orchard gate all stopped and turned their heads to look in the same direction. A human being. The werewolves were excited. As for why this human dared to appear in front of them, and why he concealed his feelings and appeared at the gate of the orchard, the werewolves would not examine it carefully. They only need to know one thing. And that is, humans are the objects they love to kill and hunt. After seeing the human appearing at the entrance of the orchard, the werewolves took the same action and pounced on the human. Wow! Wow! 2 walls of bones rose up to block the road to the orchard gate. The few werewolves at the front didn't expect such a situation at all. When the wall of bones appeared, they were only 1 step away from the orchard gate. And the tragedy of a werewolf hitting the wall happened again. The wall of bones is really good for instigating people. If you meet a warrior in the future, if the opponent dares to charge you, don't blame me for turning him into a lunch box and cutlery. Leo chuckled strangely, flicking his fingers repeatedly, and bone teeth the size of fingers shot out wildly, beating the dozen or so jumping werewolves into sieves. The death of their companions did not make the werewolves timid. The smell of blood floating in the air made these ferocious humanoid creatures become manic. The werewolves howled loudly and attacked Leo even more crazily. The werewolf's mania looked ferocious, but it did not scare Leo. Looking at the pair of eyes that turned red due to the reveal of his bloodthirsty nature, Leo was secretly happy in his heart. The smell of blood stimulated the werewolves almost crazy. The crazy killing nature overwhelmed the werewolves' little reason. The bloodthirsty thoughts dominated their actions. They blindly wanted to get close to Leo quickly and tear him into pieces. The threat of Austria has been reduced a lot. Leo did not hesitate to waste his magic power. And within a short time, 20 or so werewolf corpses were lying at the entrance of the orchard. The stinky blood of the werewolves dyed the erected wall of bones red. At this time, nearly 40 werewolves, who were originally walking through the orchard, were also alarmed, seeing their companions being crazily slaughtered by a human. These werewolves howled and quickly joined the team attacking Leo. Leo's fingers moved like a convulsion, and the bones and teeth poured down like a torrential rain blocked the exit of the entire orchard. Blood flowers bloomed on the werewolf, who tried to get close to him. Scarlet flowers of blood bloomed on the gray fur. The werewolf fell down among the bloody flowers, and could not get up again. As the werewolves knocked down one by one, a large amount of energy was absorbed by the voice in Leo's head that called him the host. The absorbed energy was fed back to Leo, making him full of energy. In Leo's perception, he found that he was getting closer and closer to the upgraded barrier. The feeling that he was about to reach level 22 made him become excited. "Common baby!" Leo yelled at the werewolf. "Little werewolves, come here obediently. The treatment of skinning and dismembering is waiting for you. Are you still waiting for the magic horse? Hurry up and seize the opportunity to die." The werewolves were angry. In their eyes, a human who was just for them to kill for fun dared to provoke them so arrogantly. This was something that had never happened in the werewolves' cognition. Weak humans dare to provoke powerful werewolves. Whenever a weak race dares to despise the strong, they must tear him into pieces. Perhaps due to the power brought by anger, the speed of the werewolves increased. Some werewolves actually rushed to a place 5 meters away from Leo before falling down despite the attack of Bone Fong. They were only 1 or 2 steps away. Leo was within their attack range. Although these werewolves fell, their impact on the battle was huge. Due to their interference, the following werewolves had much less resistance when passing through the bone wall. Seeing each werewolf pass through the bone wall, Leo knew that the most troublesome part of this battle was coming. Chapter 79. What's the point of waiting around? Don't think that the werewolf was vulnerable because Leo looked so easy when he killed it before. In fact, the werewolf, with the strength of a high-level warrior, is very strong. Leo was able to kill werewolves quickly and in large numbers because he had the profession of Necromancer. Who else could cast a barrage of spells to attack the opponent like him? The werewolves were defeated by Leo before because they couldn't close the distance with Leo and couldn't bring out their good close combat capabilities. It's different now. After crossing the wall of bones and sacrificing 2 companions, the remaining dozen or so werewolves have included Leo within their attack range. The werewolves' eyes flash with bloodlust, and they wave their sharp claws vigorously, vowing to tear Leo into pieces. Leo snorted coldly. Don't think that legal professions will let mermaids take advantage of them when they are approached. Fear. The werewolf's movements paused slightly. But it was only a pause. There was no scene where the werewolf was scared to death and ran around. Baishi Bailing's fear spell did not achieve the expected effect. Leo was stunned, and he screamed in his heart that it was bad. Fear is not omnipotent. It cannot make all enemies fall into fear. For Paladin with strong faith and warriors like Death Wish who have no fear like Scarlet, fear cannot be effective. Any effect? For opponents with firm beliefs, fearless beliefs, and some strong emotions in their hearts, fear spells will have little effect. Leo made a mistake. Perhaps the smooth killing of werewolves in the past gave him some pride. He looked down on werewolves, which led him to ignore the fact that he was controlled by anger and dominated by bloodthirsty nature. The werewolf is like a warrior who has turned on the violent rage, and fear spells are almost impossible to have an effect on him. A werewolf in an angry state is not afraid at all. The werewolf's claws quickly grabbed at Leo, and just as they were about to fall on Leo's head, a blue-black psychic creature suddenly appeared next to Leo. The Void Walker used his own body to block the werewolf's claws for Leo, and he was indeed a dedicated human shield. Fortunately, I always had the means to protect myself. Leo secretly wiped a cold sweat, and the Void Walker blocked the werewolf's claws for him. So he hurriedly stepped back. Leo was not hurt, but the werewolf, whose good deeds were ruined by the Void Walker, waved his claws angrily. The Void Walker only lasted less than 2 seconds under the attack of more than a dozen werewolves before being restored to the most primitive dark element. The werewolves who almost killed the Void Walker instantly were about to pursue Leo, but the Claystone Demon had already charged forward with fists clenched. The werewolves, who were completely dominated by anger, did not make the right choice. Losing their minds, they only had the idea of killing any enemy who dared to attack them. When they saw the Claystone Demon, they actually abandoned Leo and attacked this elemental creature. Come! This move completely cost them the chance to make a comeback. The Claystone Demon didn't hold on any longer than the Void Walker, and it took about 2 seconds for the big man to be torn into pieces by the werewolf. When the werewolf turned its attack target back to Leo, the distance between the two had grown to more than 200 steps. For seconds, 200 steps. This would have been impossible for him even if he killed Leo before time travel. But now, with a body strengthened by elements, he has a stronger physique than a warrior of the same level. Achieving this can only be described as easy. If these dozen or so werewolves who only knew how to attack in close quarters were separated by a legal warrior like Leo who could fire spells continuously, the outcome would definitely be extremely tragic. It's like the scene where a mage kills multiple warriors that was often seen in the original Yamaguchi Mountains. As long as the warriors are separated by the mage, the scene can't be described as tragic. A barrage of bone teeth hit the attacking werewolf like a torrential rain, blooming flowers of blood on the werewolf's gray fur. Knowing that the werewolf dominated by anger would not be affected by the fear spell, Leo naturally would not stand there calmly and fight as before. He retreated while fighting, and when the werewolf rushed towards him with bones and teeth, when he was at his current position, Leo had already moved 100 steps back. By this time, the number of werewolves had dropped sharply to 3. Whoosh! 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 Leo's spell suddenly changed at this time. The bone teeth that hit like a rainstorm disappeared, and 3 bone spears, like giant crossbow arrows, shot out. Puff! Puff! 2 werewolves were crucified on the spot. This is not because they can't dodge, but because they simply can't dodge the sudden appearance of poisonous flower vines and claystone demons, which restricted the movement of the werewolves the moment the bone spears were fired. The last werewolf narrowly escaped the bone spear, but it could not survive longer than its companions. The mad wolf, which had been watching in the dark for a long time, seized the opportunity and tore the werewolf's neck to pieces with its sharp teeth. Ha! My strength has improved again. Leo was secretly happy that the werewolves in the orchard did not disappoint him, and the collected energy allowed him to successfully upgrade his level to level 23. At level 23, there was only 1 level left before the Necromancer could unlock the next round of new skills. The Aging Curse that can be activated with 3 caps is only 1 level away, and the Bone Prison that traps the enemy and beats them like sandbags is only 1 level away. While Leo was enjoying himself, A feeling of being watched suddenly came over him. His body was faster than his movements. Before Leo's brain could issue an order, his body quickly fell to the side, rolled on the spot, and left the place. Several shadow arrows passed by his original location, and several werewolves, who grabbed a few rags from nowhere and wrapped them around their waists, appeared from behind Leo. There is an ambush. This was Leo's first reaction, but he immediately rejected it. If it was really an ambush set by a werewolf, why not take action when he was slaughtering the werewolves in the orchard? It should be a werewolf who returned from foraging for food. Leo made a judgment in his mind. So the werewolves gathered in the orchard were not just the ones he killed. There were also some who went out. It's nothing for the ancients to just wait for the rabbit. I'm going to do a lot more harm. I just wait here to kill the wolf. After killing the werewolves, a lot of energy was collected. So Leo would not let these guys go. It's easy to kill and carries a lot of energy. Where can I find such a good wolf friend? Several werewolves roared lowly at Leo. When they returned from foraging for food, they saw the corpses of werewolves lying at the entrance of the orchard. This scene was so exciting that they almost went crazy. Ouch! Several werewolves each let out a shrill howl, and the dark elements in their hands were rapidly condensing. The shadow arrows that sneaked up on Leo before were obviously their masterpiece. Chapter 80 Althea. As the saying goes, if a werewolf knows martial arts, no one can stop him. Knowing martial arts is so bad. So a werewolf who can use magic will naturally not be much weaker. Werewolves are born with a good physique, flexible movements, and agility. If you add the ability to magic, how is this different from the mage male pig feet in many YY novels? He can both use magic and fight. Wow! He is a legendary magician and martial artist. He is born with pig's feet. In comparison, Leo, whose close combat ability was only average, and who mainly relied on spells to kill his opponents, was much inferior. Leo was naturally envious of the pig's feet. When he saw several werewolves condensing dark elements and preparing to cast magic, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his finger and pointed in the direction of the werewolf. Wow! A wall of bone suddenly appeared from under the werewolf's feet, and the interlaced bone teeth pierced the werewolf's thighs. If the werewolf's legs were not long enough, they would be killed in one blow. This is a new use of the bone wall that Leo thought of. In this real world, many spells will have completely different effects than in the game, as long as you use them flexibly. Using Wall of Bones to deal with targets that are standing still and close together is not much inferior to an instantaneous group attack spell. The legs were completely penetrated by the staggered bones and teeth. Several werewolves were immediately in pain. The bones and teeth that pierced the legs completely destroyed their ability to move. The rising wall of bones forced them 2 meters above the ground. The high place makes them become fixed targets hanging on the bone wall. In good shape? Flexible movements? Agile? Isn't that awesome? Who can do magic? The legendary fate of pig's feet? I bother! Aren't they just a few cannon fodder, whose names can't even be remembered? I didn't expect that brother actually has the talent to make wolf kebabs. Throwing out a few bone spears to nail the howling werewolf to death, Leo turned around and headed towards the orchard. Since he had decided to wait here to kill the werewolves, who had returned from foraging for food, he should go to the orchard himself to find out what was going on inside. As soon as Leo left, the door was quiet again, leaving only the werewolf corpses on the ground telling what happened here. The golden crow falls in the west. The jade rabbit rises in the east. And the moon sets and the sun rises again. No matter what happens in the world, time always passes by with an amazing calmness and unhurried pace. It has been 3 days since Leo entered the orchard to wait for the werewolves, who returned from hunting for food. During these 3 days, groups of werewolves who returned to the orchard could not escape the fate of being killed. More than 100 werewolf corpses were placed in such a disorderly manner at the entrance of the orchard. Not a single werewolf could even step into the orchard. The powerful werewolf that originally ran rampant in the twilight forest was abandoned in the wild. Which makes people feel sad. If you continue to misbehave while you are alive, you will only be at the mercy of others after you die. It seems that no more werewolves will come. Leo stood in the orchard. After 3 days of killing, he had collected a lot of energy. The empty energy tank had increased by 1/3. Since there were no werewolves coming again, Leo knew it was time to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at the hundreds of werewolf corpses at the entrance of the orchard, and said in a voice that only he could hear, "The ending of the week is really tragic. In this world full of killing. In this world where several major races are fighting each other. In this world where orderly civilization has not yet been established. The lives of the weak are as cheap as dogs. Those who are weak will be bullied. And those who are weak may lose their lives at any time. It is a sin to be weak. Are werewolves weak? No. Not only were they at worst high-level warriors, they were not weak, but actually very strong. However, when they encountered the stronger Leo, not only did they die, but their bodies were still randomly left in the wilderness. The strong will deal with the weak, and the stronger will deal with the strong. This is the law of a chaotic world. In order not to be disposed of at will, I must become stronger. Having the power to protect myself is my current goal. Leo, who left the orchard, didn't know that a group of night watchmen came to this place only half a day after he left. Seeing the werewolf corpses all over the ground, the night watchmen who were on guard could not help but look shocked. They did not expect to see such a scene. Hundreds of werewolves, with the strength of high-level warriors, were turned into lifeless corpses, which was unimaginable to many of them. There is nothing else at the scene except the werewolf corpses. Judging from the scars on the werewolf corpses, they should have been killed by the same person. Who on earth has such strong strength to kill hundreds of werewolves? This person is so scary. The female warrior leading the night watch murmured to herself after carefully inspecting the scene. Sir Althea, what should we do? Should we take over this rotten orchard? A night watchman asked cautiously. The female warrior leading the team was none other than Althea Aberlock, the daughter of Duke Elo Aberlock and the current sheriff of Night Town. Althea hesitated when asked by her subordinates. What happened at the gate of the orchard was too weird. Although all the werewolves were killed, who knows what the thing that killed the werewolves was? What if the Night's Watch takes over this place, and that guy launches an attack on them? That guy can kill hundreds of werewolves, but the Night's Watch, who is a mid-level warrior, is no match for them. But if she didn't accept it, she would be unwilling to give up the largest orchard in Dusk Forest for nothing. As the environment of Dusk Forest worsens, the situation of Night Town becomes more and more dangerous, and the territory controlled by Althea's Night Watch troops becomes smaller and smaller. However, the population of the small area has increased, and a large number of people who have fled have taken refuge in Night Town, which has caused the town's already small food supply to become very tight. If not, why would she take great risks and lead a team to try to recover the rotten orchard? No matter what, we must take over this orchard. Otherwise the food supply in Night Town will be insufficient. I will not allow people to starve to death in the territory of the Aberlock family. Althea's words were very firm. No matter how dangerous it is to accept rotten orchards, we must bear it for the sake of the people of the territory. Yes, sir. Althea is a noble who cares about her people. This is why she is deeply respected by the residents of Dusk Forest. Sir Althea, I don't think we need to be nervous. At this time, Sarah, who was the night watchman, came over with a smile on her face. She handed a piece of letter to Althea. Sir, I found this in the orchard. The paper used for the letterhead is very ordinary, but the content on the letterhead is very unusual. It is a clenched fist drawn with a special brushwork. Althea's face showed joy. It's the symbol of the Stormwind City Assassin Group. People from MI7 have intervened in the Twilight Forest. Maybe our dilemma will be solved soon.